Chapter 1. Every half-century, in a small town hidden in the woods, a beast comes out from the forest to claim his bride on the night of an eclipse. The people call this phenomenon the taking. This beast is said to be very dangerous. It roams door to door searching for the woman whose being calls to his animal instincts. He will destroy everything in his path until he finds his bride. In the past, the citizens have tried to hunt the creature and kill it before it can take one of their marriageable daughters, but the beast does not hunt alone. He has followers among the shadows to make sure his goal is accomplished. Once he finds his bride, he carries her back to the forest where she is never seen or heard from again. The end. That's the silliest story I've ever heard. Trent, my only annoying little brother, grumbles from his seat at the front passenger side of our airport-rented van. For the last 48 hours, he's been making his boredom apparent to everyone that crosses his path. Sadly, his iPad was out of coverage range, so nothing at this point could keep his obnoxious self entertained. Thankfully, for the past hour, our grandmother, whom we call Gran, was able to pacify him with her storytelling. "Who are you calling silly?" Gran snapped from behind him, the end of her cane dangerously close to his neck. "Goodness gracious, Tracy. Your boy gets worse the longer I get to know him. No joke. We just met our grandmother 45 minutes ago, and her engaging personality blows me away. She's seething at my brother, her eyes zeroed in on her target, and the corner of her lip is twitching like a frustrated dog who just got its nose booped for a TikTok video." Trent let out another loud and frustrated groan, purposely making it known that he was utterly miserable. Besides Gran sat Charlotte, my slightly less annoying sibling, who was mirroring the same lip twitch minus the bulging eyes beneath half-inch bifocal lenses. There's no denying now that we are related to Gran. "Can we throw him out of the car?" she asks our mom, who is clutching her printed Google Maps directions, as if they would take us to El Dorado, the lost city of gold. No signal meant no GPS, and our only hope of survival was this map, which no one in this high-tech society used anymore. Unless you were outdoorsy, but none of us were. "No, Charlotte. You can't throw your brother out of the car." Crossing her hands, Charlotte lets out a huff. "Then can we tie him to the roof of the car?" Gran points at Charlotte, chuckling. "I like this one." The praise makes Charlotte grin. These two are hitting it off. My siblings and I were warned last night before our trip that we would be visiting the town where my mom grew up, and it would have little to no internet access. Trent thought it was a joke, hence his irate attitude when he realized firsthand that Mom wasn't trying to be funny. I've learned through the years that if I keep my opinions to myself, my siblings will continue to bicker with one another, leaving me in peace. Doing just that, I continued to rest my head against the window, not minding how my head would tap the glass every time the car hits a bump on the road. I focused my attention on the long and winding road. Since we exited the highway and turned onto a local one-way street, all I can see are trees. Rows and rows of tall, endless trees. Trent can't play games on his tablet, and Charlotte has no way of reaching her numerous friends. They were on the brink of exploding. Any moment now, one of them was going to snap and attack each other. "Maybe you should be on the roof of the car. Since you never stop talking on your phone, maybe you might catch enough flies to keep your mouth shut." Charlotte and Gran both dramatically gasp. "Trent, behave," Mom warns him. "Or I'm taking that." She darts her eyes at his tablet. "Away from you." "Go ahead, there's no Wi-Fi." "It's useless." He offers it to her just to be snarky. When she didn't take it, because she was driving, he casually dropped the $300 device and let it slide to the car floor, as if it were worth a penny. It did have a protective hard case, which Trent knew would protect it from damage, but still, the drama queen wanted to be overdramatic. "Trent, pick that up. You do not treat your things like that." Mom yells at him. For a brief second, he looked slightly guilty before bending down to retrieve it, but as soon as he placed it back onto his lap, he sighed and rolled his eyes. As the youngest and only son, Mom tends to baby him way too much. Even more so because he looks just like our late father, who died from a car accident when he was just an infant. Trent knows fully well that he can get away with almost anything by just playing the mama's boy act. Mom's always says how much Trent looks just like Dad. Dad is a sensitive topic for us all, so we never really discussed his death. My siblings were too young to remember him, but my mom and I have fond memories of him. He was a great dad, and it still saddens me that my siblings don't have a lot of memories with him. In my day, if kids were as rude as you, they would get a spanking, Gran says to Trent. I attempt to tell Gran to ignore Trent's rude behavior. Gran, that's child abuse. Trent counters. It ain't abuse if your kid learns respect. If you were my kid, I'd spank your behind until it's red like a tomato. Be glad you ain't my kid. You're not a very nice grandma, Trent responds with slight hesitancy. And I still think that story is lame and stupid. Gran's eyes bulged out. And I think you are a lame and stupid little boy. Her head bobs as she says this, attitude seeping from her aged pores. I'll have you know that story has been passed down through our family for generations, and you should be grateful I bothered to tell you. You better watch your tongue, kid, or I'll scrub the toilet with your toothbrush while you're sleeping. Trent's eyes connect with mine from the side view mirror, and I see them wide like saucers. Charlotte, who's sitting on Gran's other side, bursts out laughing. Gran, you're amazing! She snorts between laughs. Mom's brazen hazel eyes reflected from the rearview mirror, absorbing the situation. Mother, I don't think that was appropriate to say to your grandson. He started it first. Gran retorts. What kind of kid talks like that? You need to work him to the bone and teach him some respect. If you want, I can even make him message my crusty feet. Maybe then he will learn not to disrespect little old women. At that, Trent sinks into his seat and cowers in fear. I will deal with my son. You don't have the right to discipline my child, Mother. Mom shakes her head. Wanting to ease the tension, I finally sit up and clear my throat to grab everyone's attention. I'm always the peacemaker of this family. I've always made it my job to ease my mom's stress and prevent my siblings from killing each other. Gran, that story you made. Is there a sequel? Gran snaps her gaze towards me as if Trent just passed me the magic baton of stupidity. Gran's brows pull together, forming a deep crease on her forehead, and she doesn't respond right away. Like a block of ice, she's frozen and staring intently at me as if a math equation was written on my forehead. Is there something wrong? Charlotte says softly, and her eyes flicker to me in question. Mom, what are the signs of a stroke? 'Cause I think Gran might be having one again. Charlotte pushes off her seat to lean over and grab her mom's shoulder lightly to get her attention away from the printed directions. Like a switch was turned on, Gran raises her arms and flaps them in the air like she's about to fly out of the car and needs to build up the force. That was not some made-up story. Why the hell would I give you kids false information? I'm a woman of science, and UFOs are real too, I tell ya. I've read all those alien romance novels by that brilliant Dixon lady, and I'm 100% certain that there's a device out there that can reverse my age and attract a stud muffin alien hottie who will send me to places unknown. This beast in our town is real, and so is my outer space hunk. Okay, now I think she's nuts. I see Mom mutter a curse while Charlotte bites her lower lip to prevent a response like, OMG. What the? Trent was mid-curse before his mom cut him off. A few days ago, we received a call from home. A social worker from a hospital out of state informed our mom that her mom had a mild stroke. According to the social worker who contacted us, post-stroke Gran was paralyzed on her left side and had to go through rehabilitation to regain the functioning of her affected side. She was not a great patient, apparently, often non-compliant with the doctor's orders, and had fired her 24-hour stay-at-home nurse after 2 weeks of returning home. This was the grandmother that my siblings and I never knew existed. So, when Mom told us to pack for a week-long trip, we were nothing less than shocked. All of us had plans that were now canceled. As much as we didn't want to go, my siblings and I were curious about our grandmother. Our dad was adopted, with no known relatives, and Mom said her family was estranged. We had no uncles, aunts, cousins, or grandparents growing up. But now we finally have the chance to see our grandmother. And what a character she has. We flew across the country to finally meet her. Mom displayed no ounce of worry or sadness while hearing the news about her mother, which struck me as odd. She looked more upset over the fact that she'd have to see her again, which made my siblings and me believe that Mom had a bad relationship with her family, and that's why she never talks about them. When we arrived at the airport and the two saw each other for the first time in years, there were no tears. It was as if World War III was about to break out. A little gray-haired woman with a can of Dr. Pepper and a pink straw pressed between her lips. She wore Velcro sandals and an XL Christmas sweater. It wasn't even December. She stood with a group of chauffeurs holding signs, waiting for their clients to arrive. When she recognized our mom, she pulled out a white sheet of paper that read, "Estranged daughter and grandkids." Our mouths dropped to the floor upon seeing that, and Mom looked like she was going to hop back on the plane and leave. People stared at her and us when we walked towards her. It took 3 hours instead of 1 for us to get out of the airport because Gran started yelling at Mom for not contacting her for years and not letting her see her grandchildren. When their arguing turned to yelling, a bulky security man and his bomb-sniffing dogs headed our direction and escorted us out of the airport. After that, I doubt we will be allowed to fly out of the state. Who knows? I could have stuff up my ass, and you can't do anything about it, Gran had said to security when the German Shepherd started to sniff too close to her butt. The whole thing was chaotic. I didn't even have time to feel embarrassed. Mom told them Gran was delusional and forgot to take her meds. We had to help Mom haul her into the van to get her to leave. It wasn't easy considering she uses her cane like a hatchet. Despite her odd personality, Gran is quite the entertainer. Every second with her was a crazy surprise. Mom may not enjoy her, but I knew we would. During the drive, I've gathered a few insightful facts about Gran. 1. Gran is spontaneous. For example, while Mom was talking about our itinerary for the week, Gran let us all know she loves to eat red king crabs. The crabs that grow up to 11 inches and have a 5-foot pair of legs. Like all older adults, they enjoy talking about their youth days. Gran talked on and on about her dirty dancing years, much to Mom and Trent's horror. Charlotte and I thought it was hilarious. Gran said a few things that would have made a delinquent teen run back to church. At one point, Mom had to stop her from talking. "Mother, can you please stop talking?" "Oh my God," Mom said, clutching the steering wheel hard enough to whiten her knuckles. "You are corrupting my children. They'll be corrupted eventually. Heck, they could already be. With all the TV they watch. You kids watch 50 Shades Behind Your Mother's Back, didn't you?" She flicked her finger at Trent, sitting on the front passenger seat, who had his tablet inches away from his face. At an elderly age, she had the energy of a 5-year-old. If it weren't for the limp she has due to her arthritis, I bet she still had the strength to run a marathon. Another unique fact about her is that she curses like a sailor. Anything can come out of her mouth, both figuratively and literally. 2 hours into our ride, I finally saw something other than a tree. We slowly come across a sign that reads, "Welcome to Crescent Valley, population 500 plus 1. Y was plus 1 on their welcome sign like someone had used a knife to carve it. As Mom continued driving, we passed what looked to be the town's downtown area featuring some small boutiques. Upon seeing it, Charlotte squealed and exclaimed how excited she was to go shopping later. The homes in this town weren't small, tiny cottages. They were extremely extravagant, and the people who owned them must have been very wealthy. We passed a fenced mansion with a fountain encircled by 4 luxury cars. The people walking on the sidewalks wore stylish clothes, and none of them looked out of shape. This place was like something out of a movie, where each character was chosen for perfection. Another thing that caught my attention was that each house had a white flag hung on its gates. "Gran, why do all the houses have those white flags?" I ask. The look on her face transformed to that awkward expression again. It took all I had not to stare at her rudely the way Trent did to earn her smite. "It's that time of the year," she mumbled. "It's not Christmas yet," Trent said. She reached for her cane and jabbed the foot behind Trent's chair. "Mother," Mom yelled at her. "Yes, present." "I'm here." Gran raises her hand jokingly. "Time for what exactly?" I asked her, trying to defuse another argument. Don't brainwash my kids with nonsense. I don't want them to get the wrong ideas. Mom cut her off before Gran got the chance to say anything. Gran scoffed and crossed her arms over her chest like a frustrated child, then glanced at me. Sorry, sweetie, your mom doesn't want me to talk. She's the boss. Now that I'm a disabled old woman, my opinion no longer matters 'cause I'm crazy, she said sarcastically while glaring at Mom from the rearview mirror. I did not say you were disabled or crazy, Mother. You were just too much sometimes, and that's why Gran doesn't let Mom finish. Let me tell you kids this itty-bitty detail. She leaned closer so that only Charlotte and I could hear. Wait, I can't hear. Trent complains, but I didn't realize he was ever interested in whatever Gran says out of her mouth. Gran continues anyway. In these parts, the flags, they're a symbol of truce or ceasefire. Trent's brows raised in interest. Are we in the middle of a war? Like in Call of Duty. Gran frowns. You made a tootie? Boy, open a window. No one wants to smell your gas. Tracy, open the windows. Mom doesn't do it at first until Gran starts to poke her with the end of her cane for emphasis. I didn't fart. Trent exclaims as Charlotte chuckles at his expense. Of course you do. Or else you'd be dead. Fart is life, Gran said. Charlotte's boisterous laugh masks Mom's angry words. Gran's eyes twinkle between me and Charlotte. How old are you girls? I'm 19. Charlotte is 17. Trent's 15. Oh, was all she said, then looked out the window and at the trees. Gran doesn't talk much after that. She starts to doze off and snore through the last 30 minutes of the ride. The van struggled a little going up the mountain. The numerous turns made Trent car sick, and we had to stop once to let him cool off. Gran's house was literally at the top of the mountain overlooking the whole town. If you've watched the film Edward Scissorhands starring Johnny Depp, the view we had of Crescent Valley was the same as what was seen in the movie. The more I inspected the homes visible from where I stood, the more I noticed that all the homes had a white flag, except for Gran's. I thought she believed in her story, so why didn't she put a flag up? I can't believe you own this house and you didn't mention it. Charlotte confronted Mom instead of helping her unload all our things from the back of the trunk. Your grandmother owns it, not me. Mom answers without an ounce of emotion on her face. It seemed to me that Mom wanted nothing to do with her mother. Growing up, my mom always struggled to make enough money to feed 3 children on her own. Not once did she ask for help, nor have I seen her receive help since Dad passed away. But she could have, through Gran. I was confused by this and planned to ask her when the time was right and my siblings weren't around. After taking all our luggage out of the car, Mom heads over to Grandma's side to wake her up. Mom, I get that you like being independent, but I think it's time for you to live in a smaller home. Living in a big house all by yourself is too much for you. You should have moved to an older adult community. Didn't I mail a brochure to you? You can live closer to the kids if you want. There is a place that's near our apartment. Gran was not happy with waking up to Mom saying those words. She slapped her mom's hand away when she tried to help her remove the seatbelt. This house has been in our family for centuries, and I'm going to die in it. She grabs her cane, then slides down from the edge of the seat to plant her feet on the ground. The van was slightly high, and I was surprised she was able to get out on her own. Heading straight to her front entrance, she turns around and says, "You'll have to carry me kicking and screaming if you want me to leave." Mom runs a hand down her shirt, hair in frustration. Kids, take your things out of the van. I'm going to make sure Gran gets to the house in one piece. Don't worry, Tracy. I'll keep all my assets tucked in. Gran says and starts walking on her own. She's so cool. Charlotte bites back her smile. I think she's rude and nasty, Trent whispers. Are you referring to yourself? Charlotte says. Trent sends her a pointed glare. We got the bags out of the car, and as soon as we reached the front door, an older man with a nice goatee, wearing a fancy suit, ran out of the house looking kind of deranged. My siblings and I pause in front of the stranger. Madam, I was worried sick about you. Why did you escape the house? He looked Gran up and down as if scanning for any bloody gashes or foreign objects impaled into her skin. When he saw us, his eyes widened and he straightened his posture. His demeanor completely changed to that of a highly esteemed butler. "Hello, my name is Wyatt. I'll take your bags to your rooms." He reached for my bag first because I was closest. "Welcome yourselves inside." He bowed. When he looked up, he saw Mom, and his eyes grew with familiarity. "Wyatt." Mom acknowledged him. "Young miss, Tracy." He bowed again. "She has a butler." "Gran has a butler. Our freaking grandma is loaded." I could practically see the dollar signs in Charlotte's eyes when she squealed this. She didn't hesitate once the front door was opened. She went ballistic as she absorbed every aspect of the luxurious house. Not that I wasn't amazed too, but I needed to maintain my level of maturity. There was an infinity pool outside, along with a deck area offering a beautiful view of the forest. The house had a total of 6 bedrooms, 8 full baths, and 2 partial baths. There was a dining room with a stunning crystal chandelier, a living area featuring foreign artifacts, a library with an extensive collection of books, and a media room complete with its movie projector, which completely won over Trent's heart. "I don't think he's leaving this room," I smirked at Mom. Trent rolled around the carpet and began making carpet angels. "You grew up here and you left? Are you crazy?" Charlotte flew past us heading to God knows where. This house was like a maze. This was a small town, and I wanted to get out and explore my opportunities. People around here, they inherit their fortune. I wanted to work for it. Mom said between clenched teeth, but it was only me who heard her. "Tracy, get over here." Gran yelled from another room. "I'm coming." Mom shot back, again sounding upset. "Celeste, can you please make sure your siblings situate themselves in their rooms before they forget? Ask Wyatt where he put your things. He most likely assigned your rooms. If you have questions, he can help you. You can count on me." I smiled. "Thanks, sweetheart." Deep down, I knew Mom cared for Gran. If she didn't, we wouldn't be here in the first place. I think they needed some time to bond again. By evening, everyone had unpacked and ogled every stunning room, except for Mom, of course. Gran thought it would be funny to place Mom's luggage in her old room. The room she grew up in still had posters and pictures from her mom's youth, rock bands, trophies, and detailed sketches of wolves on her wall. I never knew Mom drew so well. Mom has always been brilliant. I can see that she was just the same as she was when she was a child. She's also firm. Our dad died in a car accident when Trent was only 3 months old. It surprises me now that Mom didn't lift a finger to call Gran for her help, considering how much we needed it during that time. Mom struggled financially, raising 3 kids on her own. She is prideful and doesn't accept charity, as she calls it. She doesn't ask for help, and she never complained about her hardship, not in front of us, that is. Every day, as a kid, I wait for her to give me at least some of the weight she carried on her shoulders, but she never has. When I became a teenager, I expected her to depend on me a little. She eventually gave me some household responsibilities that she thought I could handle. "The sky is gorgeous out here," Charlotte sighed. We stood on the balcony in the bedroom she had chosen, sipping a cup of hot chocolate brewed by Wyatt. You can't find stars like these in the city. We looked behind us and saw Mom walk into the room. She hugged us from behind and bumped our heads together. "My beautiful girls, make sure you don't stay out here long. There are mosquitoes here, and there are plenty more during the rainy season." "Okay," Charlotte and I said in unison. "I'm going to attempt ripping your brother out of that room. Wish me luck, good night, girls, and be sure to lock your windows," she told us. "Night, Mom." We each gave her a hug and a kiss before she left. "Don't you think the moon is huge?" Charlotte pointed at it. I looked up and was astonished by the size. Now that I noticed it, it was more than I would have imagined. It was so large that I could practically see every detail of its ginormous surface. "It's bright too," I said. "There will be an eclipse in 3 days." We both gasped at the person limping into the room. Gran sits down on one of the empty chairs. "Gran, are you trying to scare us with that story of yours again?" Charlotte said, not amused this time. "It's the truth." She repeats, this time louder. I elbow Charlotte lightly on her side, telling her not to egg Gran on, or we won't hear the end of it. "So is that beast going to come to this house?" I try to sound as serious as possible, and Charlotte bites her lip to hold her smile. Yes, there was a little hype to her voice. The last time he came here was when I was 16. It was on this very balcony that I met him. I remember it as if it were yesterday. It was 12:45 a.m. when the moon was eclipsed by the sun. My mother and father were sound asleep in the main bedroom on the opposite side of the house. I had decided to lie awake, hoping to catch a glimpse of the beast. As the legends say, he goes door to door, looking for his bride by visiting the girls at their windows. I heard a noise, like nails on a glass, and so I flicked my light on. And there he was, such a magnificent creature. Gran's eyes sparkled wide against the moonlight. Charlotte and I stared at each other, smiling because Gran sounded completely crazy. I fear maybe she was starting to get dementia and was demonstrating signs of becoming delusional. What did he look like, Gran? The best way to communicate with someone with a memory problem is to follow their story. That's what my mom said. She's a nurse. Majestic. Large. For the color of midnight, and he stood proud and domineering. Eyes, bright like glowing topaz. Are you sure you didn't see a wild bear? Charlotte stuttered. Those things can kill people. My sister wasn't laughing anymore. She is petrified of large animals with big teeth. She was almost harmed by a tiger when she stuck her hand into the cage at the zoo when she was 5 years old. No, a bear couldn't jump the way I saw that thing jump. It was graceful. It looked like a wolf. Gran gleamed. Wolves live up here? Charlotte shrieked. Did you know a lot of people are killed by rabid dog bites? Oh, hush. Stop acting like a big baby. Gran hit her leg lightly with her cane. Charlotte winced, but I doubt it hurt. The door of the room swung open. Tell me you did not just abuse my daughter with your cane. Mom marched in, walking straight to Gran. I'm not telling you that I did not, Gran grunted. Celeste, you should go back to your room, and both of you should get ready for bed. Don't give me a hard time like your brother. Charlotte grabbed my arm just as I was about to leave. Mom, can Celeste sleep here with me for one night? Why? I'm scared of the wolves. Mom shot a complicated glance at Gran. What have you been telling them? I just told them about the wolf. The eclipse is coming, so I wanted to let them know about the beast so that if they see him from their window, they don't get scared. Gran's dry, wrinkled face contorted to a devious smile. Mom glances at Charlotte, who's now standing as far away from the window. Looks like it worked. Mom says sarcastically. Grandpa pats my back. I can see it didn't work on this tough chick. She nudged me on my arm. That reminds me, I should set the flag up. Haven't used that thing in over 50 years. She said excitedly. Don't worry, kids. There are a lot of young girls in this town. I doubt you'll be taken. However, having my genes, you two are high-end flesh he won't want to miss out on. She winked. Flesh. Charlotte cried. Mom, I changed my mind. I want to sleep in your room. Mom groaned. Look what you have done now. She hissed at Gran. I've done nothing I ain't proud of, she exited with a dry laugh. It's late, and it's been a long day. Tomorrow will be another long day. I plan to see how much the town has changed since I was last here. It hasn't changed that much, Gran said idly. Sounds like fun, I said. Mom left with Charlotte in tow while I went to my room. Once in my room, I closed the door and opened my window. The windows were screened, so I didn't need to worry about the bugs, nor did I care about Gran's silly story. I loved the forest. I've always loved the outdoors, thanks to my dad. A few miles away was another house. I could see their window lights on. I doubt anyone would see me strip in front of my window unless they crossed private property. I was left with only my undergarments until I wrapped myself in a soft, warm cotton robe. What I loved most about this house was that each room had its bathroom, and each one was equipped with a gorgeous bathtub. I went inside, taking my favorite vanilla bean shower gel and soaked in the warm water. I didn't get the chance to relax longer because it was late and I didn't want to fall asleep in the tub. When I got out, I changed into shorts and an off-shoulder t-shirt. I slipped into bed and sighed comfortably at the soft mattress. This felt like heaven. From the corner of my eye, I see the curtains flutter in the wind. I had forgotten to close it. I stare out at the window and smirk. Gran's silly story wrapped around my thoughts. All I saw out there was a bunch of trees. The sky looked clear, with not a cloud to be seen and a slightly full moon on the horizon's base. Stars littered all over the sky, and 2 parallel lights gleamed straight at me. Wait, what? I blinked my eyes a couple of times, and I still see them. Get a grip, I tell myself. Gran's craziness must be rubbing off on me. Trying not to panic, I slowly walk up to my window and peer out into the forest. I see the 2 lights again, but as soon as I close my window, they move in different directions and one lands on my windowsill. A glowing firefly. That's what I was freaked out about. I feel like an idiot. Chapter 2. Mom woke us up bright and early the next day. I thought, having grown up in the city, I would be used to the cold weather, but Crescent Valley was like being in a high-pressure freezer. My toes practically froze to ice once they touched the bedroom floor. I dragged my feet to the restroom and soaked myself in warm shower water. I could hear my siblings struggling to get up as well. Their groans echoed down the hallways. Then I hear the sound of feet thumping across the hall, a door slamming, and the sound of water being thrown. Argh! What the heck? Mom! Trent's scream shakes the entire house. This is how our mornings usually begin. Happens almost every other day. Charlotte made it her mission in life to wake Trent up by whatever means necessary. And from the sound of how he woke up, it looks like she dumped cold ice water on his face. I have no idea how she managed to get up early to plan that. After breaking up their dogfight, I herded my siblings downstairs. Mom told us last night that we would grab something outside for breakfast, so we didn't bother heading to the kitchen. As we put on our shoes, Gran groggily climbed down the stairs and headed straight to the kitchen. Being half asleep, she doesn't notice us and continues walking past us. The curlers on her head hung loose and bounced on every step. When she sits down at the dining table, that's when she notices us staring at her from the door. Where are you all going, and how come I wasn't invited? She sees the beagle in front of her and grabs it. Her eyes search left and right for something, and when she finds what she is looking for, she stands up from her seat and holds the box of Cocoa Puffs cereal from the counter. She places that on the table, then heads to the cabinet for a ceramic bowl, and then to the fridge to grab a glass of milk and a can of Dr. Pepper. My first thought was that Dr. Pepper wasn't a healthy breakfast choice, and neither was the cereal. They were basically just sugar. Right as she was about to open the box of cereal to pour into a bowl, Mom showed up and snatched the box and the can of soda from her hand. Gran yells. This is junk. You're eating junk, and junk is what got you in the hospital in the first place. You are going to have another stroke if you don't get healthy. I am healthy, Gran argues. My Dr. Pepper fix is self-care, self-love. Mom opens her purse to take out her lipstick, ignoring Gran's outburst. She carefully applies the red stain, checking her compact mirror to ensure it's perfect. When she's done, she turns to Gran. I'd like to tour the kids around town and show them where their mom grew up. There's no need for you to go with us. I know this place very well. Stay home, sit still, and don't do anything dangerous. She points her finger sharply at her. And if Danger is my middle name? Gran challenges. Grace is your second name, but you've never been graceful. Gran huffs and crosses her hands over her chest, insulted. Mom opens the coat closet, slips on her thick wool jacket, and takes the car keys from the key rack. I would appreciate it if you would let me spend some time with the kids. I was deprived of years with them because my selfish daughter doesn't bother to visit. Gran pointed her fork at Mom, and a piece of food flew out from her mouth. Yikes, Trent mouthed, staring at both me and Charlotte, who were watching the exchange in silence. Mom never liked talking about Gran, so it's always been a mystery to us why Gran was not part of our lives. It was really awkward being in the middle of their conversations when the atmosphere felt so hostile. Mom rolled her eyes. Eat with your mouth closed, Mother. She avoided the topic. Ungrateful brat. I heard Gran mumble under her breath. Who does she think changed her diapers? Stay put, Mom says one more time to her before grabbing all of our jackets and handing them to us. Trent runs out of the house first and calls, shotgun. Charlotte groans in protest and runs after him. I follow behind them before overhearing Mom say, Wyatt will be here in a few minutes. If you are not here when he arrives, I told him to call me. Are you my mother? No. I'm your daughter. You're not young anymore, mother, so stop being so dramatic and listen for once. Mom unlocks the car using the car remote. If you promise to remain here and behave with Wyatt, I'll buy you a can of Molly's famous jam, if it's still there. Gran's eyes widened in awe. It was like she had forgotten the fact that she was arguing with her daughter a few minutes earlier. It's still there, and you better get me my favorite cherry jam. Will do. Let's go, kids. Mom says while softly mumbling, before your Gran sneaks into our trunk. Trent got to sit up front. All he had to do was lick his palm and touch the door handle. Charlotte stomped her feet, heading to the back seat, glaring daggers at his backside until Mom and I got in the car. 45 minutes just to drive down to town. Why does Gran want to stay up here? Trent asks while tuning the radio for something other than the weather or a news station. She's a stubborn woman, Mom says, as she pulls out of the driveway and the car descends down a slope. How long has it been since you were here, Mom? Charlotte asked. Too long. I was 17 when I left, straight out of high school. And just because I was 17 doesn't mean any of you should be moving out too. This town may be small, but it was overwhelming. I had no choice but to leave. She doesn't speak for a few seconds and then changes the topic. This place hasn't changed much. I noticed yesterday as we were passing the shops. Nothing has changed since I left. I wonder if some of my old friends or classmates are still around. I would hope they left this place too. Where are we going first? I ask excitedly. I really wanted to explore. Out the window, I see some boys about Trent's age walking up the street. They looked like they had gone for a morning walk, but why were they dressed in short sleeves and jeans? We were in layers of clothes under a puffy, thick jacket. Weren't they cold? They were perspiring through their shirt, and the fabric was sticking to their skin. For their age, they looked huge. Not overweight, but muscular. All of them seemed to be undergoing extensive conditioning. Where are the students in this town? Mainly athletic geeks. I felt like such a creeper, intensely observing these boys, but it was honestly curious. For a prosperous town, they should be able to afford proper workout clothes. Mom made a turn, and soon we were greeted with a series of small shops. I watched people greeting each other and sharing laughs. Some teens were sitting around some tables at what looked to be a coffee shop. Some were wearing thick clothes, while others were not. How strange. The community was so much different from life back home on the West Coast. Again, this is a small town. Houses were probably far apart from each other because people got little privacy around here. There it is. Mom made a right turn and entered a parking lot. She parked in front of a shop called Molly's Special Jams. Your Gran loves buying jam here. Her favorite is the cherry and strawberry flavors. I'd better buy it before I forget, or she will have a fit if I don't. You guys can wait outside if you want, don't go far. Mom parked the car and left me the extra key. She got out and went inside the shop. Next to the jam shop was Marty's Treasures. The name was printed on the display window. It's an antique store. Let's check it out, sis. Charlotte squealed, grabbing me by the arm and pulling me to the entrance. Only for 5 minutes. Mom will be back soon and won't know where we are. Yeah, okay, she says, still pulling me out of the car. I turned to my brother before letting Charlotte pull me any further. Trent, stay put and tell Mom we're in here in case she comes back. Whatever, was his reply. He had already taken out his phone and put on his earbuds. He's fine. Let's go, Charlotte says. Treasures, or what I call junk, littered every corner of the shop. It was dark inside, except for the natural light coming from the display window and the warm glow from the single light bulb hanging from the back of the shop. There was one creepy deer head hanging on the ceiling, and I swear its fake eyes were watching our every move. Charlotte was fascinated by the odd trinkets, but I just wanted to leave. Maybe we should go, Mom might be welcome. My name is Marty, and this is my shop, actually my dad's shop, which he inherited from my grandfather. My grandfather's name was Marty. Dad's was too, so technically I'm Marty the third, unless my great-grandfather was a Marty too, which would make me a fourth. Or fifth if Grandpa's dad was. Anyway, call me Marty Infinity. That's cooler. This hyper-energetic man appeared out of nowhere, and we were standing inches from my sister and me, both with huge smiles. Charlotte and I both yelped at the same time, holding each other's hands for support, or maybe to keep each other standing. Hi Marty, Infinity," he added. "What can I do for you two little ladies? Is there anything in particular you would like me to help you find?" Some people lose a lot of things, and they usually find something here to replace them. By the way, I've never seen you around. Are you people passing by, or are you? He paused. Sorry, I tend to talk a lot. We notice. We were just looking. And did you find something? Marty smiled over-enthusiastically. No, not yet. How about this awesome hair clip? It matches your eyes. What a creep. My eyes are light hazel brown. I don't think a hair clip like that would suit me well. Besides, I always leave my wavy hair down. Thanks, but no. Our mother is waiting outside. My sister and I have to go. We're sorry, but thank you for helping us. I squeeze Charlotte's hand and pull her alongside me. He watched us leave his store, and his eyes did not waver, nor did they blink. That was really weird and kinda scary, Charlotte whispered as soon as we were outside. I hope no one else in this town is that creepy. I hope we don't run into Marty Infinity again. Girl, where did you go? Mom popped out from behind us with a paper bag in hand, making us shriek. Wow there. What's up with the two of you? Mom, don't do that, Charlotte says, placing her hand over her beating heart. We were checking out that shop, Marty's Treasures, I say, pointing at the store. I get a chill down my spine thinking about Marty watching us through the window. Mom looked in the direction of the store, and her eyes widened. URG, let's go. She sounded a little anxious when she said it. Mom practically speed walks back to the car. Charlotte and I follow behind her. Trent was still inside, swiping across his phone. He had lowered the seat and was lying on his back with his hands under the back of his head and his feet on the dashboard. Trent, this is not our car, and although we rented it, it's disrespectful to put your feet up like that. His music was playing loudly so that we could hear it humming past his earbuds. Hey! Charlotte yanked his seatbelt from behind, and he jolted up straight, choking with the belt strap pinning him by the neck. Charlotte, stop that. Mom scolds her while Trent continues to choke. Eventually, Charlotte did let go, with no remorse for attempting to irritate our little brother. I cannot have a relaxed moment with you two kids. Mom sighed. When all of us are in the car, I finally ask Mom about her reaction to Marty's shop. Do you know that guy Marty, Mom? Mom visibly cringes. He was a strange kid. I didn't know him personally, as I never took the effort to get to know him, but he was known to be a little eccentric. I avoided him growing up. Who's Marty? Trent asks. Some dude who thinks he's Infinity, Charlotte tells him. Is he some sci-fi geek? Charlotte shrugs. Yeah, like you. Trent yanks the recliner seat and pushes the chair back, causing it to hit Charlotte. Charlotte screams, and Mom stops the van. Commence the arguing. After Trent's phone is taken away, the day goes by a little more smoothly. Mom continued touring us around the town. We had breakfast at a cute little cafe where the kids had been earlier. We took pictures at locations where Mom used to hang out as a kid, like the park, an old bowling lane, a movie theater, and a library. It was fun listening to Mom reminisce about her childhood and all the fun things she did with her friends. It was odd to hear that Mom used to have fun because she had never done anything other than work. I rarely ever see her have fun. As a nighttime nurse, she works late at night and sleeps most of the day. It was great to have this time with our mom and get to know her a little bit more. We didn't get out of the car again until we stopped at someone's house. Of course, it was equally as impressive and high-class looking as Gran's house. Mom drove up to the gate and rolled down the window. This is my friend Debbie's house, or it was. She was my best friend during my childhood. I didn't keep her phone number all these years. Hopefully, this is where she still lives. On the left side was a camera, and underneath it was an intercom. The thing started speaking. Hello, may I ask why you have driven into our driveway? It was a man's voice. Mom leaned closer to it. My name is Tracy. I'm looking for a woman named Debbie. Is she around? My wife is here. The man responded. Let me get her. Please wait a moment, I'll be back shortly. I could see Mom's smile from the side window. If she was happy, I was delighted. It's been a while since I've seen Mom genuinely smile. She's been stressed out lately due to work, and now, with Gran's health, she hasn't had a good night's rest, which worries me. Hopefully, seeing her friend will loosen her up a little. The gates suddenly open. Mom drives in and parks the car behind a flashy red convertible. Charlotte's eyes grow the size of saucers when she sees the vehicle, and when we get out of the car, she hands me her phone so I can take a picture of her with it. I can't believe I'm saying this, Mom palms her face. Please don't embarrass me in front of my friend. I chuckle. Don't worry, Mom. I'll watch them. Trent crosses his arms over his chest. I behave. Pull your pants up, I can see your boxers. I point out. He looks down and sees his pants sagging. It's a look, okay? Look what I can do. Charlotte grabs the part of his boxers that's showing and yanks it up. Trent's face twists into absolute horror, and his face reddens. Shit. He screams really loudly just as someone opens the front door. Oh God, could this get any worse? Mom mutters and looks up to see who witnessed Mom's embarrassment. Tracy. A tall woman with platinum blonde hair runs straight towards her mom, her arms wide open. Oh my God, it's you. I didn't believe Robert when he told me. I thought he was kidding like he always is, but here you are and you look older. Mom burst out laughing. Debbie, you look older too. Debs, it's been so long. Tears rim Mom's eyes. Charlotte sends me a smile, seeing our mom beam with happiness. Are these your beautiful children? She gasps and walks towards us. They look so much like you. My oldest daughter, Celeste, 19. My youngest daughter, Charlotte, 17, and my only son, Trent, 15. Debbie holds her gaze on Trent for a few seconds longer than I and Charlotte. Was it just me who noticed that? Suddenly, I feel a bit overprotective and stand in front of my little brother. 2 years apart, each. You have been busy. Mom's friend giggles. I almost choked on my spit. This conversation was starting to burn my ears. Cut it out, Debbie. Mom mock punches her friend on the shoulder. I have 2 sons. One is out right now, at work. She tones her voice down and covers her pause with a cough. And the other is here lazing life away in his room, doing God knows what. Kids these days, it's like they have something to hide. I know the feeling. I have 3 teenagers. Mom laughs. Honorable, a man with a darker shade of blonde hair wraps his arm around Debbie's waist. Mom's mouth drops. Robbie the Rocket. I would have never guessed. A dimpled smile adorns his face. It's been years since I was called that. I'm no longer running track, as you can see. After graduation, I finished college on the East Coast, and when I got back, I made sure this woman wore my ring before anyone else could have her. He kissed Debbie's head, and Mom smiled at the lovely couple with sadness in her eyes. Where's your husband, Trace? I'd like to see the man who won your stubborn heart. Mom's smile depleted, and Charlotte looked away. Out of all of us, my sister was the one who took Dad's death the hardest. My Nicholas died a long time ago. The look on my mom's face made my chest hurt. Thinking about Dad made me sad, too. Debbie sucked in a breath while holding her hand over her mouth. Oh, Trace, I'm so sorry. The two engulfed each other in another hug. Would you like to come inside and talk for a while? I'll introduce you and your kids to my youngest son, Vincent. Just as we were about to go inside, the garage door opened and a guy in a purple V-neck shirt walked out. He had his dad's hair color and athletic build. By the look of him, he was probably Charlotte's age or maybe 1 year older. Mom, I'm heading out to meet some friends. The guy whom I now figured out was Debbie's son, Vincent, stopped in front of his red convertible. Vincent, will you say hello to my friend and her children before you go? Vincent didn't look very interested in meeting his mother's friends, but when he turned, his body stiffened as his eyes landed on my sister. The funny thing was that Charlotte was paralyzed too. But she is always paralyzed in front of a good-looking boy. Vincent, hello? Debbie waved a hand in front of her son. Mom looked between the 2 star-crossed lovers and smiled. Hi, Vincent. My name is Tracy. You and your mom are friends, correction. Best friends, girlfriends. We go way back. Back when we were in diapers. Debbie hooked an arm around Mom's, dragging her into the house. Robert looked at his son. Don't stay out too late. Vincent shook his head. I think my friends can survive a day without me. He gives a boyish smile straight at Charlotte, and she blushes. Oh boy, I already know Charlotte's going to have a hard time leaving this place. A surprised look, a smile, then a shake of the head. Robert walked back into the house after telling us we are welcome to go inside and have a bite of refreshments. Hey, I'm Vincent, but you can call me Vince. He holds out his hand for Charlotte to take. Trent surprises us all by cutting in and taking Trent's hand first. I'm Trent, and she's our older sister, Celeste. Trent looks over his shoulder and mumbles directly at me. These two make me sick. Trent. Charlotte growls at him for interrupting her moment with Vincent. Trent speed-walked into the house, following Mom and Debbie. I chuckle and walk behind him, leaving Vince and Charlotte to talk amongst themselves. I think Charlotte would appreciate me for giving her space. My parents gave me this house before they decided to retire in that nursing home down the road. I hear Debbie say as Trent and I walk into the kitchen. Their butler, yes, they also have a butler, ushers us to the living room. I'm trying to convince my mom to at least consider doing that, maybe go to one closer to us on the West Coast, but she won't leave the house. Mom said, "You're not planning on staying here?" There was a hint of disappointment in her tone. I don't think so. I have a job and my kids won't like leaving their schools. No one understands me more than you do, Debbie. You know why I left here. They both go quiet. I catch Debbie's eye and she strides excitedly towards me, puts an arm around my shoulders and pulls me towards the sofa where Mom was currently sitting. Robert sits on the opposite side of the table, across from Mom, and offers Trent a glass of juice. Trent politely declines and mentions how he hates sweets. Robert grins, and if he already knew the fact. Weird. But I don't think too much of it. Meanwhile, Vincent and Charlotte go off somewhere. Tracy, your daughters are quite the beautiful ladies. Especially your eldest. She has your thick, beautiful, long, dark hair and is tall and gorgeous. If you wouldn't mind, would you allow me to have her model my clothes? She said what now? Huh. I look at her in confusion and turn my eyes to Mom for answers. Mom laughs at my expression. She's a fashion designer. Oh, my sons hate wearing my designs. They don't like helping me out, and I'm their mom. Robert shakes his head, smiling. It's because you showed their past girlfriends the pictures of them as infants wearing your girls' baby clothes line. Big deal, they were just babies. And I needed models to advertise the line. My boys were adorable and sales boomed when the images went out. Trent frowns at that. I would never be caught dead in girls' clothes. Baby or not, where's Charlotte? Mom asked. She's probably Sue. I kicked Trent under the table and sent him a death glare. She's talking with Vincent, I think. Robert smirks. When you were a teen, your mom was often making guys fall on their knees. Mom mock gasps. Shut up, Robbie. Face it, Trace, you were such a hottie back in the day. Debbie laughed. Your mother was not only stubborn, but she had a sneaky tongue. If you messed with her, she would be kicking your ass to Neverland. This was something I didn't know about my mother. She sounded like a younger Gran, I thought. Is there anything else you'd like to tell us, Mom? You are not the woman we are learning about. I tease her. What changed? Mom rolls her eyes. I had kids. We stayed for another few hours, talking about Mom and Debbie's childhood, until Mom checked her watch and realized it was almost dinner time. We have to go, Debbie. My mom is probably wondering where we are. Diane is such a hoot. Tell your mom I said hi and visit me whenever she can. We live in the same town, but she hasn't spoken to me since you left. But she's talked about a lot in town, and I hear the gossip mill say how energetic and lively she is. Debbie and Robert stand as soon as Mom starts preparing to leave. Trent and I follow behind our mom. Please visit us at our home, Mom says, hugging them both. Celeste, can you find your sister? Robert walks behind the sofa. She's with Vincent, and if I know my son, he probably took her to the theater room. I'll text him. I'll bet you $20 they were already making out. Trent nudges me. No deal. There's no doubt my sister was already in the process of making Vincent fall for her. Charlotte tends to fall for guys fast, and Vincent caught her eye like a bullet hitting a bullseye. Please come over again. And Celeste, if you or your sister want some clothes, I'll give them to you for free. Consider it Mom's best friend discount. Thanks, Debbie. I smile, and she offers me a hug. Call my auntie. I'm practically your mom's sister. Charlotte appears out of nowhere with Vincent. The two have only known each other for a few hours, and already they seem like they've been dating for years. Vincent has his hand resting on the small of Charlotte's back. He seemed to keep a decent distance, but their body language says something. He looks at my sister as if a dying man starving for water, and it makes me a little cautious, knowing they just met. It made me want to pull her away from him. Mom didn't mind, though. I think the thought of Charlotte maybe dating her best friend's son wasn't a big deal to her. Drive home safely, Robert said as we got in the car. They waved us goodbye until the gates closed. It never occurred to me before until now the gate didn't have a white flag. I don't know when I started this silly game of mine, but I've been counting the number of white flags I see. It reminds me of that car game I played as a kid. The color game. The player says, I see something, and then the color. The other players find the object with that color on the road. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I pull it out and see a message. It was from Charlotte. I look at her and she mouths read it. Unlocking my screen, I read her text. Vincent is so excellent. He was so kind and a true gentleman. I've never met a guy like him. After reading, I looked at her. Just as I was about to say something, she put her index finger on her lips and pointed at her cell, telling me that our conversation would be continued through text. Me? Wasn't he a bit too forward? Perhaps you should take things slowly and get to know him a little better. Her lips press, and she types furiously to help with my message. He likes me, like a lot. She sends it with a happy face emoji. Not to break her happiness, I send. I can tell, smiley face. That small reply makes her burst into an excited squeal, and she enthusiastically extends her legs, accidentally kicking Trent's chair. It spooked Mom, and the car jolted. Trent was asleep when the car stopped, but now he was screaming curses and sporting a fresh bruise across his forehead. Charlotte, what the heck? Trent snapped. Mom calmly patted his arm. Stop, no arguing in the car. Charlotte, don't ever scream in the car. You are lucky there is no one else on the road. Sorry, Mom. We arrived home before 7 p.m. The gate opened without Mom having to buzz the doorbell. Looks like Gran is expecting us, Trent commented. She put the flag up. Charlotte pointed at it. It looked like it needed a good wash. There were stains on it. Finally, Gran ran out of the house with a piece of bread in one hand and a butter knife. Oh my God, Mom muttered under her breath. Doesn't she know you're not supposed to run with sharp objects in your hand? Trent shook his head. She really must love jam, I said, and Charlotte chucked. Too bad, because she isn't getting all of it. Eating jam and bread at night for a person her age is bad. Her blood sugar will shoot up while sleeping, and she could go into a coma. I'm only giving her a teaspoon. Mom parked and rounded the car quickly so that Gran wouldn't get the jam before she did. Damn you. Gran shouts. You can't deprive a woman of her pleasures. I'm going in. I'm not going to hear any more of this, Trent groans. He passes Wyatt as he goes into the house. I'm preparing the late dinner. Wyatt informs us and walks back into the house, heading to his kitchen. Let's help Wyatt with dinner, Charlotte. I don't know. Watching Mom and Gran wrestle out for the jam is kind of hilarious. Come on. Fine. Trent meets us by the door with a gleam in his eyes. I forgot something. Charlotte, did you and Vincent watch a movie together? Yeah, we did. Why? You played tonsil hockey with him, didn't you? Trent grins devilishly. Charlotte's face turns bright red. I did not. He turns to me. She did. He extends his hand to me. You owe me $20. I shake my head at him. I said I wasn't betting. Chapter 3, It's a Waffle. Someone making a waffle. What? What is that? Trent. Mom scowls. Sorry, it's not a person making a waffle? Then what is the hedgehog? He groans. Checkers. Chess. Playing chess. Gran yells. I nod my head and point one finger. I think one word is playing, right? Charlotte asks. I nod. Yes. Charlotte laughs. I still think it's a waffle. Trent crosses his arms over his chest and sits back down on the sofa, disappointed. Gran bounces up and down, blocking Charlotte's view. They're playing with fishnets. Who knew playing Pictionary in the living room would connect us as a family? Mom and Gran weren't arguing, and my siblings haven't physically clashed with each other. However, just to be safe, I've purposely sat between Trent and Charlotte just in case. Up at bat, or in this case, the whiteboard, Trent was drawing some unworldly thing. To me, it looked like a fly swatter. Mom is the current score and timekeeper. Time's up. Mark down. Mom yells. Dang it. No one ever guesses right. I hate this game. Trent slams the marker on the coffee table and groans to the couch. Mom glares at him again. 2 words soar. Loser. Gran mumbles, and Charlotte gives her a high five. All right, game over. First one to get 25 points and 25 words guessed correctly is Celeste. Mom announces. Gran makes a loud woot noise. I comically bow to my audience and blow flying kisses. Everyone claps except for Trent. No fair, she's an artist. Of course, she would win. My brother whines. Hear that, Gran? Charlotte cups one ear, as if listening to something. Hear what, sweetie? I think my hearing aid might be off. Mother, you don't use a hearing aid. You never needed one. Mom starts to put the game materials away. Well, I seem to need it now. I don't hear anything. She looks at Charlotte questionably. Of course you do. She giggles more to herself. This was Charlotte on the verge of producing a lame joke. She wraps an arm around Gran's shoulders. You just heard a little piggy go wee 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 because he didn't get what he wanted. Trent crosses his arms and tilts his chin up. I'm not complaining. Believe what makes you happy, bro. Charlotte chimes. A few hours of peace were finally at an end. Stop it, you too, I tell them. Glad I was an only child, Gran says. Ding-a-ling-ding-dong, was that the doorbell? I ask. It was the strangest doorbell I've ever heard. Mom gasps. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. I invited Debbie and her family to eat lunch with us today. We hear a small smash. Charlotte dropped the basket of dry erase markers, and everything rolled all over the floor. She frowns at our mom. Mom, how could you? I can't let people see me with unwashed hair and house clothes. She storms out of the living room, up the stairs, and slams her door. Next time we should play charades. She would win drama queen, Trent mutters. Gran snorts. You take second place. His mouth drops, and I grab his arm to avoid another bicker. I tell him to help me pick up the markers on the floor. Did I do something wrong? Mom asks me. She was referring to the situation with Charlotte. Trent kneels and reaches for the markers that rolled under the couch. Don't worry about her, Mom. She's being a diva. You'd better get the door before they think we left them standing. Gran and I stood up at the same time. Oh, goody, Debs is here. I hope she brought something for me. She's much more caring than my daughter. I wish you were more like her, Tracy. She sighs. Mom clenches her teeth so hard that I could hear her teeth grinding. Oh well, I should go to the kitchen and prepare some treats. Gran makes her way to the kitchen. Need some help? I offer her. Sure, sweetie. You can help me reach up the shelf and get the saltine crackers. I think the week has expired, though, but that's not a big deal. We can serve it to them. That way we can get rid of them and not waste a penny. Trent and I look at each other, as if we're disgruntled by what we've heard. When you invite guests over, you're supposed to treat them with hospitality, not as garbage disposal. Mom heads to the door. Welcome. Mom's voice echoes, and we hear a collection of hellos and footsteps entering the house. Who's this? Mom says. My eldest son, Leonardo. We call him Leo. He worked long hours last night. That's why you weren't able to meet him, but here he is. Debbie sounded so chipper, I could imagine her smile. I find it a coincidence that both her sons are named after 2 famous painters, Leonardo da Vinci and Vincent van Gogh. It's nice to meet you, Leonardo, Mom says. Please call me Leo. His voice was intense, deeper than anyone I've ever met, but it was also warm and not frightening. pissed Celeste. Gran waves her hand over my face. Aren't you going to help me? Oh, right, the crackers are on the second shelf in the food storage, which is located across the refrigerator. I'll get some apple cider stored in the bar downstairs. I think your mom bought a new pack this morning. At least that's not expired or old. When she left for the drinks, I emptied the bowl of stale crackers into a plastic bag and replaced them with chips. I searched the fridge for dip and prepared the sauce plate. I turned around with the bowl and sauce plate in my hands. My heart palpitates when I see Gran with 3 bottles of apple cider wrapped across her chest, standing inches from me, glaring at the chips and dip. Thought you could sneak past an old woman, eh? She slurs. Gran, it's not what it looks like. My instincts tell me to put my hands up, but with my hands complete, that wasn't going to work. I caught you dirty-handed. She reaches for the bowl. Before she could stop me, I dashed for the living room. Celeste, good afternoon. Debbie sees me first and grabs me for a hug as soon as I place the food on the table. Was it me, or was someone staring daggers at me? Good afternoon. I sit on the other couch with Trent and look over my shoulder to see if Gran followed me. She didn't, but I felt her watching. Look what I brought you and your sister. Debbie squeals, handing me a small cardboard box. I see 3 males sitting on the larger couch. One of them was Robert. I give him a friendly smile. Vincent's pupils anxiously move side to side, obviously searching for something or someone who has not yet come down from upstairs. The third person sat square, stiff like a statue. Legs wide, the way most guys sit, hands clasped together and elbows resting on his thighs. He glances at me for a quick second and looks away. Mom hovered over the box with a half smile on her face. It's not a live animal, right? Trace, it was only one time. I don't bring animals home anymore. Debbie puts her hands on her hips, frowning at Mom like a pouty child. Robert chokes on a chip and covers his mouth with his palm. His whole face turns red, and everyone rises to their feet to check if he is okay. Robert holds his hand up. I'm fine, he says between coughs. Leonardo, sitting to his left, pats his father's back. Are you sure, Dad? Just like Robert, Leonardo was built. Not overly bulky like a bodybuilder, but lean like a person who works out and runs daily. He had on jeans and a white t-shirt that emphasized every muscle on his upper body. He had the facial features of a male model. Square jaw, symmetrical features, and high cheekbones. This man is way out of my league, and I had all the instincts to avoid him. He gave me frat boy vibes. Robert grabs a napkin. Sorry, everyone, it went down the wrong pipe. Robert, you have to eat slowly, Debbie scolds her husband. Gran finally makes her grand entrance with a sparkling bottle of cider and a stack of cups on a serving tray. Sounds like someone has tuberculosis. Who is it? You better fess up now or I'm kicking you out of my house. No one is making me die younger. Debbie chuckles while Mom looks about ready to commit assault. Robert choked Diana. It's a good thing you brought some juice, Debbie says, then stands up to help Gran by taking the heavy refreshments off her hands and onto the table. I didn't miss the way Gran looked at Mom with a told-you-so expression on her face. So what do you do, Leo? Mom completely changes the subject. As if noticing me staring, Leonardo glances at me and holds his gaze. His crystal blues stun me before he turns his head to answer Mom's question. I was suddenly breathless, but in a fearful kind of way. I work as an official. Kind of like a second-in-rank officer. So a police officer. You look so young to be second-ranked. I mean, don't they usually give that position to senior officers? Mom appeared impressed. I'm not trying to sound rude, and sorry if I am, but if you don't mind me asking, how old are you? You're rude, and he doesn't mind you asking. Gran places the tray on the table and takes a seat next to Trent. Leonardo's smile could break icebergs. It was that stunning. I don't mind. I'm 25 years old. Debbie smiles proudly. Kids grow up so fast. You can say that again. Gran sighs. Tracy grew up as soon as she learned how to pee in the toilet. Even in diapers, she thinks she's an adult. Mom points her finger at her. Mom, can you please stop being inappropriate? Robert clears his throat and stands up. Can someone point me to the restroom? I'll take you. Trent volunteers. I'm heading up to the entertainment room anyway. You guys want to come? He asks Leonardo and Vincent. Vincent immediately gets up. I do, he says in relief. Boys can never sit still for more than half an hour. I'll stay here, thanks anyway, bro, Leonardo says to Trent. Mom, Debbie and Gran continued their conversation in the kitchen while they prepared lunch. I find myself alone with Leonardo preparing the dining table. I reached up the cabinets for the stack of plates, and although I could reach them, I used a small stool to give me an extra lift. The glass cups were on the second shelf so that the stool would be helpful to eventually. Usually, Wyatt prepared the table, but since this was the weekend and Gran wasn't alone at home, Mom let him have the weekend off. He looked like he needed it. Gran is quite the handful, and I admire him for the decades he's dedicated to working for her. I got the plates and slowly took a step off the stool. When I turned around, I was looking at a white wall. I'll get the cups. I look up and see Leonardo staring down at me, face full of amusement. Man, he's tall. Thanks. He places the stool back where I got it. If you need something on the top shelf, don't hesitate to call me. Most of my friends work as firefighters, police, and EMTs. We receive emergency calls all the time about people accidentally falling while reaching for items on top shelves. I'd hate for you to be one of those phone calls. I grin. Glad someone's got my back. His smile broadened. All in a day's work, miss. Did that sound like a flirt? I hope not. We set the table for 9 people. When we finished, Leonardo pulled out a chair for me to sit. He wanted us to talk, something I wasn't keen on doing, but our moms didn't want us in the kitchen, and watching the boys battle it out on Xbox wasn't an option. Why he wanted to learn more about me irked me as something odd. Most of the time, he was the one asking, "How long have you been here?" This is the 3rd day. His brows perked up. How do you like it so far? It's great. I love how you can see the stars out here. Back home, I live in the city, and the city lights usually drown out the sky. The best view is out in the mountains, especially the peak. You can see the town, the sky, and the lake on the other side. It's a great view. His eyes look all dreamy as he speaks. There's a lake here? His mouth drops as if he has realized he said the wrong thing. Yeah, there is, but I've only been there once in my life. It's dangerous to explore the woods, even in the daytime. How come? If being in the woods was so dangerous, then why did people settle here and build a town? There are animals in the woods that may attack people. Well, duh. That doesn't stop people from camping. I used to camp with my dad all the time. I said, but the bittersweet memories made me feel sad. His eyes lower to the floor, and he fidgets awkwardly. I'm sorry about your dad. Mom mentioned it once. It's okay. It has been 15 years since, you know. I grin slightly. This may be a weird question, but do you believe in monsters? 25-year-old says what? His face looked so serious. At first, I thought he was joking, but he didn't surprise me by saying joking. Instead, still, I thought his question was rather weird. Under my bed or in my closet? There's a difference. I teased, hoping he was a great actor and fooled me. He reads my reaction and realizes I don't believe him. Did your grandmother tell you a story? Little Mermaid or the beast that kidnaps girls? My carefree behavior does not amuse him and leans forward, caging me in a corner. Look. He sighs and runs his hand down his dirty blonde hair. In this town, people believe that legend. For the people here, that story is real. It's been 25 years since the last missing persons case, and coincidentally, someone, a girl in her late teens or early 20s, gets abducted and never seen again. The police do their best to find them, but it's always brought them to a dead end. If this was meant to scare me, I'm nothing but. I was furious that he would attempt to terrify me, and if I were Charlotte, I'd have nightmares. Families of these lost girls mourn for a couple of years, but after a long time, they accept what's reality, that their daughter won't come back. But the strange thing is that after every kidnapping, the family is hit with good fortune. Family members suddenly earn more income, get promoted at work, or, strangely, get saved from a freak accident. Some very superstitious townspeople want their daughters taken. That bit of news makes me sick. Who would be okay with their kid being kidnapped? That's absurd. My mom would never sell me out or stand by as her child gets taken. I thought you were a cop? People of justice are not supposed to cause fear. I frown at him disapprovingly. He shakes his head feverishly. No. I'm not trying to scare you. I want you to be knowledgeable of what could. He searches the side of his head in frustration. Listen, tonight is an eclipse. Homes with girls between the ages of 16 and 25 traditionally hang a white flag during an eclipse. Over a century ago, rumors say a family retaliated when the beast tried to take their only daughter. The beast was not happy that the family tried to have it killed. The girl's father was almost bled to death from the animal attack. The whole family was critically wounded and found half dead the next day. It was a surprise that all of them lived to tell the tale. Ever since then, white flags were placed to plead the beast not to harm them, and it would not harm them back. I mouthed, wow. That story is a load of lies. I'm sorry, Officer Leonardo, but I'm not superstitious, and as an officer, you shouldn't impose fear like that. I think you're insane. Are you sure you're fit for your job? Expecting him to call me for insulting an officer, he surprises me with a grin. You got guys. Let's forget we had this conversation. He smiles radiantly like a different person. I just thought you deserved the full story. I tell visitors this all the time, and I watch their reaction. Yours is a bit unique. You pass, kid. He's 10 years too young to be calling me a kid. I'm 19. Not a kid, I point out. My mistake, miss. It will never happen again. He winks. However, you're not legally allowed to drink alcohol. I just wanted to clarify. I roll my eyes, officer, watch it. Your badge is showing. I thought you're supposed to be off duty. You know, girls as cheeky as you are usually sent to my station. He smirks. Oh? Then you better engrave my name on a plank across one of the cells. You may see me more often than you want. I know I told myself this guy is out of my league, but... He looks me over and smiles suggestively. Looking forward to it. When a hot guy flirts with you, you want to play along. Mom screams from the kitchen and tells me to call everyone for lunch. Leonardo tells me he needs to go to the restroom first, and I should go ahead and call everyone to the table. I find Trent and Vincent playing Xbox. Freshly washed and glamorized, Charlotte cheered for Vincent, who happily let Trent kill his character once I called them for lunch. He did that thing again, placing his hand on the small of Charlotte's back as he pulled her along to the dining room. Dude, you weren't even trying. Trent complained about the game. Sorry, man. When we got to the dining room, everyone was seated except for Leonardo. Can you look for him? He probably got lost. Mom said. This was a large house. Okay. I went to the nearest bathroom, and just as I arrived, I saw the doorknob twist open but stop midway as a cell phone rang. Hello, I shouldn't be eavesdropping. Yes, I'm here right now. I met the newcomers. 2 daughters of the same age, yes, they're informed. HM. The grandmother placed the flag. I will be attending the shift tonight. Everything will run smoothly. Yes, sir. See you then, Alpha Gray. Did he say Alpha? What the hell is going on in this town? Chapter 4, that awkward moment when you get caught eavesdropping. Like a deer caught in headlights, I stared at him with my eyes wide and my stance frozen. A few seconds later, my mouth starts working. Hi. Everyone is waiting on you. Slowly, he tilts his head, crosses his arms, and narrows his eyes on me as if surveying. Alpha. He was obviously not talking about isometric compounds or the first letter of the Greek alphabet. The only other explanation my theoretical brain came up with was that Alpha was some police code. Like code for boss. A while ago, Trent and I watched an action/thriller about a rogue SWAT member. The rogue's teammates addressed him as Alpha because he was the strong and assertive leader of the group. That's probably what this was all about. Leo got a call from his boss, Alpha Gray. I imagine an older man with a nasty scar across his face. Add a hook for a hand, and he could be a pirate too. But why was Leo telling him about my family? My sister and I, in particular. He said the person on the phone that Gran had put the flag up too. Chills ran down my back as I thought of horrible scenarios. Why the hell was this town so creepy? Get a hold of yourself. You're being overly paranoid. I'm starting to sound as crazy as this cracked-up town. We shouldn't keep them waiting, I say, avoiding eye contact, because I really didn't want him to question me about having heard his phone call. He grabs my wrist before I walk away. Did you hear anything? Shit, too late. I pull my wrist back and glare at him mockingly. Did I just get assaulted by an officer? He flinches. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to grab you like that. But I'd appreciate it if you answer my question. Trying my best to sidestep the topic, I say, if you're telling me you hear dead people, I'm seriously going to slap you silly. Legends, beasts, and now ghosts. I don't want to listen to you anymore. It's like he doesn't know how to handle me. He clears his throat. I mean, did you hear what I said on the phone? I tilt my head to the side to act clueless. What are you talking about? He studies me for a few seconds as if trying to find some clue on my face. At first, I thought the pounding in my brain was the sound of my heart losing oxygen from holding my breath, but then I realized the noise was Gran doing what sounded like cartwheels upstairs. Gran's footsteps were always loud, even at night when she walked across the hallway to the restroom. I don't understand why she does that when she has one in her bedroom. What was that? Leo looked at the ceiling. Giant possum, I lied. Note to self, I owe Gran for that well-timed distraction. What? I'm kidding. I tug on his shoulder. Come on, the food's possibly already cold. This time, he follows, and soon as we get to the dining table, I see the chicken completely torn apart, as if a group of wild animals had attacked it. Everyone was engrossed in their meal and conversation, too engrossed to notice us sit down. Vincent and Charlotte sat looking at each other, happily enjoying one another's company. Trent and Robert were talking about medical herbs, much to my surprise. My little brother was participating in an intellectual conversation, using big and serious words. I was speechless. Mom and Debbie laughed every minute about something that didn't sound amusing. When Leo and I sat in our seats, I politely asked Mom why Gran wasn't at the table. Debbie smirked. She got excited after I gave her a collection of my company's new threads. Every season, my fashion designers receive new materials for their clothing lines. By the end of a season, I collect the extra material that they throw away and save it for Diana. Your grandmother loves sewing things up. When I handed her the box, she lost her appetite and ran upstairs. Maybe I should have given them to her after we ate. There was a surprised look on Mom's face. I didn't know Mom liked to sew. Debbie placed her hand softly on Mom's arm. After you left, she took on that hobby. She's surprisingly good at it. She once gave me one of her handmade bags. I'll show it to you sometime. I use it at work sometimes, and the girls at the office find it adorable. There was a slight remorse on Mom's face. I should go up there and bring her food. It's not good for her to skip meals. She left the table with Gran's plate and went upstairs. Are you guys ready for tonight? Debbie asked, silencing the table. What's tonight? Charlotte took a sip of her water. I groaned, wishing people would keep that topic under wraps already. My sister was the one person I didn't want getting mixed up in all this. Debbie was referring to the same thing Leonardo had informed her of earlier that day. Vincent leaned back in his chair and blew a frustrated breath. I don't know what his problem was, but we shared the same expression. Pure annoyance. Do you also believe in that stuff? I questioned Debbie because she would be the last person I thought believed in that crap. Are we talking about that story Gran told us about? Trent leaned forward to see me from a couple of seats away. Yes. Charlotte grimaced like she didn't want to talk about it. After the first night, she finally slept in her own room and not her mom's. Looks like she will be going back tonight. Robert glanced at his wife and took a sip of his glass of water. As if sensing her husband's disquiet, Debbie's arm moved under the table. Your mom and I would always laugh at that silly story. She giggled. So you believe? I needed a closed-ended answer. It was either yes or no, and I hoped she said the latter. Yes, she nodded. I repeated the same word over and over again in my head until I thought I was losing my mind. You can't be serious. Trent took the words right out of my mouth. We're not exactly thrilled about it, because we've just heard about it. But I'm sure Gran prepared for it because she put up that flag, so my sentence trailed off. Debbie tucked her blonde hair behind her ear. I know it's silly, but in this town we kind of consider it as some sort of holiday. Mom, are you kidding me? Vincent shook his head. It's more of a pack thing. Leonardo elbowed him in the ribs. He's going to have your ass if he hears you say that. I don't think he meant for anyone to hear him, but I sat right next to him. The whisper was fairly audible to my ears. Leo, Debbie sent her son a warning for cursing. Apologies, Mom, he replies, sending a side glance at Vincent to warn him too. My thoughts are still preoccupied with what Leo said to Vincent. Who's he? I ask Leo directly. Leo let out an irritated sigh. He who shall not be named. Lord Voldemort? Charlotte giggled, not snorted, because Vincent was near her. Leo nearly rolled his eyes, but instead smirked. No, not that guy. He looked at me again. It's not important, Celeste. Please no more inquiring. It involved my job, and if I tell you, I'd have to kill everyone in this room. A few seconds of silence. Leo smiles. I'm joking, but seriously, I can't talk about work-related things. It's private information that I'm not allowed to disclose. Sorry. Debbie chose that moment to drop her fork. Dear me, I'm so clumsy. Mom came hustling back, slightly flustered and upset. I gave her a curious look, and she mouthed, later. So, how's the meal? I hope the salad is okay. I sprinkled a little apple vinegar on it, she said to everyone. It's delicious, Tracy. Stop worrying and sit down. Debbie pulls back Mom's chair. After lunch, Debbie and her family stayed for half an hour until Leo got up and said he needed to leave for work. Leo got up and clapped his hands together. Sorry to ruin this party, but I have another late shift tonight because of the eclipse. My team and I work overtime on days like these to make sure no one gets hurt or runs into trouble. Ironically, the cops work late and a girl still gets kidnapped, I thought. I wanted to tell him that he doesn't do his job correctly, but that would be insulting him. Something about this guy makes me a little hot-blooded and not in a good way. His attitude makes me want to punch him in the gut. You have my number. Call me next time you want to hang out. Vincent says to Charlotte, who blushes like mad. He neither tried to kiss her nor hug her, but he touched her shoulder lightly with his palm, the same way he places it on the small of her back, and it looked intimate enough. Gag me, Trent says under his breath and walks back into the house. Gran left her room a couple of minutes ago, and now she's sitting across the couch, waving Debbie's family goodbye from the open window. Thanks for the materials, Debs. Anytime, Diana, Debbie says while giving her mom a big hug. Bye, Tracy. Robert clasps his wife's shoulder. I should tow her away from you before she decides to hang for another whole day. Mom laughs. I know she would. You guys are no fun. Debbie frowns. I see Leo straddle his bike outside, and he flips the screen on his helmet up. He looks at me and waves for me to come over to him. I shake my head, and he rolls his eyes. If you ever need me, call my direct line. 911, the operator will page me as soon as you call. He yells over the sound of the motor. He holds his hand up as he leaves our driveway, leaving before his family. We've just met, and he's already pushing my buttons. My mom and Gran look at me knowingly, and I blush in mortification. Knowing her son, Debbie ignores him. He's probably had more relationships than the fingers attached to his hands. Robert shakes his head and nudges Vincent's back, telling him to get in their car. Vincent hadn't kept his eyes off Charlotte since they got here, and now he's having a hard time leaving her. Cue the ahs. It will be hard to watch them say their goodbyes when we leave this town in a couple of days. We initially planned to stay here for 3 weeks to visit Gran, and then we'll return to our routine lives in the West again. I can already imagine having to tell Charlotte in the car and locking the door to make her leave this place. Bye, Celeste. I hope we see each other again soon. Debbie hugs me tightly. Stay safe. She whispers in my ear so softly, perhaps I imagined it. A beautiful young woman like you, a man can't resist. She kisses the side of my cheek before getting in their car. Like mother, like daughters, Mom said, smiling. She wrapped her hand around my waist the way she did Charlotte in her other arm. Bye. We say one last time. They drive away in Robert's black sedan. That night, I grew nervous by the hour. After dinner, while helping Mom wash the dishes, I asked her, "Mom, you lived here for a while. How come I don't hear you talking about that silly story everyone talks about?" She places another plate into the dishwasher. "Everyone." I nod. "Debbie and Leonardo talked about it." "Not Debbie too." She groans. "It's not true. Don't worry about it." "How do you know?" I feel stupid for even saying it, but I wanted to hear Mom's rational explanation. "That is another reason why I left this town. The people here are very superstitious. I can't explain why girls go missing, but it's hypocritical that an animal would be the reason for it. Right?" I smirk. When I got to bed that night, I closed the window. I didn't feel like leaving it open tonight. Charlotte asked to sleep in Mom's room, like I had expected. The digital clock by my bedside reads 10:45. My brother and I usually don't sleep at this time, so I feel somewhat relieved that I wasn't the only one awake. A knock startles me. My heart thumps like a jackhammer against my ribs. "Are you sleeping?" No, if I were sleeping, I wouldn't be answering. My door opens a crack, and I see Gran's head peep inside. She sees my eyes bright and wide awake. "I just wanted to make sure you're okay. You're sleeping alone tonight, like I've done in the past 2 days and almost all my life." "I'll be okay, Gran." I'm not afraid like Charlotte. She crawls up to me and sits on the side of my bed. "That's what I'm worried about." "What are you talking about?" She's wearing one of her sleeveless nightgowns, the typical outfit a grandmother would wear. "You're just like your mother, stubborn, smart, brave, honest, and independent. Don't tell her what I just told you." A smile stretches my face. My lips are sealed. "But I see some parts of me in there too." She points at the area above my heart. "I see the fire in your eyes just waiting to be set free. You're like a young bud yet to bloom. Very poetic." I point out, "Don't be sassy with me, young lady." She winks. "You're hilarious, Gran. I'm glad I got the chance to finally meet you." I hug her and she happily hugs me back. 19 years too late, but right back at ya, darling. I'm glad I have amazing grandchildren who are all little pieces of me. She lovingly tangles her fingers in my hair. "Are you planning to stay up for the eclipse tonight? I hear it's starting exactly at midnight." "I'm not sure." She nods absent-mindedly. "If I were young again, I would, but at this age, I'll probably sleep with my eyes open if I tried. I had better get going now. I don't want your mom stealing my jam for keeping you up all night. Sleep tight, love." "Night, Gran." "Night, Celeste." It took a while, but my eyes started to feel heavy. He stood inches away from me, taut muscles gleaming against the light of the full moon. I have never met this man before. We were in the middle of the woods. His face was veiled by the shadow of the tree above him. I watched him, feeling cautious as to what I was doing here. My arms tightened around me as my body quivered, but I couldn't feel the cold. His arm flexed, and I saw him lift his palm, offering it to me. I shook my head no. "My precious." "Mine," I awoke, grasping for air. Pulling down the blankets, I got up and sat at the edge of my bed facing the window. My whole body was drenched in cold sweat. My heart was working on overload. Maybe I should go downstairs and get a glass of water. I got up and went to the kitchen. When I came back, I set the glass on my bedside table and tried to make myself comfortable in bed again. From the corner of my eye, I see the green illumination from my digital clock. I turned to my side and grabbed it. When I looked at the numbers, it read 12 o'clock midnight. Gasping, I looked out the window and realized it was completely black outside. The only light in my room came from my clock. The eclipse has started. For some reason, the fact makes me feel jittery. I look at the window once more and blink 3 times when I see 2 pairs of bright yellow dots staring straight at me. It's just fireflies, I tell myself. Glancing again, they were gone. Fireflies. Calm down, it's just a silly story, I tell myself. An ear-tingling scratch makes me cringe all over. The window remains closed, but I feel my skin prickly as if a gust of wind just passed by. I gather my blankets tighter around my body and shut my eyes tightly. My ears pick up the sound of shuffling and clicking against the hardwood floor. At this point, I knew my head was making things up. I peeped out of my blanket and saw nothing. It was too dark to see. The lampshade shakes when my hand bumps into it as I search for the on switch. It's as if I feel something breathing along my arm. I recoil back like an elastic band. Nearly swearing under my breath, I sit up. Trent, is that you? A growl coming from the front of my bed virtually has me leaping. I hit my head on the bedpost, and now it's pulsating. Trent, this is not funny. I hear clicking again. When I find you, you're going to be sorry. Hopping off the bed, I circle around my bed searching for my twerp of a brother. If you don't show yourself, I'm going to wake Mom up. I threaten. That will surely scare him. Something soft, cold, and wet traced patterns down my bare leg. I stood stunned as a statue, trying to figure out what that something was. My hand reached down and I felt something soft, furry, and not belonging to my room. The thing whimpers. My foot instantly kicks out, and I hit whatever it was, making it yelp. Gran doesn't have a dog. I freak out and run towards my lamp, turning it on. Never in my life would I imagine seeing a half-naked guy standing in my bedroom. Oh, shit. The half-naked jerk smiled, showing off his delectable dimples. Body lean and hard, short hair, dark black, and tousled like it hasn't been combed. You, he says. What the hell are you doing in my bedroom on private property? I don't give him the chance to answer before I gasp. How did you get in here? I panic, unconsciously covering my chest, then panic a little bit more when I realize I'm not wearing a bra and have on only a tank top and short shorts. He knows I'm about to scream and lunges. He covers my mouth with his palm and pulls out a cloth from the back of his pants. He uses it to gag me. Believe me, I struggled, but he was too strong. I can't see what's going on anymore. He covered my eyes, too. Arms slide underneath me and haul me out the window, kicking and flailing. Everything happened so fast. Oh my God. We are on the second floor. I close my eyes on instinct as I feel gravity pulling us down. My screams are muffled over the cloth. When I thought we died, I felt the force of his feet hitting the floor. My body vibrates from shock. This man is not human. No one could survive jumping that high and walk away as if it were nothing. He sets me on my feet and grasps both my wrists. I'm trembling as I sense his movements. The cloth around my eyes loosens, and one eye peeks out. It was freezing cold outside, but the cold was the least of my worries. It was too dark for me to see him, whoever he was. I look up and notice a crescent moon. The eclipse was barely over. My common sense flicks back, and my first instinct is to fight back, kick, punch, and knee, but nothing was working. I couldn't quite register the sound, but I swear I heard him chuckling as I struggled to kick his ass. Out of breath and tired, my knees collapsed. His muscular arms haul me over his shoulder, and I grunt when his shoulder bone digs deep against my hip. This was not happening. I could not grasp the situation. I accept being insane as long as this was all a figment of my imagination. My body started bouncing as he ran towards the woods. With a tilt to his head, he lets out an animalistic howl. Every half-century in a small town hidden in the woods, a beast comes out from the forest to claim his bride on the night of an eclipse. The people call this phenomenon the taking. This beast is said to be very dangerous. He roams door to door searching for the woman whose being calls to his animal instincts. He will kill, mutilate, and destroy everything in his path until he finds his bride. In the past, the citizens have tried to hunt the creature and kill it before it can steal one of their marriageable daughters, but the beast does not hunt alone. He has followers among the shadows to make sure his goal is accomplished. Once he finds his bride, he carries her back to the forest where she is never seen or heard from again. Gran's words plague my mind before I faint into unconsciousness.
Chapter 5. A drop of liquid falls on my cheek and jolts me awake. The first thing I recognize is that I'm extremely cold. Every inch of my body was covered in a blanket of cold air, and when my brain registered the feeling, my body began to shiver furiously. When I looked around, I saw trees, and more trees. I was growing increasingly tired of being surrounded by trees. The back of my head ached, and I could sense the bump forming there. When did I bump my head? Beneath me, I feel dirt sticking to my clothes, rubbing against my skin and fusing in my hair. How did I sleep through the whole night? What happened to me? I can't even remember. Was I still dreaming? Being in the middle of the forest, lying here, I pray this is all some horrible nightmare. I recalled memories of the night a guy interned in my room, and when I was carried out of the house. That was all a dream, right? I must still be dreaming, then, if I'm in the middle of the forest all alone. Lucid dreaming, that's what they call it when you are conscious of being asleep. If this was a dream, my kidnapper was nowhere to be seen. I don't know whether to be thankful or afraid that he could come out and hurt me. For all I care, I hope he ran off a cliff. Something rushed behind me. I turned around and paused, stunned. Oh boy. 5 feet away, a big black wolf sat staring at me. Its long pink wet tongue hangs out of its mouth, and both rows of sharp teeth point in my direction. It was staring at me. Its blue eyes were so beautiful, I could see the pigmentation from the distance between us. They were so expressive and human like that for a moment, I thought he was going to speak to me. Wolves talking? What am I thinking? It shifted, letting me see its entire length. It was huge, like the size of a full-grown tiger, which could break me like a tiny twig. Once it has me, I will probably be no more than a snack. Remember, this is a dream. I reminded myself. Then why was I cold and shivering? While I'm lost in thought, the wolf takes a step closer. In an instant, I hold myself up using my elbows. With my feet and arms, I crawl back in an attempt to inch away from the wild animal. Easy there, Fluffy, I say to it. Like a person, it growls at the nickname I gave it, and I jolt back in fear. Its bark has me whimpering, and tears fall down my cheeks. That's when it clicked. This is real. Oh God, how did I get myself into this mess? Did I get carried out of the house by a senile lunatic who wanders into people's rooms in the middle of the night? He left me here. To die? I don't want to die yet. I start crying. I want to go home. Please don't. Don't come near me. I yell at the animal as if it could understand me. The animal starts walking in slow circles around me. From the side, I can see that the dog is male. Great. You're going to eat me? I don't taste that great, not that I've tried. I can't believe I'm talking to a dog. It barks and growls low. Its muzzle wrinkles as it shows me its sharp, pearly white teeth. It won't be clean once he bites me. I stumble back a little and wipe my cheeks with the back of my hand. This is all that man's fault. I'm out here freezing in the cold. I'll probably die before you bite a chunk off my butt. Now I'm the delusional one. This town has finally affected me. Did it just roll its eyes? Can dogs roll their eyes? It walks towards the forest and pauses, looking back and gestures for me to follow. Perhaps I hit my head harder than I thought. It wanted me to follow it. My sanity is dwindling by the minute, and for a split second, I think maybe I already died. My kidnapper killed me, and this dog is some spirit guide taking me to the gates of heaven. Dogs did go to heaven. Huh. The dog barks commandingly, and that pulls me to my feet ungracefully. I almost stumbled back down. He gives me a look that says, if you run, I'm going to catch you. I scoff, do I look like I have anywhere else to go? He shakes his head. Someone slap me. Yup, I'm dead. Dogs don't communicate like that. I follow it, but walking through the forest with bare feet is nothing like walking in the park. My poor feet were going to have blisters. From the back of my mind, I'm wondering why I can still feel pain now. I'm supposed to be dead. Heck with it, I've never been dead, so why am I complaining? Where are you taking me? I ask him. If it talked, I wouldn't be surprised anymore, anyway. I'm officially out of my mind. He suddenly stops, and I almost run into him. I look around to see a spectacular waterfall. Blissfully still and silent, I awe at the magnificence, and ignore the dog vanishing into the trees. Below the waterfall, the water looked dark blue. Most likely, there was a deep underwater current that could pull a person down to their death. Like all beautiful things, they hold something so dark and dangerous. The spray of water pelts my body, and soon I have droplets running down my skin. My top and shorts start to feel moist, and I shudder from the cold once more. Running a hand through my unruly dark brown hair, I gather it around both my shoulders and cross my arms to keep warm. I search for the large dog. "Where did you go?" No one replied. I panic a little because I hate being left alone in unfamiliar places. Feeling another childish round of tears coming on, I lift my head back and groan. "Are you lost?" I turn my back on the sound of the voice. And for the second time in the past 24 hours, I'm struck by the sight of a half-naked man, again. "You," I hiss. "Me." He smiles and I'm caught by it like a fish hooked. Yeah. I should be thinking of strangling this man, but he was handsome to look at. Leonardo is handsome, but he couldn't hold a candle to this guy. This guy is perfection. I was almost ashamed to be standing next to him. He looked like a model out of a cologne brand, but younger. He was probably Vincent's age. A little older than me, for sure. His eyes were the most striking, clear blue eyes I had ever seen. His dark brown hair was messy, but it worked for him. And the abs. I had to avert my eyes from his grinning face to avoid staring at places. He knew I was looking. The smirk on his face was evident. The man didn't even hide the fact that he looked me up and down, smiling when he liked what he saw. I tightened my arms around my chest and stepped back. "Careful, you might slip and fall in the water. I don't want you to hurt your head again," he said. I frowned. "If I get hurt, it would be your fault. Why did you kidnap me?" "If I fall, it will be because of you." His brows perked up. "Is that last line a pickup?" "I have a few of my own, too." He cleared his throat. "Did it hurt when you fell from heaven? Angel?" He held up his palm as if asking for my opinion. "What's wrong with this guy? He kidnapped me, and he's acting like that's all right." I all but groaned, ignoring this hot idiot. "Why did you do this? Why are you here?" He wasn't smiling anymore. "Because you are here." My mouth dropped. "This is illegal." "Are you some psychopath? Are you planning to kill me? Are you planning to kill yourself and bring me along with you as some death bride?" My comments sounded crazy, but I don't care anymore. I gasp, realizing something else. Are we dead already, and this is the spiritual plane between life and death? Hold on a minute. He held his hands up in confusion. "We're not dead." I freeze. "I'm alive?" He nods and looks at me as if I grew two heads. I grin dryly and take a big, long breath before screaming like a banshee. "Help, help, help. This man kidnapped me and wants to kill me." I scream. I attempt to run, by sprinting towards the direction the dog and I came from, but a pair of arms wrap around me, caging me still. "No one can hear you. We are in the middle of the forest, a half-dozen miles away from town. It's just you, me, and a couple of people." People? That gave me hope, and I continued screaming. "Help! Help! Someone save me. These people follow me and obey my every command, so it's no use." He brushes a strand of hair away from my face, and I turn my head, avoiding his touch. Vincent was right. This is some pack. A pack of weirdos who are in some wicked cult. The words just slipped out of my mouth. Who said what? He sounded angry. That mutt's going to get it now. My eyes widened. You're going to hurt him, too? I completely disregard the fact that he knew who I was talking about. No, no one is going to get hurt, he sighs. He hauls me up his shoulder, and I fight, or try to. Please, take me back. My family could be looking for me. If you return me, I promise not to tell anyone. I plead, and that last part was of course a lie. I can't. And why not? Because, darling, you are going to be my bride. I gasp. You can't be serious? I'm not going to marry a kidnapper. Can you hear yourself? You're crazy. It's what needs to happen. It's part of the legend. A ritual that's been practiced by my family for hundreds of centuries. Crap, I'm with a nutcase. Look, you need a psychologist. Your family needs counseling. My mom works in a hospital, and I think we can arrange something. Just take me back to her. I'm not marrying you. He sighs and doesn't respond. He walks into the water, and I don't realize what's happening until he is submerged up to his hip. I squeal when one of my toes touches the freezing water. What are you doing? One of my hands grabs onto his hair and pulls from the roots. Kinky, I like, he chuckles. Slapping him upside the head wouldn't be a bad idea right now, if only I could do it without him dropping me. Stop, I can't swim. I lie. Really? Yes. That's okay, we aren't swimming. Before I could retort, he dragged me under the waterfall. I should have saved up my breath, but I screamed when we plunged into the water and swallowed a large amount of water. My hand loosened from his hair and floated up, taking my soul with it. If it weren't for how tightly he held me, I think my soul would have happily left my body. It wasn't even a minute past, and we resurfaced. He lifted me out first and gently placed me on a hard surface. I coughed and gagged, but the water heavily settled in my stomach. It felt like I swallowed a fish. I think I'm going to be sick. A hand rubs smooth circles across my back. You'll be fine. Don't touch me. The tenderness vanishes, replaced by harshness. He grabs me under my arms and yanks me to my feet. Dripping wet, water trickles down his chest and to his narrow hips. I swallow before looking him in the face. You're not how I imagine you'd be. He whispers, turning so his back is to me. At first, I think it's because he's angry, but I see the faint redness on his cheeks and look down to see my shirt completely see-through. I gasp and once again cross my hands over my chest. And what did you expect me to behave? Grateful you abducted me from my home? He scratches the back of his head. Quiet, scared shitless, I don't know, you're really robust. Did you just call me fat? I cross my eyes at him. No. He stutters. I meant, you are tenacious. If you don't like my attitude, then you should have kidnapped a featherbrain. He frowns and crosses over to me, grabbing my waist and leaning my body against him. I'm slightly uncomfortable with how touchy he is, but what do I expect from a kidnapper? He could be a molester. Before I pull back, he grabs under my chin. You are perfect and I couldn't have chosen anyone else better. Despite the cold, my body warms up from his words. I melted against him, basically molding into his body like a perfect puzzle piece. He moves his hand up my back, pulling my shirt along with it and stops below my shoulder blades. My heart hammers against my ribs, and I'm confused about the tingly sensations in my stomach. And it's not the water. The hitch in my breath causes him to smirk. See? We are compatible. He looks down, and I follow his gaze to our intertwined legs. Angry, I push him against his chest, pulling us apart. I just met you and I hate you. I hiss, keeping a safe distance between us. They say, there is a thin line between love and hate. I snort. I passionately love to hate you. You're cute. He says smugly. And you're deranged. Only because I'm crazy for you. I hide my blush by looking down. I'm blushing at my kidnapper. My world has turned upside down. I want to go home. This is your home now. He says flatly. In a cave behind a waterfall. Are you kidding me? No, if you'll cooperate, we would be home by now. He takes my hand and I try to snatch it back, but he tightens his finger to the point it almost hurts. That hurts you, jerk, I complain. Can you keep quiet for at least a minute? Good. I'm annoying him. No, he groans. I can't wait for you to meet my parents. My eyes widen. You're what? Am I on live TV? Because this is getting ridiculous. He doesn't respond and practically drags me deeper into the cave's darkness. When I hear the sound of squeaking little creatures, I completely shut my mouth. I hate small rodents and eight-legged insects. If you're scared, just wrap your arms around me. The tone of his voice sounded amused. Don't be so full of yourself. It was too dark to see his face, but I could imagine the dimpled smile on his perfect, devilish face. We didn't talk after that, and after what seemed like 15 minutes, I couldn't keep my mouth shut any longer. Do I get to know my kidnapper's name? He exhaled. I'm not going to hurt you. How many times must I say it for you to understand? I'm planning on marrying you. I'm not marrying you. Yes, you will. No, I won't. I'm not going to argue with you. Whether you like it or not, you will eventually marry me out of your own free will. By threatening me. That's the only way I would freely want to marry you. He smirked. One day we will laugh about this. In your dreams, bucko. Once again, I try to pry my hands from him. The more you struggle, the more I'm going to play dirty with you. Can this guy get any cockier? He still didn't tell me his name. If I survive, I know what name to say to the cops. Leonardo abruptly comes to mind, and I regret not believing anything he had said, or what Gran said. However, there was no beast, except that giant dog, but it didn't count, and the legend is a falsification made to cover up a crime. This man's family, for centuries, has kidnapped women for their so-called tradition using that stupid myth. We turn a corner, and I see a bright light at the end of the tunnel. I mentally laugh at my pun. I thought I was dead earlier, and now I see the light. Only I would see the humor in this crazy situation. The light illuminates the cave wall and shines across his features like a spotlight. Once again, I'm in awe. It should be criminal for a man to look that handsome. We're home. Welcome, my bride-to-be. He lets go of my hand and gestures for me to get out of the cave. I hesitantly take a step forward and stop looking back as if asking him if it's safe to proceed. Where's my feisty girl gone? He chuckles. He called me his. My stomach quivers. I'm not yours. I glare. For now, you're not, but our wedding will take place at the end of this week. He walks past me. I'm stunned. I'm sorry, I think I heard something strange come out of your mouth. Will you please repeat what you just said? I think I'm swearing more than usual. He laughs. You need to learn how to pay attention because I don't like repeating myself. I walk to the end of the cave and look around. More trees, go figure. He walks a couple of feet in front of me, and I consider whether I should turn back and run. As if sensing my intention, he says. The cave is like a maze. People from the outside have tried to go through, but they never come out. Most of them die in there. Hope diminishes. That means I can't go home. You're lying. You're trying to scare me so I won't think about leaving. He stops, and I almost run into him. I would never lie to you. The truth in his eyes leaves me speechless. I feel his hands intertwine with mine, and this time, I don't fight him. He surprises me by leaning down and placing a soft kiss on the side of my head. You two seem to be getting along. A familiar voice says haughtily. I look up. Leonardo is standing right in front of us with a stupefied expression on his face. You two know each other? I practically yell. Leo completely ignores my question. And I thought I could have you. For myself. I feel my kidnapper trembling next to me. Leonardo, don't play with me. Chill out, bro, I'm kidding mostly. My kidnapper didn't look amused. He snarled and grabbed the hem of Leo's gray shirt. If you touch what's mine, I'll personally rip you to shreds. Leo didn't look affected by the threat. Your beast is talking, Gray. Gray? As in the Alpha Gray that Leonardo was talking to over the phone last night? Gray took a long, steady breath and let him go. Don't provoke me, Leo. Remember what happened the last time you tried? Leo rolled his eyes. How can I? You left a scar on my back. The guys can never live it down, they call me your personal. Gray punched him in the stomach before he could finish his sentence. You little troublemaker. Leo coughed before crumbling to his knees. Let's go, Celeste. He holds out his hand for me to take. How did he know my name? Leo, of course. As a cop, he could have run a background check and given it to Gray. I'm not coming with you. Suit yourself, he shrugs and lowers down in front of me. Next thing I know, I'm hanging over his shoulder again. I think this is going to be our favorite position. He slaps my behind, and I yelp. Aren't you guys just cute? Leo says sarcastically. I glare at him. When I get my hands on you, looking forward to it, sweetheart. Leo winks. Gray bends down, and I see him pick up a rock the size of a baseball. He throws it directly at Leo's face, and it zips across the air like a bullet. To my utter amazement, Leo catches it an inch before it hits his face. Missed me. Leo grinned. Gray looked at him. It's not for you. Send the message to your little brother. His big mouth needs to keep shut. Leo switched his gaze to me. You told him about the cult thing? I nod sheepishly. Sorry. Why I apologized, I do not know. Go before you piss me off more, Gray said to Leo. Yes, sir. Leo mocked a salute and headed towards the maze cave. Hanging on Gray's back, I see we've walked a couple of distances from the cave. Not that I agree to your little proposal, but if you plan to marry me, we can't have any secrets between us. You, sir, have a lot of explaining to do. I poke him on his back. He stops and sets me on my feet. The blood in my head rushes down, and I unexpectedly feel lightheaded. Gray holds me down to steady me, and I grasp his arms. I look him in the eyes, and he signs me to look behind. When I do, I see a massive Victorian house 3 times the size of Gran's. This is our home. He pulls me into his chest and whispers in my ear. Chapter 6 First impressions are extremely important because they determine how people end up judging you. Usually, you would want to make the best first impression when meeting with the guy's parents, but in this case, it's a bit different. I want to introduce you to my parents. He says. Again, I looked at him like he was insane. Why does a pretty face like his have to be in the body of an insane person? You are going to introduce me to your parents? I repeat what he just said with disbelief. You're going to take me to your folks and say, "Hi Mom and Dad." I climbed into this girl's room and stole her from her house. She's with me against her will, why don't you say hi to her? He smirks. The way you put it sounds crazy. It is. I yell. He casually walks up the front porch and unlocks the front door. I'm home. Gray yells, and his voice echoes across the huge expanse of his house. He strides inside like a man who has just won $1,000 and not like a kidnapper about to take his victim as a hostage. Are you going to put me down? I ask, annoyed and still dangling over his shoulder. I feel my hands and feet are going numb from a lack of circulation. Nope, I kind of like the view. He laughs, and my cheeks burn in mortification and maybe, slight embarrassment that a good-looking guy likes my butt. Celeste. Don't be embarrassed when your kidnapper is hitting on you. What's wrong with me? Since I have nothing to do but hang here, I started staring at the nice hardwood floor. Like the rest of this house, they too were expensive and smelled like they were brand new. I hear footsteps and a few seconds later, a woman's soft voice. Grayson, you're back. Oh, so his real name is Grayson. Gray sounded kind of shady. The woman gasps as soon as she notices what he brought home. Hope blossoms in my chest, and I wait for the woman to freak out over the fact that he has me over his shoulder. Is that her? Is that her? Oh my God, what are you doing to that girl? Yup. Still casual. You could practically see the smile he had on when he responded to his mother. Oh my God. The woman sobbed. Finally. A reaction I have been waiting for. She must be crying out in outrage. Please help. This guy is insane. Oh, Bennett, get down here. Grayson's back. She shouts. Relief floods me. Yes. Finally, Grayson's going to get the punishment he deserves for his criminal act. I can go home and send him to some sort of rehab to sort out the thoughts in his head. Grayson, my boy. She cries. She's his mother. His mother. Yes, we all know your son has problems. Can you please tell your son to put me down? I can't see her Cosmo but is facing her on top of her son's shoulders. I do sense her walking closer, though, and to my shock, she leaps into him with her arms open wide and hugs us. Restraining him? It would be unbelievable if she were hugging him, but that's what this seemed to be. She had her head resting on his chest, and her legs weren't hanging. The awkward part was that I could see her face if I turned my head over my shoulder. I see her looking at me from over his shoulder, and I gawkily wave by twiddling my fingers. Hi. Her eyes widen, and she releases her son. Oh. Grayson, put her down. The poor dear is uncomfortable. More like scared out of my mind. Grayson gently sets me on my feet with clear disappointment. His hand stays longer than it should beneath the curve of my butt. Moving to my right, I step away from him, which gives us an arm's length of space. His eyes never leave my face, and neither does his smile. Instinctively, I smack him on the side of his shoulder out of annoyance, and it doesn't rattle him one bit. Just to rattle me even more, he wiggles his brows suggestively. Pervert. I swing my hand to hit him again, but he dodges it and catches my hand in his. His lips lift on one side, giving me a cocky half smile. A guy is allowed to ogle his fiancée. I'm not your fiancé. I yell at him. Yes, you are. He and his mom say in unison. I look between mother and son, like they're both aliens. What? I point at his mother. What's wrong with you? You are not creeped out by this? I gesture with my hands between us. Your son comes home with a stranger dangling over his shoulder. A stranger he kidnapped? His mother looked a lot like him, except she had slender features. He was tall with a muscular build. They both had on a mischievous smile and the same dimples. Grayson had her dark hair, but different colored eyes. While his were bright silver, his mother's eyes were a clear green. You're a guest in this home. She says matter-of-factly. I look at her with my mouth hanging open. This is how you invite people to your home? His mom giggled, and they shared a look of amusement. She's a firecracker. You choose well. She whispered to him. He smiled. I know. He seemed pleased. Why don't you take her to her room? Run her a warm, relaxing bath, and I'll have Lexi look for clothes she can wear. We can deal with introductions later. She instructed him. I'm in a house full of psychopaths. I'm stunned to stone. What the hell was going on here? These people weren't normal. I had to find my way out of this place. I search for an exit. You can't run away. You don't know the way home. He said, noticing my intention. I'm not staying here with you, I say. He simply nods at my response and extends his hand, offering me to take it. Come with me? His voice was a little softer as if talking to a frightened kid. His voice wasn't said out loud. I heard it in my head. Or did I just imagine that? Nonetheless, his open palm was right in front of me, waiting for me to take it. Without realizing it, my hand was already inching closer to his. Before I could take it back, he grabbed it and pulled me along his side. Once our hands touched, it was like my body was compelled to follow him. He was guiding me behind him, and all I could do was stare at his broad back. I was so transfixed by the strange reaction from our touch that I wasn't fighting him off or arguing. He stops in front of a door and turns the knob. Wait on, hold up a minute. Red flashes sprang up, and I dug my heels into the ground. I pulled my hand back, but he didn't let go. Instead, he turns around, wondering why I had just stopped him. Why'd you stop? He asks. You were taking me into your room, I said, the obvious. He arches his brow. Yeah, so what of it? I give him an "are you kidding me" look. I don't know you. You kidnapped me, you are forcing me here against my will, and now you're taking me to your bedroom. I think that's 3 strikes, I'm out. I shake my hand, trying to get him to loosen his grip, but he won't let go. Our arms look like jump rope together, swinging around back and forth. He studies me with a nod. I'm just showing you to your new room. Unmentionable things pop into my head, and I start to hyperventilate. Newsflash, bud. I never said I wanted to check in at this hotel. Do you not understand English? I've been telling you multiple times that I want to be taken back home. He finally lets my hand go. In a weird turn of events, he looks like he's about to cry. Your determination is quite admirable. I find myself attracted to you more. Holy, this man is beyond weird. I wasn't sure how to respond to that, but I kept a safe distance between us. He smiles, and his arms reach out for me again. I attempt to dodge him again, but ungracefully bump my hip into a table, causing some picture frames to rattle. Who puts a table in the middle of a hallway? You, okay, he asks, concerned. Shut up. Freaking hot. He says. I groan in annoyance. He doesn't get it, goes he? He lowers his head to peek at my face because I've lowered it. He disguises his laugh with a cough and playfully pulls at the hem of my shirt. It rolls up and exposes a little bit of my flat belly. I sweat him, and he grabs the fabric again like we were playing some sort of game. Let go, you're going to rip it. I argue. Then stop struggling. He teases back. Please, Grayson, if you're going to do the nasty, at least get a room. Another female voice says out of the blue. I turn my head to see a young girl. A teenager, probably a little over Trent's age. She has on a white V-neck top and a pair of ripped shorts with the front pockets peeking out underneath. She's blindingly beautiful, and I couldn't look away from her striking crystal eyes. They were rimmed with dark mascara that defined her long lashes. Any girl would look at her and be jealous of her black silk hair, full red lips and tall frame. She sure knew how to work that look intimidatingly. If she didn't have that passionately annoyed look on her face pointed at Grayson, I would have hated her more than I already did. I've come to hate everyone in this house so far because I knew they would not help me escape from him. We were about to go into my room. He gestures to his door. I glared at him. I don't want to go anywhere with you. The girl looks at me for the first time and gives me a look of pity. You're stuck with him for the rest of your life. No, I'm not, I snap back, but again I am ignored. Grayson rolled his eyes. Come on, I live with myself as a blessing. More like a curse, I muttered under my breath. This time I'm not ignored. She lets out a laugh. Grayson snarled. Celeste, this is my grotesquely annoying baby sister, Lexi. Stay away from her. She lives to torment me. That makes me want to get to know her more. She could be my ticket out of here. I thought. Lexi tosses a pile of clothes, and Grayson catches it. My clothes may not fit, but they will do until we can buy her some. It's nice to meet you, Celeste. I can tell we're going to be good friends, bond as girls, talk about boys, scheme a little something against Grayson, talk about him behind his back, you know, all that girly stuff. I want to agree with her, but that would mean I would be okay with staying here, which is not what I want to do. So instead of responding to her, I just avert eye contact. Scram, brat. I need alone time with my girl. I'm not yours, or your girl. Not yet, but you will be. He pulled me into his room and slammed the door. My heart dropped when I saw him lock the doorknob. The look of panic on my face must have finally clued him in that his actions are abnormal. He took several steps away from me to give me space. Relax, I'm not going to try anything you are not okay with. I closed the door because I didn't want my family bothering us. Bother us with what? You didn't have to lock it. I pointed out. I have 2 younger brothers. They haven't learned the concept of knocking yet. I don't want them to come in here while we want privacy. My eyes bulged. The more he talked, the faster my heart increased in pace in coherence with my rising fears. There are some people who are eager to meet you. OMG, he's into some dark shit. I feel like crying right now. He continues and hands me Lexi's clothes, which I'm supposed to wear. Hey, what's wrong? Don't cry. I'm not good at seeing people cry. He panics and starts searching for something to pacify me. Hey, I'm going to give you some space. I'm going to wait outside while you change into these. He gives me a pair of clothes. I'd rather wear my own clothes, I say between weeps. As I'm still drenched in cold water, it was probably a good idea to change into new clothes. You won't be comfortable with what you are wearing now. When we have time, I'll buy you new clothes. Chapter 7. I can see you don't believe me, and I completely understand if you don't. This is a lot to absorb. Grayson assesses me with somber blue eyes. He doesn't take action to approach me. Wise choice. I'd punch him in the face if he got any closer to me. I think of Leo. That scumbag is going to get a mouthful after I'm done with him. I can't believe he was in cahoots with this irritatingly good-looking nutcase. My fists clench and unclench at my sides. You can't be serious. You're a werewolf. I point at him and laugh dryly. That's the stupidest joke I've ever heard. My brother could come up with something more brilliant than that. He frowns. I'm not joking with you. I would never joke about something serious. I snort. Oh really, then prove it. You sure? He looks a little skeptical and rubs the back of his head with one hand. It might be too soon for you to see. I'm afraid I might scare you. He sounds believable, but he could be really good at acting. I can handle it. In all confidence, I place my hands on my hips, eagerly waiting for him to laugh and say he's kidding. If that's what it will take for you to trust me. He says with a smile on his face. Before we proceed, let me just say you look great in my shirt. You should dress like that all the time. I bite my lip and grasp the edge of his shirt, pulling it down. Shut up. I couldn't wear Lexi's shirt. I flush. Stop stalling and show me already. Eager much? He smirks. For whatever reason, I blush. Shut up and turn into a wolf already. Wolf, he corrects me. This is not an illusion, Celeste. My heritage links back to the first purebred Leakin, or as humans call them, werewolf. I interject, because honestly, he needs to check into an asylum. I'm sorry, but were you dropped on the head as a baby? Before I could even blink, he had my wrists gripped with both his rough hands. His head tilts forward. My breath becomes slow and shallow, afraid to breathe. A growl vibrates from deep within his chest, and his warm breath tickles my ear. I inhale sharply. I can feel his upper lip slide down the base of my neck, before his teeth gently graze it back up. A gasp escapes my lips when I feel the tip of his tongue carelessly trail a circle against my skin. What the hell are you doing? I yell and try to shove him off. Are you a freak? I feel fuzzy everywhere, and my knees suddenly feel as though they lost strength. If Grayson hadn't removed his hands from my wrists and held me against him, I would have probably toppled on his bedroom floor. Regrettably, it would have saved my heart from a coronary attack if I had. If he doesn't let go of me soon, I'm going to die, or kick him where it hurts. Chest to chest, legs tangled in a looped mess, I don't think it's possible to get any closer than this unless. As I was saying. His voice huskily puffs. Because of my family's lineage, it is essential that we preserve our line. And as the eldest son, I must make sure this generation lives on to the next one. However, I can't take on the responsibility by myself. That's where you come in, Celeste. Without you, I can't complete my life's mission. You are my survival, my people's survival. His words render me silent, and all I can do is remind myself to breathe. My thoughts are so scrambled right now, I feel like my brain has been thrown into a blender. The voice of reason drums throughout my head, but the beat of my heart echoes louder in contrast. Something about him compels me, and it scares the living daylights out of me. If shifting into my wolf is what it takes for you to trust me, then I will show you. Don't be scared, I would never hurt you. Too late, I was already scared. Grayson. What was I going to say? A rasped snarl vibrated from within his chest, then his shoulders trembled. His arms held tight like a constrictor. I felt like my ribs would crack at any moment. It hurts. I cried. He arched his back, and his forehead rested into the crook of my shoulder. But his arms didn't let go, he held on to me like his life depended on it. The pads of his fingers pressed deep into the planes of my back, and then something sharp replaced them. His nails felt like claws. Grayson, stop. I shook, trying to shake him off. You're mine. Don't try to escape. He hissed between clenched teeth, but his voice sounded strained. He didn't sound the way he did earlier. He sounded angry. The sound of fabric tearing caught my attention. I looked over his shoulder and to the planes of his back. The white shirt he wore stretched, then the threads stitched apart unexpectedly. The contours of muscles strained, and to my utter terror, his shoulder blades divided, and the deathly sound of his spine cracking inside his body made me want to vomit. He didn't scream. He didn't fall over. He was still alive. And he wouldn't let me go. Oh my God. This can't be real. Bile hitched up my throat, and I swallowed it, making me want to swallow it back up. The way his body twisted looked grotesque. Believe me, I screamed. I screamed as if the earth were shattering and I was standing on the last piece of solid ground. I closed my eyes and he sensed it. Open your eyes, Celeste. Please watch this from beginning to end. How are you going to be able to trust me? There was a hint of sadistic humor in his tone. Trust him? How do you trust a guy turning into a monster? When I didn't open my eyes, his arms unwrapped from around my back and his hands clenched my shoulders, pulling me back. Look at me, he growled. Swallowing, I opened my eyes and Grayson was gone. No, he was still standing in front of me, holding me, but this wasn't Grayson. This felt like a whole different person. His eyes were no longer blue, they were a bright, shining yellow, like a haunted moon. The look in them was pure possessed lust. Animalistic, if I describe it in one word. Look at me, he said again. His nails dug into my shoulders, and I cried from the hurt. Who are you? I was scared of this side of Grayson. He paused. Then suddenly he let go and threw his head back. I saw his teeth elongate before he growled and rolled to his side on the floor. He wasn't weathering in pain, not at all. He looked to be curling into a ball, preparing his body for a massive change. In less than 30 seconds, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. Feet, paws, mouth, snout, butt, tail, and skin, black fur. In front of me was a wolf. Chapter 8. Oh my God, oh my God. I repeated it for what felt like the 100th time. The gigantic beast, or should I say Grayson, barked as if snapping at me to shut up. My lips pressed together and I flattened my ass to the ground. Standing on all four paws, he walked closer, maniacally like a dark looming figure. Stay. Sit. Stop. Heel. I cried out a list of commands, while blocking my face with my hands and peeping through my shaking fingers. He snorted, ignoring me. His beastly form sluggishly took the vacant spot on my right side and sat down. The whole time I acted as though his touch could turn me into a puddle of water. He curled into a ball and rested his head between his front paws. If I moved away, he crawled closer, tormenting me. His human-like eyes curiously observed me. I looked down, he looked up. It was like he was saying, "Are you done yet? Are you kidding me?" How can I understand him? Using his front legs, he sat up and wagged his tail back and forth. I could hear the sound of his tail thumping on the floor in a steady upbeat rhythm. "You're that dog," I say flatly. He barked once and nodded. Common sense told me that human beings turning into animals was not logical, but neither was conversing with dogs. "Ha, ha, Grayson. Nifty trick, I know you're hiding somewhere." I could hardly hide the quiver in my voice. I desperately wanted this to be a joke. Even with what I just saw, my stubborn side, the part of my brain that I inherited from my practical mother, told me that there had to be a rational explanation to unravel this well-planned deception. If Hollywood can create cheap tricks, then who says other people can't? "Grayson," I screamed again. "Cut the crap and show yourself." The dog barked again, this time angrily, causing me to jump. His tail swished back and forth as if enjoying my crazy tirade. "If your dog attacks me, I swear, I'm going to call animal control to take it." A silly notion, considering I didn't have a phone with me and there was no way anyone could reach me. I pointed at the massive canine, and it stuck its tongue out, panting. Even from where I stood, I could smell its bad breath. Beads of sweat formed across my forehead when it finally dawned on me that Grayson wasn't going to show up and the dog could very well be him. "Grayson." I looked the beast in the eyes. "If that is really you, can you please?" I wasn't able to finish the sentence, but he somehow managed to understand. Next thing I knew, the dog hopped on the bed and burrowed under the blankets. "What are you doing?" The duvet moved around wildly, before human Grayson sprang up, naked. Can this guy ever not pop out of nowhere with clothes on? Thankfully, he had the sheet wrapped around his lower region. I gasped and looked away, after taking a quick glance at his upper body. I wouldn't be a healthy teenage girl if I didn't. Who could blame me? Sorry, the downside of being a werewolf is having to carry around an extra pair of clothes, he said, jumping off the bed along with the sheet, and grabbing his shredded clothes, which he threw into a trash basket. "Werewolf," I whispered, testing the word in my mouth. All those legends I heard of as a kid, witches, vampires, Bigfoot, mermaids, were they real too? Yep, that's what I am. He smiled sheepishly, then walked towards his dresser drawer and pulled out a new set of clothes. "If you don't mind, I'm going to change right here." My cheeks blushed red and I covered my eyes with my hands. "There's a bathroom right there. Why don't you use it?" I'm totally setting aside the fact that he was just a dog a few seconds ago. "You're going to have to get used to seeing me naked, darling." Each word dripped with pure amusement. Embarrassment and irritation fueled me to look up and throw him an evil glance. Completely forgetting that he was still changing, I got a good glimpse of an ass cheek before squealing inappropriately. 5 seconds later, I realized I was still staring at that said ass cheek. Laughing like it didn't matter, Grayson burst into a fit of hysterics, hacking his tonsils off until he had nothing left to let go. Most of the time, when I see a pretty girl eyeing me, I'd tell them to take a picture because it'll last longer, but you and I are forever, babe. You don't need to take a picture. He winked. Please stop. Stop what? He smiled coyly. Again, his dimples had my stomach fluttering. Why can't they go away? Stop trying to flirt with me. It's not working. That's the biggest fat lie I've ever said. And to make it worse, he didn't believe me. His blue eyes twinkled, and I swear, he could see straight through me like a CAT scan. I might as well have had a sign over my forehead saying liar. He puts a shirt over his head and pulls it down. Now that he has shorts on, my heart can rest easy with just a smudge. I clear my throat. Okay, so you're a werewolf. He nods. I am. A flinch, a twitch, or a curve of the corner of his lips, nothing. No indication that he could be lying. Even his handsome face was as serious as a Greek sculpture. Is Leonardo a werewolf too? His teeth clenched and his jaw stiffened. Yes. Why do you ask? I shrug. I'm just wondering. If Leonardo is a werewolf, then Vincent must be one too. Suddenly, a shiver of fear spreads through me for my sister's safety. I'm starting to realize how much you wondering makes me uneasy. Why are you suddenly asking about Leo? Do I hear a hint of jealousy in his voice? No reason. I want to know if I have a chance kicking his sorry ass for getting me in this situation. I mean, he obviously knew about werewolves the first time we met, and he didn't tell me to run for the hills. Grayson sighed heavily. If you ask nicely, add a peck on the lips, I'll kick his sorry ass for you. As if, kiss him? No way. He must be senile. I'm not kissing you. And I fight my own battles. Whatever, I'm still going to beat him to a pulp for flirting with you. One of his incisors peeked from between his lips, and I swallowed at the thought of it puncturing through my skin. Dear God, I hope he doesn't find out I flirted back with Leonardo just a tiny bit. You have no right. I'm not yours. I point out, narrowing my gaze at him. From the first time I sensed you, sweetheart, you were mine. His final note emerged as a growl. The vibration sent chills down my skin from the top of my head down to my toes. I tried my very best not to show him fear, but I had no doubt he could smell it. Crossing my arms over my chest, I inhaled deeply and said, I don't know if you know this, but I am a human being, and as a human being I have the right to live as I choose. I am neither something you can play with, own, or take advantage of. I want to leave this place, go home, and you and your hocus pocus or whatever can take a hike. I turned on my heel and headed towards the door, after mentally applauding myself for keeping my backbone. Hold on a minute. I feel the tug on my shirt. I look back to see him pinching the fabric between his thumb and index finger. With as much effort as I could afford, escaping his hold was impossible. Ironically, I felt like a dog tied to a leash. Let go, jerk, I screamed. No, that's when I screeched like a banshee and nearly broke the glass. Okay, maybe not, but if I had used a higher octave, I would have. Great. You've graciously announced yourself to the whole house. Grayson muttered. What does that mean? I struggled more, making it twice as difficult for him to bind me into his stiff, muscular arms. At the same time, I felt his hesitancy to crush me as if he could squeeze me like a tube of toothpaste. Touch my butt one more time and you're going to have to say sorry to your hand, mister. You are too freaking adorable. You know that. He sounded sarcastic, but at the same time, it felt like he meant it too. I grumbled loudly, letting him know how much I hated him, while hiding how much his presence made me feel sizzling warm. Again, his arms grazed my bare skin. The warmth and weight of him made my body aware that Grayson was not a boy, but a man. Grayson, it's your father. What happened? Did you mark her? The whole house heard her scream. Fists pounded at the door. Shit, Grayson muttered. I looked up and saw his cheeks turn a shade of red. What does mark mean? And why are you blushing? Grayson was bombarded with so many questions by voices from that side of the door, but none were answered, not even mine. Grayson, honey. Now it was his mother. I know you just found her, but I think it's a little too early for I didn't mark her. Grayson practically roared. The people on the other side were silenced. Someone could have dropped a coin on the carpet and we could have heard it. Oh, was his mother's only response until a curt giggle sounded after it. Lexi, go back to your room. Grayson shouted. You can't tell me what to do. She yelled back. Me neither. I added, loud enough for the people on the other side to hear. Grayson sent me a glare. The women in my life are bent on driving me insane. I pushed him against his chest, giving us a good inch of distance. I wanted more space, but it looked like he wasn't allowing it. I'm not going to be any part of your life. I spat out. Oh yes, you are. He bickered. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No, yes, please stop. You two are sounding like the twins. Bennett groaned. So, his father was also part of the group outside. I wonder how many people are listening. I didn't mark her dad. She screamed because I touched her. He explained. Inappropriately? His mom asked innocently. No. Both Grayson and I said in unison, and our faces were both bright red. These people are so lewd. Oh. His mom said again. That's good then. Though I expect my first grandchild after the wedding. Oh my God. Mom, it's not that easy, Grayson said. Stop. Stop. Sure it is. You stop. I clasped my face with both hands. Take me home. I want to go home. I cried. Grayson cursed under his breath and grasped my shoulders, hoping to calm me down. Look what you did, Mom. You freaked her out. I'm so sorry, Celeste. I didn't mean to. She appeared sincere, but at this point I didn't care. I want to go home. Crying was kind of foreign to me. The last time I cried was probably when my father died. I promised myself I would always appear strong in front of my mother and siblings, but they aren't here. I'm along with a werewolf and his whole family. I'm guessing are werewolves as well. I'm allowed to cry. My fingers start to shake and feel numb. It's like my lungs lose oxygen and I start to hiccup violently. Please don't cry. Grayson actually sounded worried. He sounds a lot like me the first time I had to babysit Trent when he was a few months old, because his mom had to return to work at the hospital after her maternity leave. We stayed at a neighbor's house, but the single couple had no experience taking care of a baby. I stayed up at night when Trent cried and received Charlotte's scolding when she broke all their plates. Without Dad around, we all had a hard time coping. Honey, once again, someone knocks for us to let them inside. Thankfully, Grayson got up and punched the door, telling them to leave us alone and he could handle the situation. When he got back, he squats right in front of me and pats my head affectionately as if I were a child. Celeste, let's make a deal. If you promise to behave and hear me out in the next 7 days, I promise to let you see your family. There was a catch to what he offered. But you won't let me return to them. No, he said flatly. I can only allow you to see them. Can they see me? No, they can't. Then, that's a stupid deal. I cried, punching him across the chest, but he didn't dither. Take it or leave it, darling. I'd rather die than be with you. My emotions manipulated my words. I could no longer grasp humanity after learning everything in one day. But something told me I've only heard half of everything he wanted me to know. There was that look on his face that expressed a person just waiting to spill his deepest, darkest secrets. I know because Charlotte has that face when she wants to tell me about the latest gossip at her school. Grayson grasped my face with both his hands and held my gaze in place so that our eyes would lock. Don't even joke about death. I swear to you, if you utter those words again, or anything like that, I will not leave your side even if it's for the bathroom. I gulped, staring wide-eyed back at him. He looked at me with utmost seriousness. I felt like a tiny mouse beneath his feet. Do you understand, Celeste? Never, I won't. It wasn't a lie. I would never do such a thing, but why did I have to assure him I won't? His warm hands were replaced by the cool air ventilating around his room. He sighed frustratingly, and even I felt a sense of relief. I'll think about allowing you to see your family again. But please give me a chance. I will never try to hurt you," he said. He sounded like some crazy kidnapper. The way he just took me and assumed I would happily go along with his plan. The flight that would take me, my mom, Charlotte and Trent home is scheduled in less than 3 weeks. I needed to find a way out of here before then. I might as well cooperate with Grayson while I plan my escape. Fine. His brows lift up in surprise. You're actually agreeing with me? His lips pulled up in a bright smile and his dimples deepened more than I had seen before. Yes, but I don't like it. Taking a leap forward, he crushed me into his arms, and my head buried into his chest. Parts of peanut butter his brother wiped on me transferred to his shirt. His nose buried into my hair. It felt bizarre having a guy sniff my head. Really awkward. But at the same time, I was captivated by his scent as well. He smelled wonderful, like woods, clean fresh air, and a musky man scent. He tugged at the tips of my hair. You smell like my soap, but there is a hint of strawberries. My shampoo. I could feel the smile form on his face. You smell delectable. I stiffened, while my heart struggled to keep blood flowing to the rest of my body. Would it be weird to say I could possibly be attracted to a giant dog?
Chapter 9. Grayson tossed me another clean shirt from his closet to change into, as I was currently wearing the peanut butter spread. Much to his disappointment, I changed in the bathroom. When I got out, I ran my hands down the dark blue graphic tee and grimaced at the print. An image of a woman in a black bikini, black fishnet stockings and red heels, straddling a flaming Harley Davidson. Underneath it said Ride M. Grayson is also wearing a different shirt. Not as provocative as mine, but he looked good nonetheless. He notices where my attention has drifted off. It's a gift from a friend. I never wore it out. Excuses, I thought, rolling my eyes at him. He sees my reaction and smirks. Don't like it? Why couldn't you have given me one of your polo shirts? You have a drawer full of them. They're folded neatly in the drawer, if you haven't noticed. My mom insists I wear them, but I don't like looking like a life-size Ken doll. I keep them nicely folded and untouched for a reason. Besides, I think that shirt looks great on you. In an instant, my face is warm again, and I look away to hide the obvious flush. So what's next on my kidnapper's agenda? He walks across the room to stand by the door and leans his back to it, crossing his hands. You make me sound so evil. The frown on his face makes me feel like the bad guy. His whole physique screams bad boy. And I don't think my pointing it out would enlighten anyone when one glance at him makes it plain and obvious. But if he's that clueless, I'll explain it. For one thing, you turn into a carnivorous beast, and you kidnapped me. I remind him again. He rolls his eyes as if it were no big deal. It's for the good of the community. What part? I shoot back. How does the community benefit from him taking me away from my family? The only logical explanation my head could think up is the food chain, and it involves him turning into that ginormous dog and eating me alive for the sake of the ecosystem. He shits me out. The bugs are happy. The rats can live their lives. Larger rodents can crawl happily knowing their previous meal was delicious, and dogs like him can eat good meat and kidnap defenseless girls like me all over again. It's the circle of life in a messed up PG-13 reality. Grayson shakes his head. A lot of things. He opens the door and, surprisingly, no one is eavesdropping on the other side. I expected a gaggle of people with cups against the door. Come on, we're going to meet some eager people. We have time to meet a few. Following behind him, I scurry like a rat because he walks in large, hurried steps. Are they part of your cult? He looks over his shoulder at me weirdly. How many times do I have to tell you? It's not a cult. We are called a pack. Like a pack of wolves? Yes. Yup. Definitely a cult, which practices voodoo witchcraft. That's why he can transform into a large, gigantic dog. Their pack is going to make me their sacrificial bride, or something, and he will eat me alive like Red Riding Hood. Didn't that happen in King Kong too? The girl is offered by the tribe people to the massive animal as a sacrifice so that the beast won't go crazy and harm them all. My face must have been transparent because he knew exactly what I was thinking. You're not going to be sacrificed or killed. I would never allow that. From now on, you will trust your life to me. Do I get a choice? Trust my life to you? In your dreams. Like I said before, I can take care of myself. He smirks before leading me to the stairway. We slowly climb down because Grayson occasionally turns around to face me as he speaks. Look how well you've been so far. He says sarcastically. Against a werewolf, you can't even stay on your feet. I easily carried you like a sack of potatoes more than once. My enemies lurk outside these boundaries. I'm a big deal among the werewolf community. There are other packs with people like me who enjoy trying to upset me. Taking you would upset me. Therefore, from now on, I don't want you wandering around without an escort or without me. There goes King Kong thumping his chest. Proves my earlier point. I thought no one could enter that maze. No human can enter that maze. I may have tight security in and out of this secret sanctuary, but there are cracks. Cracks. There was hope for me after all. Cracks? He lifts an eyebrow at me. Don't even think of turning those gears in your head. You will die in that maze if you try to escape by yourself. A werewolf can maneuver through it using his sense of smell. It happened only one time. A rogue entered the maze and got inside. What's a rogue? My curiosity gets the best of me, and I can't help but ask another question. His lips hardened in a straight line, and he looked at me, frowning. They are criminals kicked out of their pack. They wander around, causing trouble in the territories they encounter. Traveling alone causes them to turn mad with hate for those, like us, who are part of a pack. Who is the rogue that crossed the maze? He turned around, not hearing my question, or he chose to ignore it. You've met my father. As soon as I got off the last step, Bennett appeared out of thin air and smiled at us, and especially at me. Celeste, you look at ease. He was referring to what happened earlier when I ransacked Grayson's room and almost hit him with a pillow. I offer a half-hearted smile back, but if I stretched my lips wider, they'd surely crack. Instead, I looked like a person suffering from a bad toothache. Are you okay? Bennett asked. Why wouldn't I be? The twitch on my upper lip probably freaked him out. It's a bad habit of mine. When I talk to someone and I'm not in the mood to, my lip or my eye twitches. It's super weird and my mom is extremely bothered by it. Our fights usually start once she sees that twitch. Bennett paused, also noticing the venom in my voice. Grayson looked between me and his father, then placed his hand on the side of my waist. His touch made a shiver run down my spine. Everything below my navel tingled, and I slapped his arm, bothered by the strange sensation. Grayson's eyes darkened, his face hard. This time, he demanded my obedience, and I was terrified to disobey. There are times when I feel as though I'm confronted by two parts of Grayson. The bad and good side. Right now, his bad side was clutching my arm in an action of control. I tilted my chin down almost so that it was touching my chest. He intertwines our fingers, then tucks my arm under his, holding my palm down so that his other hand could engulf it. Your hand is so small and fragile compared to mine. He says more to himself. You can easily get hurt if I'm not careful with you. Our eyes meet, and the darkness in his pupils has disappeared. Son, everyone is waiting. I had forgotten that Bennett was still in the room. Grayson nods. The faster we get this over with, the faster we can get to know each other more. They take me to another grandiose room, and inside, more than 20 people are waiting. The first I notice is Leo. Hey, the dark blonde smiles, waving at me from across the room. I send him a death glare, not equal to the one Grayson was sending him now, but at least he knows I'm still mad at him. Don't speak to her. Grayson growls. Immediately, Leo's face turns firm, and he obediently bows. Forgive me, Alpha. Gone was the humor in his face, and so was the smiles of everyone else in the room. Alpha. That word again. Grayson introduced Celeste to everyone. His mom comes forward, killing the silence. Grayson snaps his head to his mother, then back at the waiting crowd. And with a loud voice he says, Everyone, I would like you to meet Celeste. She will become our next alpha female. Please treat her with the utmost respect you treat me. Any disrespect will be treason against me. Holy crap. What black hole did I walk into? I have no idea what Grayson just said, but I feel as though a boatload of responsibility I didn't ask for just landed on my shoulders. Bennett treaded past us, stepping into the arms of his wife. The couple turned to the crowd like a regal king and queen. It was like I had stepped into some teenage girl's romantic sci-fi dream. Last night during the taking, Grayson successfully found his bride. Our pack will thrive. A round of cheers and gleeful hollers quaked the room. Everyone is celebrating, and I'm standing there like I just pissed my pants. I didn't sign up for this, was the only brilliant response I could say under the uproar. It was barely a whisper, but apparently everyone has supersonic hearing. Like a concert hall, the spectators silenced, waiting to hear me make some impressive speech. I don't want to be here. I shrank at the 20 pairs of eyes staring at me. Don't even mention the guy trapping me in his steel arms. I don't want to look up and see those sullen eyes again. But I can feel his grip on me as rigid as ever. Grayson's mom was the first to speak. We know, dear. The hell you know. You're not standing in my shoes. Bennett held up her hand and kissed the back of her palm. The look of adoration for his wife made me want to leave the room and give the two a minute of privacy. It's as if it were only yesterday. He breathed, hugging her closer in his arms. His wife chuckled. I didn't give you an easy time either. 25 years ago, my mom underwent what you experienced last night, Grayson muttered behind my ear. I turned around, gaping at him. My father took her from her house on the night of an eclipse too. I pulled away from him, wrenching his hands away from him and stepping back. He pulled at first, but with a room full of people capable of detaining me if I tried to escape, he eventually let go. The sound of heavy panting drowned my ears. Take slow breaths and close your eyes, dear. You're having a panic attack. I heard his mother's voice. Someone get a chair. Was I? I could hardly think with the room spinning. In front of me, two Graysons held up their hands as if trying to catch something. I felt a hand on my shoulder, and my body fell backwards until my butt sat on a soft, cushiony surface. Grayson, get back. Let me take care of this, his mother said. But no, we are putting her under a lot of stress. Give her a moment to relax. My body felt so warm, but my hands were cold to the touch. Instinctually, as if to protect myself, my arms crossed over my chest and I held on to my shoulders. That's it. You're okay. You're doing amazing. Keep breathing slowly, she said. I was sure it was her fingers that caressed the top of my head. Before Bennett came into my life, I had recently graduated from college with a Bachelor of Science in nursing. My first job was a pediatric nurse. At the mention of nurse, I immediately thought of my mom. My breathing turned into weeps, then hiccups, and soon I was crying like someone just died. It might as well have been that. I will never see my family again. Oh dear. Grayson's mother wrapped me in her arms and rubbed circles against my back. Let it out, hon. You can go to sleep after. She cooed. Grayson, I think it best for everyone to wait until they can individually formally introduce themselves to her. I know, was his retort. Everyone, you understand. Silently, they left. I felt like the worst guest ever, but I also felt like their prisoner. When the door clicked shut, it was just me, Grayson, and his parents. Those people are my most trusted officials in our pack. Grayson sat beside me with his hands clasped on the armrest. He kept his hands to himself as he spoke carefully. I wanted them to meet you because I'd like them to memorize your face and know who it is they will lay their lives on the line for. I gasped for breath. Grayson. His mother snapped. Don't stress her. I'm not trying to. He patronized. Celeste needs to realize that she means so much to me. Even if we have known each other for only a few hours. The instincts I feel towards her, it's hard to describe. I can't control myself around her and it's driving me wild. A rumble rolls up his throat, causing me to quiver. He notices this and leans back, removing his hand from my chair. It's your wolf primal desire. His father explains. An alpha wolf gets only one mate for life, so he protects her at all costs, even attacking others for the stupidest things. So I'm likely to act out irrationally? It's the power of love. His mom exclaims in a sing-song voice. Don't worry, son. It dies down a little after the bonding. I'm afraid to know what the bonding means. If the taking was bad, then that must be something worse. The hiccups faded, and I felt exhausted. My neck is as stiff as a board, and my back is faring no better. Grayson takes a strand of my hair and plays with it. Celeste, I will give you anything you ever wanted in life, but you can't leave me. I need you. He pushes closer towards me so that I can feel his breath alongside my face. Son, I think you need to give her space. Your wolf's emotions are getting the best of you right now. That's absolutely normal. But you're smothering her. Bennett takes hold of his shoulder. Your mother is right. We need to take this one step at a time. I've shown her my wolf. His parents look at each other rather than at me. She was taken aback a little. A little? Is he kidding me? You think I did this too fast? Bennett nodded feverishly. You're not supposed to show her until you've developed an emotional bond towards each other. No wonder she's spooked. Grayson, why do you always do things opposite? I thought it would fasten the process. Grayson groaned. His mom groaned. You're just like your father. No, I'm not. No, he's not. Both father and son spoke at the same time. You see what I mean? She muttered. I couldn't sit another minute with this family. If I can't go home, I might as well find a room in this large house that I can call sanctuary. Standing on my feet, the three stopped their argument. Where are you going? Of course Grayson would want to know. He follows my steps like a shadow. Peace and quiet, I say in a raspy, dry voice. I'll go with you. I swerve around and snap at him. You are not welcome to join me. I didn't ask you. My voice stabs him like a dagger through his chest. He recoils his hand back and stops where he stands. May I come with you? His mother cautiously walks towards us. Reluctant to accept her offer, I stare at her and her beady eyes. Say no. I tell myself. She is his mother. They all collaborated in keeping you here as a hostage. I'll tour you around the house. I promise, we won't talk to anyone you aren't comfortable with. I want you to feel comfortable in your new home. This is not my home. I wanted to say. Having no choice but to accept, I nod my head. Out of the blue, my stomach growls. Can I have something to eat first? I ask in a hushed tone so the men don't hear. Before she could respond, Grayson interjects. I'll get you something, he says and runs off like the speed of light. Was I not whispering? Werewolves have good hearing. You can't really whisper around here. Bennett reads my mind. Right? Do they have telepathy too? He shakes his head and grins. Your face is kind of easy to read. Great. Why don't you sit down again, Celeste? As soon as Grayson comes back with food, you can eat, and we can take a relaxing tour around the house. Sound good? Sure. It was so hard for me to trust their kindness. When Grayson returned, he brought a cart full of food. I can't finish all that, I tell him, wide-eyed. It's fine. I didn't know what you wanted, so I told the cook to make all of our best dishes. He has a personal cook. Wow, even Gran can't top that. He rolled the cart next to me. Fish, chicken, beef, pork, or veggie? He shows me the variety. A simple burger would have been fine. His brows perk up. I can ask the cook to make that. Before he could run like the wind, I caught his arm, and he snapped his head at me in attention. My God, he is literally like a dog. His movements caused me to giggle. It surprised him and both his parents. I cover my mouth in embarrassment. Sorry. The corners of his lips pull up into a handsome smile. It's fine, really. You don't have to get me a burger. The chicken is fine. Okay. He hands it to me, and I don't hesitate to gobble it up. However, I did manage to sustain my manners. I just ate faster than usual. Their food is fantastic. Our cook is one of the best, Bennett comments. I'm glad you have a healthy appetite. Grayson's mother says. That reminds me, she never gave me her name. I stab a piece of chicken with my fork and plop it into my mouth. Chew. Swallow. If you don't mind me asking, I don't mind you asking. She repeats, smiling. What's your question, hun? What's your name? She jerks back in disbelief. Was that a bad question? I panic a little, wondering what just happened. Then she gasps over dramatically with both her pals on each side of her face. OH my God, I'm so horrible. She faces her husband with a look of pure disgust. How could I forget to properly introduce myself to my future daughter-in-law? Still nameless, she punches her forehead with her fists. This is the first time I've met someone more of a drama queen than my own sister. Mom. It's not a big deal. A whip smacked. That's what her head sounded like when she looked at Grayson. No big deal? No. Big deal. She could hate me right now for it. Then when you two have kids, I won't be able to see them. You would keep me from my grandbabies. Wow, hold on there. Hold your horses. Love, you're being overdramatic again. Bennett rolls his eyes. Another whip smacked. Bennett, you're sleeping in the porch tonight. What? But darling, you're sleeping in the shed. She snaps. One more word and you're sleeping in the maze. Bennett's lips press together in a flat line. Can you two keep your marital problems away from us? It could be bad luck. I glare at Grayson. If she leaves you, it's your own fault. This is getting out of hand. So your name? Laura. Bennett answers for her, much to her dislike. That's it. You're sleeping with the twins. Laura hisses. Bennett falls to his knees and silently weeps to himself. Thrown in the den of devils. Grayson shakes his head. What's so hard about two little boys? Celeste, are you ready? Laura looks at my empty plate. Grayson, wash the dishes. But she lifts her hand up. Or you sleep with the twins too. He mumbles incoherently and picks up my plate, rolling back to the kitchen. Laura takes my hand. I'll be your best tour guide ever. First room, the dungeon. It's the very bottom floor. Chapter 10 Skeletons, cobwebs, chains, rats, cells, the smell of death, none of that was present. If this is what they called a dungeon, I'd love to see what they put in the playroom if they had one. What I saw instead were thick, wide wooden doors, each with a padlock, lining the underground brick archway. No one would expect that so much time and effort would go into building a basement/dungeon this beautifully crafted, resembling the inside of a medieval castle. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and a vintage red rug adorned the floor. Not a speck of dust or dirt marred the area. So, what do you think? Laura clapped her hands together, smiling like a house realtor. I think people wouldn't mind staying here. I certainly wouldn't mind. This is way better than the 2-bedroom apartment I lived in back home. She chuckled. The rooms don't have windows, but they do have ventilation. The last 6 rooms at the very end have no light, and people who need time to reflect on their mistakes are placed there. I felt like she filtered her words so as not to scare me. What kind of mistakes? I asked, suspecting their idea of a bad crime was something like peeing on a tree, barking at squirrels, or chewing up shoes. Brutal acts, treason, causing harm. She spoke casually, as if it were no big deal. My jaw dropped. And you don't mind living above these sorts of people? Is this a house above a prison? I took tentative steps toward the stairs, staring at the locked doors where criminals could be kept. It's safe, I assure you. These doors are built to last, and guards are on standby 24/7. She stepped in front of a large picture frame and knocked on the glass. A different knock responded. The guards are on the other side of this frame. They see us, but we can't see them. That's creepy. I'm never going to look at a frame the same way again. And despite her assurance, I wasn't comfortable being here. She gestured toward the stairs. There are a total of 20 rooms. Only 4 are occupied. 2 of the occupants are not criminals. She pointed to the first 2 rooms near the stairs. Miles and Levi are temporary residents. They've recently shifted and are learning to control their wolf forms. Right now, they're a danger to you and me, so they stay here. Any male with werewolf blood can transform at age 16, she continued. Their instincts are activated when they are near a pack. If not, they live out their lives as humans. She paused for me to process the information. And the 2 that are criminals? I asked, more concerned about them. They're harmless. They can't hurt a fly. She quickly changed the subject. Do you have any other questions? Now's the time to ask since we're on the tour. Are there no female werewolves? So far, I hadn't seen any, but I could be wrong. Grayson's sister seemed tough enough to be one. Werewolves are only male. That's stereotypical, I muttered. She nodded. Think on the bright side, we don't grow hair all over our bodies. She had a point. So how did these guys become werewolves? That's a long story, but here's the shortened version. She cleared her throat. Some paranoid medieval king got a hold of dark magic. He traded gold with a witch and asked her to turn his strongest knight into a wolf to protect him from conspirators. The knight secretly loved the king's daughter, and she loved him back. But the king found out, became outraged, and almost killed his daughter. The knight saved her, but at the cost of losing the king's trust. The knight threatened to expose the king's use of magic if any harm came to the princess or their unborn child. The king banished the couple to a faraway land, and over generations, their descendants inherited the powerful traits. She paused and looked at me, waiting for my response. And Grayson is the next in line of powerful heirs? I clarified. Yes, we call them alphas. My husband, Bennett, is the current alpha of this pack. Grayson will take over once he turns 25. That's in 6 months. Are there more of these packs? She nodded and crossed her arms. The 6 other children of the princess and knight carried the werewolf gene. They started their own packs, but they're not as powerful as this one. We no longer communicate with them. They do not consider us their equals because our pack is stronger. So, this house, the estate, was where the princess was banished? I noted the medical castle design again. Laura nodded. It's an old house, but over the years, it's been renovated to suit the current decade. At that moment, the door above the stairs clicked closed and Grayson appeared. How's the tour going? As soon as his presence filled the room, it was like I felt a little lighter. I couldn't explain it, but it felt like I was kind of glad. Did someone spike my drink? I swear the water I drank earlier tasted clean. We barely even started. I was giving Celeste a history lesson. Aren't you supposed to be in the kitchen washing the dishes? Laura made eye contact with him, and he ignored her scowl, his eyes focused on me. He grinned nervously, hoping for a smile in return. I turned my head, much to his disappointment. His mood darkened, and he responded to his mom in a dry tone. All finished. And if you need proof, I took a picture. You can also call Dad. He's my witness. Laura glanced at me, knowing exactly why her son had a serious look on his face. No need. I was telling Celeste about how you became alpha. That's not a very interesting story. I was born into it. You're the eldest son, therefore, you're the pack leader, I muttered, imagining the Lion King in my head. Apparently, I'm supposed to be Nala? At least she didn't get kidnapped. Pack leader, Grayson corrected me, amusement hidden under his serious demeanor. Yes, Mr. Pac-Man. Whatever helps you sleep at night, I rolled my eyes. He tilted his chin up, amused by my sassy tone. I'm glad to hear how concerned you are for my well-being, sweetheart. Sleeping at night with you in my arms will be the best sleep I've ever had. I pointed a mock glare at him. Touch me, and you'll need more than just a good night's sleep. Laura made a sound, clearly trying to hold back her laughter. Grayson lowered his mischievous blue eyes and whispered just low enough for his mother not to hear. I'd rather you bite me. He pulled back with a grin, looking pleased with himself. Love the chemistry between you two, but I can leave if you want. Don't want to be the third wheel. Laura smiled playfully, glancing back and forth between us. No, please. Grayson and I both said in unison. Stay, I begged her. I'll take care of her always. Grayson placed his hand on the small of my back, gently guiding me against the wall so I couldn't back away. Wow, Fluffy. I need some space. I chuckled. Grayson's eyes flickered, and he shot Leo a glare. Stop calling my wolf Fluffy. Laura seemed ready to get comfortable and watch the show. I thought she might step in to stop our bickering, but she just patted my shoulder with a knowing smile. Don't kill each other while I'm gone. Grayson, don't do anything foolish. Remember, the pack depends on both of you. My stomach growled at the mention of food. Can I have something to eat first? I asked. Before she could respond, Grayson spoke up. I'll get you something. He was gone in an instant, moving fast. I looked back at Laura. How does he do that? Werewolves have quick reflexes, Celeste. She smiled knowingly. I sighed, shaking my head. I'm not used to this world yet. As Grayson returned with a tray of food, he smiled at me. Here you go. I wasn't sure what you wanted, so I brought a little bit of everything. Thanks. This looks amazing. I smiled, relieved by the distraction. Chapter 11, I can't breathe. Just relax. Look at me. No. I shake my head feverishly. Quivering, I suck in a breath and squeeze my eyes as oxygen leaves my tightened limbs. I'm completely numb. That's what happens when you're holding on fiercely and your heart's pumping like it's on steroids. This wouldn't have happened if you had not disobeyed me. Oh, I know. But you don't have to tell me, Mr. Obvious. Shut up. If I could, I would love to kick him where the sun didn't shine. But if I did that, I don't think either of us will be able to see the sun shine again, like, ever. Never mind the awkwardness, it felt to have our chests pressed against each other. I tried my hardest not to move so that we wouldn't rub on each other. Second worst day of my life. Yesterday was my first. It wouldn't take a genius to know how cross he was with me. What in your right mind told you that you could survive a 3-story fall? He all but yelled, and my response was to hold on to his neck tighter. Above us, people frantically searched for rope or a trampoline. I hope they decide with the former, because I hate heights and I fear the feeling of falling. I'm an idiot, and I'm going to most likely die an idiot. Why did I jump out? My legs latch around his waist, arms nearly decapitating his head. Can you please stop talking and get us back on solid ground safely? What the hell do you think I'm doing, playing Tarzan? I'm a wolf, not a monkey. Rewind 5 minutes ago. Grayson finished touring me around the house. While his attention focused on a row of classic texts, he was keenly insistent that I read, which I don't intend to do. My eyes darted to an open window 3 meters from where I stood. Angelina Jolie immediately popped into my head, and I imagined her character from Tomb Raider making a grand escape. It played out perfectly in my head, but when I actually tried it, I failed miserably. Now dangling over 50 feet off the ground, Grayson hung for our dear lives. His grip slipped and I squealed when our bodies swayed violently. He grunted and latched his hand back onto the ledge. We're okay. The tenderness in his tone nerved me. Are you two all right? Don't go anywhere. Leonardo is on his way with the rope. Bennett yelled from above. He ordered people to prepare a safety net underneath, just in case. Don't worry, Dad. We'll stay right where we are. Even in situations like this, his sarcasm prevails. A gust of cool air brushes against my back and I shiver. Are you cold? I should have lent you my sweater, but I didn't expect us to be going outside. Instead of answering back with equal kindness, I snap. I swear, if we both die today, I'm making sure your sorry ass is going to the pits of hell for making me involved in all this. I expected him to get mad, maybe get so perturbed he'd drop me to my death, but instead I receive a smug grin. Babe, I'd run through fire if that's what it takes for you to at least like me by a smudge. This momentarily stuns me, and I can't think of a brilliant retort to put him to shame. Next, he goes from charming to annoying. You know, I've pictured this moment in my mind several times since we've met. I thought we'd be tangled together in bed, not hanging to our deaths. YOH my gosh. What? What are you screaming about? Holy cow. It had 4 sets of hairy legs and multiple beady eyes staring straight at me. Spider. Spider. It's on you. I hate spiders, and that hairy thing had a huge behind. It was probably looking for a nest to settle its offspring in. Get it off, Grayson. I screamed, shaking back and forth, causing us to sway viciously back and forth. Celeste, stop it. He groaned. You're making it hard to hang on. I looked up to see his reddening fingers merely inches off the ledge. Leo appeared over us with a rope in his hands. Alpha, wrap this around you. The creature took a few tiny steps forward and I shrieked. Shake it off. By then, my legs detached from Grayson's hips and dangled between his legs. Stop moving, you're slipping. Where is it? I can't kill it, kind of busy keeping us alive here. I'm not touching it. Oh my god, it's having a vacation on your back. For the love of. It's just a stupid bug. Gray, the rope, Leo said again. He didn't hear the conversation happening below. I clamped my teeth. Can't you, like, flex your back or something? Are you freaking serious? Grayson said cynically. Yes. I don't want to touch it. I repeated again. I don't think flexing my back will make it pop off like a suction cup. As if amused, the evil creature crawled up higher onto Grayson's back, and I screamed in hysterics. My hands gave way and gravity took me. Our bodies slid against each other, and my shirt crumpled up all the way below my chest. Celeste, Grayson yelled. The spider was not much of a concern anymore, with the ground nearing my face. Before I knew it, Grayson's arms were covering my body, a hand inside my shirt patting my back and the other protecting my head. I waited for the pain, but nothing happened. We hit something that felt like a gigantic airbag. Son, I peek over Grayson's shoulder. Laura's hovering over us, her hair framing her face. I'm smothered against his chest, and I think my nose might have a bruise. Are they okay? Leo yells from the third-floor window. I hate that window. Just peachy, Grayson mumbles from my hair. They're fine. Laura informs Leo and everyone else who has gathered to spectate my idiotic stunt. The warm hand on my back slides down unconsciously, nearing dangerous waters. Startled, I hastily try to separate myself from him. The airbag makes it nearly impossible. Grayson discontentedly removes his hands, then rolls to his back in an attempt to free me. But the movement causes me to move along with him, sending me lying across him. I groan, punching his chest lightly with my fist. Can't you see how attracted we are to each other? I punched him again, but this time harder, so it would hurt. Dare I say anything to him that would offend his mother? First, we are falling hard, and now we are two opposites that attract. I call this fate. What do you think, Mom? I totally agree with you, son. Laura giggles. Outnumbered, I sigh in defeat. As soon as they deflate the airbag, I displace myself from Grayson and his mother. We were standing outside where I had a clear view of the maze. There was no way I could make a dash for it without getting caught. Don't even think about it. Grayson intercepts my thoughts. Look what your last idea got you. Almost dead. I wasn't planning on anything. What happened? Lexi, his all-too-gorgeous sister, appears now clad in workout gear. She looked as if she had just finished running. Light sweat ran down the side of her face and pieces of damp hair clung to her skin. Celeste wanted to learn how to fly. The jerk muttered. I was trying to escape. I clarified, pointing my finger at him. Understandable. Lexi nods her head. I smile at the only ally I had. Laura didn't look surprised either. Grayson glares at his sister and the two start a gruesome eye match. If they were actually fighting, she had no match against Grayson's larger build. But I had to hand it to Lexi, that girl has a lot of spunk. Celeste, are you okay? Bennett looked me up and down as if searching for a scratch. I found it really awkward that he cared a bit too much. Thanks for your concern, Dad. I'm fine too. The brooding son shakes his head. Grayson, take her to the infirmary. Bennett was making a big deal out of this. I'm fine. Grayson, now. Seems like my words pass by their ears. Without another word spoken, Grayson ushers me back into the house and into the infirmary, aka the small space hidden in Grayson's library, a couple of feet away where I had earlier jumped out of. The doctor, Mary, is a silent, tiny older woman. I don't even think she could see, but she held my hand for a few seconds and said, "She's fine," then left without a goodbye. It looks like someone is tired of their job. She's really good at what she does. Grayson saw the dubious look in my gaze as she closed the door. My eyes scanned the room, noticing the plain white furniture and sheets. I'm going to have someone permanently glue that window shut. He positions me on a small mattress, my back plopped up by a stack of pillows. He sat on the rolling stool, facing me. It's not like I'm going to try it again after that ordeal. No, but if you plan to escape again, I will have to child-proof the entire house with padlocks and security codes. I slapped his hand that was nearest to me. You are keeping me here against my will, and now you're making me feel more like a prisoner. Then what am I supposed to do? He snapped, literally snapping his sharp teeth at me. I can see the points of his incisors peeking out from his upper lips. You are trying to leave me. I'm momentarily scared at his outburst, but he pulls back and notices the shock on my face. Sorry, shit. I didn't mean to scare you. It's my wolf again. See? He turns around, and I notice his eyes again. They have changed color. Fluffy, I say, hoping it would lighten the mood. Acting cute and innocent always worked on my sister. His nose scrunches. My wolf. This time, I use a softer tone. Please make me understand, because I can't see the sense of all this. Why are you making me stay? Why are you forcing me to wed you? Do you even leave this place? Does anyone in your family ever leave this place? That's a lot of questions. I don't think you can handle all the answers at once. Try me. I've seen and heard so much in one day. I think I can survive the rest. He walks towards a mini freezer and takes out a can of soda. I shake my head. No thanks. Are you sure? I also have beer if you underage. I remind him. Right. You're 18. 19, I corrected. And you're 24. Yup. He takes out a different can and shows it to me. Just sparkling water. I'm not much of a drinker. I only down one glass on occasion, but since I'm an alpha, it doesn't really affect my senses. It's all for show really. He took a few sips. I didn't need to know that. He sets the can on the counter. Being an alpha, I'm always in control. Physically and mentally. I always have to be aware of everything, Celeste. Yes, you've mentioned that before. And you. I take you seriously as well. I snort. Didn't seem like it when I was frantic and wanted to go home. I turned my head to face the plain white wall. Then go home. I will let you go. Did I hear him right? Needing to look in his eyes for the truth, I faced him with an astonished look on my face. After all this, you're letting me go? Reverse psychology. It's a technique my mom used on my siblings and me. We would get tricked into doing what she wanted us to do by pretending not to like it. For example, she would tell us not to do our homework, then add something along the lines of I won't work either. That way, we would all live in the streets and beg for food. We all stubbornly did our homework despite her words. Grayson was doing precisely what my mom did. Go ahead. Leave if you really desire it. I stared at him carefully. He is a really great actor. I can't even tell if it was a joke or not. His sarcasm, if it was there, was not showing. For effect, he even walked towards the door and good-manneredly showed me the way out. I stayed planted on the mattress, thinking I was walking into a trap. This is not a joke. It better not. Getting up, I decided to play alone. Are you going to walk me through the maze? He took my hand and placed it around his elbow. I'll escort you. Something fishy is going on. That's nice of you. He gives me a dazzling smile. Anything to please my lady. For every step we took, I watched him from the corner of my eye, waiting for the moment to spot the jest on his facade. He wasn't kidding. True to his word, we strolled in the direction of the maze. I was going back to my family. A feeling of elation filled me. I spotted Leonardo talking to two men. All of them stopped to ponder where we were headed. Alpha Gray, where are you headed? One man asked. I didn't even turn around to look at who it was. My eyes were focused on the maze and Grayson. Without a show of hesitation, Grayson enthusiastically told them we were heading to town, and I smiled wider. It was like a siren bell had turned on. At first, Leo gave us a strange look. More specifically, he gave Grayson an "Are you out of your freaking mind" look. Then when Grayson shrugged them off and took one more step into the cave, all of them lunged and pinned him to the rocks. Leo pulled me away as the two men restraining Grayson, who didn't even struggle. Did you brainwash him? Leo spat in my face. I crossed my arms. Oh, I don't know. My witch powers must have fizzled his brain. Leonardo must have some personality disorder, because sometimes he played good cop/bad cop. Cut the crap, what happened to him? See what I mean? Bad cop. I can guess by the seriousness in his voice that he isn't as tipsy as he was before. Nothing. He just took small sips of his fancy sparkling water. He began saying stuff. Alphas are immune to getting drunk. And what stuff did he say? As this conversation played along, Grayson didn't make a response to defend himself. How strange was that? He said he would take me home to my family. And that's what I'll do. Let me go. Grayson used in a commanding voice. The two men followed his order like scared children. I happily took his hand and eagerly anticipated reuniting with my family. But, Alpha, you can't leave. It's dangerous for you to step outside. If it so happens that you die, if Celeste gets killed too, Grayson, what the hell are you going? Upon Bennett's thundering voice, we stopped in our tracks. Grayson's eyes widened for a quick second before turning around to face his father. Dad, I'm taking Celeste back. You damn well not. This side of Bennett was frightening. More frightening than Grayson's wolf when aggravated. Yes, I will. Grayson shot back, grabbing my wrist. Bennett sized up his son, and they both stood equal in height, except Bennett radiated more authority. I gasped when Bennett swung his fist and hit Grayson square in the jaw. Grayson released me and stumbled before steadying his feet. The side of his jaw reddened, and he stroked the sore skin. Go out there, but as soon as you do, those mutts will come sniffing for you and her. His father's cold, burly gaze scanned me before returning to his son, and my knees almost buckled. Didn't I tell you, as a child, you are not allowed to set foot outside of this estate? Those greedy mongrels will kill you to gain your alpha power, power they can't handle. Distant relative or not, all of them are sick with greed. They will steal your position, blackmail our pack to submission, and abuse her to torture you. He punched the wall, and the stone cracked. You are vulnerable out there. You haven't mated, nor have I passed down the title to you. That wolf of yours is still a pup until I say so. The truth frightened me, knowing I would be in danger as soon as my feet touched the other side of that maze. I was stuck here, forever. This time, it really sunk in. A blank look shadowed Grayson's eyes as he averted his eyes to the ground. Gray, don't be stupid, Leo added in. Bennett held up his hand when Leo tried to approach Grayson. Leave if you want to die so much. We won't stop you. Grayson cast a glance at me from under his lashes. Deep down, I wanted to tell him that I was okay. We didn't have to leave anymore. But my stupid mouth was too afraid to speak. Bennett growled before sending him a disappointed glance. He left without saying another word. This fight was all my fault, and Grayson got hurt because of me. It's the second time today I put both of us in danger. I felt like the biggest loser on earth, and suddenly, I lost the desire to go home. Before you leave, though, I want you to explain yourself, Leo demanded. And don't blame this on her. She can't manipulate you to that extent. A long pause passes before Grayson answers. I wasn't going to bring her back to her family. Her action earlier was reckless, and I feared she would try something even riskier. By bringing her here, I wanted you guys to scare her a bit before I told her the truth. Dad's appearance was unexpected. Betrayal. The prick lied to me, and I was freaking pissed. All this was an act to rattle my bones. And he spilt the truth while I was standing right next to him. Shit man, your dad is freaking pissed at you. He'll get over it. A deplorable hiss passed my lips, and I wanted to slap Grayson where he stood. Lying bastard. My fingers itched to claw him. The four men knew Grayson was in for it and stepped away from my path. My first balled tightly, swinging towards his face, hoping to give him a matching bruise on the other side of his face. He dodged it. I tried again. Celeste. Chill, I'm sorry. I know it was immature of me, but I thought it was a creative way of answering your questions. Creative? Thousands of needles pricked my eyes. You think my emotions are all a joke? I cried. Guys are such idiots. For a moment there, I believe you. I thought of my mom, Trent, Charlotte, and Gran. Seeing them again. But you lied. I hit him once, twice, 5 times on the chest, and he let me do it. Don't treat me like I'm stupid. I have a brain, I know how to use it. Don't think so inferior of yourself just because you're the alpha. People in my world don't give a damn who you are if you don't respect others. The look on his face was of pure shock. I bet he has never been yelled at by a girl not related to him by blood. Celeste. I kicked him in the shin. That's right. On the shin. He crouched down in pain. I grasped a handful of his shirt and looked him straight in the eyes. You messed with the wrong girl, mutt. I suggest you keep your tail tucked between your legs. You may never know. It might be gone when you wake up tomorrow morning. I audibly heard the 3 other men gulp. Chapter 12. I skipped dinner that night. However, my stomach protested like an angry mob. No way in hell was I going to go downstairs and eat a meal with a liar. For all I know, he could hand me hot sauce instead of ketchup, or worse, laxative instead of salt. Which, by the way, Charlotte did that to Trent, and it was not pretty. I miss those two. I wonder what they're doing right now? I can't imagine either of them crying over me. Laura tried convincing me to eat when I wouldn't listen, or even look at Grayson. Lexi took a turn convincing me as well, but she eventually confessed that her brother and mother put her up to it and left. I admire her for her honesty at least. They all eventually gave up when I locked myself in the bathroom and turned the jets on to drown their voices. When it was time to sleep, I remained locked in the bathroom. Obviously, Grayson wouldn't sleep anywhere else but in his room, this room. He would have to chain me to bed if he thinks I'm sharing a bed with him. Celeste, open the door, please. He must have been able to unlock the bedroom door, because I swear I locked it. No, you haven't eaten. I'd rather starve. He groaned. You're being ridiculous. And you're an idiot. I slammed my fist into the door, making the lock rattle. When I get inside, he paused, mumbling to himself. What are you going to do? Spank me. I mocked him. Which was probably a bad idea, but too late, my words can't be taken back. The sound of his nails softly grazing the wooden door made tingling crawl up my back. I'm going to make sure you eat those words, Celeste. I swear it. After a few seconds, I held my breath. He was gone. I couldn't hear anything from the other side with my ear pressed against the door. But to be safe, that night I slept in the bathroom against the door. The next morning, however, I was comfortably wrapped around a cotton sheet on his bed. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was the uneven paint and the 8 recessed lighting fixtures on his ceiling. The clock read 6:30 in the morning, barely my usual time to wake up, but I was angry and fired up. Thinking he took liberties and slept beside me, I jerked my leg to occupy the remaining half of the bed. If he was there, I hope my leg did some collateral damage. Next time, he would regret putting me on his bed. No one. He wasn't there. URG. I tossed the sheets off me as if they were infested with germs. They fell into a heap on the foot of the bed. My body was fully exposed to the morning air. I shivered, forgetting I wasn't on the West Coast anymore, and the weather here can fluctuate between below 0 and 50 in a matter of minutes. I pulled my knees up and wrapped my arms around them to keep warm. When I looked down, I realized my clothes were not what I had on the night before, and my whole body froze like the ice on the window pane. I was only wearing a shirt and underwear. Oh my God. I gasped. Grayson must have changed me while I slept. Somehow I felt violated and more pissed off than I was yesterday, if that were even possible. I'm going to kill him, I muttered, fisting my hands. Can you please keep your voice down? People are trying to get some sleep. The familiar annoying voice came from underneath me. I snapped my head to the side and saw nothing until I saw a swift movement from the floor. The devil was on the floor with a pillow under his head. He only wore a pair of striped blue pajamas, and his bare chest was fully exposed. Like a snake, I hissed between my teeth and attacked. He didn't have time to defend himself when I straddled over his stomach and smothered his head with my pillow. At first, he was surprised. Then he started shouting and kicking his feet, telling them to stop. You touched me in my sleep. Who the hell do you think you are, touching a woman without her consent? His hands grasped both sides of my waist, and before I knew it, I was the one underneath. Only the pillow kept me from seeing most of his half-naked glory. His weight had me pinned to the ground, and I couldn't move. Grayson took a moment to regain the oxygen in his lungs before he spoke. I didn't even look. I didn't miss the smug look that he quickly removed. Then, and there I wanted to wrap my hands around his neck. You are so dead. There was no telling what I would do with him. I was a woman possessed. Oh, I'm scared. He thought this was funny. He got on his feet and ran out of the room, leaving the door open for me to run after him. I gaped, thinking what in the world made him think I would happily play a childish game of tag. I'm not running after you. I yelled, getting up and crossing my arms over my chest. Sauntering up to his closet, I searched inside for a warm sweater. If he can freely take liberties with me, then I can do the same with him. And that includes his stuff. I decided to wear a pair of basketball shorts. My eyes landed on what looked to be an extremely soft-looking sweater. It was a dark, ash gray with woven elbow patches. My taste in fabric never disappoints, because the shirt was indeed extremely soft. So soft, I swear it felt like a baby bunny. I checked the label to make sure I wasn't actually wearing a bunny. 100% black wool. Satisfied, I put it on and melted into the warmth. Feels great, right? Grayson watched me from the door. I haven't worn it yet. I ignored him and glared. Is this the silent treatment? He smirked. Lexi outgrew that when she was 7. Again, I ignored him. Something poked my side, and I rolled up the front to see what that something was. The tag was still hanging from the inside of the shirt. He wasn't kidding when he said he hasn't worn it. With a quick tug, I ripped it off. Luckily, it didn't damage the fabric. You should use scissors next time. He chided. I rolled my eyes, and when I looked at the price, my eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. $465. You paid almost $500 for this sweater. Grayson looked at me like it was no big deal. So, are we over the silent treatment? I would like to know what you would like for breakfast. You didn't eat last night, and I'm concerned about your health. This sweater felt like it was burning my skin. I shredded it off and tossed it at him. That sweater can feed people starving in third world countries. The sweaters I owed were only $25, 20 times less expensive than that. He caught it in his hands and looked at me confused. Aren't you cold? Aren't you cold? He was shirtless still. Werewolves can stand negative temperatures, he explained. Without the sweater, I was shivering. Then why buy the expensive sweater? It's a gift, he spoke. So, I didn't waste money wear it. He held it up for me to take. Were most of his clothes gifts? Someone bought you a $500 sweater. Leonardo's mother gave it to me last Christmas. This is her brand. That just made me rethink accepting that box of clothes she gave me. I hadn't opened it yet, and it was sitting in the corner of my room in Gran's house. Wait, hold on. Debbie knows about you? Grayson looked at me as if I were an idiot. Leonardo and Vincent are their mother, you know. I knew that, but I kept thinking she was innocent in all this, and they were hiding the fact that they were paranormal creatures behind their mother's back. She knew this whole time. Oh God. When will the surprises end? Rober? I didn't need to finish that sentence. He's a werewolf too. In fact, he's my father's beta. You might see him around once in a while. He's the mayor of the town. Color me shocked. You have got to be kidding me. This whole town was infested with werewolves, and it was all right under our noses. Are all the wolves in that crazy town? No. Obviously, the women aren't, and some males are humans. A couple of decades back, human males decided to settle into our territory with their families. That's when my pack learned to coexist with them, pretending to be humans to keep our pack undisclosed. We use the humans as a shield from other packs who want to invade our territory. Who are the wolves living in town? I can't name all of them, but I think you've already met Leo's family and Marty. The mouthy shopkeeper is a werewolf. He nodded his head. His family is well known for their tracking abilities. They can find things in people. It's a gift that runs in their blood. Almost like how being an alpha runs in my veins. Bennett appeared behind Grayson, disrupting the conversation. Glad to see you still here, son. Yep, alive and kicking as always. I can see they cleared up everything from what happened yesterday. Bennett had dark bags under his eyes. Was he worried about his son all night? Glad to see you're still walking, Dad. How was your night with the twins? Bennett appeared to be in pain. Don't even mention it. Tonight, I'm going to try to convince your mother to buy restraints for Liam and Caleb. He saw beyond Grayson's shoulders. Good morning, Celeste. I hope you slept well. Breakfast is ready for you and Grayson. He turned around, and I saw the limp in his step as he walked away. What could the twins have done? Shall we head downstairs? Grayson offered his hand. Don't think I forgot what you did yesterday. I'm still mad at you. I walked past him, shoving him by the shoulder. I heard him smirk. You going to head downstairs like that? There are plenty of unmated males roaming around this house that wouldn't mind staring at you. And I'm not allowing it. Either put this sweater on, or you will be sitting on my lap all day. Snatching the sweater from his hands, I shoved him on the chest with my elbow. Didn't hurt, babe. You have to try harder than that. And because he dared me too. I pivoted and high-kicked his groin. That did the trick. Shit. He staggered to the ground, clutching his treasured assets. I sent Mom a silent thank you for signing me up for gymnastics when I was in middle school. Laura greeted me downstairs and offered me a seat at the table. It was awkward to have someone serve me food. I usually did things for myself and didn't need the help of others to do my bidding. I can help myself, I told her when she poured pancake mix on the frying pan. Sit down, dear. She pointed her spatula at me when I tried to get up. You've been through enough. Have I really? Where is everyone else? I asked her, taking a bite of the delicious parfait she made. My 3 younger children like to sleep in. My husband and I like to rise before anyone else, and Grayson has learned to adapt to our schedule. Where's Grayson? Bennett took the chair to my left. He's looking for something. His dignity. He said he will be coming down in a minute, I said. Both parents nodded and started conversing with each other. By the time Grayson finally presented himself, he looked like he was ready to plot revenge. His eyes settled on me as he walked towards the seat to my right. Good morning, Mom. He greeted his mother. Morning, son. How was your sleep? Stiff, was his only reply, which made Bennett chuckle from behind his coffee mug. The floor or other things. Bennett chided, and I blushed, horrified at his hilarity. Bennett. Laura whacked her husband over the head. Ouch! He rubbed his abused collar and apologized to his wife. Grayson took my spoon and dipped it in his mouth. I gawked at him in outrage. You have your spoon. Grayson, where are your manners? Laura scolded him. Sorry, Mom. I lost them with my balls. Bennett choked on his coffee, and Laura dropped a pancake on the floor. Grayson. Laura was now red as a tomato. I'm heading off to work. Bennett took his coffee mug. Wait, Dad. I'm heading out with you. No, you're not. You have responsibilities here at home, now that you have your mate. He was indicating to me, right? He doesn't need to babysit me. Bennett took a sip of his warm coffee and steadied his eyes on me. You need to learn how to be an alpha female. Grayson will help you learn. I'm not willing to learn. My mouth was producing words faster than my mind could think. A grin formed on Bennett's face that frightened the hairs off me. Really funny, he said before he turned and left. I wasn't trying to be funny, but his words sounded like a warning rather than actual amusement. Grayson whispered behind my ear. My dad can be scary when his wolf comes out. He's still the alpha, so his authority overrides my own. My mother is the only person who can calm him on his worst days, which are usually the full moon when our wolves are at their peak of control. What happens on full moons? Wicked things was all he said. After breakfast, Grayson gave me the layout of his usual day, which was read a bunch of college-level textbooks and oversee the garden plantation in their 1,000-acre backyard. I watched him as he did everything and fell asleep while reading his bulky textbooks. It was so dull. Are you done yet? I yelled from under a shaded tree. He was strenuously hacking logs and stacking them into piles against the side of the house. The amount he did in one day could probably build a small boat. A trickle of sweat dripped from the side of his face, and he wiped it with the back of his gloved palm. His muscles rippled underneath his blue shirt, and a puddle of sweat stained both sides of his shirt. On some men, it looked disgusting, but on Grayson, my mouth just went dry. Can we stop? I'm getting really hot out here. He set his axe aside and looked at me in bemusement. You're hot? I'm the one slaving under the sun and working my ass off. And you're thirsty. Yeah, I retort sassily. Grayson groaned and took off his gloves. Wait a minute. Let me cool off first. Hurry. He headed towards the hose and turned the faucet on. I watched as he washed his hands under the running water and splashed it on his face. The world stopped spinning on its axis when he shredded his shirt off and tossed it over his shoulder. It was like witnessing a photo shoot in real time, and I was the lucky one with the VIP seats. You. Gross. I nearly screamed when Lexi sat next to me. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Yeah, well, you ogling my brother makes me sick, so we're even. I wasn't ogling your brother. She rolled her eyes. Whatever. Grayson saw his sister and sent her a disapproving look. Aren't you supposed to be doing your homework, twerp? Finished it yesterday, she said casually. I wanted to hang out with my sister-in-law. I'm not marrying him, I growled. Future sister-in-law. Grayson corrected her. We aren't married yet. Same thing. She brushed it aside, just like both siblings completely ignored what I had just said. URG, I give up, I muttered. Let's head back inside the house and serve you two some ice cream. Yes, I like the way you think, bro. For the first time, I saw a genuine smile grace Lexi's face, and she looked 100 times beautiful. I envy her natural looks. Grayson slips his hands between mine and grips them firmly so I won't snatch them away. As if reading my mind, he says, "What flavor ice cream does my gorgeous girl want?" I blush and turn my head away. 1, because he was shirtless. 2, because I didn't want him to see my blushed face. And 3, he was still shirtless. We went into the kitchen and opened the freezer. They had all the classic flavors lined up in one shelf. My very favorite chocolate chip cookie dough was the first one in line. When I reached out for it, Grayson did the same at the same time, and our hands collided. Oh, you two like the same flavor. It's a love that's meant to be, Lexi says sarcastically while drastically waving her hands. She leans down between us and grabs her cup of Rocky Road. You two better not start kissing or I'm going to barf. Don't make me squirt this on you. Grayson threatens with a bottle of chocolate syrup. Lexi giggles and walks away. I'll be watching TV if you love Birds Need Me. Suddenly, Bennett comes striding into the room with a menacing look on his face. Clasped in Bennett's hands, by the collar of his shirt, was none other than Vincent. We have a problem, Bennett said, shoving Vincent to the corner of the wall. A few seconds later, Leo walked in with a dumbfounded look on his face. It must have been something big, because Grayson ordered me to go back to the bedroom. No, I spat. Celeste, don't, it's okay. Let her stay, this matter involves her. Bennett said sharply. Grayson took me by the arm and sat me on a chair as he held on to my shoulder as if I would try to run away. Bennett inhaled a sharp breath and sent Vincent a murderous look. This boy shifted into his wolf last night for the first time. So what's the issue with that? Grayson asked. Leo took a step forward and told Bennett that he would give the details. The men looked at each other for a silent minute, as if having a soundless conversation. Out of the blue, Grayson's facial expression turned into disbelief, and he gazed slowly at me in trepidation. What? I said, exasperated. Grayson placed both his hands on my shoulders, and the action made me more impatient. I don't want you to freak out. Everything is being taken care of, just spill it, I told him. Hold him. The 3 men standing behind him looked at me, studying my face. Vincent, however, looked terrified of my existence. Grayson held his breath then spoke. Vincent was with your sister last night. He shifted in front of her, and his wolf was in full control. What? I screamed, almost knocking the chair behind me down. I took a step towards Vincent, who was cowardly hiding behind his brother. Grayson, let me go. He had me around the waist. Easy, she's okay. He assured me. No, Bennett argued. Out of recklessness, he bit her. The last nerve of self-preservation snapped. Chapter 13, Charlotte's POV. When I woke up the day that Celeste disappeared, everything felt normal. The room was chilly like it usually was every morning, and I could hear the sound of birds chirping outside my window. The faint smell of breakfast cooking from the kitchen had me on my feet and heading towards my sister's room. Celeste loves doing my hair. Back home, our mornings began with me barging into her room like nobody's business and telling her about the plans I'm having with my friends. And while I do that, she'd style my hair the way I want it. I thought about asking her to put my hair up in a fishtail, but when I entered her room, she wasn't there. Her window was open and the curtains were fluttering wildly from the breeze outside. I walked up to the windowsill and locked it. Thinking maybe she got up earlier, I walked down to the kitchen and found everyone sitting on the dining room table. Where's Celeste? I asked Mom. Isn't she still sleeping? I shook my head. She wasn't in her room. Maybe she's doing her business? Gran said, plopping her jam sandwich into her mouth. Business? Trent cringed. Gran rolled her eyes. I swear, boy, are you really my grandson? Blockheads don't run in my family. She lightly hit him with her cane on the back of his knee. Trent pushed his chair back and sent Gran a glare. Don't stare at me like that. Business means, you know, whiz, pee, tinkle, take a leak. Or if it's the other one, dump, crap, poop, mother. You can't talk to Trent like that. And don't say those words, not while we're eating. Mom placed a pitcher of orange juice in front of her at the table. You're a nurse, Trace. I thought you had a tough gut for that kind of stuff. I changed topic before another argument between them happened. So, what are we planning to do today? We were almost finished with breakfast when Mom grew suspicious about Celeste's whereabouts too. Celeste hasn't come down yet. She probably got lost. Trent joked. I hit him on the shoulder and glared. A bad feeling made the pit of my stomach churn, a sign that never boded well. Wyatt. Gran called for her butler. He came running without a sweat. Yes, ma'am. Have you seen my granddaughter? His eyes looked at me and Gran caught it. The older one, not Charlotte, Celeste. No, ma'am. I didn't see her since I arrived here this morning at 5 a.m. He bowed and dismissed himself. Worry turned into fear. Maybe we should look for her, I said, already walking up the stairs and into her room. We searched and searched, from every nook and cranny of Gran's humongous house. Gran was out of her mind searching for Celeste in her freezer and cabinets. Trent checked the basement and the cellar. Wyatt looked around the perimeter of the house. Mom and I searched all the rooms. We can't find her anywhere. At this point, Mom was frantic and her hands were shaking. She was almost on the verge of tears. Mom didn't refuse Gran when she comforted her with a hug. Trent held my hand as I wept at the sight of Mom breaking down. The same way she did when Dad died. It broke my heart watching her react that way again. I was too young when Dad died to really understand what had happened at first. But now I'm old enough to know what this situation entailed. My sister is gone. She couldn't have run away. There was no reason for her to run away. She would have told me. She tells me everything. Or does she? There was only one explanation in my head that seemed realistic enough. Celeste was kidnapped. We called the police and were advised to wait 24 hours before reporting a missing person. Their response caused Mom to rush over to the police station, driving 100 miles per hour down the mountain. We burst into the station, marching past everyone who told us not to cross some stupid white line. Mom demanded to be assisted at once. We explained to all available police that we couldn't find my sister. Their response was identical to the person on the phone. Mom went ballistic, and she nearly did something that could have gotten her into jail. Last night was the taking. One police officer pointed out, it's not unusual for someone to go missing on an eclipse night. Gran's eyes widened. That's right. Oh dear, my granddaughter was taken. She sounded both excited and alarmed. My granddaughter was taken. She repeated it again, this time with a sad tone. We don't have time for your stories, Mother. Can't you see my child is missing? Mom went up to the cop, her face nearly an inch from his face. You're going to just accept that fantasy story and do nothing about my daughter possibly being kidnapped. Ma'am, please calm down. Mom pointed her finger at the cop and glared at him. Tell me to calm down one more time, and I took her hand in mine before she regretted the words coming out of her mouth. Officer Harvey. Trent stepped forward, facing the cop and reading his nameplate. Do you have kids? Officer Harvey nodded. 2 girls. Do you love your kids? Officer Harvey looked offended. Boy, you have some nerve. Do you love your kids? Trent repeated again, this time in a loud tone. His voice cracked, I noticed, and you could feel his emotions tainting each word. Trent's fists clenched tight, and I could see his veins protruding down his arms. Damn, Gran whistled. Defiantly my blood, no doubt about that. For the first time, I realized how big my little brother had become. He was almost as tall as Celeste now, and the muscles on his back were significantly developing. Why hadn't I noticed that before? I've only seen him as my little brother, so I guess that's why. Yes, I love my kids. Officer Harvey responded. Trent lifted his chin. So wouldn't you be going out of your mind if one of your kids were missing? Officer Harvey gulped. Of course I would. The man knew he was bested. But I'm sorry. I'm unable to assist you at this time. You have to understand how our system works. We can't file a missing persons case until 24 hours have passed. Screw you, Trent shouted. My sister is missing and she could be dead by that time. Mom gasped and her knees collapsed. Trent, I yelled. He went too far. I clasped my arms around his waist, holding him back in case he attempted to hit an officer. He was physically trembling, and for a faint second, as my ear was pressed to his back, I thought I heard a growl. What's going on in here? Leonardo stormed into the station. He looked like he had just recently gone for a run. His cheeks were flushed, and clutched within his hand was a rock. What was he doing with a rock? Leo, I'm so glad you are here. Mom rushed to his side immediately. What is it? What happened? He looked concerned. Was it just me, or did he look overly concerned? As if he was faking his reaction, but maybe I was putting too much thought into his expression. Mom collapsed into his side, pulling him to the mean cop's direction. If you have the authority to fire him, do it. Officer Harvey frowned. Sir, I didn't do anything wrong. It was strange to hear an older gentleman address someone as young as Leonardo as sir. Wow, hold up now. I can't fire anyone until I have a good reason to. Leo held one hand up. Celeste is missing. Mom cried. We can't find her anywhere, but we think she was taken. Gran added. Mom glared at Gran. Can you please stop talking about that story and focus on what's important? Leo's brow curved up. Celeste is missing? There was something odd about the way he responded. Are you sure she didn't go off wandering on her own around town? My sister would not do that. I spat. Celeste always tells us where she goes before she goes anywhere, Trent said. Huh. Leo clutched his chin like a detective solving a mystery. Let me check out the town. I'll ride around on my motorcycle and see if I can find her. I'll call my parents, maybe they can help find her. Oh, thank you. Mom hugged him. By the end of the day, there was still no sign of Celeste. Leo's parents met us at Gran's house, and Debbie comforted my mom as she cried. Vincent didn't tag along with his parents, much to my surprise. His dad said that Vincent felt sick and would have wanted to help out. I really hoped he were here, but Trent hadn't left my side all day. It was as if he was afraid he'd lose me too. My whole body was trembling, fearing what could have happened to Celeste. Is she safe? Is she okay? Is she alone? Is she alive? I didn't want to think the worst, but the thought kept lingering at the back of my head. I told myself it was too early to be thinking that. Then I remembered what I saw in the morning. Her window was open. I blurted out. When I came into her room, her window was open and she wasn't there. The news had Mom crying again. That night, none of us slept. The next day, the police were involved, but from the look in their eyes and the sound of their voice, they already believed Celeste had no chance of being found. It was that stupid legend everyone believed in. I was furious that they had already given up. The whole town had Celeste's face stapled to every wall, with the words, missing underneath and our contact information. Townspeople were whispering about how Celeste was taken. People came to our house offering condolences as if my sister were dead. I wanted to punch all those people who left flowers on the front of our gate. It wasn't nice. Gran made Wyatt shut the front entrance and told the visitors to respect our privacy and give us space. At one point, Mom lashed out in anger. We shouldn't have come here. This is all your fault. You are completely fine. Mom accused Gran. You are as healthy as a horse. If we hadn't come to this crazy town, my daughter would have been safe at home. Mom cried, clutching her tissue. Gran didn't say anything and slowly limped to the sofa by the window. Mom, don't blame Gran. You know this isn't really her fault. I told her. Mom's tear-streaked face was red and swollen. I know. I'm just distraught. I didn't mean to yell at her. I should apologize, shouldn't I? Instead of asking me, you should go and do it right now. She looked at me and wept again. God, you sound so much like Celeste right now. Always so smart when she talked. I cried again when she said it. Mom, I groaned, holding back my tears. She engulfed me in a tight hug and dug her face into my hair. We'll get her back. We are not leaving here until we do. Trent was lying across the sofa near the fireplace, staring at the ceiling. He's been as stone as a statue like that since the other night. He spoke in words after the incident at the police station. His face has been blank most of the time, but his eyes told me he was concerned over Celeste too. Growing up, because Mom worked a lot of double shifts, Celeste was like his second mom. He and Celeste were close until he started growing up and became a teenage boy. He didn't include himself in our conversations like he did as a kid and preferred to sit alone with his music or cell phone. "Are you okay?" I asked him. He gazed at me once, then turned away before answering. "Do I look okay?" "You look tired." He smirked. "You don't look so bad yourself." I rolled my eyes and swatted his leg. "Move over." He made space for me to sit next, and I wrapped my arm around his, placing my head on his shoulder. "Where do you think she is?" I asked him. Most of the time, he would pull me off and complain about all the touchy-feely girly things that I rubbed off on him. This time, he accepted my sisterly love. "If I knew, do you think I'd be here sitting with you?" "When we find her, I'm going to put itch powder all over her bra drawer for making us worry like this." I chuckled. "I'm going to tell Mom on you. That won't stop me." He smiled. "Don't go anywhere where I can't see both of you." Mom hovered over us. "I don't think I'll survive if another one of you goes missing." She hugged us both in a tight, snake-like hug. My ribs actually started to hurt from how tight it was. "Did you say sorry to Gran?" I asked her. "The stubborn woman won't talk to me. She's giving me the silent treatment." "You can try again tomorrow," I told her, giggling. Mom shrugged. "Or maybe later tonight." "I don't think I'll be able to sleep again tonight." "Me neither." "We can camp out in the living room again," Trent said. "I can take out some blankets and pillows so at least we don't have to sleep uncomfortably like last night." Mom whimpered. "Remember how you kids would make forts using blankets and chairs?" I would come home from work late, and the three of you would be up playing your cute role plays. Gran appeared out of nowhere and sat down on Trent's side of the sofa away from Mom. "I didn't get to see that. Tell me about your childhood." To pass time, we shared memories of our childhood. We laughed, tears were shed, and Gran loved every bit of it. At around 2 a.m., I got up to get a glass of water. My throat was so constricted from all the crying. It would have been easier to have Wyatt call it, but his shifts usually end after dinner. "I'll get some for you guys," I told them. Mom tiredly nodded. I had a feeling she would soon fall asleep. She hadn't slept for the past 24 hours, or maybe more, neither of us did. "I'll go with you," Trent offered. "It's okay, little bro. I can do it myself. I'll use a tray to carry the glasses." He grumbled when I glared at him. He's acting overly protective lately. The kitchen was quite dark when I arrived. The lights were switched off, and I immediately regretted not taking Trent up on his offer. If I returned now empty-handed, he would probably laugh at me. Celeste wasn't scared of the dark. Why should I? My sister could be out there facing something worse, and I'm here, scared of the dark. I'm pathetic. "Don't be a coward," I told myself. I searched for the light switch, but couldn't find it. I forgot where it was. Afraid of staying any longer, I decided to get the water and get the hell out as quickly as I could. The refrigerator had a water dispenser, and the light switch was on. I could easily maneuver through my task without falling. To my relief, a tray was already on the counter, so I grabbed that and reached up the cabinet for 4 glasses. Each glass was filled 3/4 of the way up, because I was fearful of spilling. Just when I was about to lift the tray, the door that led to the outside deck rattled. I paused on my feet and stared, stunned. "Oh my God, what was that?" Doorknobs don't rattle like that unless someone's tired of opening it. Thank goodness the window blinds were closed. The person outside couldn't see me. Then I thought maybe it was Celeste. I slowly walked up to the door and peeked through the peephole. My fingers pressed against the door as I leaned down to get a better look. It was too dark to see. This door leads to the back porch. If there really was a person on the other side of this door, how did he get into the backyard? Maybe it's the wind. I find the light switch for the back porch and hesitate to turn it on. What the heck, I won't find out who it is unless I do it. Without another second wasted, I flip the switch, and I am surprised to see Vincent. I exclaimed. My hand automatically unlocked the door without thinking. Stepping outside, I greet him with amazement. Vincent, what are you doing in my Gran's backyard in the middle of the night? He wore a pair of faded jeans and a button-down shirt, except it wasn't buttoned, and his lean, muscular chest was on full display for me to see and admire. It was so hard for me to keep my eyes on his handsome face. Charlotte, he muttered huskily. I'm sorry about your sister being missing. I heard from my brother. Vincent, aren't you sick? Shouldn't you be at home? I asked him worriedly. I reached out to touch him, but he recoiled. His face was twisted in what looked like pain. Are you okay? His hands fisted, and he pushed them into his back pockets. I'm fine, he croaked. Was that a growl I heard? Would you like to come inside? It's cold. I touched his shoulder, hoping to usher him inside the house, but when I did, I felt his shirt damp with sweat. Vincent, you're burning up, I exclaimed. His eyes widened and he covered my mouth with his palm. Shh, don't be so loud. We might get in trouble. Gross. He was sick, and he's covering my mouth with his hand, which he most probably coughed on. I'm not sick, he said, removing his hand from my mouth. Then why are you so hot? I asked. A cocky grin plastered on his face. I'm glad you think so. I rolled my eyes. So, you aren't sick? No, then why are you burning? I asked him, placing my hand on his damp forehead. I could feel the heat radiating off him in waves. It felt so much like a heater. I swear I was being fried like chicken standing right next to him. It's nothing, he muttered. Then suddenly he groaned and collapsed on his knees. He was whimpering in pain, and his hands were wrapped around himself. Vincent. Oh my God, I'm going to get my mom. He grabbed my arm before I could run. No. His hold had me on my knees with him, and because I was wearing shorts, my knees were dying from the wood. Charlotte, get back inside and lock the door. What? I can't leave you out here when you're obviously sick. Don't. Just go inside. I came here to make sure you were okay, but maybe this was a bad idea. Bad idea. What? I'm not leaving you. Go, he said between clenched teeth. Charlotte, please. I don't want to hurt you. You can't see this. You have to leave. This is my first. He didn't get to finish his sentence, because before I knew it, he ran and jumped off the porch. Vincent. I ran after him and down the stairs. The more I followed him, the further I got from the house. I was only wearing my indoor slippers, and I didn't have a coat on. It was pretty cold, and by the time I stopped running, my teeth were clattering and my skin formed goosebumps. Vincent. I called once more. After a few minutes, I didn't get a response back, so I thought he probably went back home. I wasn't done talking to him, and I intend to discuss this with him later. He had a lot of explaining to do. I was almost near the house when I felt someone grab me from behind and spin me to face them. A familiar face welcomed me with a bright, dimpled smile. Vincent, you scared me. He didn't respond, but closed his arms around me in a hug. This was the first time he hugged me, and it felt nice. At first, I was startled, but I warmed into it. What are you doing, Vincent? He shifted his head, and I felt his soft lips graze my neck. You smell really good, Charlotte. A trail of shivers ran down my spine and back. Thanks. I gasped. Did he jack me? Vince, pain burned the side of my neck, and my fingernails dug into his back. A scream exploded from my mouth, and before I knew it, I was limp in his arms. He clutched me like a newborn baby against his chest. Mine was the last thing I heard him say before he placed me on the forest ground. He took off his shirt and put it over me to keep me warm. It didn't help much. I was still cold. Next, he got on the ground on all fours and tilted his head back, making a long and loud howl like a wolf. My eyes began to droop as drowsiness kicked in. Vincent cringed forward, his back arched, and his shoulders sagged. I watched stupefied as his whole body expanded, grew hair, and morphed into a gigantic, horrific beast. He was still shifting when another animal, larger than himself, pounced on him from the side. The two creatures tumbled to the ground snarling and barking. I didn't see what else happened because I lost consciousness. Chapter 14, Celeste. How many hits does it take to kill a werewolf? Let's find out. Celeste, don't be hasty. My brother already knows what he did was wrong. Grayson and I will take care of this. Leo stands in front of his soon-to-be-dead brother, and my blood boils further. Vincent should take me like a grown-up and not hide behind Leo like a coward. This? Your brother bit my sister. You think I wouldn't be pissed off? How would you feel if my sister bit your brother? He looked at me like, so what? URG, men. They're hopeless. They'd probably have a drink over it like sick shits celebrating manhood, Lexi muttered under her breath. Her father scowled at her, and she shrugged. It's true. Face-palming myself, I groaned. Forget what I said. Don't worry, Celeste. Charlotte will be fine. The bite will heal. Grayson assured, but the grim look on Bennett's face said there was more to that bite than Grayson let on. What if my sister got rabies from him? My fist connected with Leo's chest. You better have him checked out. Leo grasps my fist into his, preventing it from beating anything or anyone else. Grayson doesn't like that Leo hasn't let me go immediately and growls like an aggressive bulldog. I'm tempted to tell him, sit, boy, but I don't. He might as well pee a circle around me to mark his territory. Vincent peeks over his brother's shoulder. I'm sorry. Before he could finish that last word, I shot daggers at him. Don't you dare apologize after what you did. When I'm through with you, all you can eat is wet dog food. Vincent staggers back in defeat and his fists tighten between his sides, avoiding my gaze. Grayson annoyingly wraps his arm around my waist, and I jerk back in response, which makes him irate. What makes you think you can take on a newly turned werewolf? He asks me. If I don't try, how will I know I won't succeed? His response is a dry smirk. I love your enthusiasm. And I hate yours. You can practically hear the thunder between us as we face off. Leo clears his throat. Hate to break the love quarrel. This is not a quarrel. This is not a love quarrel. Grayson and I yell in unison. Leo rolls his eyes and crosses his arms over his chest. That was not a love quarrel. And I'm not done with him. I point at Vincent. Grayson groans. You are not going to lay a hand on him. Why? Is he too fragile? Afraid of hitting a girl. After the words slip out of my mouth, Vincent lunges towards me like a snarling mad animal. I glanced at his eyes for 1 second, and all I could see was pure thoughtless murder. The blues in his eyes disappeared and his pupils dilated into opal orbs. This boy was bent on killing me. Kill me, and all the fight power I had earlier switched into cold, hard fear. I screamed as his hands elongated into claws and were mere inches from gashing my face. Lexi, I heard Bennett yell just before I closed my eyes, and barks, snarls, cries, and whimpers were made by what sounded like dogs. That was close. You need to watch what you say sometimes. I swear, one of these days you might get yourself killed with that mouth of yours. And I thought I was bad. You were so much worse. Lexi had me shoved to the ground right before Vincent attacked me. When I opened my eyes, 3 humongous dogs were piled up over Vincent's thrashing body. What the hell just happened? My heart raced as adrenaline kicked through my system. Newly shifted wolves are unstable. That's why we keep them locked up for a while until their wolves are fully controlled. Vincent's wolf got ticked off by what you said. Vincent can't suppress his wolf yet, so don't blame him for it. 2 of the dogs were about the same size. One had shinier black fur, and the other looked a tad bit more majestic and older. The smallest of the 3 had sandy brown hair and a white face. It wasn't growling like the other 2. I guess that the wolf was Leonardo. Is that Grayson? The dog with the shiny black fur reassembled Fluffy. Lexi nodded. Dad's the wolf that's graying. Bennett heard her say it because his head lifted and his pointed ears raised straight. Standing, I watched as Vincent screamed and snarled for release. He picked up my sound, and his eyes darted at me. Let me go. I'll prove her wrong. I can take on a girl. He snarled, and Fluffy hovered behind his ear, growling in warning. Vincent bowed unwillingly and submissively. Bennett made a thundering command, and Vincent immediately went slack without a sign of complaint. Lexi asked me to keep my distance and give the guys room to work. Vincent's wolf considered your words earlier as a challenge. Young pups are like temperamental teenage boys. Leo's wolf nudged Vincent's shoulder, and Vincent feebly got up. I sucked in a breath when he looked at me over his shoulder. For a second, I thought he was going to attack me again, but to my surprise, he gave me a remorseful expression. His eyes were no longer dilated, but he looked physically exhausted. With all ounce of bravery I had left in me, I marched up to him and slapped him across the face. Lexi swore under her breath before she grabbed my arm. Are you crazy? Didn't you hear anything I just told you? You can't piss him off when he isn't stable. Everyone looked horrified at what I had just done. But shit, that felt good. If I couldn't kill him for what he did, at least that was enough to avenge my sister, for now. Fluffy instantly placed himself between me and Vincent. He shoved his wet nose against my stomach as if reproaching me. Vincent touched his reddened cheek. All heads watched him wearily, wondering what he would do next. His fists fisted again, and his shoulders tensed. I'm going to die now. No one expected him to start laughing. Vincent clutched his stomach and burst out into tearful laughter. Oh God, I needed that. He sighed in relief. Happy tears formed on the corner of his eyes, and he wiped them with the back of his hand. Thanks, Celeste. Okay. Sure, anytime. I thoughtfully replied. If you need me to hit you again, I would happily do it. I showed him both my fists to express how keen I was to do it again. Vincent held his hand up. Once is okay. My wolf might kill you for it, and next time I might not be able to control him. He honestly thought he could hurt me and made a step of safe space between us. I'm sorry for attempting to kill you. This wasn't an everyday conversation, but nothing in my life had ever been normal again. Sure, but biting my sister, apology not accepted. You're going to pay for that. He nodded in agreement. I know. Vincent looked upset over it. He did have deep feelings for my sister, and a part of me wanted to sympathize with him. What the hell? Lexi shook her head in disbelief. How are you able to control yourself after she hit you? Vincent shrugged. I don't know. I just felt normal. Normal. She lifted her brow and cross-examined him from head to toe. Young pups such as yourself shouldn't be able to control themselves when slapped like that. And to test out her theory, she slapped him too on the same cheek. The bomb went off. Vincent snarled and his teeth snapped together. His body posture widened, and his fingers extended with sharp, pointed nails. Now that's what I'm talking about, Lexi said before she pulled out a small object from her back pocket and sprayed it on Vincent's face. Vincent retracted from the substance that covered his face. He recoiled to the ground and was on his hands and feet, screaming in pain. You shouldn't have done that. Bennett was back in his human form wearing nothing but his pants. I looked away, embarrassed, hiding my face with my hands. You, Dad. Put your shirt on. Lexi grabbed his shirt on the floor and threw it to him. My eyes were still closed when I felt someone else's body heat radiating behind me. We would have helped you. There was no need to pepper spray him. It was Grayson behind me. From the sound of the zipper, I could guess he was putting his clothes on. Little fantasies started to conjure up in my thoughts before I could stop them. My hands were about to move out of my face when... Where did my pants go? Leo asked. Grayson hissed behind me, and his hand covered my eyes. Leo, cover that ass up before I kick it out of here. Oh, my poor eyes. Lexi cried. Vincent was still groaning in pain. Leo, as a person of the law, I don't think public nudity would look good on your record. Bennett teased. Oh, shut up, I mean. Alpha, don't you think I need a little help here? When I shifted, I just threw my clothes without looking. I think it's in the bushes somewhere. Grayson, help Leo find his clothes. Lexi and I will take Vincent to the basement floor. The dungeon, I thought. My hand is kind of occupied. I'm incapable of shielding my own eyes. Lexi and Bennett carried Vincent off and disappeared into the house. Grayson, remove your hands off me. I attempted to remove his fingers one at a time, but he placed his other hand over them. So you can see another man naked? No way. I'm not going to look. I wasn't even planning to. No, he said childishly. How mature. I know. I sensed the smile on his face. Something warm and soft touched the bare part of my neck, and I reacted by tensing. Grayson, what was that? What was what? That thing I just felt. Did he kiss my neck? I don't know. He answers sarcastically. I whip around and remove myself from him. The first thing I see is the smug smile on his face, which tells me he did what I just said he did. You did. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. I puffed. Can you two stop being so lovey-dovey? It's making me sick. Leo walked up to us wearing all his clothes. I could hear you from a few meters away. You two are already starting to sound like an old married couple. Grayson snorted, but a pleased look was plastered on his face. We are nothing close to that. I don't even like him. I glared at Leo. I don't need to be a lawyer to read the lie in that sentence. Before I could object, Grayson cut in and changed the subject. How's Charlotte? My teeth bit my tongue. I wanted to say a million things, but I needed to hear the answer from Leo. She's at the hospital. I was able to stop Vincent Wolf from claiming her. I carried her closer to the house, and her brother, Trent, found her a few minutes later. She has a deep bite mark on her shoulder, deep enough to leave a permanent scar. Her mother was hysterical when she saw her bleeding so much. The news had me trembling. I turned to Grayson. Take me to my family. I punched him on the chest. My mom is worried sick. You stole me, and now my sister is hurt. You don't understand how much my mother has already suffered. My father was taken from us at a young age. We went through a lot together, and I was always there for her. How can she survive without me? Take me back to my family. I cried. Grayson caught me before I collapsed. My fists continued to punch him on his stomach. Charlotte was in the hospital. I wanted to see her for myself. Leo's jaw clenched. You will see your sister again. My eyes searched his for any sign of a lie. There wasn't. What do you mean? Grayson sighed. When our wolves choose a partner, an intimate partner, we're bonded to that person for life. Vincent's wolf didn't randomly bite your sister. It's rare for pups to find their mate before shifting, but it happens. Your sister is Vincent's mate. So you're going to steal her too? No, we won't be doing that, Leo explained. She isn't an alpha's mate. Her life isn't threatened like yours, Grayson explained. My heart dropped to my stomach. So what's going to happen now? Charlotte will heal. Psychologically, I don't know how well she will react to what she remembers happened last night. I have to keep a close watch on her. He was talking about my sister as if she were a lab rat. When Vincent is stable, which can take 3 weeks, he will need to explain to her about all this. When she accepts Vincent and our pack, she will be able to come here and see you. In 3 weeks, I might see Charlotte. This does little to relax me. My sister is soft-hearted. She might not take this news lightly. I want to be there when Vincent tells her. Grayson and Leo look at each other in uncertainty. You can't go outside. Grayson reminds me. Not even for a few minutes? Leo frowned. We can't risk it, and Alpha Bennett would not allow it. Can't she come in here? They remain silent for a few minutes, then Grayson speaks up. I will have to talk to my father about that. Can she tell her mother about us? Again, the two are silent. Are they telepathically talking to each other? Let's take one step at a time. Grayson clears his throat. We still haven't talked about our wedding, and wow, hold up. You think I've agreed to that? No way in hell am I marrying you. Hold my hands out and leave a hand's length distance away from either boy. Marriage is about the consenting union of two persons who agree to share each other's lives. One soul and two bodies. Yes, I am aware. Grayson nodded. No, you are not aware. Get it through your thick skull that I haven't consented to marrying you. Grayson smiled silently to himself, while Leo absent-mindedly gazed at the sky, pretending to be miles away from this conversation. Love can come after the ceremony. I know we are meant for each other. My wolf tells me so. The night I saw you from your bedroom window, I knew you were it for me. There is no one else. My heart fluttered. You can't know that by looking. Love is complex. It doesn't happen like lightning. True, but for wolves we tempt fate by instinct. Have you read the classic tale of Romeo and Juliet by William Shakespeare? I rolled my eyes. Don't get poetic with me. I'm not one of those romantics. All lies. I am one of those romantics. And the way Grayson always stared at me, admiration and pride had my heart twisting in knots. Was I starting to like him? No, it can't be. He smirked. Romeo looked at Juliet once, and he was in love. They were 16. They were too young to know what love meant. Puppy love killed them, pun intended. I mentally laughed at my joke. Grayson smirked. They loved and fought for what they thought was love despite their family's loathing for one another. Look at us, Celeste. You are human and I'm a beast. In society's views, our relationship would be abnormal. There is this pull inside me that tells me one day you and I will learn to love each other. I'm fighting to get there, but you haven't tired yet. You haven't accepted me and what I can become. A monster and your protector, your friend, and someday your lover. We blush at the same time. Brilliant. He bent down on one knee. Oh my God. What are you doing, you idiot? Get up. He reached into his back pocket. Oh my God. And produced a velvet box. Someone shot me. Grayson, don't do this. I pleaded. Do what? He said in confusion. He opened the velvet box, and inside I saw a gorgeous diamond anklet. Leo said that girls love jewelry, especially anklets. He said that it signifies how I think you're beautiful. If you wear it on your left leg, it means that you are taken. It was like a bucket of ice water fell on me. It was stupid to think he was going to propose. And Grayson, he lives under a rock. Although the gift was thoughtful, I'm not going to wear that piece of jewelry to symbolize his ownership. Grayson, if you want me to learn how to love you, making me wear jewelry for your expense will not get me there. I'm not wearing it, although I think it is quite beautiful. He looked disappointed. Why not? Why don't you ask Leonardo? He seems to be well educated in the topic of love and relationships. I walk away, towards the house. Where are you going? He asks. To find my sanity, I think I've lost it. He shakes his head. That tongue of yours, 3 weeks. If I wait that long, what will lie ahead of me? Chapter 15, 2 days later. Mom smiled at me as she stirred a bowl of brownie mix in her hand. Celeste, you have some flour on your face. Where? I touched my cheek and Mom burst out laughing. You'd think I learned from the first time when she told me I had a stain on my shirt. I looked down and she flicked me in the nose. Trent walked past us and grabbed an apple from the table. You are so gullible. Where are you going? Mom asked him. We both noticed that he was wearing going-out clothes. Hanging with the guys. He said. I'll be back before dinner. Stay safe. Mom called out to him before he left out the front door. Sighing, she set the oven on bake at 350 degrees to prepare for the batter. It feels like I just blinked for 1 second and all 3 of you are grown up. She looked like she was on the verge of tears. Mom. I got up from my chair and wrapped my arms around her from behind, resting my head on her shoulder. We may be growing up, but we love you just the same. She rested her head on mine and caressed my cheek. I know, but one day you will fall in love and leave. You 3 will eventually leave the nest. I don't know how well I can handle it. She chuckled tearfully. You're thinking way far ahead, Mom. I'm sure Charlotte will beat me to the altar. That's for sure. Just as I said, Charlotte's screams are heard from upstairs. We both stop what we're doing and we both run up the stairs. Each step felt like 5. What felt like minutes turned into hours. Why wasn't I getting anywhere? When I looked over my shoulder to see if Mom was trailing me, I didn't see her. She was gone. Looking down, my legs moved as though I were running on a treadmill going nowhere. Celeste, help. I heard my sister scream again, and this time, my attention focused solely on reaching her. When I finally made it to her room, I gasped when I saw Charlotte being pulled out the window by the collar of her shirt. Charlotte! I screamed. Racing to save her, I bolt towards the window and climb through it. Deja vu. I take one glance at my surroundings and realize I wasn't home. This wasn't the place I grew up. This isn't my house. I don't live in a house. Where was I? Celeste, save your sister before the beast takes her. A familiar voice exclaimed. Gran? The grandmother I've only seen in pictures screamed from another window. Her head peeked out the sill. Oh, that's right. We are staying at her house. Celeste. Charlotte screamed again. My head twisted to the direction of her voice. When I saw her, my heart stopped. Before I knew it, I felt my body drain of blood and I began trembling. Lying only a few feet from me was Charlotte, disheveled on the ground, hair crusted with crimson, clothes crumpled with mud, and she had purple bruises forming on her creamy skin. How I got from the ceiling to where my sister was, I don't know, but for some damn reason I couldn't get my feet to move and help her. "Charlotte!" I screamed. "Charlotte!" No matter how much I wanted to be at her side, my feet were glued to the ground. Helplessly, I watched as the floor between us expanded and Charlotte's form moved farther away. A figure moved out of the shadows. It was a large black wolf with eyes that shone bright in the moonlight. It quietly stood behind her, blood dripping from its snout. "Get away from her. Charlotte! Charlotte! Charlotte!" The creature widened its jaws and took a swift bite into my sister's shoulder. "No!" I heard myself cry, and the sound echoed all around. "Charlotte! Charlotte!" "Hey, what's wrong?" A low and husky voice broke into my subconscious. "No, get away from me," I whimpered. Something touched my shoulder, and my body jerked to avoid another assault. My fingers clutched tightly to the sheets under my chin. My eyes shot open, and my heart thundered through my chest. Sweat trickled down my forehead, and when I turned to my side, I felt cool air blow into my damp back. Shivers trailed down. I heard the sound of someone gasping for breath. I was gasping for breath. "Celeste, are you all right?" The bed shifted next to me, and suddenly something, or someone, spooned me from behind and folded an arm around my shoulder. It fills me with a warmth I've not felt since before my dad died. For just a moment, I accept the comfort and I melt into it. "You were having a nightmare." "It's okay, you're okay." Words couldn't come out of my mouth. I was so shaken up, so I responded by placing my hand on the arm over my shoulder. Despite having almost calmed down, I couldn't fall back to sleep. The wolf in my dream was fluffy. There was no doubt about it, remembering those sharp, bright eyes. However, that dream Fluffy acted vicious and dangerous. "Grayson." I felt him raising himself by the elbow, then his face hovered over the side of my face. The weight of his arm on my shoulder increased, and I felt asphyxiated by his presence. "I'm here, don't be scared." He spoke softly, and my heart ached strangely. "No, I'm not scared anymore." "That's good." His hand tightened on my shoulder, and then he relaxed, nuzzling his face into my nape. He inhaled my scent and blew a warm breath against my neck, making my heart go 100 miles per hour all over again. "You smell good," he muttered. I'm slightly horrified, having just sweated a bucket load from that awful nightmare. "Grayson." He said tiredly. "I think he just fell asleep on me, literally." "Grayson." He wakes up abruptly. "What? What's wrong?" I wiggled from his hold, and he groaned low in his throat. "Stop that." Not listening, I wiggle some more, attempting to be set free from his embrace. "Stop. If you think that will make me let you go, you're sadly mistaken." "How did you get in bed with me?" "Easy, I walked and crawled in." He thought he was being funny. "I thought we decided that we sleep in separate rooms. And I swear I locked the door before going to bed." He let go and rolled onto his back. "You think I don't know how to pick a lock? I heard you talking in your sleep and figured you were having a nightmare." My wolf became restless, sensing your distress. He paused for a minute. "Do you think you would be willing to tell me what you dreamt about? It seems to worry you still." "I don't want to talk about it." Stubbornly, I pull the blanket away from him. "Go back to your room." "No. This is my room. This whole floor is mine. It's supposed to be ours, but you haven't yet accepted our relationship status." He moves his body to the opposite direction from me and makes himself comfortable. "What is this? Facebook?" "What's Facebook?" "Are you kidding me? Haven't you heard of social networking?" At this point, I'm staring at him with my mouth open. I don't use the computer much. I'm too busy with pack business. I have to remind myself that Grayson is isolated from the world. "Never mind, forget we had this conversation and get out of here. I appreciate that you were concerned over me earlier, but I'm fine now. Please, go back to your room." He remained where he lay, not obeying my request. "Because of you, I had to spend a night a few feet away from my brothers." "What's so bad about the twins?" "They're just kids." Grayson snorted. "Just kids?" I couldn't sleep a wink, knowing they were just a few feet away from me. "Those little devils are not just kids." You have not yet seen what they can do, so you can't understand the extent of how crazy they are. I have a younger brother too, and he can be a little twerp sometimes, but I wouldn't call him a devil. You are over-exaggerating. You'll believe me when you see it for yourself. I roll my eyes and smack my palm into the base of his stiff, muscular back. Get out of my bed. He unwillingly gets up and faces me. Please, you like my bed because it smells like me. You could have slept in another room. I blush. You're so full of yourself. His scent had a therapeutic aroma that helped lull me to sleep, but that wasn't the reason I chose to sleep in this room. I like your room because it's spacious, the bed is comfortable, and I don't have to go outside to use the restroom. He smirks. Okay, whatever. If you need me, scream my name. I'm not going to do that. I glare at him. Why? You afraid everyone will hear you? I gasp in outrage. You need to get your head out of the gutter. He chuckled. Hey, I said nothing wrong. You're the one who has dirty thoughts. It's you who needs to get your head out of the gutter. Angrily, I toss a pillow at his inflating ego. Get out already and lock the door on your way out. I woke up that morning groggy because of constant recurring bad dreams. They are similar to each other, both frightening and exhausting. Grayson left a note on the bedside table. He snuck in again while I was sleeping. See, have a lot of work to do. See you later. Gray X. He added an X. Was that supposed to be a kiss? How sappy, but admittedly, I thought it was cute. No one else was home. Everyone must have had something to do, even the twins were gone. The idea of attempting another escape rambled my mind, but I decided against its last minute. What was the point? They probably had the place bugged. There were picture frames in almost every room, except the bathroom. Any of them could have someone watching in surveillance, just like the one in the dungeon. By mid-afternoon, Laura came home first. Good afternoon. I hope. Celeste, honey, are you all right? You don't look so good. I guess the eye bags are noticeable. Laura worriedly hovers over me like a mother hen. She's been having nightmares a lot these past 2 days. Grayson rubs his hands together as he enters the room. He looks like he had a tiresome day, but he smells freshly bathed. You're back, I noted. He leans forward as if trying to kiss me, but instead moves past my lips and whispers in my ear. Missed me? No, yes. It was so lonely in this big house, and I think I got lost twice as many times as I did when I was in Gran's large house. Laura examines me with a tentative gaze. Dreams are a unique quality being an alpha's mate. A few of us sometimes have premonitions at random times in our lives. More frequently, when we haven't mated, they say it's how the alpha's mate is led to her alpha male. Tell me, Celeste, have you had strange dreams before? She sets a basket full of fruits on the table and washes her hands in the sink. Thinking back, I remembered another time in the past. The night before my dad died. I dreamt that Dad was standing right next to his dog. You have a dog? Grayson asked. Leo didn't report anything about a dog. What kind of reports does Leonardo make for Grayson? It reminded me of Leo's phone call to Grayson the first time I met him. Not anymore. When I was a kid, my dad had a huge dog, but after my dad died, I never saw it again. It wasn't amicable, so Mom didn't allow it in the house we had before Dad died. We kept it in a dog house on our front yard. It would sometimes leave, and we didn't know where it went. I thought it was strange for Dad to keep a stray animal because Mom didn't like it. Grayson pulled out a chair for me to sit, and I thanked him. You never saw this dog again? No, was it a werewolf? Laura says bluntly. It was a large dog, but I was small then, and everything looked big to me. If it did turn into a butt-naked man, I never noticed. Funny. Did it ever interact with you? Grayson asked. I shook my head. It wasn't amicable, remember? It was always just sitting and observing from outside the house. Mom didn't want it inside the house. Huh. Grayson spaced out, and that ended the conversation. Where did everyone go? I asked Laura. They decided to leave the territory. Leave the territory, as in they went through the maze? Uh-huh. Bennett took the kids for a hunt. I thought you were not supposed to leave. Grayson cut in. I'm not, but they can. However, they can't head into town. With how small Paradise Valley is, word spreads like wildfire when strangers come and go. I noticed that. The humans will become suspicious about the mysterious family that disappears into the woods. It will tempt them to explore the forest and into the maze. What are they doing out there? My husband is teaching them about the world outside our territory. It's a learning experience. Laura smiles half-heartedly. Sometimes I forget that Laura was once a normal girl with an everyday life. Do you have a family back there? Parents, siblings? Grayson glances at his mother, waiting to hear her answer. Laura's smile appeared slightly sad, and I regretted asking. My parents were enthusiastic about the taking. They were paranormal enthusiasts. That's why they moved into Paradise Valley. They were hoping that I would be chosen on the Eclipse. I have a little sister, but I heard she left town. A part of me wishes she misses me, but I've always known she wanted me taken, too. Our parents tended to favor me because I was molded, since birth, to be their perfect child. I often sympathized with my sister for feeling so neglected. She hated me more as we got older. I was 21 when Bennett took me, and I was terrified. At first, I thought my life would be a lot worse than it already was, but when I fell in love with my husband, I realized my life was starting over, and this time I was going to be happy. And I am. Just then, a group of people came barging into the room, laughing and chattering. Bennett walks in with both the twins swinging in his arms. I told you two not to chase after that mountain lion. How many times have I told you two that it's not a toy? Sorry, Daddy. The twins say in a sing-song voice. They don't look sorry at all. Liam fishes into his pocket and produces a toad. Look, Lexi, look what I got. Lexi looked down, and her eyes bulged as she saw the slimy amphibian. Dad, get that twerp and his frog away from me. She shrieks, and that encourages Liam to shove the toad closer to her face. Lexi is running away from her brother, and Liam chases after her with a maniacal laugh. Caleb, however, looks as innocent as a puppy. Daddy, if I were a good boy, could I keep my new friend? Bennett looks down at his son with a skeptical look. It depends, son. What friend did you make? Caleb reaches into his little backpack and produces a rattlesnake. Oh my God, how did he get that? Laura screams, and immediately Grayson takes action, grabbing the snake by the head and pulling it away from his brother. Caleb cries in anger when Grayson doesn't give his friend back. Grayson, give Mr. Noodles back. He cried louder. This is not a friend, Caleb. It can hurt you, and good friends don't hurt you. That's a life lesson right there. Letting Grayson take care of the situation, Bennett cares for his wife. Hey, sweetheart. How was your day? Bennett pecks Laura on the lips and then nuzzles his cheek against her in an intimate manner. I look away, embarrassed for having seen the private moment. Laura kisses him back and tells him about all the fruits and vegetables that she picked from her garden. Later in the day, I am sitting with Lexi, watching a movie, and Grayson is, God knows where, doing more pack business. Probably more paperwork than Bennett assigned him. Looks like you've started to settle in, Lexi mutters, popping a popcorn in her mouth. Not really, I'm still worried about my sister. Lexi stops eating and clasps her hand around mine. Shit happens. My face droops and I give her what the heck look. Oops, scratch that. I didn't mean it the way I said it. Really? Can she be any more ridiculous? What I was trying to say is, things happen for a reason, and in the end, it will all work out. So hang in there, Celeste. Everything will piece together like a jigsaw puzzle. She offers me a smile. I smile back and say, you're full of shit. She bursts out laughing, and we both laugh for no apparent reason. Ugh, I know. I can't cheer up a person to save my life. I'm so glad I wasn't born as the oldest son. Grayson has to do all those things: a leader, a peer mentor, a diplomat, etc., etc. When I watch my brother work, I get a headache just thinking about all those big words he has to read. I'm so glad I have more of life than he does, but I feel guilty sometimes that he missed out a lot with all the responsibility in his hands. Lexi's guiltiness must be contagious, because suddenly I feel like a total shrew for being mean to Grayson sometimes. Lexi pokes my side, grabbing my attention. At least I tried cheering you up. What's my score? I give you a B for effort. You suck. She throws a kernel at me. I chuckle and throw it back at her. We start a popcorn/kernel war. Winner gets bragging rights. It's an all-out battle until someone walks into the room and clears their throat. Lexi hides behind a pillow, thinking it is her father preparing to scold her. What are you two fighting about? Grayson walks around the coach, and I move over to leave space for him next to me. This surprises him. Thanks, he says, and sits down next to me, laying his arm around my shoulders. Hey, just because I gave you privileges to sit next to me doesn't mean you can touch me. He ignores me and leans back. Lexi frowns. Bro, you have a huge ass. I'm squished over here. Then move. He takes a piece of popcorn off the couch and throws it at her. You two will have to clean this before Dad sees it. He's going to be mad with this mess. What are you two, three? Food fights are immature. Says the guy who threw the popcorn at me. Lexi smirks. Chapter 16, Charlotte's POV. The day after Vincent bit her. Why am I so cold? My neck feels like a wooden plank, and I have a tsunami headache crashing through my skull. Charlotte? Baby, you're awake. Mom's quivering voice made me turn my eyeballs to the side. Neck pains, remember? We make eye contact, and she gasps like a woman who has just found out she won the $1 million lottery. Trent, your sister is awake. She kneels by my bedside and holds on to my forearm. Her eyes are bloodshot, and her face is painstakingly pale like a sheet of paper. She looked twice as horrible as yesterday, I kid you not. Mom? My throat is so dry it's hard to speak. My baby girl. She cries into my arm. Regarding the room, I realize we were at the hospital. How'd I get here? The last thing I remember was chasing Vincent into the woods. My brain flashes outlandish images of Vincent turning to a werewolf. I must have fallen on my head before having nightmares. It explains the headache. Mom? I reach for her hand, but the 4-needle on the back of my palm prevents me from moving my arm any further. I look at it and feel squeamish. I freaking hate needles. Trent sits on the other side of the bed and covers the taped area, hiding the 4 from my sight. Like his mom, he looks forlorn and deep-eye bags mark under his eyes. Don't look if you know you're not going to like it. How are you, sis? His voice expressed concern, but his rigid posture meant he had more serious things to say, but was restraining himself for his mom's sake. Before I could tell him how sore I felt, Mom interjects. Charlotte, what in the world made you think of going outside? With what happened to she choked on her breath and paused for a second to hold in her emotions. The door opens and a nurse walks in. Mom stops talking. You're awake. The nurse walks over to monitor and checks my vital signs. She takes down a few notes and introduces herself. My name's Marlene. I'm your nurse for this afternoon. Are you in pain, honey? Would you like me to give you some pain meds? The doctor said if you woke up in pain, I could administer a small dosage to make you feel at ease. That animal bite was pretty deep. I'm sorry, darling, but you're going to have a scare there. My mouth drops and I kink my neck to see the wound, but I forget I have a stiff neck. I groan when the sudden pain hits me. Trent curses under his breath. Sometimes I feel like you're the younger sibling. He gets to his feet and helps me adjust the pillow so that I don't hurt my neck again. I watch him as he does this, and I feel so well taken care of by my little brother. It almost brings tears to my eyes. If Celeste were here, she would think some alien took over our little brother's body and replaced him with this caring stranger. I stubbornly attempt to swat his hand and tell him I didn't need help, but he groaned in annoyance. Charlotte, please. My stomach twists. Charlotte, please. Vincent said the same thing last night before jumping off the porch. The recognition made me somewhat nauseated, likely due to my headache and shock. Last night was real. Did I really see Vincent turn into a wolf? It sounds so crazy. Or maybe I'm already going crazy. I blink a couple of times, hoping my brain would work past the throbbing and tell me I'm too hazed to think straight. Nothing clears up. Vincent's burning, the night chill prickling my skin, the pain of his fingernails digging into my skin, and the snarls from deep within his throat. It was real. And if all that wasn't evidence enough, the pain on my shoulder is proof of last night. My face contorted into an image of distress. Trent looks at me quizzically. Nurse, I think she needs those pain meds. Nurse Marlene awaits my consent. You're the patient. I can't just hand you medication if you don't actually need it. Is the pain unbearable? The shoulder's a little painful, but the neck and the headache, it's like a 6.0 earthquake. Nurse Marlene laughs. First time I heard a patient describe pain like that. I'll tell your doctor and come back in a sec with your medication. She left, and the room was quiet again, except for the beeping on the EKG monitor. Charlotte, Mom said softly. Tell us why you went outside. We want to hear a perfectly good reason why you would endanger yourself. Her eyes are directly on me. They wouldn't believe me if I told the truth. They would think I'm crazy. My only option was to lie, and that was something I was never good at, but I had to do it. In this family, we never lie to each other. But this once, I hope to God I can pull it off. I went out because, come on. What to say? Lying is more complicated than I thought. I saw, or I thought I saw, Celeste. I'm going to regret this. I thought I saw her in the woods and I was hoping to chase after her. She's gone insane. She's seeing things. Trent blurted. It must be the lack of sleep. We all have been walking around like zombies for the past couple of days since Celeste disappeared, and I think we've hit our limit. Mom's an emotional wreck, and I feel like I've been getting non-stop panic attacks. Mom's brows arched so high, for a second I thought they disappeared into her hairline. Trent, you've been having panic attacks? Way to go, bro. Now Mom has another thing to worry about. Trent appears to regret what he said. It's not as bad as it sounds, Mom. They last for 3 minutes or maybe less. I can handle them. They started happening a little while after Celeste went missing. I think it's because of all the caffeine I drank from Gran's cupboard. Did a bomb just go off? You drank your grandmother's coffee. Do you not know how strong that is? A person with a possible cardiovascular disease shouldn't even drink that stuff. It increases their chance of a heart attack. But does my mom listen? No. She does whatever the hell she wants and drinks that crap like water. Trent, you are no longer allowed to drink coffee. In fact, when we get home, I'm going to throw it out. Throw what out? Gran walks into the room, holding the curtain wide open with her cane. On one hand, she had stacks of plastic-wrapped muffins in assorted flavors. Hey honey, how's the freakishly large hickey on your neck? I remember when I was your age, I stopped listening, afraid that my ears would hear something inappropriate and conjure up more images in my head that I didn't want to see or believe. Mom stomps towards Gran, eyes focused on the pile of food. Those are all carbohydrates. You eat all those and your blood sugar will skyrocket to the moon. Please give it to me. I'm going downstairs and donating them to the visitors sitting in the waiting room. Gran looks appalled and shakes her head like a defiant child. I paid for these and I'm going to eat them. Not in my watch you're not. Mom takes a nosedive to grab the food. Gran hits her with her cane and she bolts out of the room. I hear people yelp outside as she shoves her way past them. Mom clutches her side and groans. Crazy old bat. If you don't stop running, I'm going to replace all the food in the house with prunes. If only I weren't temporarily incapacitated, I would have loved to see my 65-year-old grandma running. Mom, are you okay? Trent asks, and he helps her get on her feet. Watch your sister. I'm going to handle your grandmother, and we're going to have a strict talk on nutrition when I get back. Mom briskly walks out, and Trent and I are alone. Trent gazes at me with an unyielding look. I knew a lecture was coming, and it irritated me that it was going to come from my little brother. Just say it. Say what? He was playing his role to perfection. You're going to lecture me. Am I? I groan. Out with it, Trent. I know what you're going to say. Which is, he sat down on his chair again and put his feet up on my gurney bed. He didn't even care that the hospital staff could walk in and see his rude behavior. That I acted irresponsibly and you're mad at me for my idiotic actions. He smirked. What's the point of me yelling at you when you obviously know what I'm going to say? There's no need to waste my breath. However, you left out the part that you worried us sick to death. Charlotte, next time you decide to take 10 years out of Mom's life, you should warn us in advance. The urgent need to cry had me well on the verge of tears. Little bro, were you concerned about me? You make me want to cry. Newsflash, sis, you're already crying. He chuckled and hid his face from me in embarrassment. Are you blushing, Trent? I teased him. Shut up. He folded his arms and leaned back on his chair. A knock paused our conversation. "Can I come in?" Under the curtain, I see a black pair of pants and a male's leather boots. "Yes," I respond. The curtains draw open and I meet a pair of familiar blue eyes. "Leonardo." I greet, but I feel a sense of apprehension knowing he was Vincent's brother. "Charlotte, I heard what happened. I'm glad that you're okay." He's wearing his police uniform with his badge and name tag shining like gold. "Why are you here? Don't you have important business to attend to?" Trent mutters, strangely a bit belligerent, that it shocks me. "Trent, don't be rude." Leonardo looks at Trent with a blank expression on his face before smiling sympathetically at me. "I'm sorry to bother you when you should be getting some rest after the ordeals you have been going through, but I'm here to write a statement on your case. We need to know about the animal's appearance. I need to inform the ranger so that he can warn people of animal attacks." Trent got up and stood almost eye level to Leonardo, except he was a couple inches shorter. This town should have already made provisions to keep animals away from inhabited areas. An animal shouldn't have attacked my sister in our backyard. Leonardo didn't flinch at Trent's accusation. "It's an unfortunate event that is of no one's control. And I'm sorry that, Charlotte, you were the victim." His sharp eyes narrowed on me, and I shivered at the resemblance to Vincent's eyes. "Trent, is it all right if I speak to Charlotte alone?" "No." Something in my gut told me there was something strange about Leonardo, and it wasn't because Vincent is his brother. "I'm not leaving this room," Trent snapped. I clasped Trent's hand, and he held it in a tight grip. "I'm only going to ask her a few questions," Leo said carefully. "She is not willing to answer them. She's in pain, and the nurse will be coming in soon to give her pain medication." Trent scowls. "I asked her to give me a few minutes." The two stared at each other as if they were testing each other's patience. I doubt Leo was leaving until he talked to me. Sighing, I raised my head self-assuredly. "Trent, it's okay. Let him do his job." Trent gave a weird look. "But hang out in the hall. If I need you, I'll call." Trent made an incredulous expression before making a sneering remark at Leonardo. "If you stress her out, I'm going to do a number on you." "Threatening an officer?" Leonardo stated. "Trent, please. Stand outside and don't eavesdrop." He snorted and left. "You've got a great brother," Leonardo smirked. "Is that a compliment or an insult? Because if it's the latter, I'm not afraid to get arrested for kicking your arse. No one insults my brother but me." He smirks. "You and Celeste are related." Taking Trent's previous seat, Leonardo reaches into his pocket for a notepad. I eyed the gun strapped to his belt, and my heart pounded harder. I'm sure the EKG picked it up, but Leo doesn't. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "Peachy, is that one of your interview questions?" "No, I'm just asking as a friend." "Are we friends?" "I don't know squat about him, except that he's Vincent's brother. As you can see, I'm not doing so well." I motion to the bandaged shoulder. He nods. "How's the wound?" He points to my neck. "Stitched, and I'm told it will scar." He nods again and takes down a few notes. What could he be writing? He's probably doodling some picture of me and not listening. "So what happened last night?" He prods. "Besides, your brother may be turning into a werewolf and biting my shoulder." "I got attacked by an animal." "Not again." "What did this animal look like?" "Handsome, charming, sweet, until he bit me and turned into a polymorphic man/wolf. It was hairy and had sharp claws." "Oh, he wasn't taking this interview seriously, I could tell." "What person is there whose right mind would tilt their head the way Leonardo just did?" "I don't feel like the person sitting next to me is an honest cop. He's way too young." Mom was right. "What are you playing at, Leo? You're not taking notes, are you?" He angles his pad enough for me to see it. And sure enough, I see little doodles, but above it I read, "Your brother is eavesdropping." It wasn't a surprise. Every hospital room had curtains and a glass door for privacy or isolation. Leonardo could have closed the glass door, but I guess he was being courteous of my fretfulness, being alone in the room with him. "You can close the glass door." "Are you sure?" "Yeah." He walks up and closes it. From the bottom of the curtain, I could see Trent's legs standing behind the glass. And I swear I thought I heard Trent curse from the other side. "Your brother is overprotective. It's a side of him that I've never really witnessed before. Is that so? Was all he said. His relaxed tone makes me want to throw a glass of water in his face, and out of the blue, I'm majorly pissed off. Steam must be smoking out my ears because I explode. I'm freaked out of my mind after what happened the other night, and I can't even comprehend what I saw. I don't know who to tell the truth to because what happened was something out of a fiction novel. I take a deep, long, and steady breath before saying, Vincent did this to me. Or I think he did. I'm not entirely sure how, but I'm fairly certain your brother is involved. And whatever shit he conjured up to make me think hocus pocus, it isn't funny. When I see him, he can't get past a 2-meter pole near me. I'm telling him our relationship, or whatever we had, is over. Hold on a minute. This is the part where he tells me I'm insane and I need to check into an asylum. You can't break up with my brother. What? What? No, you're delusional. Or stay away from my brother. You can't break up with Vincent. He needs you. For what? A plaything. And let's rewind. You are well aware of what your brother is. What he can change into, a werewolf. He finishes my sentence, and I feel like I've joined a group of pseudoscience nerds who also believe mermaids are real. They better not. Okay, at least that's cleared up. He's the psychopath, not me. I'm tempted to scream and demand this nut out of my hospital room. Why aren't you freaking out about this? He seemed surprised. Give me a moment. I'll show you how freaked out I am. You want me to? I've just about done with all the craziness. If you show me a fire-breathing dragon, I'd name it Toothless. That mouth of yours is so much like her too. He smirked. Who are you yapping about? Nothing. He crooned, then looked down at his wristwatch. Time's running out, I have work to do, and my boss is a bit of a grouch. I'm going to say this quick, so pay attention. Wait, shut up for a sec. He covered my mouth with his hand. My brother is a werewolf. You're his mate. Don't ask, because there's too much to tell you and so little time. What I will tell you next, you have to keep a secret if you don't keep your mouth shut. You won't get to see Celeste again. My eyes widened and my hands grasped his arm, trying to pry his palm from my mouth. He knows where Celeste is. You kidnapped her. My scream came out as a muffle because his hand pressed against my lips. Keep your voice down. He hissed. You kidnapped my sister. I repeated, sounding like a muffin was stuffed in my mouth. Stop it. If you persist in disrupting me, you will never know about Celeste's whereabouts. That shut my trap. In 2 weeks from today, Vincent will be back. He has more control over himself. He will take you out and you will let him. If you don't go with him, you won't see Celeste again. Do you understand? I think I lost him at Werewolf. Can you repeat that? Chapter 17, 2 weeks later. Celeste's POV for the past couple of days, it has come to my attention that limited access to the outside world can pretty much turn a person pathologically hysterical and mild claustrophobe. Yesterday, I had hallucinations of Fluffy stalking me around the house, and when I angrily called out Grayson's name, he was in fact not there. You can imagine the faces people gave me when they saw me searching inside kitchen cabinets for an overgrown werewolf. People from Grayson's pack kept a weary distance from me. Either Grayson or Bennett told them to give me space, or I've successfully labeled myself the village idiot and my strange behavior repulses them. I really need fresh air. I miss being able to look up and peer at the sky, rather than counting the tiles on the ceiling. If I attempted to leave the house, someone would be hot on my tail. The days have passed by so fast, but to me it seems like forever. Grayson has rarely been home, and when I do see him, it's usually late at night when I'm too tired to kick him off the bed. When I wake up the next morning, he's already gone and the space next to me is cold and crumbled with his musky scent left as proof that he was there. How are you, darling? Laura asks, like almost every day. And I always reply with the same word. Fine. Her eyes twinkle as if she has some grand magic trick up her sleeve. Really? I thought you'd be more excited than that. Why would you say that? It's been so long since I've looked at a calendar, I can't tell if it's Monday or Friday. She fiddled her fingers across the soft surface of her cotton dress. Vincent got released this morning. My brain didn't process the information quickly enough. I looked at her, thinking, so what? And then, My eyes widened. It's been 2 weeks. Today is the day. Bennett will allow him to leave tonight. He's going to see my sister. I'm going to see Charlotte. The excitement precedes me, and I'm on my feet running up the stairs before Laura can say, "Where are you going?" After reaching Grayson's room, the room I've inhabited for the past few days, I opened the polo shirt drawer and searched for the object that I hid at the back corner. I knew Grayson would never touch this drawer, so this was the perfect place to hide this. When I found it, I slipped it inside my back pocket for later use. "Celeste, what are you doing?" "Shit." I slowly got up and pushed the drawer closed with my hip. Grayson stood, leaning against the door frame, watching me suspiciously. "What are you looking at?" I placed my hands on my hips, looking seemingly innocent. He looked at me and smirked. "What were you doing?" "That's none of your business. I've made everything involving you my business after that incident with the window." He strode over to where I stood and peered behind my shoulder to see what I could possibly be hiding from him. I wasn't trying to harm myself, drama queen. I was behaving like an ordinary person who is held hostage against her will. I turned at an angle to keep him from viewing the slight bulge in my back pocket. Even desperate people won't climb out a second-story window. They'd be smart enough to try it on the first floor. You're the only person I know who would try. Did I hear a vein snap? Oh, that does it. Do you know where the word lunatic derived from? It's Latin from the word lunaticus, which refers to people who have gone mad during the night of a full moon. That's where folklore conjured up the idea of werewolves. So don't mess with me and call me a lunatic, because you're the only lunatic wolf around here, buddy. Where's the trophy I deserve? The expression on his face is pure gold. Serves him right for messing with me. Next time, he better think twice before calling me any stupid name. I walked around him, dramatically stomping my feet on the floor, and slammed the door on my way out. Well, look at you, Miss Ice Queen. You've got the big bad alpha frozen on his feet. The voice came from someone I didn't want to see right now. He was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed like a cocky person. I haven't seen him in weeks, and now he suddenly shows up uninvited. What do you want, Leo? He smirked and closed his eyes. It irks me that this guy is supposed to be a police officer. I talked to your sister a few weeks ago. I'm pulling on the fabric of my shirt and grinding my teeth. She looked to be doing fine. The hospital notified me that she was released a couple of days after her admission, and other than the permanent scar on her shoulder, she is spotless. If our roles were switched, I bet he wouldn't act so calm with his brother in the hospital. I tell myself to calm down and take a deep breath. Did you tell her about all this? My fragile sister exposed to the madness of all this. I can't even imagine her reaction. I did, he says. The door opens behind me, and Grayson walks out like a timid child who just awkwardly walked into a conversation he wasn't supposed to overhear. Pretending to ignore him, I addressed Leo. How did she react? He snickered before taking a couple of paces towards the stairs. Better than you, that's all I'm going to say. Vincent will take her here tonight. She won't stay overnight, however. Why does she get to go home? Not that I'm complaining, but I would like to be able to go back too. Leo looks past me and doesn't answer. Whatever look Grayson gave him indicated it was time for him to leave. As if on instinct, I jerked my hand away from him when he tried to grab it. I'm sorry for, he can't even explain himself. Apology not accepted. Now tell me why Charlotte gets to go home. Like I said before, her life isn't threatened. She isn't my mate, you are. And the reason she has been allowed to come here and see you is that Dad wants to meet her personally. Bennett wants to talk to my sister personally. This time, I'm not fast enough to stop him. He grabs my hand and coils his fingers between mine. I groan. You are so annoying. He chuckles, showing me his perfect white teeth. Ditto. A few hours later, the house is crowded with people. People, I have no clue who they are, but I'm guessing by the way they address Grayson as their future alpha, they are part of this so-called pack. It's been 2 weeks, Celeste. I think now's the perfect time to introduce you to the pack, while they've all gathered here to celebrate the new wolves. Laura hugs me from behind, and her big burly husband follows suit, intimidating as always. I knew you would look gorgeous in that dress. Laura giggles and admires her work. The dress was made specifically for a memorable affair. It was pearl white and silky. It contrasted my tan skin and made me glow. I'm sure anyone could find me if I drove into a large crowd. It had an illusion neckline with diamond-encrusted lace flower patterns that modestly covered parts of my chest. It was so stunning that I felt unworthy of wearing it. When I saw myself in the mirror, I didn't even recognize myself. The fabric is magic, I kid you not. Because I swear my body never felt or looked so perfect to me before. The cloth wrapped around my curves and gave me a tall, slender figure. If I were given the option, I would wear this dress to death. Okay, now I need to knock on wood. This dress, which Louisa has forced me to wear tonight, is worth 10 times more than the bargain dress I wore to my high school prom. High school god, those memories have been discarded from my brain for good. You have great taste, Mom, Lexi commented, looking at the elegant lace design on the base of my neck. Laura held her chin up and smiled smugly. I can see where Grayson gets the ego from. Where do you think you got your brain and brawn, honey? This kind of hurts, I said under my breath and looked at my now reddening feet. I don't know how some woman can walk around in heels all day. It's pure torture. Why do expensive clothes that look good always have to feel so uncomfortable? Pretty hurts. Lexi's eyes sparkled in excitement. Oh, would you like me to apply makeup on you? I only applied a small amount of eyeliner, mascara, and a touch of lipstick compliments to Laura. Don't dare touch her face. My mate is beautiful with her natural looks. My heart feels like a bullet train. A hand snakes around my waist and pulls me to a solid torso. I can feel him nudge the back of my head with his nose. Taking a whiff of the perfume Laura also gave me this evening. Without looking, I already know who this person is. Are you ready to meet the pack? He asks. He's holding me like a piece of possession again, and I'm inclined to give him a taste of my bite. I throw a glare over my shoulder and... Holy smokes. Grayson in a suit? An astronaut suit? Nah. A jumpsuit? Not even close. He was in a James Bond suit. Explosive. Here, you need this. Leo walked up from behind Grayson and handed me the handkerchief from his front pocket. I snapped out of my daze and looked at Leo in confusion. Why do I need that? You're drooling. He snorted unattractively. Gasping, I cover my mouth and grab his handkerchief. Leo bursts into laughter and clutches his stomach. Oh my God, your face. A few snickers came from the group behind me. That's when I realized Leo was lying. My face burns up in embarrassment. Leonardo, you are G. I throw his handkerchief at his face, and he catches it with one hand, eyes closed. A few girls watching from a few meters away giggle flirtatiously, and he grins haughtily to himself. What a show-off. That's enough, you had your laugh. Grayson hit him on the back of the head, making him grunt. Despite the firmness in Grayson's voice, the faint hint of a smile on his face tells me he was amused by my reaction as well. He was obviously pleased that I was caught ogling at him. Let's get this party started. Laura claps her hands together and intertwines her arm around Bennett's. Grayson nods and turns to face me, bowing graciously like a perfect gentleman. I was never taught formal etiquette, so instead of bowing back like I think I was supposed to, I stare at his open palm awkwardly like an idiot. The same group of giggling girls whisper to themselves and eyes me enviously. Suddenly, I feel overwhelmed by the numerous pairs of eyes now watching my every action. I hate being the center of attention. My heart starts pounding and I feel like the room is closing up on me. My head tightens and my body feels hot. Hey! I look up and meet Grayson's piercing crystal eyes. Hey, I respond. He closes in on me and for a second, I think he's about to kiss my cheek. Instead, he grasps my forearm and pulls me into his hold and presses my face into his chest. He smells wonderful. Breathe. He whispers for only my ears. Relax. I'll be right next to you the whole night. I will introduce you to everyone, and I promise you will love them. He set his hand on the small of my back. Trust me, I want to do this very moment. I do. However, a part of me still resents him for what he is and the world he had brought me to. Alpha Gray, don't start making out with your girl yet. The party's just got started. Leo smacked Grayson in the back and laughed like a man drunk, but his eyes looked completely sober. "Come on, Celeste. My parents are here tonight." He steals my hand from Grayson and drags me across the room. The crowd parts like the Red Sea upon our arrival. My dress is so long, it's dragging behind me, so I grab the soft fabric and lift the hem from the floor. True to his word, Grayson shadows my footsteps and makes sure we are in close eye range of each other. "Mom, Dad, look who I have." Debbie is wearing a red cocktail dress, while Robert is dressed in a black and white tie suit. Both have a wine glass in their hands and a friendly smile on their faces. When Debbie sees me, she is stunned silent. Her lips have formed an O shape, and she stares me down. "Honey, I can barely recognize you. I'm breathless." She stretched her arms to hug me, but I shook free from Leo's grasp and slowly walked back towards Grayson's side. I glare at her. "You knew." Her expression falls. "Honey, I didn't know you would be the one taken. And if you had known, would you have warned me?" Her silence gave me the answer. "You're my mom's best friend. How could you not have told her about the danger my family was in?" She looks stunned and guilt-ridden. Robert takes her hand but doesn't look at me in the face. He also has guilt written on his face. Leo clenches his teeth and takes a step forward to defend his mother, but Grayson stops him. Grayson places his hand softly on my hip. "Celeste, please. Now is not the time to have this conversation." I look around the large room and realize I've created somewhat of an audience. Like a scene from a haunted movie, the lights slowly start to dim and the velvet red curtains that drape the tall windows slide open. The room is filled with the light of the full moon. The sound of a grandfather clock striking the midnight mark echoes across the room. After what happened in my room, during the eclipse, darkness has become something I've associated with ill-fated events. All I can hear is people's voices whispering. "Grayson," I mutter. "I'm right here." I can still feel his hand on my hip. What's happening? The ceremony has started. A howl comes from outside and another one follows after it. Grayson releases his hand from my hip and I lose his warmth. For some reason, that bothers me and I panic in fear of being left alone. "I can't see anything." "Grayson," I scream. "That idiot promised he would be by my side the whole night." "Celeste, I haven't left you." I search for him by swinging my arms back and forth, hoping to find him and punch him for leaving me. "Where are you?" I hear him sigh. I'm the one frustrated. Why should he be sighing? "I've been following behind you." Once again, I feel his familiar warmth touching the side of my face. Without hesitation, I grab his hand with both my hands and hold on tight. "Don't let go." "I can't see a thing." I nag, but honestly, I'm glad I have him where I want him to be. "Can you see me now?" he asks. Following the sound of his voice, I looked up. Fireflies. No, they aren't fireflies. The two glowing circles were his eyes. When I looked around the room, there were hundreds of bright lights in all corners of the room. How are you able to do that? Werewolf, remember? My eyes glow when a faint amount of light, the moonlight, reflects on them. Then how come I saw them during the eclipse? There was no moon. That I can't explain. For some reason, my eyes glow naturally on eclipses. No light required. A glow stick comes to mind, and I'm smiling to myself. "I can see in the dark, you know." I see you laughing. "What are you thinking?" "Nothing. I welcome everyone to my humble home. It's been so long since we have gathered together." Bennett's booming voice silences the room. 3 of our pups have reached maturity, and we celebrate today for this milestone in their lives. They will make their first grand appearance as a full-fledged wolf later today, as soon as all of them have come back from their night hunt. Also, another important announcement, one that we hope to hear every quarter century. My son, our future alpha, has successfully taken his bride. Her introduction is rather late, but we thought better late than never, right? Bennett's humor in the end lightened the crowd. Everyone cheered as Bennett asked for a round of applause. Laura made a brief speech, thanking everyone for attending and wishing them a great time for the rest of the night. Later today, Grayson will escort Celeste to the dance floor to start the first slow dance of the night. No one told me about that. I'm not going. I stomp my foot. Oh yes, you are. As alphas, we can't disappoint our pack. Always about the pack. When is Charlotte arriving? I was starting to get impatient, and she had not shown up yet. Maybe she's giving Vincent a hard time too, like someone else I know. He was teasing me. Unlike me, he can see the expression on my face. So when he saw the frown on my face, he patted the top of my head and sighed against the nape of my neck. You have to take a joke sometimes, Celeste. Don't be so uptight all the time. If you want me to cool down on the jokes, then you should also lighten up with me. Your stubbornness fuels my wolf. I can't help messing with you. His hand circles across my back in small circular patterns. It feels so comforting, and I allow myself to relax in his touch. Did I forget to tell you that you look quite lovely? Oh God. Is he smooth-talking me? My knees are shaking. Grayson, did you hear that? Leo's voice cuts in. 5 seconds, I don't hear a word coming from them. What? Before I could finish that sentence, one of the tall windows shattered and a shadowed figure collapsed into the room. Grayson uses his body to cover me from the shattered glass, and he has my face muffled into his chest to protect my head. What the hell was that? I hear Robert cursing and Bennett giving orders to escort the women to safety. Snarling, barking, whimpering sounds are coming from the figure, or should I say figures, as in plural. Get those wolves off each other. Bennett orders. The lights turn back on. The room is littered with broken glass and smears of blood on the floor. Most of the blood is from the 2 wolves wrestling on the ground. Vincent. Leo yells at the caramel wolf. The gray wolf is hell-bent on attacking Vincent. Celeste. Grayson yells at me to grab my attention. Your sister, is that her? He points at the crying figure outside the house. There she was, my little sister, crying on the ground and facing the shattered glass. Although I told myself not to do it again, I went ahead and did it anyway. I jump out the window and head towards Charlotte. At least this time, it's the first floor and I'm not running away. Charlotte. I cry. She doesn't hear me, but as soon as I have her in my arms, she cries louder, realizing we were together again. Celeste, Celeste. Oh my God, it's you. You're alive. You're alive. She cries. I shush her. I'm alive. Tears pour down my face. Celeste, wait. We have to stop them. Stop who? We both release from our hug. Vincent, and she coughs and stumbles on her words. Celeste, get back inside. Grayson helps me up on my feet like I weighed nothing more than a pound of rice. Hey, let go of her. Charlotte yells, punching Grayson in the arm. She doesn't stop, even when I tell her to. It's all right, Charlotte. He's not going to hurt me, but he did kidnap me. You kidnapped her. That made her more furious. You idiot, do you know how terrible you are? Grayson's head snapped towards the opposite direction, and he grabbed my hand. Shit. Whatever he saw wasn't good, because he grabbed Charlotte too and threw her over his shoulder. He's running so fast, I can't keep up. Slow down. I yell. He's chasing us. Who? Without warning, a wolf pounces right in front of us. His open jaw heads straight for Grayson's neck. Grayson lets go of Charlotte just in time for her to roll out of his arms and safely away from the attacking wolf. Charlotte screams. Trent knew. Chapter 18, Celeste. What the hell did Charlotte say? That is Trent. With my butt firmly planted on the ground, the wolf, who is my brother, grazed his claws into Grayson's arms. Blood dripped from the cut wounds, but Grayson clenched his teeth and gripped the base of Trent's throat. Trent thrashed back and forth, trying to break free from Grayson's grasp. No one harms what's mine. Grayson snarled. I'm going to stop you before you try. He was going to hurt him. Stop. Charlotte and I screamed in unison. Noticing only me, Grayson looked straight into my eyes and, as if understanding my feelings, he released Trent's throat and dropped his hand to his side. I would have been relieved after that, but instead, I was once again breathless when Trent took Grayson's surrender as a chance to attack. I watched helplessly as Trent's claws scratched across Grayson's chest. Within seconds, Grayson was lying on the ground, injured and clutching his chest. No! I shrieked. Wait, Celeste. Charlotte shadowed behind as I ran towards Grayson. Trent's wolf looked up, ears perked, body straight, and his tail wagged when he saw that it was I coming his way. My brother, a werewolf, I think I've just about seen it all. Trent expected me to greet him with a warm hug, but when I crouched down to his level, my focus was on Grayson. He gave a whistled whimper before growling his disbelief. I didn't have to communicate with him to know that he felt betrayed over me choosing Grayson over him. The feelings I felt over Grayson's well-being confused me. A need to know whether he was alright consumed me, and I didn't know where these emotions came from. Trent wasn't the one hurt, Grayson was. The sight of blood covering Grayson's entire chest horrified me. My fingers shook, and I had to clasp them together to stop the trembling. I didn't know how to help him without hurting him. His eyes squeezed together, and a hiss escaped his lips. As prideful as he was, he did not utter a single word. Anyone with the agony of pain he felt would have either been pale as a sheet or crying out in distress. But Grayson kept calm and maintained an even breath. I kneeled next to him and clutched his shoulder. He flinched, and I recoiled my hand away. Oh God, he got hurt because of me. I'm sorry, Grayson. It's my fault. Sweat beaded his forehead, and his body was hot to the touch beneath his tux. Grayson. Bennett appeared with 4 men behind him, Leo being one of them. Someone get that wolf locked up. I'll deal with him later. 2 men tackled Trent to the ground, and 1 man held out a stun gun. Immediately, I stopped him from using it on my brother. Wait, no. He's my brother. Your brother. Bennett's eyes widened. Alpha Gray. Leo saw his friend in a state of pain and quickly went into action. I want a doctor this instant. He's right here. Robert ushered an older man across the throng of people gathering in the front yard. Oh dear. Laura gasped. Is my son going to be all right, Dr. Odell? The doctor sat next to me, examining Grayson with careful precision. He's already healing, thanks to his wolf, but the puncture wounds are a little deep. It might take a few days for him to heal. He should concern himself with the scarring afterwards. It will be faint and eventually, over time, it will fade. That wolf is your brother? Bennett was still perplexed about this. We're shocked as you are. We didn't know our brother was a werewolf until just now. I told him. Robert, I want you to do a background check on their grandmother. Find out who their father is too. Our dad? What does dad have to do with this? The 2 men who held Trent down were struggling to keep him calm. The more they restrained Trent, the more Trent attempted to strike at them. Even as a wolf, he was persistent and hot-tempered. Please don't hurt him, Charlotte pleaded. We need to get him under control, Bennett muttered. What are you planning to do to him? My sister wrapped her arm around me, trembling at Bennett's intimidating appearance. He ignored her and ordered the men to send Trent to the holding area. The holding area. Charlotte looked like she was about to have a heart attack. She hasn't been there, so she doesn't know it's nothing as bad as it sounds. Trent was forced into the house with a few more men to help carry him away. They had no choice but to restrain him with a muzzle around his jaws. I wanted to go with them and make sure no harm was done to him, but at the same time, I felt like I wasn't liable to leave Grayson or my sister. Don't worry. They won't harm Trent unless they want to make me angry. We can check on him later, I assured Charlotte. She looked at me strangely, wondering why my opinion would matter to these strangers. Then her eyes watered. Celeste, her lower lip trembled, and that's when the rain shower began. I can't believe it's you. She threw her arms around me and cried her heart out, burying her head into my shoulder. I thought they killed you, or worse. I'm sorry for thinking the worst. She peeked over my shoulder and looked at the crowd of spectators. Her reaction was normal to anyone seeing almost 100 pairs of eyes staring back with glowing eyes. Charlotte screamed and backed away. What the hell are these people? I groaned because this was getting old. Is this Vincent's mate? Laura smiled wickedly, which further frightened my sister. Mom, give her some space. Lexi pulled her mom back and offered my sister a hand. Don't worry, I'm not anything like these people. My name's Lexi. Your brother just tried hurting my brother. Can she be just a tad bit less comical, considering the situation? The half-smile on her face tells me the whole situation amuses her. Her brother is hurt, and she's smiling. Debbie made her way towards Charlotte with a huge smile on her face. It was so bright, her zest almost blinded me. Charlotte, I'm so unbelievably happy that you're Vincent's mate. That makes me Tracy's mother-in-law. She squealed in excitement. Charlotte's face twisted in dismay. I want nothing to do with that jerk. Debbie looked like someone had kicked her puppy. Scratch that. Vincent did get his, but kicked just a little over a few minutes ago. Grayson stirred and rolled himself up to all fours. Something always happens. He grumbled. What are you saying? Laura hovered impatiently over him. Every time, we are always disrupted. He successfully got on his feet without help. The bleeding appeared to have stopped. How was he able to recover so quickly? You were supposed to be introduced to the pack tonight. And again, we are disrupted. I was secretly relieved. We can easily remedy that, Leo exclaimed. He turned to the crowd and blew out a loud whistle. Yo, listen up, folks. This is your future alpha female. Respect her as you respect our current alpha couple and our future alpha Grayson. Any questions? First, it was an awkward clap, then a ripple of applause. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and they began chanting alpha. This is not how I pictured it. Grayson shook his head. We can't dance with you looking like this. He gestured to the blood on my dress. I wanted tonight to be perfect so that you would feel welcomed into the pack. He stumbled a little, and instantly I stood next to him, allowing him to lean into my side so he could use me as support. Why was this so important to him? I don't understand him and his customs. The object I hid in my pocket earlier is now tied to my thigh. Suddenly, I felt like it was burning through my skin. I wondered how I thought of using it in the first place. Guilt washed through me, and I felt like a fool. I'm sorry, I said under my breath. He winced after adjusting his arm around my shoulders. Don't apologize. It isn't your fault. But if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been. Don't. If you hadn't stopped me, it would have been your brother injured, and it would have been harder for him to heal right away. I'm guessing it's his first shift, so his body is still getting used to the transformation. If I had inflicted damaging wounds, it would have physically damaged his human form. Celeste. Charlotte looked from me to Grayson with curiosity. She must be wondering why I was casually interacting with Grayson, my kidnapper. I decided to introduce them, just for the sake of it. Charlotte, this is Grayson. Grayson, this is my sister Charlotte. Grayson nodded with a grunt. I would greet you, but as you can see, I'm kind of covered in blood. Charlotte flinched. She also turned pale. I can see that. Now she looked pale as a ghost. I was going to tell her to sit down, but before we knew it, her pupils circled and she swayed on her feet. I got her. Vincent appeared out of the blue. He looked disheveled. A couple of bruises and cuts marred his face. Someone must have handed him some clothes. He wore a dress shirt and jeans. When he caught her from behind, Charlotte pivoted and slapped his hand away. Don't touch me. Charlotte shrieked. I hate you. She sounded like a brave Amazonian woman, but in actuality, she was shaking like a tall tree. My skittish little sister couldn't hold on for so long. Grayson smirked. I see the resemblance. I told you. Leo shook his head. Now we have two of them. What are these mumbling about? Aren't you supposed to be getting treated or something? I looked at the blood crusting on Grayson's clothes. I'll be fine, he said stubbornly. Your brother is a werewolf. Again, Bennett asked. Gee, I don't know, I said sarcastically. Bennett growled. Don't be sassy with me, young lady. He sounded like he was my father, but my dad never yelled at me. I was too young and innocent when Dad died, so I never experienced his scolding. Dad, stop it. I feel like you're talking to me. It's so weird. Lexi covered her ears. I told you already, we had no clue Trent is a werewolf. I told Bennett again. He wouldn't accept it. I'm positive your grandmother doesn't have a recessive gene, and her father wasn't a werewolf. It could be possible that her mother. He dozed off, lost in his thoughts. Is this party over, or what? Leo blurted. The window's busted and Alpha Gray is banged up, but I'm sure we can still party. Is partying the only thing on your mind? And I told you one time, too many times. It's Alpha Grayson, not Gray. Grayson glared at his friend. Dude, it's my off day. You haven't let me have a day of sense in 2 weeks. I'm burned out and I'd like to have fun tonight. Leo asked for a glass and someone handed it to him. Bottoms up. He chugged the glass. Don't drink too much. I need you sober early tomorrow morning. Grayson rolled his eyes. Aye, aye, Captain. Leo mocked saluted. I already think he's drunk. Robert blew a tired breath and looked hopelessly as his eldest son asked for another glass. From the corner of my eye, I saw Vincent trying to voice an excuse to Charlotte. It was an accident. I told you before I wasn't trying to hurt you. It just happened. He furiously scratched his head. I was trying to stay away from you, but you followed me into the woods and my wolf took over. I wasn't in control when I bit you. So, you're saying it's my fault? Vincent should learn right now. You could never tell Charlotte she's wrong, or she will give you hell. Leo crossed his arms and sighed. I'm so glad I don't have my mate yet. Mark my words, Leonardo. Your turn will come. Grayson punched him on the shoulder. Laura clapped her hands. We can't let this party go to waste. Grayson, Celeste, you two can retire for the night. I don't think Grayson should be allowed to walk around. Mom, I'm fine. Laura shook her head. You are going to get that treated, then you are heading to bed. Both of you. She looked at me. Take care of him. I didn't argue. Okay. But Celeste, Charlotte pleaded with her eyes. She wanted to talk to me alone. I am very familiar with the look she was giving me. I'll talk to you after I see to Grayson's wound. Her lips pressed together, holding back a protest. There were too many unfamiliar people around her, and after what happened earlier, I don't think she wanted to get anyone angry. Okay, can I come with you? Behind her, Vincent moped in defeat. He wasn't taking her cold shoulder attitude very well. On instinct, I asked Grayson for permission. Can she? I don't see why not. He shrugged. We excused ourselves from the party, and everyone continued their festivities. Bennett and Laura entertained the crowd by introducing the pack to the two new wolves. Vincent skipped introductions and busied himself with Leo's shenanigans. I saw him frowning as Charlotte followed Grayson and me upstairs. I felt sorry for him. Perhaps I can talk to Charlotte later to lighten up a bit. This place is a lot bigger than Gran's. Charlotte was awed by everything her eyes landed on. This place is like a castle fit for a king. That's what I thought the first time I came here. Because of Grayson's wounds, we had to stroll to accommodate his pace. He refused any help from his father or anyone who offered their assistance. Celeste can help me, he said. He must be overestimating my strength. I can't carry all his weight alone. He didn't even ask for Charlotte to help, and my sister was not keen on helping him either. I don't know what's going on in your head, seeing your sister after so long. You took her, because I can't imagine Celeste willingly leaving the night with a stranger. Charlotte interjected. I took her. It's an unlawful act, but I had to take her. You can't take a person against her will. This conversation sounds too familiar. Grayson's skin warmed more and sweat trickled down his forehead. My dress was no longer the pure white I so admired earlier today. Bloodstains smeared the front. Wearing the dress made it difficult to maneuver with Grayson leaning on my side. Charlotte, can you please open that door? I pointed to Grayson's bedroom. She did as told, but glared when she saw the contents of the room and realized whose room it had to belong to. Why are you taking care of him? Charlotte spat, then moved close to my ear as close as possible to whisper, This is our chance, Celeste. While he is helpless, we can take Trent and leave. If you only knew how hard it is to walk out of this place without being seen. A growl vibrated through Grayson's throat. I won't allow that. If you want to leave so much, take your brother and go. Celeste is staying here with me. I stood between them to block each other's view. I didn't want to hear another argument. Even if we tried, though I'm not saying we should, we would get lost in that stupid maze. Isn't that right, Grayson? Yes. He glared at Charlotte. Lie down, I told him. He rolled on top of his bed and winced when a section of his freshly cut skin touched the fabric of the sheets. We should probably call Dr. Odell to bandage you up. He grabbed my hand before I could leave the room. No, you can do it. It's a simple procedure. I can't bandage you up. I'm not a nurse or a doctor. What if I hurt you more? Charlotte remained an awkward bystander. She blended well with the wall and watched us interacting. She was taking in every bit of the conversation and analyzing. You won't hurt me. I trust you. Go to my closet. You will find a first aid kit in there. Frustratingly, I marched into his closet and searched through his things. Dwelling in this house for 2 weeks, I've learned the ins and outs of every nook and cranny. If there were a scavenger hunt, I would win first place. Found it. I took it from one of the shelves and quickly returned to Grayson's side. What do I do? Take my shirt off. Huh. I looked between my sister and Grayson. Charlotte's brow curved, waiting for my choice of action. Was I going to take his shirt off in front of my sister? What's wrong? Grayson didn't understand how awkward this situation was. My face felt flushed. Can't we have your dad or Leo help you? I don't need them. You're here. You can do it, unless you'd rather have your sister do it. Charlotte grimaced. Hell no. I'm not helping you. And I can't even stand seeing the sight of blood. Why do you think I stood over here? Then why did you stay? He sounded annoyed. I wasn't going to leave Celeste here alone with you. A grin played on Grayson's lips. What do you think I'd do to her in my room? If he weren't hurt, I would have smothered him with a pillow again. Why don't you be a good patient and sit quietly? Oh, arrogance rippled from him in tidal waves. Are we role-playing now? It's been a while since we've done that. He peered at Charlotte's direction and lazily traced his hand across my arm. Charlotte gasped. Shut up already. You're corrupting my sister with your twisted mind. I ripped open the coat jacket he wore and Grayson growled in discomfort. Charlotte didn't even try to hold back her scream. She rushed to my side and pulled me back as if Grayson were a danger hazard. Oh my God, he's going to hurt us. She cried. Shit, Celeste. That freaking hurt. Did you have to take it off that fast? Grayson swore under his breath. The wound bled again, and I felt guilty. Sorry, I took a step forward and Charlotte yanked me back. We have to leave. We have to get out of here. Mom is going to have a heart attack if she wakes up the next day and all her kids are gone. Mom. She's right. Mom is going to die if she realizes she lost all her kids. Grayson, I can't let Mom suffer more than she has already. I'll talk to my dad about it. He said it flatly. I didn't think he meant it seriously. Charlotte, you're allowed to go home. Vincent can escort you back. No. I won't leave without you or Trent. Your brother stays here. Grayson butted in. He is newly shifted, and he is not in full control of his wolf. Releasing him puts everyone around him in danger. So you're taking my brother, too. Charlotte looked ready to strangle him. Only for 2 weeks, but I can't have him be a wolf without a pack. Once a boy shifts, they are a werewolf forever. If he leaves and never becomes part of a pack, he will be considered a rogue. I don't know how other packs work, but in mine, rogues are killed. You're not going to kill our brother. Grayson touched the back of my hand. I wasn't even thinking about it. What are we going to do, Celeste? I can't go home and tell Mom Trent is missing too. Then bring her here. The door opened and Bennett walked in. I would like to speak with her. He had a book in his hand, and he opened it at the bookmark's location. Take a look. The markings on the book were handwritten in elegant script. There was a long list of names and numbers. What is this? I asked him. This is a record book of all the families that live in town. Werewolves and humans are both written on here. This is how we trace lineages. This page marks your family history. Your great-great-grandfather is human, and he moved here 2 centuries ago. He bought the land your grandmother owns. He married a human and had a son. Then that son married and had a daughter with a human being as well, your grandmother. So that leaves your grandfather and your father. The records show your grandmother had 1 child out of wedlock. And your mother left town after high school. I want to get to the bottom of this and find out how the werewolf gene is in your veins, unless your brother has a different father. His assumption upset me. I stopped him before he could finish that last sentence. No offense to you, Alpha, but you need to be considerate of the things you say. Just because you're the boss doesn't mean your words are justifiable. Bennett snorted. You sure have the backbone to talk to me that way. Touché. I want your grandmother and your mom here tomorrow morning. I'll have Leo and his team personally escort them. I've already planned a setup to make it look like a covert search party to find your body. What? Charlotte voiced my thoughts exactly. You're going to pretend to kill me off? He can't be serious. I'm killing two birds with one stone. The humans in town have to think you died, and the police search party is an excuse for your grandmother and mother to be gone half the day without question. He sure has this all planned out. Chapter 19, Get your paws off me, brat. Damn kids these days think they can throw an older woman in a lake and think it's funny. Your mother is going to hear about this, Vincent. You weren't making it easy. Boy, you think I'd sit still and let you drown me? Vincent made a slur of words before something hit him, and he yelled, "Ouch." When I heard Gran's voice scolding from the living room, I dropped the novel I was reading and dashed out of Grayson's study like the house was on fire. Grayson, sitting by his study table, dropped the stack of papers he was analyzing for Bennett and followed behind me. "Celeste," he yelled, but it was too late. I was already at the end of the hall. If Gran is here, does that mean my mom was here too? On my way down the stairs, I almost tripped over Liam sliding down the stairs on his stomach. I was in a hurry, but the little boy sidetracked my attention. "Liam, isn't that dangerous? He could get rug burns or fall and get hurt." His features looked so much like Grayson's, especially when he had that stubborn look on his face that read, "Don't tell me what to do." He frowns and doesn't like the way I was reprimanding him. "I'm not Liam, I'm Caleb." Embarrassed by my mistake, I cover my mouth with my palm. "I'm sorry, Caleb. I didn't mean to mix you up with your brother, but you shouldn't be sliding down the stairs on your stomach." He rolls his eyes. "Nothing will happen." And he positions himself back on his belly, but two muscular arms lift him before he can rappel himself down. "No," he protests. "Liam, it's not good to lie. And Celeste is right. You could fall and hit your head, and we would have to take you to Dr. Odell. She will stitch your head back up if it's split open." Liam looks horrified. "My head, split open?" "Yeah, all your brains will gush out and you will be as clueless as a goldfish." Tears brim Liam's eyes, and he looks at his idiotic brother with both hands clutching his head like it's ticking to explode. "Grayson." I take Liam from him and set the traumatized boy on his feet. Liam wraps his tiny arms around my hip and hides his face behind my back. I pat his head and tell him Grayson was kidding. "Why are you babying him? He lied to you and he didn't listen." I can't believe him. "Your little brother is just a kid. Kids are like that. He's an alpha's kid. He needs to learn discipline. He makes me wonder how he was raised. Was Bennett one of those fathers who told their kids that boys shouldn't cry? I wouldn't expect Laura to accept that type of parenting. Scaring him is discipline? It's the only way for him to listen." I groaned to myself and turned around to face Liam. "Liam, can you promise me something?" Liam shyly looked at me with his chin tilted down. He stared at his brother's intimidating stance and avoided either of our gazes. I looked over my shoulder and wanted to kick Grayson's shin again. "This is your fault," I mouthed. Grayson didn't think so. With an eye roll, he crosses his arms over his chest and shakes his head. It's just like him to stop talking after I scold him. He'll get over it eventually. Leave him alone. There was a loud crash, followed by a scream, and then Gran's voice. "Don't tell me to calm down, or I swear this vase will get it." No, Laura was there, and she begged Gran to put the vase down repeatedly. "I'm guessing that's someone you know, by the look on your face." "My grandmother, I admit." "Figures," he mutters under his breath. "We better go." "What did you say?" "Nothing. He said something." "Set him down." "Liam, if I find you playing on the stairs again, I will tell Dad." Grayson made his way around me and his brother, then headed to the living room area where Gran would be. Liam looked like he was about to cry with Grayson's threat, that jerk. I couldn't just leave Liam like this, so very quickly I rubbed his back and said, "Promise not to do that again, okay? Your head won't get split open, but if something bad were to happen, you won't feel good and your mommy would be sad. Do you want her to be sad?" He shook his head no. I smiled and rubbed the top of his head. "You're such a good boy, Liam. Now go find your brother and have fun, but don't get hurt, okay?" He smiled and walked down the stairs in search of his brother. Entering the living room, I am greeted with a porcelain vase flying across the room inches from my face. Grayson! Laura screamed. Like a professional baseball player, Grayson dives to catch the vase. On his arms and legs, he slides across the carpet and grabs the large vase. Got it. Safe. Gran laughs. Her mouth is wide open. I can see the small gap between her teeth. Her eyes catch me. Oh my JM. You look just like my granddaughter. The likeness is so exact. Are you by chance a long-lost twin? She walks across the room and past Laura, who looks like she wasn't planning to murder my grandmother. Her fingers are cold, and she touches my cheek with her palm as if trying to figure out if I'm real. She squishes my face, puckering my lips like a fish. Gran, I'm Celeste. I grab her wrist and place my other hand into the back of her hand to warm her chilled fingers. Celeste? Show me proof. I don't believe you. Proof? What kind of proof do you want? She ponders for a second. What do I like spread on my bread? That was such a lame question. She blurted the answer a few minutes ago. Jam. What flavor? Strawberry. 1 out of 2. Good enough. Oh my stars, it is you. She opens her arms and hugs me. Her clothes are damp and her whole body is shivering. Why are you so cold? I hold her closer, hoping to give her some of my warmth. She looked paler than her usual color, and she was already too pale. Her brows crease together and her gaze punctures Vincent. I can see him shiver in distaste. That idiot pushed me into a lake. I almost drowned. He should be charged for attempted murder. She pulls my hand, bringing me down to her level and whispers he'd probably get away with it, with his brother being the big shot in town. God, you don't know how right you are. I should get you a blanket before you freeze to death. Vincent, get her a blanket. Grayson orders. Vincent scrambles to his feet and immediately obeys, but leaves with a grumble. Hello, my name is Grayson. Grayson places one arm around my shoulders, and Gran watches him do this, as if willing his hand to fall off. He offers Gran his other hand as a friendly greeting. Gran looks at it like it were a disease. Who are you? I've never seen you or that blabbering woman in my life, and I know everyone in town. By blabbering woman, she means Laura grumbling on the floor, picking up a vase and placing it in its rightful place. Realizing Gran wasn't planning on exchanging greetings, Grayson retracted his hand and slipped it in his front pocket. That woman is my mother, Laura. You haven't met us before because we live in an isolated area in the woods. Laura, that name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? Gran inquisitively takes a glance at Laura, who still has a frown on her face over broken pieces of glass on the floor. I'm sure you've seen her before. As soon as Bennett enters the scene, his presence fills the room with an electrifying energy. Gran's eyes bulged at the sight of him. Have that mess cleaned up? He tells a man standing next to him. Yes, sir. The man nods and attends to the mess. Bennett kisses his wife on the cheek and whispers something like, count to 10. Deep breaths. We can replace it. Laura scowls. That was a gift. Don't worry about it, Bennett tells her and focuses back on Gran. Diana, that's your name, if I'm correct. Around his arm is a warm woven blanket. Vincent was not standing behind him. They must have run into each other before coming here. Bennett offers it to her, and before her stubbornness rejects his kind gesture, he unfolds it and wraps it across her back. Gran accepts it with gratitude, but her reluctance is still apparent on her face. How do you know my name when I don't know you? I swear my old age isn't that bad. Bennett chuckles. I have my sources. Where is this place? Gran asks. After that brat tried to drown me, he pulled me out of the water, and I opened my eyes to this place. Where the hell is this? She gasps. Am I in heaven? This must be hell because I don't see my lifelong supply of jam. Then she looks at me. I won't expect you to be in this place, honey. What did you do to end up here? I have an excuse, but you... Grayson smirks. You're a funny woman. Gran smirks back. I appreciate you not calling me old. Brownie points from me, kid. She analyses the way we are close together. But if you like my granddaughter, though, you'll have to work hard before I approve this relationship. I wasn't part of her life for almost 2 decades. That sure as hell doesn't mean I will not look after her. Bennett grins and is amused by my grandmother. For a small woman, she has a lot of bite. Gran, we are not together. I push against Grayson's chest to move away. He disapproves of this and pokes me on my side playfully. I yelp, because it's ticklish, and smack across his shoulder backhanded. Stop it. I hiss. He shrugs. You started it. Gran looks at us with open curiosity. This is not hell. We are not dead, Gran. I was kidnapped here and held hostage. Gran looks at Grayson and back at me. You were taken on the Eclipse. Her mouth opens in complete and utter shock. Does that mean he's the beast? Her reaction was totally what I hadn't expected. It almost looked like she was excited for me. Like a little kid meeting Santa, she grabbed his hand and giggled like a schoolgirl. You think my granddaughter is pretty? You couldn't keep your paws off her? Hey, is it true that you turn into a beast? This was easier than anticipated. I thought she'd pull a stunt like what you did. Bennett smiled. You're okay with him kidnapping me? Mom was right, Gran is crazy. The way you say it makes it sound like a crime. The people in town think it's a blessing and a sign of good fortune. Don't get me wrong, honey. I was worried about you. I wasn't sure if you were all right, or if you were alive. But look at you. You look fine and you don't seem to be distressed or anything. She pointedly glowers at Grayson. You were taking care of her, right? I couldn't see the expression on her face, but it must have been threatening for Grayson to have that pale expression on his face. He gulped. She's treated like a princess. You mean Rapunzel? Minus the long hair, I'm kept inside this house, closely watched. I'm afraid they watch me taking a shit in the toilet too. We don't go to that extreme, Bennett muttered. I can't believe I'm here seeing you. You're okay. Your mother has been worried sick. With the mention of Mom, my throat constricted. How is she doing? Tracy's been struggling trying to fall asleep. She misses you and worries about your siblings too. Trent's been acting weird, she says, and Charlotte got injured fairly recently. She doesn't know yet that Trent is a werewolf and Charlotte is a mate to one. Chapter 20. The veins in his arms jutted as he crossed his arms over his chest and settled back into the chair. Who is Celeste's grandfather? Bennett offered Gran a seat, but she chose to sit at the farthest seat from everyone else. Grayson didn't give me much of an option on where to sit, because he had me glued to his side with one of his arms resting below my hip. I didn't even bother moving, for he would make a silly grumble about how insensitive I was about his wolf's feelings. And I thought I was the woman of this relationship, not that I'm saying we're in a relationship. This overbearing male wanted to show my grandmother that he had a claim on me. Celeste's grandfather is a man I went down and dirty with, duh. Gran took a sip from the cup of tea she held between her hands. My poor ears. I don't think I can ever erase what she said from my mind. Diana, please don't tease me. I'm a very impatient person, and I don't like it when people waste my time. Bennett leaned forward, resting his elbows on his thighs and clasping both hands. Don't make me ask again. Who is Celeste's grandfather? Gran set her cup on the table. To tell you the truth, I don't know. You don't know. Bennett sounded pissed. Gran's ability to pull people's buttons is remarkable. There was no doubt in my mind that she could make a happy clown turn psychotic. It was a one-night stand. I was young and wild. I went to one crazy party and I got pregnant. Due to my recklessness, my daughter essentially grew up without both parents. If you meet my Tracy, you'd see why she hates me so much. She's a bookworm, and I'm a failure as a mother. She smiled sadly. For once, I sympathized with Gran. Mom can be cynical sometimes, but it's not because she is old-hearted. With everything she's been through, it's hard for her to express her feelings to anyone but her kids. Tracy moved out as soon as she could afford being on her own. I didn't get to see my grandkids grow up because of that. Gran looked at me and sighed. But I have no regrets. My grandchildren are all good kids. I smiled. We love you, too, Gran, and Mom does, too. Regardless of the people watching, she reached her hand across the table to touch mine. I love you, sweetie. Suppose my recklessness has ever bothered you or embarrassed you, like your mother. I'm sorry. I shook my head. You are amazing, Gran. I wouldn't change you for the world. I hate to break up this touching moment, but we need to get down to business, Bennett mumbled. His diligence was beginning to get annoying. They contained me in this house like a prisoner, deprived me of privacy, and now they won't even let me have this touching moment with my grandmother? Why are you so eager about learning my family history? What does learning about my grandfather have to do with you? I shot at him. Celeste. He waited until he could control the tone of his voice. His eyes, I noticed, were a slightly darker shade than usual. Grayson once explained to me that their wolves intensify normal human emotions to manipulate transformation. In other words, their wolves want out, and it takes a great deal of control to keep them in. It sounds to me like werewolves PMSing. I have some notions. One being that your grandfather was a rogue who entered our land undetected years ago. If he is still alive, he could still be here in my territory. That does not sit well with me. It is a danger to my pack and my family. What kind of gibberish is he talking about? Gran twirled her tea bag and set it on her saucer. He sounds crazier than me. She chuckled. And she admits that about herself. Unbelievable. A sneer crossed Bennett's face. Diana, this is my son Grayson. He is a werewolf and very much enamored by your granddaughter. I can see that. Her eyes analyzed the way Grayson held me close to him. Every male in this facility is a werewolf. He proceeded to tell her about their family history. Everything that I've already been told. At first, Gran listened open-mouthed in awe, then she smirked once Bennett finished talking. Show me, she demanded. Strip and show me them doggy paws. Vincent, who had been listening the whole time, standing in the back corner of the room and leaning against the wall, looked applauding. Bennett did too, but he quickly masked it and cleared his throat as if covering a choke. Gran, I shouted. That's inappropriate. Next to me, Grayson vibrated in silent laughter. I elbowed to point out that it wasn't funny. I've never seen a woman talk to my dad like that, not even my mom. He chuckled. If you want proof, then another time, using other means. Werewolves are still human, we have morals. No one will strip for your enjoyment. Bennett put it mildly. Gran smirked. I'm just pulling your strings, big dog, or how do you call yourself? Alpha, Bennett said between clenched teeth. Right, again, she was trying to pull on the man's last nerve. Gran, please don't aggravate Alpha Bennett. I sighed. Another thing he forgot to mention is that Trent is a werewolf too. She paused, staring at me emotionlessly. Trent? You mean your brother Trent? The kid who's like the younger male version of your mother? No, it was still hard for me to believe too. I nod. He transformed for the first time last night. It was a shock to all of us. I didn't expect it at all. They want to figure out why he turned into a werewolf. That's why they want to know if the man you had intimate relations with was a werewolf. I blush saying it. It's not every day you ask your grandmother about her life in the bedroom. With a raise of a hand, Bennett interjected. But wait. My second notion is that man wasn't a werewolf. From examining the story of Diana's first encounter with him, he can't be a werewolf. Bennett muttered. Werewolves can only have kids with their mates. Either that man was her mate and died shortly after the consummation, or he was completely human. There is a higher probability for the latter. So you're saying Celeste's grandfather is most likely human. Grayson clarifies his father's confusing notions. Bennett nodded. Probably. It's either yes or no. There's no room for a probably. Everything is so confusing. In my head, I'm imagining the game Guess Who, and it isn't ending the way it should because the person we are trying to identify keeps changing outfits. If it helps, the man I slept with was kind of hairy. Then, Gran, don't even finish that sentence, I warned her. No, please continue. Grayson snickered, and I glared at him. Bennett turned his head as if hearing something and got up. Where are you going? I asked. Grayson took my hand in his and got up as well. Your mother is here, so if your sister. They are walking towards the house. How do you know? As soon as I get up from the sofa, Bennett disappears from the room, already on his way to welcome them. Or that's what I think he's going to do. Grayson taps at the corner of his ear. We can hear her coming. Werewolf era, remember. Animalistic sensory skills I almost forgot. With a clunk, Gran lifts her feet onto the table and melts back into her chair, making herself comfortable. Her action reminds me so much of how Trent puts his feet up on the car dashboard. This isn't hot anymore. Where can I find the microwave? My eyes widen. Don't let her anywhere near our kitchen, I warn Grayson. The house would burn down if no one watched her. Grayson tilts his chin to face her. Stay here, Diana. Please call me Gran. My grandkids call me by that. She sends him a warm smile. There is a spark of wonder in her eyes. Something tells me that she has a slight fascination with the beast of her legend and isn't aghast about what he is. Vincent, keep her company. Make sure she gets what she wants. Grayson told him. She will want to kill me. Vincent chooses to stay halfway across the room from her. Gran heard him. I'm plotting as we speak. With that, Vincent winces and sends Grayson and me a plea. You'll be fine. What can she do? Vincent looks horrified, and Gran smiles innocently at Grayson like a devil in disguise. Gran, behave. She rolls her eyes. Are you my other mother now? Gran, please, she sighs. All right, honey, because you said please. Thank you. The female figure was not my mother. It was Charlotte standing next to Bennett. Where's Mom? I asked her. She was wearing a graphic t-shirt from one of the concerts she had attended with her friends the previous spring and a pair of shorts. A backpack was strapped on her back, and a half-empty refillable bottle was tied to one side. On her head was a pair of sunglasses, and her long hair was neatly tied up in a ponytail. She looked like she was ready for a 5-mile hike. Over there. She pointed in the direction of Leo's prominent figure. Underneath him was my mother, passed out. Mom, I yelled, running after her. As soon as I got to Leo, I pushed him aside like it was no big deal. What the hell did you do to her? And what is that smell? It smelled revolting, and my eyes started to water. Leo groaned as he rolled himself to his hands and knees, then on his feet. Your mother is not much of a Girl Scout. What happened? Bennett, Grayson, Charlotte, and 3 new audience members, Laura, Robert, and Debbie, arrived on the scene. Oh dear, we're going to need 3% hydrogen peroxide, baking soda, and liquid soap pronto. That nasty skunk smell is hard to remove. Laura said, muffled by her palm over her mouth and nose. Charlotte plugged her nose between her fingers. Leo tricked Mom into joining him and his parents to go on a search party mission looking for you. I told her Trent had already headed out into the forest as soon as he got the phone call from Leo. Mom and I met them in the woods, and some hectic stuff happened. Robert shook his head. Your mother wouldn't listen to our directions. She went across a shrub of poison ivy, almost stepped on a snake, and aggravated a skunk. Mom's never been the outdoorsy type. Charlotte defended. She fainted after she took a whiff of the stench, Debbie said. I think the skunk incident was in our favor. We were able to swim her down under the water, and she woke up struggling, but hit her head on a stone and fainted again. Oh my goodness, we should make sure she's all right. Laura, read my mind. Mom, I bent down and hugged her despite the smell. I was so happy to see her again. She appeared to have lost a significant amount of weight in the past few days. It was probably because of all the stress. Mom, wake up. I patted her cheek. Get Dr. Odell. Grayson ordered someone, I don't know who, and it didn't matter as long as my mom gets treatment. Where's Gran? Charlotte asked. Leo told me that she was already here. Inside with Vincent. At the mention of her scorned not really lover, Charlotte's lips flinched. Oh, was all she said. We brought my mom to one of the guest bedrooms and laid her on the bed. Gran saw us and followed at her own pace. Vincent followed behind her, keeping a far distance from her. Charlotte caught his attention as soon as the two were in the same room. My stubborn sister refused to ignore his presence, and Vincent respected that. He didn't attempt to talk to her, although it looked like he was dying inside. I'm going to go and burn these clothes now, Leo said, already peeling off his shirt. Grayson closed the door after him, while Leo was just about to peel his pants off. Remind me to talk to him about walking around the house in boxers, he told his dad. It's not like you don't do it too. That was before. He took a glance at me. Charlotte, Mom's voice silenced the room of people. Everyone held their breath and watched as Mom opened her eyes and squinted at the ceiling. My head. She grasped her forehead and groaned. she hissed when she touched the bruising forming. You called Alpha? Dr. Odell entered and walked straight to Mom's bedside. She eyed Bennett, waiting for his explanation of the current situation. What's your prognosis? Mom turned her head to identify the people talking to her. Her eyes connected with mine. What's going on? Am I hallucinating? All eyes turned to me. Mom? I muttered. She gasped and tears dribbled down the corners of her eyes. Now I'm hearing things. Sounds to me like she has some mental health issues, Gran told the doctor. You should prescribe her something to help before we lose her. Dr. Odell sneered disapprovingly at Gran. You're not certified to give out prescriptions, ma'am. Gran frowned. Who are you calling, ma'am? You look as old as I am, you old hag. Mom covered her face with both hands. Mom, will you be quiet? You're making my head hurt more. Then why don't you roll off that bed and ask this lady to give you some pain meds? Do you have a history of substance abuse? Dr. Odell asked Gran. Fangs protruded, but they weren't from any of the werewolves in the room. My grandmother pounced on the poor doctor, and it took 4 grown men to detach her from Dr. Odell. That woman needs to be placed somewhere safe, Laura muttered under her breath. I heard that. Gran snapped. Out, send her outside. Bennett ordered. Robert and Vincent grabbed her each under her arms and dragged her out of the room, closing the door behind them. Charlotte, Mom called out. What's that awful smell? She was still unaware of her location. I walked up to her and grasped her wrist, removing her hand from her face. When she saw that it wasn't Charlotte, her eyes flooded with tears. Celeste, is that you? She touched my cheek and warmed her hand. Am I dreaming? Are you real? I nodded and grasped her hand with both my own. I'm real. And we're together again. I whimpered. Her voice became hoarse. But how? She pulled me closer so that we could hug. You were brought here, Bennett said, again interrupting yet another moment between me and my family. Mom looked over my shoulder at the overwhelming group of people in the room. Debbie, who are these people? Debbie said awkwardly. She looked at Bennett and Laura, hoping they would do the honors and explain to her mom the chaos of what she was about to hear. My name is Grayson. It's nice to meet you. Grayson didn't hesitate to introduce himself. He wasn't shy about wrapping his arm around my waist and resting his head on top of mine either. Mom's face hardened at every action Grayson made. Celeste, who is this? I just intro, shut up, I am talking to my daughter. Grayson stiffened next to me. I thought it would be a wise idea to detach myself from him. He didn't protest when I did. Taking a step back to hide from my mother's wrath, Grayson paled at the rejection. Mom, remember that legend Gran told us about? Not you too. My mother has brainwashed you. That's it. We're leaving this instant. And where the hell have you been all this time? She shouted. You look fine. Did you deliberately try to scare me? My God, Celeste. I would never have expected this outlandish behavior from you. Did you meet up with that boy somewhere? Did he persuade you to leave with him? That's something your grandmother would do. Despite her headache, she swung out of bed and abruptly got up. It was a bad idea because she swayed as soon as she stood up. Grayson, being the closest, caught her first and carried her back to the bed. Mom heaved as if she was about to vomit and clasped her mouth to keep the bile from coming out. Don't touch me. Mom struggled in his arms. You better not have done anything to my daughter. Grayson carefully placed her on the bed, but she pulled her legs together like a frightened child. Mom, relax, I said soothingly. We can go once we've taken care of your headache. Grayson looked at me as if I were mad. I knew he was about to tell me that I wasn't allowed to leave. I'm just trying to calm her down. I don't mean it. I rest my hand on his shoulder to assure him. We're not staying. I'm not staying in this town for another minute, Mom declares. She attempts to get up again, but this time both my sister and I stop her. Charlotte holds her breath. Mom, you stink like really bad. The smell finally returns to her senses, and Mom recoils from us both. I smell like garbage. She gags. I can help you with that as soon as we get your head checked out. I heard you had a real nasty hit, Laura smiles. You look familiar. Have we met before? Mom tilts her head to the side and winces when her head aches in that direction. Laura awkwardly giggles. Maybe a long time ago. Everyone except Debbie looks slightly shocked. Don't you remember Tracy? Laura was a freshman when we graduated from high school together. We were on the same volleyball team together. That surprises all of us. Laura never mentioned knowing my mother. Laura, oh my God, I remember now. Mom looks at her in happy astonishment. How's it been? Laura stands right next to me, casually placing her arm over my shoulders in a friendly gesture. Mom notices this. How did you two become acquainted? I hear Laura take a deep, nervous gulp. Grayson is my son. He's your son. Mom repeats. The amount of control she placed in not blowing up on Laura's face was spotless. I did the math in my head. Laura was taken 25 years ago when Mom had already left Paradise Valley. Mom had no idea that Laura's face was pictured on the missing persons bulletin, just like mine was probably 25 years ago. Laura chuckles dryly. Oh, I would like you to meet my husband. She quickly averts the topic of Grayson. Bennett walks over and stands on my other side. He nods his head in a short form of hello. It's nice to meet you, Tracy. Your daughter has told us a lot about you. This certainly makes things more awkward. It's like a scene from Meet the Parents. That's odd, because Celeste hasn't said a word about knowing any of you. Well, that's because I didn't know before I got kidnapped. Can any of you help me get to my mother's house? My kids and I need to start packing. Gran looked alarmed. But Tracy, no buts, mother. You are fine. I don't think you need me and the kids to watch over you anymore, and you have a full house of people watching over you already. Mom takes hold of the bed rail, trying to find some balance. Let's go, girls. She takes my hand. Grayson moves between us, glowers at my mother. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. Move aside, young man. Her eyes press together, trying to withstand the pain in her head. I advise that you let me check your head, Mississippi. Dr. Odell cautions. I'm fine. Don't be unreasonable, I scold her. For the first time, Mom looks at me coldly. I'm being unreasonable? You scared me half to death running away from home to be with this troublemaker. My son is not a troublemaker. Laura bursts. I can't stand the screaming. Mom clutches her head. Let me see to you. Dr. Odell begs. I think you might have a concussion. Worry bites me, and I look at Grayson for support. His fists clench together, and his jaw is tense. Laura takes another harsh remark from my mom, and Grayson snaps into action. Sit down and do as the good doctor tells you. He seethes, and Mom is stunned silent. But it doesn't last long. Can't you see your daughters are worried about your well-being? Look at you. I've never seen someone so worn out as you. The truth hurt. Mom did look like she had crawled out of the apocalypse. Her clothes were drenched. She had dirt on her jeans, and she smelled like a skunk. Her complexion wasn't faring better either. She looked tired, and her skin was pale. Even more so than Gran. Honey, why don't you let us care for you first, and then we can fight about this later? Debbie bustled. Yeah, Mom, Charlotte whispered. She looked slightly shaken, watching our mother for the past few minutes as she exploded into an angry volcano. Mom's eyes softened at my sister's plea. Fine. But as soon as I'm checked out, we are leaving. She looks at me, disappointed. When we get home, we shall have a word. I nodded. Dr. Odell was finally able to examine Mom's condition. She informed us that Mom had hit her head pretty hard and had a minor hairline fracture on her skull. The doctor wanted her to be monitored overnight to ensure she would be okay. You're not leaving, Grayson said when we were alone. You got that fact down to AT, I muttered. He pulled me against his side and nuzzled his head into my shoulder. When your mom feels better, I'm telling her we are going to get married. Wow, hold on there, buddy. I still haven't consented. You have me forced to stay by your side, remember? He smirked. Says the girl lying next to me in bed every night. Much to my annoyance, he was right. I've grown to get used to him sleeping next to me. He hasn't touched me inappropriately, but on some occasions, I would move into his side of the bed out of habit. I'm a clingy sleeper. Shut up. He smirks. Don't kid yourself, mate. You are starting to open up to me. In your dreams. And what good dreams they are. He turns around and walks away, heading to his office. Chapter 21. Throughout the night, Mom kept waking up screaming. It woke almost everyone in the house, and Bennett couldn't manage without sleep. Being the alpha, his responsibilities drain most of his energy during the day. With no sleep, he's more irritable than usual. Every time Mom woke up, he would yell my name. It was his way of telling me to deal with it, or he would take matters into his own hands. And that wasn't going to help Mom's psychological health one bit. They say, never wake a beast when he is sleeping. I'd get up from bed and Grayson would follow me. He apologized on behalf of Bennett for being rude and said it was due to the way their wolves act in an animalistic manner. I honestly told him that if they always blamed their behavior on the wolves, no one would buy their excuses. You can always teach an old dog new tricks. You don't have to get up, I told him. My head pounded in tiredness. When I stared at Grayson's complexion, I envied how fresh and flawless he looked despite having gotten out of bed. His tousled bed hair made it hard for me to look at him without feeling flustered, especially when he grinned. Just imagining how we stand together in comparison makes me think we don't suit each other. He was genetically made to look perfect, while I am average. He likes me only because we're so-called mates. The door to Mom's room was already open when I entered. Grayson remained outside the door because he knew being inside would further agitate my mom, just as it had the last time. Charlotte was already inside, tucking herself beside Mom in bed. Celeste is here, Mom. See? My eyes prickled to hold back my tears, seeing my mother so disheveled. I ended up having to join them in bed because Mom didn't want me to leave. Charlotte and I were sandwiched between her as she held both our hands, tucked close to her heart. Her hands shook until she fell asleep, and she didn't wake up from night terrors after that. However, because Dr. Odell told us to, we shook her a couple of times to make sure she was still responsive due to the hairline concussion on her head. As I took a glance at the bedroom door, I guessed Grayson had returned to his room. The next day, I woke up first. Charlotte and Mom were lightly breathing and still asleep. Mom still had her hand clasped on mine, and I slowly removed it without waking her. I got up and stretched my sore back, feeling the tension there relax. Usually, when I slept in Grayson's room, this would be around the time he would get up and prepare for the errands Bennett would assign him. I tiptoed to the door and pushed it gradually open. A figure was resting against the wall, sitting on the ground. I looked down and found Grayson with his eyes pressed tightly closed and yawning. He shook his head almost the same way dogs did after petting them. The mannerism was cute that I nearly patted his head to see if he would nudge his face into my palm. What the hell am I thinking? He's not a pet. When he saw me, he smiled and said, "Good morning." It was too early in the morning for my face to redden the way it did. Something deep inside me itched. It was like I wanted to scratch the center of my chest, but there was no physical reason why. His bright, curious eyes watched me. "Celeste, are you all right?" I nodded and clutched my fist over my chest, demanding my stupid heart to stop pounding so fast. "Did you stay here all night?" I asked him, dumbfounded. He stretched his arms and warmed up his neck muscles before hopping to his feet. "I got up one time to take a night stroll around the house." "That's not what I meant." "Did you sleep here against the wall?" was my question. A sly smirk formed on his. Before I knew it, he was leaning inches from my face. "Why? Are you worried about me?" Words couldn't come out of my mouth. Luckily, Mom's cry saved me. "Celeste?" Grayson's smile dropped, and he stared in the direction of my mom. "She's looking for you." "Yeah," I said despite how dry my mouth was. "If you need me, I'll be outside all day. Dad wants me to patrol the maze because a lot of people have passed through it lately and their scents are still strong inside. It could be dangerous if a rogue picked up the right route through. But I thought you can't. I can't head outside? I can't. The maze is technically still inside, so I'm not really exposed to the outside world." Again, the way he said it made me feel like I wasn't the only one being trapped in confinement. The more I get to know Grayson as a person, the more I feel a sense of sympathy for him. He lived in this prison his whole life, molded to become the beast people, his pack. Expect him to be. Bennett is a strict father, and he expects nothing but the best from his son. Despite all that, Grayson never once complained. Sure, He can be cocky sometimes, but he never neglects his duties. He was the type of person anyone could be proud of. Selfless. Celeste. Mom cries again. Mom, she's okay. Celeste is on her way. Charlotte tried to soothe her. Grayson pats my shoulder. Take care of your mom. I'll see you later. He winks. For a second, it looked like he wanted to bend down and kiss me. I watch him walk down the hallway until he disappears at the corner. Once he's gone, I take a long needed breath and press my hand over my thumping heart. Why the hell am I feeling this way? I ask myself. It's not until the afternoon that I finally get the chance to leave Mom's room. She no longer needed observation, but she stubbornly refuses to leave the bed. It was pretty frustrating to deal with Mom when she wasn't acting like herself. I swear, she isn't normally this maddening. I tell everyone who seems to be avoiding the section of the house where Mom was staying. She sounds like me on my worst days. I couldn't be more proud. I think this is the first time Tracy and I have some connection. Gran giggles. Laura frowns at her and restrains herself from commenting back. It's probably due to Lexi nudging her on the shoulder. So are you planning on telling your mom about werewolves, or should my dad do it? Lexi asked. Please don't tell my mom yet. Not until she feels better. I don't think she is ready to hear that type of news. I beg. Wait until she hears her precious boy is one of them. Gran mutters. I wish she didn't have to mind me. I was already stressed out enough. How's my brother doing? I ask Laura. He's doing pretty fine. I have a feeling Grayson has taken it upon himself to help your brother adjust to this transition. Last night, while you were tending to your mother, Bennett told me he sensed him go down to the dungeon to check up on your brother. There was that itching feeling again. He did. They both nodded their heads. Celeste, I know it's not my place to ask, but do you like my brother? It really wasn't Lexi's place to ask, and I was shocked that she did because her mother was keenly intent on hearing my answer. The two women circle me like vultures ready to peck my brains out if I answer wrong. In terms of friends, I think I like him. You think? Was Laura's reaction. Lexi wasn't satisfied either. She moved in closer, invading my personal bubble. Not as friends, but do you like my brother as a man? Warmth crept up my face. He is good-looking. Laura clapped her hands together. Of course, my son is good-looking. But don't make the question complicated when it really isn't. Do you love my son, or do you not? That's our question. Mom, what are you doing? Lexi sucked in her breath and hid behind her mother. Laura stiffened when Grayson strode to my side. Are they intimidating you? Laura pleaded with her eyes not to expose her to her son. Being a nice person, I said. Kind of. I also can't forget that Mom taught me to be honest. Grayson frowned at his mother and sister. What were you two telling her? Laura sighed. We were just asking her if she likes you. It's not that big of a deal. Nonchalantly, she waved her wrist back and forth. I don't appreciate that you two are butting into my love life. What goes on between me and my mate is none of anyone's business. I didn't know what to say after what he just said, so I kept my mouth shut. What love life? It hasn't started yet until both of you profess your affections towards each other. It's been weeks, Grayson. Your father took only 2 weeks to charm me. Laura held up 2 fingers and waved them in front of Grayson's face. The two of you act as if you're dorm mates. I was trying to see how well the two of you were progressing. Grayson looked like he was about to blow a gasket. Mom, leave us alone. Laura gawked and Lexi quickly left to escape her brother's wrath. Let's go out for a walk, Celeste. I think you need a little fresh air. He meant to say he needs fresh air. He held out his hand and I obliged. We headed out of the house and towards a small stream that connected to the maze. I saw a few tiny fish swimming in it. The water was so clear and clean. I smiled when I picked up a pebble and dropped it into the water, scaring the fish. Celeste, I'm sorry about my mom's rash behavior. I shook my head. My mom has been a handful, and my grandma can really drive a person mad, so it's okay. We both have a strange family. We can't choose our family, but we aren't the people we are today without them. He smirked. You're really something. I still haven't completely figured you out yet. Ditto. You're a mystery to me too. He began taking off his shoes, then his socks, and when his shirt peeled off, leaving him half naked, I wanted to run back to the house, screaming and locking the door. "What are you doing?" I asked, horrified. He tossed his shirt on top of a large rock. "Let's get in the water." "Oh no, I'm fine. You can go in yourself." "I like staying dry, thank you." He wasn't taking no for an answer. "Come on. This is the only day I have my afternoon and evening cleared. I worked my hardest the last couple of days so I could spend some time with you, and this is how you want to spend it." I stepped back when he took a step closer to me. My eyes wanted to look at his chest and ripped lean muscles, but morals told me to keep a peripheral view of his head. I'm not wearing the proper attire for a swim. Covered in one of Lexi's baggy graphic tees and a pair of faded shorts was all I had on. Laura gave me a box of Debbie's fashion designs, the same box she had given me back at Gran's house. I still hadn't opened it. I wasn't either, but that didn't stop me. He gave me a wolfish grin. "I'm not stripping," I said deadpan. Grayson laughed. "As much as I would have loved that, that's not what I meant. You can swim with your clothes on." No, I refused. Too bad, because I don't like party poopers. Before I knew it, the world turned upside down and Grayson held me over his shoulder, kicking and punching. "Grayson!" I squealed when I thought he would drop me. My hands automatically grabbed onto his back, trying not to fall off and hit my head to my death. "Ouch!" he hissed. "You need to trim those claws." "Relax, I would never drop precious cargo. If you drop me, I'm going to kill you." He hitched my waist tighter. "Kill me, then you'll have to kiss me," he sang. "You are G." I groaned and he laughed, marching happily into the stream. The water wasn't too deep, and it was only up to his ankles. "This feels great," he breathed. "I love feeling nature between my toes. You should feel it too." "I'm good." "No, truly I insist." "Really, I'm fine." "Yes." "What yes?" "Oh, you said yes." "Huh?" He grabbed both sides of my waist again and lifted me in a Superman style. "Oh my God. Grayson, this isn't funny. Put me down or I'm going to fall." I could see my face past my hair cascading down around my face. The mischievousness practically seeped from his pores as he laughed. That stupid itching sensation between my chest bubbled again. It was either a heart attack or something else was going wrong. His hands released me after tossing me like a rag doll into the water. What the hell is he thinking? The water was too shallow. I was surely going to get hurt. "Grayson!" My scream was the only thing I heard before submerging in the water. I expected pain, but instead, my whole body was engulfed in water. Shit, it's cold. My hands and feet began to move as I resurfaced. When I breathed in air, I accidentally gulped in water. Grayson's laughter filled the air. "Are you cooled off?" he asked between chuckles. "It's your turn." Making it to the shallow end, I crawled on my hands and knees. "Come here, Grayson. You think I'd willingly obey you?" "No, but I think it's in your best interest to help me." I think I got hurt. Immediately, all amusement washes off, and he's over me like a hen and its egg. "Oh God, Celeste. I didn't mean for you to get hurt. Tell me where it hurts," and when I found my chance, I grabbed his arm and pulled him into the water. Thank God the shirt I wore was black and I had something on underneath, or everything would show. "Sucker," I said before his face hit the water. Unfortunately, that part of the water wasn't that deep, so Grayson didn't completely sink in. There were droplets showered across the planes of his back, and the angle of the sun shadowed the curves of his defined muscles. Grayson turned around and his short hair spiked on top. He ran a palm over his face to remove water from his eyes. "You tricked me." His smile radiated in measures that I couldn't help but smile as well. It was amusing how he tried to get back on his feet, only to slip on the rocks. "Can you help me?" He stretched out his hand. "Are you going to pull the same trick I pulled?" "I wouldn't dare," he said sarcastically. I turned my head and crossed my arms. "And that's going to convince me," he grumbled. "Would you feel better if I pinky swear?" Grayson's really enjoyable when he acts like this. I actually feel comfortable around him for once. I chuckled, and his lips widened more when he saw my smile. "Okay." He clasped his hand, leaving his right pinky finger out. "I pinky swear that I won't pull you in the water. Now are you satisfied?" There is no denying this guy. I nodded and clasped his hand. His fingers were cold like mine, but as soon as our hands held tight, our skins warmed instantly. Watch where you step, I told him as he maneuvered through the slippery, unstable floor. Hey Celeste, can I ask you a question? His voice said low. It depends. What's the question? He hesitated. I looked over my shoulder and saw the faint tint of red on his face. I was suddenly afraid to hear what he was going to say. It better not be a stupid question, I muttered. Then the memory of Laura's question earlier popped in my head, and suddenly I felt like it got cold. Goosebumps formed on my arms and legs. It's not. With his free hand, he nervously rubbed the back of his neck. I watched how his perfect body flexed with every movement. Celeste, you are a pervert. I can practically hear Gran cheering me on in the back of my head. Perhaps this part of me was a gene passed down from her. Just say it, I said. Do you, I mean? I feel as though. He swallowed. Do you by any chance like me at all? Not to make you uncomfortable, like Mom and Lexi did, but I want to know if you feel safe with me. That's all I want to know. Grayson took a step forward and the rock slid beneath his feet, sending him falling backward. Our hands were still connected, and coherently, I fell in the same direction. By sheer unexplainable force, my face was lined up with his, and I had a full view of Grayson's surprised expression. Water splashed, and my body pressed and molded against his. It took only a few seconds for it to happen, but it felt like an eternity. I closed my eyes, and when gravity completed the fall, my teeth painfully scratched my lips as I hit face first pretty hard on something. My mouth didn't move on its own. As soon as I opened my eyes, I was almost eyeball to eyeball with Grayson. One of his hands was stretched on the small of my back, keeping me firmly against him, and our legs tangled. Another thing. We were submerged underwater, and our lips were pressed against each other. Chapter 22, Grayson, age 10, Bennett, stop it. Mommy giggled. Lexi will wake up, and you know how hard it is to get her to fall asleep. I peeked into the room and cringed because it's really bright and pink. I hate the color pink, and I'm sure my new baby sister hates the color too. She cries so much, I can't go anywhere in the house without hearing her. Dad and Mommy don't see me tippy-toeing into the pink room. They are both hovering over Lexi's crib like they do almost every day. When Mommy's stomach wasn't big anymore, Lexi started living with us. I wasn't going to be their favorite anymore. I had to share Mommy with my baby sister. Dad said that I should always protect my baby sister and keep boys away from her. Leo and Vince are boys, last I checked, so I guess they aren't allowed to play with her. I don't get why, though, but if Dad says so, then I have to follow his orders. He's alpha, you know. Why can't we give her back to where she came from? It's not like I asked for her. Their backs are to me, and Dad has his arm around Mommy. I snickered to myself, thinking maybe it would be funny to come up from behind them and scare Mommy. She is hilarious when she screams. Isn't she adorable? Mommy lays her head on Dad's shoulder. Dad turns his head to her and smiles. Want to make another one? Mommy playfully punches Dad in the shoulder. Don't even think about it. Dad laughs, which he rarely does except when he's with Mommy. Make another one. What does that mean? While I'm thinking inside my head, Dad lowers his face and starts kissing Mommy on the cheek. Mommy smiles and leans back so Dad can kiss her some more. Gross. Yuck. I didn't realize how loud I said it until both my parents looked over their shoulders, stunned at my appearance. Baby, what are you doing in here? Mom whispers, because Lexi might start crying again, and no one wants that. It's past your bedtime, young man. Dad frowns, and I immediately rush over to Mommy's open arms because Dad would never yell at me when I'm with her. Daddy was kissing your face again. I wrinkled my face and stared disapprovingly at my Mommy. Shoo, use your quiet voice, Grayson. Your sister is sleeping. She picks me up and lifts me in her arms, my favorite place. I could see my baby sister sleeping on her back. She looked really weird. Why doesn't she move? I frown, wondering what was so great about her that Mommy doesn't want to play with me anymore. All she does is throw up, poop, pee, and cry all day. The first time I held her, Lexi puked all over my shirt, and I almost dropped her. Dad was furious at me that day. I wasn't kissing your mom, pup. Dad smirked and ruffled the back of my head. I was kissing her. She is my mate after all. I'm allowed to do that. He tried kissing her again, but Mommy turned her head, and Dad ended up kissing her on the cheek. Yuck. Mommy pretended to hate it, but giggled when Dad nudged closer. I didn't like that he was making it uncomfortable for me to stay in Mommy's arms, so I pushed him away by slamming my palm to his face. That got him to move away. I've seen them do this before, but I never heard of the name of the act. Kissing. Don't stop me from loving your mom, son. Do you know, your mom and I made you after a couple of kisses. Mom punched him for real this time. Bennett, he's too young to know those things. Dad rolled his eyes. I copied him because I'm a big boy like him, and Mommy needs to know that. Dad saw me do it and chuckled. When you kiss your mate for the first time, Grayson, you will know she's the one. Your wolf will make you go insane for her. So make sure your first kiss counts and do it when you know she returns your feelings. Present day, damn it, this was not how I planned our first kiss to happen. Hell, I didn't even know how to make it happen. But it's too late. We were doing it, and it felt amazing. Oh God, I didn't realize kissing my mate would feel this incredible. When we plunged into the water, both our eyes shut closed, and I gripped her around her waist, hoping to protect her from impact somehow. However, nothing could prevent us from both becoming soaking wet. My first thought was her safety. She could hit her head on a rock or something. Instead, my mouth just naturally blended with hers and moved on its own accord. She was unresponsive at first. I was shocked as well, but I felt her fingers grip my biceps and she didn't pull away. It was most likely a visceral reaction not to drown, but I went ahead and pressed our bodies closer, trying to savor this moment because I may never get this chance again. Don't point fingers at me. I am a man after all. My wolf instincts were practically cheering on my boldness. It was like my wolf was screaming, "Finally, you idiot." If she forced us to stop the kiss, I think I would probably go insane. I opened my eyes to observe her face. Her brows were pulled together in bewilderment, and I thought she looked really adorable. My lips moved against hers, and her eyes slowly opened in confusion. Her mouth tentatively moved against mine, and I cautiously glided my tongue across her bottom lip. Bubbles rapidly left her mouth. Her body thrashed as she tried to detach from my strength. Mentally, I groaned, knowing that delicious time was over. My feet kicked alongside hers, and we resurfaced. Celeste curtly coughed, wrapping her arms around my neck to stay afloat. I waited for her to speak first. She continued to cough until her throat was clear of water. I thought the stream was shallow. Some parts are a little deep. I gripped her firmly against me. She flashed me an uncertain look before turning her head away to avoid my gaze. My forwardness was making her uncomfortable, but right now I didn't care. "Celeste, will you let me properly court you?" I asked her. "Court me," she repeated. "Yeah." I nodded. Her face cringed, and I thought maybe she would reject me. "What century are you from? Who says court anymore?" She removed her arms from my neck and pushed her palms against my chest. She turned around and paddled back to shore. "Celeste." I swam after her, and we both stood on shore dripping wet. When I reached her, I grabbed her shoulder and forced her to look at me. Her face was completely flustered, and she looked at me like she was about to cry. "Freak, what did I do?" I started to panic. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" She got redder by the second, and despite already being wet, her eyes swelled with unshed tears. Consulting crying females, this was totally not in my alpha job description. To my utter disbelief, she smacked me across the face. "You jerk, that was my first kiss." I'm tempted to tell her it was my first kiss too, but I was too ashamed to mention that. Dad made it his job always to keep me busy with pack work, so I never considered having a relationship, as if I would even think about another girl who isn't my fated mate. It was an accident, but I don't regret what just happened, I say flatly. Speechless, Celeste innocently plays with the corner of her shirt and gasps when she realizes that her very wet shirt is clinging to her body. She looks at me, and I quickly avert my eyes to avoid getting caught looking. The sky seems very interesting to me all of a sudden. She groans in frustration, and I hold back my laugh. Hey! I catch her wrists before she stomps away. Don't touch me, she hisses. That's a hard request to adhere to. I smirk, because I love watching her reactions. Shoving me hard, she turns around and wrings her clothes. I see her skin form goosebumps from the cold. So what's the verdict? I joke. For what? My question, you sound like your mother. I roll my eyes. What she did earlier was uncalled for. This is me asking to have a relationship with you. Forget the fact that I'm a werewolf, future alpha, or your mate. Celeste, will you please be my girlfriend? The look on her face had me holding my breath. She could do that to me. Always keeping me on edge. Placing myself in her shoes is difficult, considering we are both different species and grew up in other social norms. I kidnapped her from home. I'm sure that is socially unacceptable to humans like her. Now I'm asking her to date me and eventually marry me. She hasn't failed to mention how nuts she thinks I am. I stand taut, waiting for her to complete her sentence. All of a sudden, I sense something off and my wolf instincts have me growling. Celeste is instantly shielded behind my back as I crouch in defense mode. Shit, why do we constantly get interrupted? I swear if someone planned all this, I would. Grayson, what are you doing? I shush her. Quiet. I thought I heard something. What? Silencing her again, I lift my nose to the air and sniff down the cause of my wolf's unrest. It was that smell again. It was faint, but it was there, the same vile odor that lingered within the maze. A few of the men who came with me also detected it, but we assumed it was a stray mountain lion that entered the labyrinth and left when it marked its scent on one of the rock's surfaces. The smell wasn't robust enough to be considered a significant threat, so we ignored it without informing Dad. Stay behind me, I told Celeste. Grayson, you're scaring me, she whispered. I didn't want her in distress. Not only was it difficult during this predicament, but my wolf was also feeling guarded, and having it worry about Celeste wasn't going to make concentrating on the problem any easier. I heard the rustling of leaves and growled in its direction. Grayson, it's probably just the wind, Celeste tells me, but I'm not buying it. The wind never smelled this odd before. My wolf alerts me to keep my focus on our surroundings. He wants out, but I'm not giving it to him just yet. I had to be sure I knew what the danger was before taking rash action. For one thing, Celeste was with me. She has never really witnessed firsthand how werewolves transform. The first time watching can be frightening to some people. It's not the wind. If anything happens, Celeste, I want you to run as fast as you can and find my father. Don't even look back. Grayson, don't be silly. You're acting paranoid. Nothing. It happened in just 5 seconds, but I heard the sound of a gun unlatch from its safety. Without another second to spare, I quickly transformed into my wolf and jumped when I heard the gunfire. The bullet was purposely aimed at Celeste, and my wolf was seething mad. I was seething mad. Grayson! Celeste screamed, echoed across the open sky. In a few minutes, the area would be surrounded by my pack, but by then the shooter would already be gone. Oh God, Grayson, you've been hit. With my wolf backing me up, I stood back on 4 legs and kept a steady wall between the threat and Celeste. She was human and a shot through her would easily kill her. Werewolves were built to withstand almost anything. I need to protect her. Grayson, stop it. If you move, more blood will come out. Celeste cried. If this weren't a dire situation, I would be in amazement by the amount of concern she had on her face. She held parts of my ripped jeans and attempted to press them on my wound. It hurt like hell, but the pain wasn't my primary focus. Go. I nudged her with my giant head, telling her to leave like I told her, but the stubborn woman wouldn't move. I'm not leaving you, she roared. And earlier, she didn't want me touching her. Sniffing the air again, the smell disappeared. Replacing it was the smell of burning flesh. The adrenaline in my veins must have distracted me from the agony, but the bullet that pierced through my body was obviously tainted with aconitum, or what most people would call wolfsbane. When I sense Dad's presence nearby, I relax a little, and the pain intensifies as the adrenaline disappears. My legs weaken and my weight becomes too much for me to handle. I see the world around me spinning, but before I fall, Celeste has her fingers sliding across my thick fur, and she has me wrapped up against her. Grayson, you idiot. I chuckle because she is so complex, it's adorable. There are times I think she has fallen for me, but then she makes a topsy-turvy and smacks a ball of stuff in my face like it's no one's business. I can see why Dad puts up with Mom all the time. Grayson. She screams again. If only she could scream like that when I'm not shot. Grayson. A shadow is hovering over my wolf form. Dad, intruder. Found him. I mind link. He directly gives people orders, and I hear wolves shifting from different areas of the field. How could this happen? Dad thunders. We keep a strict security on all perimeters inside and outside of the maze. The enforcers were going to have a field day when Dad gets his paws on them. They would be lucky to only receive a blow to the face from their alpha when he's pissed. Get Dr. Odell here now. Grayson, you stupid dog. I know that bullet was aimed at me. Why the hell did you jump and block me? Celeste pressed her teary face into my fur and gripped her hands tightly so that it hurt almost as bad as the bullet wound. Celeste, help me put him on my back. You're going to carry him as a wolf? Can't he change back? She asked. Transforming while injured could be dangerous for his human form. The bullet could move closer to something vital and he could die. We can't allow that to happen. Hurry. The more we delay, the more it risks his survival. Celeste gasped. Thanks for keeping her calm, Dad. Grayson, you better be okay, or I'm going to haunt you. She hissed. Sweetie, I think that works the other way around. She's so distraught, she's making bad jokes. Another reason why I think she's adorable. I growl when she touches a spot that aches. My jaws clench tight to avoid accidentally biting her. Easy, Dad crouches to allow me on his back. A few of the men help me on Dad's back, but Celeste makes it her duty to take my care under her responsibility. What happened? Dad links. Intruder. Earlier this morning, the men and I detected an odd scent, but we excused it as a passing animal. Dad let out a thunderous growl, making most of the men uneasy. You should have further investigated, he said out loud for even Celeste to hear. We hadn't had an intruder for almost half a century, and this happens. I want every man in the pack to search every inch of this land until that intruder is set outside and set 500 miles away from Paradise Valley. No one sleeps until he does. Dad carried me all the way to the front porch of the house where Mom, Lexi, Charlotte, and Dr. Odell were waiting. Charlotte ran to her sister and asked her if she was okay. Grayson got shot. She whimpered, not taking an eye away from me. Dr. Odell, please see to him. Of course I will. I'll even fix him up so that he will heal quickly. Good. Because once he's fit, I'm going to kick his ass for being so reckless. Mom and Dad looked at each other, as if wondering what had caused the change in their spirits. Lexi noticed it as well and glanced between Celeste and me with great perplexity. Are you all right? Charlotte asked her sister. I'm 100% fine because of this fool, Celeste growled. We have an intruder in our midst. Laura, I want you and the children to stay inside until this thread is found. Watch the boys, they will have a fit when they find out they can't play outside for a while. Both will try to defy me. Dr. Odell asked Dad to take me inside and set me on my bed. Blood ended up staining the sheets as Dr. Odell removed the bullet from inside. Thankfully, nothing vital was hit. Thankfully, Celeste was not hit. I would not mind losing a limb for my mate. She is my future, and without her, I cannot be an alpha or a true mate. As Dr. Odell worked on my wound, Celeste remained by my side, nudging her face on the top of my head and caressing my fur. For werewolves, the purpose in life is to find love and be loved by your mate. Then pass on your knowledge and abilities to the next generation. If a wolf can't do that, it's like losing the ability to live. One can only take disappointment for a given time before everything falls apart beneath their feet. What's going on here? Everyone turns to the door and sees Celeste's mother standing in shock. She strides into the room without a care and hovers over my wolf. Her face was blank and emotionless, but when she bent down to stroke my face, it was weird and outrageous at the same time. Remington, you look just like him. My husband, Nicholas. She smirked. That stupid mutt hated me. That's why I kept him outside. Nick and I would sometimes argue over him. She went down on her knees and leaned down to look me in the eyes. You look like Remington, but you don't have his hateful eyes. Did someone hurt you, big guy? She turned her head. Why is this dog bleeding? She asked Dr. Odell. Shit just hit the fan. Chapter 23, Celeste, Mom. I grasped her wrist and removed her hand from touching Grayson's soft black pelt, which was soiled by dried patches of blood. It looked like I was seething, the way I barked at her like a possessive brat over a stuffed toy. He's hurt. I don't think it's a good idea to touch him. Never in my life had I ever yelled at my mom that way, and she was utterly taken aback. I turned my attention back to Grayson, caressing his head, hoping somehow that would give him comfort. Grayson, you fool. Grayson. Stop being so nice to me because I think I'm falling for you. My vision blurred and my throat tightened at my silent confession. Grayson deserved to hear it. I owe him that much for saving my life, but now is not the time. I wasn't going to tell him when pain was obstructing his thoughts. He was going to pull through this, and when he does, I'll tell him I like him. As he lay struggling against life and death, I held him and recalled the way he selflessly shielded me from the bullet that would have killed me instantly. For a brief moment, at the stream, our eyes connected, and I saw the fear he felt. My well-being was much more important to him than his own. Only my heart could be heard pounding against my ears as the bullet went through him. His wolf was determined to protect me even though he was bleeding out. And my heart trembled for him because I felt useless. Once again, someone was suffering to protect me. First it was my mom, and now it is Grayson. They both loved me beyond belief and would die for me. Mom is my mom. She has a reason for her actions. Grayson, however, cared for me with some kind of love I couldn't comprehend. Now, there was no denying it or challenging his reasons, because my God, the man took a bullet for me. It was like a part of me was not myself after that. All I could think about was Grayson. And all these feelings transpired after that kiss in the stream. It felt like a part of me had opened up, and the bullet was the catalyst that sped up my emotional responses. Here he was bleeding and possibly dying, and no one had yet freaked out or cried over him. Not his father, not his mother, or his sister. I was increasingly going out of my mind. What was wrong with them? Didn't they care that Grayson was in pain? If anyone touched him, I was going to attack everyone like a teenage boy guarding his Xbox with his life. Mom's movements were slow, but she clutched her hands against her chest. Shouldn't we take the poor thing to the hospital? On cue, Grayson whimpered. Bennett shook his head. Let's not make a spectacle over this and get him properly bandaged up. He motioned away from Grayson's bed. Celeste, you stay where you are. It helps if you're near him. My fists clenched. I wanted to yell at him, scream at him for being an uncaring father, but I bit my lips to keep my mouth shut. Why the hell are you not upset about this? He just got shot. Are you that heartless? Mom looked at me with concern. Honey, I'm sure the poor puppy will be okay. Laura now appeared distressed over her son, but she didn't hurl herself hysterically at Grayson's condition. Lexi brushed a stray tear that fell from her cheek so that no one noticed. The twins were probably not allowed to see their brother in this situation, and someone was keeping them from knowing what was happening in the room. Bennett turned his head and gave me a stone-cold glare that sent a wave of nerves hurtling towards the center of my chest. It took all I had not to step back from the intensity of his gaze. 1 step, 2 steps, and he was hovering over me like an angry bull seeing red. His pupils dilated and almost completely covered his irises. His jaw tensed, and I was in front of his sharp jaws. Of course I care for my son, but crying over him is not going to help anything. Only his mate can give him the energy he needs to survive. Hey, what the hell do you think you are doing? Yelling at my daughter? Mom placed herself between Bennett and me, going eye to eye with the menacing man. She looked straight into his eyes and saw his beast reflecting in them. Oh my, what the hell are you? I stumbled backwards when she pushed me back. Celeste, Charlotte, get away from him. He isn't normal. Her eyes flickered to everyone else in the room. What the hell are all of you? Grayson's wolf snarled when it saw me being pulled further away, and it tried to get back on its four paws. Hold him down. Dr. Odell snapped. Mom, stop. I yelled. She was pushing me towards the door. I didn't want to leave Grayson. She raised her hand to Charlotte. Charlotte, get over here. We have to get out of here. Charlotte hesitantly moved past Lexi and Laura. Mom was once again hysterical and using herself as a shield to protect my sister and me from Grayson's family. Please relax. We are not going to harm you, Laura muttered. Bennett, cool yourself. Go for a run or something. You are not making this situation any better. She coolly ordered her husband. Was it standard procedure for werewolves to take a walk to blow off steam? I'm going to remove the bullet wedged inside. Dr. Odell pulled out a pair of plastic gloves from her bag and quickly rounded the bed. But before I proceed, we need to take him to my office for an X-ray. I want to see how far the bullet went and how severe the situation is. Laura groaned. Why couldn't we have done that earlier? Isn't moving him going to cause my son more pain? That caught Bennett's attention immediately. He lifted Grayson without effort, but as predicted, the pain was unbearable. Grayson cried out and his jaws almost ran through his father's throat. With Grayson's abnormally large size, it was like Bennett was holding a gigantic bear. I pushed aside my mother to the side next to Bennett as he steadily sped to Dr. Odell's office. Dr. Odell was matching our pace. Grayson wasn't happy that his father was carrying him and growled his protest. Now's not the time to be complaining, Bennett muttered. Placing my hand on the soft coat on Grayson's back, I tried to grasp his attention. If Bennett wasn't lying and I could somehow help Grayson in this situation, it was the least I could do for saving my life. Celeste, get back here. Mom yelled. We don't know these people. I know them, Mom, I said sharply. And they won't harm me. Or any of us. How would you know? She said crossly. She was having a hard time keeping pace with our footsteps. I was practically jogging to keep up with Bennett, and to my surprise, Dr. Odell wasn't even out of breath. Just trust me, okay? Grayson saved me, and I want to make sure he gets through this. And I wanted to make sure I was there when he got better to tell him I liked him. That dog has the same name as that boy, Mom said disapprovingly. No, Mom. He is Grayson. It looks like I've officially joined this insane town. My mother is looking at me like I've got nuts too. She stopped following and stood shocked. I was lagging behind and didn't notice until Bennett said, Hurry, we need to treat him as soon as possible. He was already meters ahead of me. I couldn't lose sight of them. This house is so big, I haven't yet gotten used to its large size. Celeste, Mom yelled from where she stood. When we got to Dr. Odell's office, Grayson was quickly placed on an examining table. We had to leave the room so that the X-ray could be conducted appropriately. Dr. Odell looked at the prints. It's a miracle. The bullet has punctured between his ribs and was angled to hit his heart, but it barely touched it. Whoever shot him knew how to aim that gun. The risk of surgery is fatal, but at least he has a good chance of living through this. That shot was aimed at me. Someone tried to kill me. The thought had me shivering all over. But who would want to kill me? If Grayson hadn't saved me, I would be in his place right now, but dead. Bennett sighs in relief at what Dr. Odell just announced. Will you perform the surgery right now? I have no choice, sir. She immediately began prepping for surgery, covering Grayson's body with a surgical cloth. Do you need help? I had no medical knowledge, but I assisted her in some way. Dr. Odell smiled at me kind-heartedly. I would really need it. Wash your hands in that sink over there. Put on some gloves, a mask, and quickly put on the sterile surgical gown. Please hand me tools when I need them. I'll make sure no one enters this room. Dr. Odell, do what it takes to keep my son alive. Bennett was about to close the door on his way out, but someone persisted to get inside the room. The intruder saw Bennett and coughed before he could finish the curse word. Awkwardly, he welcomed himself inside and stood next to Grayson. Shit, man, what happened to you? You look like a deadbeat dog. Leo, get your ass out of the room. Now is not the time for your silly antics. At least tell me you're able to catch the intruder. Bennett growled. Leo's eyes cast down in apprehension. Sorry, Alpha, but the rogue effectively used our territory to its advantage. he was able to escape. It was like it's been in our land before and has memorized the landscape for its advantage. Bennett's brows pulled together, and he grinds his teeth. I've never heard of a rogue being this tactful before. Did his scent come off as familiar to you? Leo shook his head. No, sir. Bennett growled. I don't care if it takes all the wolves in our pack to do it. Scan the area again and make sure that rogue's scent is not on a single square inch of my land. What is going on in this place? He muttered the last part to himself. Guys, can you please leave? I muttered between my teeth. Dr. Odell skillfully ignored the white noise and proceeded with her work. She cut the fur around the area Grayson was shot so that it would be easier for her to mend. I looked away when she injected anesthesia for the pain and cut about an inch so that she could wedge her tool and grab the bullet. Bennett and Leo ended up staying in the room to help restrain Grayson because drugs have little effect on an alpha, so general anesthesia only numbed Grayson but didn't put him to sleep. Bennett held Grayson's muzzle down when he attempted to snap his sharp jaws. Leo held down Grayson's hind legs. As for me, I stood across Dr. Odell and kept my palms on the side of Grayson's belly and handed Dr. Odell tools when she asked. Not once did I look at Grayson's open wound, afraid of fainting. What was only 45 minutes of surgery felt like an eternity. By the time Dr. Odell was finished with the final stitch, everyone sighed in relief. Grayson struggled so much he eventually tired himself out and fell asleep. He remained in his wolf form. He can't change back until that wound is fully healed. Dr. Odell said, wiping her clean, soaked hands on a hand towel. Make sure he doesn't get up and strain himself. I caressed Grayson's fur and covered his body with a warm blanket. Leo left again with orders from Bennett to manage the search party and not rest until that rogue wolf is found. I didn't notice when Bennett hovered over me. Thanks for being with him. No problem, I said awkwardly. Your mother is frantic, looking for you. She punched 2 of my men for keeping her locked in one of our rooms with your sister. I snorted. Where do you think I got my stubbornness from? He smirked, then his expression turned grave. I made an assumption before. That your grandparents, from your mom's side, do not carry the werewolf recessive gene. However, I'm starting to speculate that your father does. Have you ever noticed anything strange with him? It was a crazy notion, but anything was possible at this point. He never turned into a werewolf, if that's what you mean by strange. He died when I was pretty young. Are you sure he's dead? I frowned. I didn't see his body because it was a closed casket. Mom said he was totally messed up after the car accident that she couldn't even recognize him. Bennett thought for a moment. Come with me. I'm not leaving Grayson, I said flatly. I understand. He nodded with a slight hint of a smile on his face. I had someone escort your mother and sister here. We can talk from outside this room. You won't be far from him for long, I promise. I need to speak with your mother, but I'm sure she will be cooperative. That's why I need you with me. Fine, I said. Before following him out the door, I quietly told Grayson that I'd be back, though I doubt he was conscious to pay notice. His heart rate did go up 1 beat, but that was just false hope on my part. Mom, I greeted her from outside the door. Charlotte was standing right next to her. Celeste cut through her voice and shushed her. Grayson's sleeping, don't wake him up, I said in a whisper. Mom looked at me as if I were some alien. What's wrong with you? You're not acting like my smart daughter. You're acting more like your grandmother. Gran stood behind her with her arms crossed and annoyed. Yes, Mom screamed. Mom, keep your voice down. I don't give a shit about that dog. Not only did her words anger me, but Bennett didn't like it as well. You are talking about my son, Mississippi. It's just a dog. You're acting like it's a human being. Her eyes looked between Bennett and me, and tears started forming over her tear ducts. Just like Nike used to with his dog. Then full-out tears streamed down her face like a faucet. Oh, Mom. I came forward and wrapped my hands around her. Now I'm losing you, and I can't get in contact with your brother. I haven't heard from him since the other night. I don't know where he is or if he's looking for us. He could be alone back at the house and hungry. He can't even cook for himself. Charlotte looked at me. Tell her. Your son is safe. Bennett sighed. He's in this house. Mom gasped. You kidnapped my son too. No, he snuck into my territory and attacked my son. Which son are you talking about? The boy or the dog? Mom mocked to piss Bennett off. My eldest son, who is the same boy you met earlier and the one behind this door. He pointed to Dr. Odell's office. You're out of your mind. Where is Trent? Where did you keep him? Mom grabbed my hand. Tell me where my son is, and my family and I are leaving for our home. She glanced at Gran. Not your house, but our home back on the West Coast. I snatched my hand back. I'm not leaving, Mom. I am starting to warm up to this town. Gran jumped and punched the air. Yes, I knew I liked you. By far, greatest grandchild ever. No offense, sweetie. Charlotte shrugged. It's okay. My sister is hard not to like. Until now. Mom fumed. Celeste, you are not yourself right now. They brainwashed you. I can feel it. When we get back, I know this great psychologist who can. Mom, no. I'm staying and I don't need a psychologist. I'm fine. They all say that, dear. You are extremely annoying. Bennett groaned. I brought you here because I just wanted to know if your husband had shown any abnormal behaviors when he was alive. Did he? Mom glared at him. Just answer the damn question. No, my Nicholas never acted strange. He was a perfect gentleman, unlike you. Did he have any family? Why are you so interested in my husband's background? Because your son is a werewolf just like me, just like the rest of the males in this house. Bennett all but yelled it in her face. Chapter 24, He Shits You Not, Gran added with amusement on her face. Mom's face strained to white, and right there, where everyone stood in a circle, I thought she might faint. Well, that's what I thought she would do. Instead, she swung her coiled fist at Bennett, hitting him square in the nose and sending the burly man leaning backwards. Bennett didn't expect it. His eyes widened on impact. Mom's knuckles reddened, and I could imagine the pain she was in for punching him. It was like hitting a boulder hard as stone. Before he could fall gracelessly, Bennett expanded his stance to keep a firm balance with the ground. A growl emitted from the back of his throat, and his grip tightened around Mom's small wrist, weakening her fist. Mom winced, but she didn't falter from the menacing gaze Bennett had on her. The two were on a head-on collision, heading for disaster. You don't tell me stuff like that concerning my son. Dumb jokes can get people like you killed. Bennett sneered, threatening me as if you could harm a single piece of hair on my head. That takes guts, and most people here don't have that kind of courage. If you weren't Celeste's mother, you wouldn't be here right now breathing. Mom's brow arched up. Egotistical son of a mom. I stopped her. He's telling the truth. Trent is a werewolf. She scowled and blew out a frustrated sigh, then shook her head as if not believing it. No, you. She pointed at Bennett. You did something to my children. I'm going to find out what it is and report you to the police. You're going to face grave charges for kidnapping, assault, and whatever the hell I can dig up to keep you in bars for the rest of your life. Go ahead, you can't even leave my territory. Bennett challenged. He crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. Charlotte, tell her about Trent. Maybe she could make Mom believe. She hesitantly stepped forward to stand before our mother. They're telling the truth, Mom. Trent really is a werewolf. I saw him transform into a huge wolf right in front of me. It happened last night. I don't believe this. Mom spat. Believe it. Gran wrapped her arm around Charlotte's and stood right next to her, sending Mom a stern look. I've told you beasts are real. But you never believed me, and now your children are very much a part of this world, whether you like it or not. Accept this, and it would be easier for you to stay a part of their lives. I'm dreaming, aren't I? This is a nightmare, and when I wake up, everything will be back to normal. Mom closed her eyes and took steady deep breaths. There won't be you or that annoying man. Bennett flinched. Charlotte and Trent will be arguing about something ridiculous, and my sweet Celeste will have dinner ready for us to eat so that I can prepare for my night shift at the hospital. What about me? Where do I fit into your dream? Gran mumbled. Mom's eyes opened abruptly, and she looked at each person with shock. This isn't a dream. She points out the obvious. Bennett rolls his eyes. This is absurd. I have so much to deal with, especially with that rogue in my territory. Charlotte looks unconcerned. Mom, this is real. Pinch me. Mom grabs Charlotte's hand and nears it to her forearm. Bennett growls. For the love of come here. He grabs her arm and drags her behind him as he stalks down the hall. Mom repeatedly voiced out the pain caused by his grasp, which was proof enough that she wasn't dreaming, but Bennett continued to tow her to the destination his mind had set on. I desperately didn't want to leave Grayson, but I also didn't want to leave my mom alone with Bennett. Gran and Charlotte were already off right behind Bennett. Don't worry. I'll watch him. If he wakes up, I'll call you immediately. I turned around and saw Laura. I nodded without saying a word and took one last glance at the door that stood in between me and Grayson. I'll be back. Running, I caught up to Bennett and my mom. He had taken us to the basement floor, the dungeon. Where are you taking me? Mom protested. What are you doing? I sped to his side and grasped his arm. I'm reuniting her with her son, he said as if it were no big deal. I thought newly turned werewolves are not allowed to get close contact with anyone until they were completely in control of their wolves. He unlatched the door of the dungeon. If this is the only way to get her to believe, then we don't have any other choice. She could get hurt. Charlotte grasped Mom's other arm. Please don't do this. I don't want my brother to feel guilty if he accidentally hurts our mom. Bennett placed a gentle hand on Charlotte's shoulder. I would never allow anyone to get gravely hurt on my watch. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He turned his head towards the rising stairs. Vincent, I know you are hovering over the stairs. Come over here. In a blink, Vincent was right next to us, gloweringly staring at Bennett's hand on Charlotte's shoulder. Alpha, don't let these three interrupt what I'm about to do. What does he intend to do? Yes, sir. He headed towards one of the doors and let go of my mom's arm. Taking hold of the doorknob, he turned it and slowly pushed it open. The inside was dark, but when he switched the light on, a figure was curled up on the corner of the wall. Oh my God. Trent, your mom is here to see you. Mom gasped and she made a move to approach him, but Bennett stopped her by placing his arm across her path. Get out of my way. It's a bad idea to spook an animal, he said. That's not an animal, he's my son. Your son is a werewolf, and the other night, he recently shifted, so right now he is very much more like an animal than your son. For your safety, I recommend you stand far away from him. She slapped his arm away. My son would never hurt me. Bennett didn't protest this time when Mom pushed her way into the small room. She took small, cautious steps into the room, and eventually I couldn't see her, because Vincent wouldn't let me get anywhere closer to Trent's confinement. I'm still mad at you. I heard Charlotte mutter at Vincent. Gran looked him up and down. Touch me and you will lose all feeling throughout your body. Vincent nodded once and looked perturbed. Inside the small room, I could hear my mom making conversation. Trent, honey, are you okay? Why are you huddled like that? It scares me. Trent, watch it. Bennett screamed. Mom streaked and I lunged to get inside the room, but Vincent had both Charlotte and me off the ground and dangling on his arms. He held us like sacks of rice. Vincent, do you want me to hate you more than I do? Charlotte yelled, and Vincent looked internally troubled, but he didn't let us go. I can't, he said, pained. Mom screamed again, but this time, it was more like a cry. What the hell have you done to my boy? The creepiest thing ever. The frame started talking. Alpha, would you like backup? I got this. Just hang on. Ironically, the frame stayed hanging on. What sounded like an animal snarled viciously, and a loud crash against the solid wall rocked the door. The guys behind the wall must be having a theater day watching all this. I wouldn't be surprised if the smell of popcorn scented the room. Do you believe me now? Your son is a werewolf. Oh my God. Mom screamed as if the world was ending before her eyes. Oh God, he's become disfigured. Shut up. Your screaming is only making it worse for him. He's shifting into his wolf. We have to close the door. Bennett had her by the back collar of her shirt when she hastily ran out of the room. He turned around and bolted the door shut, and Trent slammed into the surface, shaking the iron hinges. Was that evidence enough for you? Mom was heaving hard and slumped against the wall. Her eyes were as wide as saucers, and sweat dripped from the side of her forehead. I clawed my way out of Vincent's grasp. Let go, she's going into shock. What else is new? Bennett muttered. Going down on my knees, I helped my mom into a better sitting position. Mom, breathe slowly. How did this happen? She mumbled. We should get her somewhere comfortable. Charlotte kneeled on the opposite side, also hovering over our mom. I'll help carry her, Vincent said. No, Charlotte said stubbornly. You've helped enough. Gran whistled. Wow, Tracy, and you call me the overdramatic one. I think you need to calm down. Mom didn't hear her. She was so lost in her thoughts, no one could get through to her. Trent continued snarling and slamming his body into the door over and over. He's going to hurt himself, I muttered. Trent, looks just like Remington, so much like Remington. Mom repeated the name Dad's dog repeatedly until it was barely a whisper. Bennett spoke softly as if talking to a little child. What did that dog look like? She turned her head to him ever so slowly. Just like Trent, just like your black-coated dog. You mean my son, Grayson? Mom grimaced. They all look the same. She shrieked. Bennett kept perfectly calm. Was this dog freakishly large? Was it aggressive? Did it prefer a certain diet? Yes to the first two, and I've never seen him eat. Nicholas always fed it himself, but he never spent anything on it at the pet store. I know because we always do the bills together. He never charged anything cash or credit for that dog. I once asked my husband where he takes the dog to feed it. He said he would feed it our leftovers and laugh, saying it was a joke. I asked further. My husband was intent on keeping it, and it never interacted with or harmed me or my kids. Thinking back, I recall my dad sometimes taking it on long walks, and he would return with muddy shoes, as if they had been running through the woods. Mom was always at work at the time, so she never knew that fact. By any chance, could that dog have been a werewolf? Bennett said sharply. Mom snorted. I'm pretty sure I would have noticed if a dog turned into a person in my own house. Oh, really? Then how come you never noticed Trent being one either? Gran snorted. Mom shot a daggered look at her. Easy there. We don't want any more arguing. I'm already suffering from a dreadful migraine. Bennett rubbed his temples. You think you're the only one? Mom crossed her arms. I can't believe all this fictitious stuff is happening. I can't trust anything in this world anymore. Please tell me vampires aren't real too. Bennett paused for a second. That's a whole other story. I'm not even sure of myself. If you tell me Dracula is real, I'm going to hop on a plane and go searching for him right now. Gran exclaimed hopefully. What happened to leaving your house kicking and screaming? Mom scrutinized. Gran snorted. I'm not leaving my house. I'll take a vacation, find the hunky bat, and keep him here. She turned to Bennett. If in case I can't hold him, can I borrow one of your little rooms there? She pointed at Trent's confinement. Bennett clasped his forehead and shook his head. What type of family did my son made into? Will my son ever turn back to normal? By normal, do you mean human? Yes, he will revert to his human form. However, now that he has adapted to his werewolf form, he will remain a werewolf. But it is up to him to choose to join my pack or become a rogue. I advise you to convince him to join my pack. Not only for your daughter's sake, but for his own. In my world, once a wolf becomes rogue, he will be treated like a criminal all his life. So you want my son to join your gang? Mom didn't look happy about it. Pack. Your son is welcome to join my pack if he wishes. Though I doubt he would reject my offer, considering both your daughters are already part of my pack. Huh? Charlotte shook her head. I didn't agree to any membership. No one even asked me anything. Mom, I swear, I didn't agree to anything. I had forgotten that no one had clearly explained the entire mating process to Charlotte, but neither had I understood the werewolf community's rules and regulations. Bennett pointed at Vincent, who looked like he would rather be in a different room. Vincent is your mate, therefore, you two are meant to be together, and Celeste is my son's mate. Charlotte blushed. At the same time, Vincent faked a cough to hide his embarrassment. Hold on, my daughters can't be forced to these boys just because you say so. You can't play Cupid with my children. Mom seethed. I have nothing to do with this arrangement. It is by fate that your children are intertwined with these boys. Something in your past is the key to why this all happened, and that is what we need to figure out. We. Mom hissed. Where are we now? How else am I going to find out without your cooperation? Mom. I cut in. I think it's for our best interest that you tell him as much as you know about Dad and Remington. How is it in our best interest? I don't understand all this. She cried. Coming up to her, I grasped both her hands and placed them above my heart. Mom, do you remember that time when I was a kid, we talked about the time you first realized you liked Dad? She smiled. I remember. You were 14 years old, and you told me you had a crush on that snobby kid down the street. Thank God that infatuation didn't last long. I rolled my eyes and smiled at her. You told me that when you realized you liked Dad, you noticed your heart would thump harder than usual, and at the same time, he would also do things that would slow it down. Her eyes softened as she looked at me carefully. What are you saying, Celeste? I grinned and my cheeks flamed for what I was about to say. I didn't realize it until recently when Grayson saved my life. When I'm with him, my heart would thump so hard my stomach would flutter and my throat would tighten. I forget how to breathe. Then yesterday and today, seeing him hurt and having no power to do anything but watch, my heart feels like it's dying. Mom, I think these feelings I have for Grayson might become something like what you and Dad had. I feel those things when I get heartburn, Gran mumbled. You are a mood killer, Bennett whispered next to her. And you need anger management. She spat and Bennett responded with a snarl. Heel boy, or no kibble for you, she added. Mom tilted her head to the side and took her hands back, then gave me a good warm hug. Something I've missed for far too long. You're basically telling me you have feelings for a dog, she said with fake humor. I chuckled. Call it puppy love. That's seriously not funny, Celeste. Sorry, I thought it might lighten the mood. Mom sighed. This whole thing will take a while getting used to. Believe me, I know. It took a while for me to get used to all this. I pulled away and looked her in the eyes. Are you going to be all right? Do you think you can accept all this? She took a long, hard breath. Not right away, but you can't expect me to adjust to it quickly. I mean, it isn't every day that moms find out their kids are bonded to a dog. Werewolf. We are intelligent beings that are far superior to humans. Bennett corrected. Aren't you all high and mighty? Gran crossed her hands and glared up at him. Bennett sighed and scratched the back of his head. When our kids complete the bond, I hope this woman stays at her own house. Next to me, my mom's shoulders sag. He chooses this moment to tell my mom about the bond. Bond, what does that mean? Oh, please, don't explain it now. They will have a formal ceremony and then they will mate. He explains it nonchalantly, sounding as if he were describing the weather. Marriage. In simple terms, what do you mean? I could practically hear Mom ticking. She was going to explode again. Don't you think it's a little too early for that? Bennett shakes his head. She has feelings for my son. Celeste developed those feelings on her own, and with their mate bond, it will strengthen. They will marry within the year, and when Grayson turns 25, they have within a year to complete the tradition. And how is this tradition completed exactly? Deep within my gut, I knew what was going to come out of his mouth was not good. I held my breath until he said, She gives birth to a son. Then I screamed so loud, even Trent on the other side of that door shut up. Chapter 25. Slowly rising and declining, Grayson's chest heated against the palm of my hand. Earlier, when I came back, Laura held his hand between hers, snuggling it under her chin. She hummed quietly, staring at his face with deep concern. Seeing me, she quickly helped herself out. You can stay, I had told her. She shook her head. You two need time alone. I didn't understand why she forced herself to leave. Being Grayson's mother, she could have given him more comfort than I. Deep inside, I felt sort of jealous of that fact. She had the capability of helping him, while all I am is the girl who's always caused him more trouble than he deserved. Fatigue made my body feel limp. Too much happened today, and I just wanted to close my eyes and forget all about it. I had to run out of the room after Bennett told me about what the final part of the mating pertained. Mentally, I groaned. I wasn't ready to get married, and I wasn't prepared to be a mother. I just realized I liked the guy, for heaven's sake. Grayson slept like a baby right in front of me, utterly oblivious to the outrage I felt right now. Even when he was unconscious, he fumed me with a burning passion, but he could cool me down with just a touch, a gesture, or soft, kind words. My free hand was tucked in the pocket of the jacket I wore. My hand lay against my flat stomach, and I shivered just thinking about being barefoot and pregnant. I wasn't ready to be a mother. Grayson knew about the mating, how could he not? Yet he didn't tell me. Most likely, he was afraid that I would freak out, just as I am doing now. Sighing, I told myself not to get upset too much. Being angry wasn't going to solve anything. My mom was an example of that fact. As soon as he wakes up, we're going to have a good talk. Maybe if I could reason with him, he wouldn't push me to marry him or have kids right away. Looking back, Grayson never forced me to do anything. He always put my safety and happiness above his own. Suddenly, a cold breeze blew past me and my body shivered. The thin blanket that lay across Grayson's bandaged chest cascaded to the floor, and goosebumps formed on his arms. Grayson stirred, and I looked at his face to see his brows pull together in discomfort. Quickly, I snatched the sheet and covered his chest, tucking the sheet securely so that it wouldn't fly off again. I saw the window across the room had opened, and the wind outside welcomed the cold night air. Getting up, I made my way to it so I could close it. Suddenly, the floor creaked behind me, and the sound of nails tapping the floor made my heart skip. I froze. The lights powered off. "Grayson," I whispered, begging that he would respond. The wind blew once more, rattling the window. The glass swung further open and leaves flew in, swaying back and forth until they landed on the floor. One leaf glided down under Grayson's bed. I watched it, looking over my shoulder. As I did, the floor creaked again, but this time, the noise was from right next to me. "Scream," I told myself, but my lips pressed together. I couldn't get a word out, not even a small peep. My eyes landed on Grayson, still peacefully sleeping, and I hurried to his side. "Who is there?" It was too dark. My eyes hadn't adjusted to the blackness yet. "Show yourself." "This isn't funny." There was an odd smell in the room. It smelled metallic, but there was a mix of dirt, wood, and wet concrete. The scent didn't appeal to me, and I felt like vomiting. It was revolting. "Don't you look like the perfect little angel?" A dark, deep voice rumbled. I gasped and my heart picked up pace. Fear engulfed me, and I reached for Grayson as if he could somehow shield me. "Please wake up," I pleaded mentally. My hands shook as I tried to wake him. He swayed back and forth like a log on a riverbank. This time, Grayson couldn't help me. He was unconscious, hurt, and injected with drugs to knock him out like a light. Nothing could wake him up. "Who are you?" I whimpered at the intruder. The voice chuckled, clearly amused by me. "I'm not surprised that you don't recall me, sweetie. However, I am crushed." He pretended to weep. The humor in his voice made my fear double. What was this man planning on doing? Was he going to kill me? "Kill Grayson? You're that rogue, aren't you? How did you get in here? This place is securely guarded." "Rogue, what a horrible word. I consider myself an adventurer. What do you think?" His words rolled against his tongue like a snake. He remained invisible behind the shadows, but the sound of his voice imitated an individual of pure evil. "I've been in this shithole almost half my life. I'm revolted that I was a part of this stupid thing years ago." I could imagine the look of disgust in his face without having to look at him. "You were part of Bennett's pack?" He snorted. "That brat thinks too much of himself." "No, I was part of his father's pack. Hated that guy, so I killed him," he said flatly, like it didn't even matter. I held Grayson tighter. My thoughts were more concerned about keeping a faraway distance from the rogue as much as possible. The problem was, I didn't know where he was. It was as if he were part of the shadows, and his voice seemed to emanate from every corner of the room. Where were Bennett and the rest of his werewolves when you needed them? "I'm not going to let you kill Grayson, if that's your plan." "I almost did, though. He jumped right in front of you just like I planned." He chuckled. "Though, he didn't die like I wanted him to." He pretended to weep. It was so close, it could have hit his pathetic little heart. The man was psychopathic. "Get the hell away from him." I yelled. The floor creaked again, and I could feel his presence getting closer. I reached back behind me, yanking whatever was nearest. My hand grabbed a paperweight that was holding a stack of papers together. The wind blew and the papers scattered to the floor. I raised the paperweight above my head, ready to throw it if the rogue got anywhere closer. He laughed. You haven't changed one bit. Sweet little Celeste, always so protective about everything. How do you know my name? I screamed. Why wouldn't I? I watched you grow up. He smirked. The news weakened my knees, and I slid down against the side of the bed. He had watched me grow up. I couldn't believe it. How could this monster have been part of my life without me knowing it? How? I said under my breath. You were only a few meters away from my grasp. He chuckled. Watched you, your siblings, and your irritating mother from outside your house. Your father was an idiot. He spat. I turned my head towards the voice wide-eyed. He fell in love with your mother when I told him to stay away. His tone got more vicious. You knew my father? I asked, horrified. He's my son. This was bigger than anything I've heard in the past few weeks. It was the mother of big secrets. It totally rewrote everything about my life. I feel like I don't know who my father really was. By the look on your face, you don't seem to be that happy about the news. Aren't you glad to finally meet the human face of your granddaddy? The voice leaned closer, and with the light coming from the window, he revealed himself to me. I nearly broke down inside when I saw the face of my father, except that this guy looked older and his hair was slightly longer. He had my dad's dark brown hair and eyes, but nothing about him was kind. The name is Remington, or Remy for short. I was part of this pack 50 years or so before I was run out because I killed my alpha. My father, your great-grandfather, was the beta of this pack many years ago, but for some stupid reason, the alpha of that time wouldn't let me inherit the position to become his beta. So he chose that pipsqueak, Robert's father, and his third in command. That little mutt wasn't supposed to be the next beta. My father shunned me, so I killed him before killing the alpha. I escaped with my life and swore vengeance on this pack. They stole my rightful position, and now I want to destroy this pack. I clutched the paperweight tighter. I waited. Even made myself a kid to keep me company with some human, but because I wasn't part of a pack, my son was useless. He hissed. Dad wasn't a werewolf because he wasn't near a pack. A part of me was relieved, but still, I doubted who my father was. Was he really that kind of man I knew, or was it all an act? He continued in his rant. I kept track of this town, took note of who left, and would eventually come back. Your mother left when she was 18, and I knew she would come back one day to see her mother, Diana, that crazy woman. I was going to use your mother as a means of revenge. I tossed my son at her. I told him to convince her to go back to this reeking place, but your father grew infatuated with the damn woman. He was too kind-hearted, spending too much time with humans. It was my fault for not molding him the way I wanted. Gave him too much freedom. When your parents married, she treated me like a dog. Your father made me live like a domestic dog for almost 5 gruesome years, as he played the perfect house dad. I didn't see why Nicholas liked her so much. He was so obsessed with that woman, it eventually led him to his death. Since he was out of the picture, I didn't feel like staying with you brats anymore. I thought my plan had been ruined until your grandmother gave me hope when she called, faking her illness. I could kiss her for that. He laughed. And it was perfect timing too. The taking was on the exact time you would be in town. Even more amazing, you were the next bride. He laughed harder. So now what? I spat. I'm going to kill him. He pointed at Grayson. And I'm going to take your brother and train him to be the next alpha of this pack. I'm too old to take up the position, but I would die a happy man if my kin completed my revenge. I can't have you breeding with that mutt, my sweet. I want to completely wipe out the pure breeds so that none of their blood will ever look down on people like myself again. I'm going to create a revolution. This man needed to be stopped. Help! I screamed, my voice finally finding itself. That's not going to help. I made sure to make my move when Bennett and his mutts decided to leave on the wild goose chase. They're scouring the woods looking for little old me when I'm right under their nose. I gritted my teeth. You'd have to kill me first before you can kill Grayson. His lips turned down. That would dishearten me, but if you really wish to die with that boy, then it can be arranged. If you kill me and him and the rest of Grayson's family, how do you know that the pack would freely answer to you? I asked. A pack without an alpha is like an army without a leader. Either they become rogues, or they can choose the strongest leader. If I killed the alpha, that would make me their next leader. I'm not going to let that happen. I seethed. Deep inside me, I wanted to protect everything Grayson worked hard for. He dedicated all his life to this pack, and he would be crushed to see it be destroyed by this man, whom I didn't want to call my blood relative. He wasn't my relative. Someone this evil is not considered my family. What are you human going to do? This. I flung the paperweight at him, which he easily dodged, but I quickly reached back behind my pocket and produced the silver switchblade I had kept all this time. I had once thought of using it to escape, but never had the heart to use it. Until now. I plunged the knife into his stomach, making him growl. His voice was so loud that it probably made an echo in the open window. I hoped that it was loud enough to attract Bennett and the rest of the pack back to the house. You brat. His fingernails elongated to claws, and I barely avoided them from clawing into my shoulder. Help! I screamed again. On the other side of the door, I can hear Mom, Charlotte, Lexi, and Laura screaming and pounding against the door. Why is this locked? Celeste, open the door. It was impossible to open the door with a monster blocking it. I can't, there's a rogue blocking the door. I screeched. Oh God. Laura exclaimed. Lexi, inform the guards downstairs. Remington growled and grunted when he grasped the knife in my hand. That's no way to treat your grandfather, sweetie. You're nothing to me. I spat. He made another attempt to attack, but his hands caught on the heart monitor wires and the stickers attached to Grayson ripped off his skin. The monitor beeped when it disconnected. Grayson wasn't dead, but he was still asleep. Remington growled with annoyance and kicked the machine to stop the noise. Celeste, get away from the door. We're going to kick it open. Okay, I yelled. They kicked it once, and Remington took one glance at me, then at the open window. My eyes widened when he made a couple of steps towards me. Some here, sweetie. Gramps won't harm you, much. Stay away from me. Don't touch me. Celeste. Mom and Charlotte screamed from the other side. The men on the other side grunted as they hit the doors again. One more, they said. When they were able to open the double doors, the light from the halls illuminated the scene inside. Blood that belonged to Remington smeared the floor. My knife was on the foot of the bed. Nicholas. Mom cried when she saw Remington's face. No, you stupid woman, I'm his father. He roared. While I was distracted, he grabbed me and tossed me over his shoulder. Believe me, I kicked and screamed with all my might. Celeste. Everyone screamed at once. Remington headed towards the window and jumped, taking me along with him. I watched helplessly as, once again, I had been kidnapped for the second time. Chapter 26, Grayson, my limbs, numb as the rest of my body, felt like stone heavy, cold, and unable to move. There was a kindling pain in the side of my chest that rippled throughout my body. I felt pinned underneath a 100-ton truck. It hurt to breathe. I noticed that my body had transformed back to its human form while I was sleeping. My arm rubbed against the side of my chest, and I could feel a tight piece of cloth wrapped around my upper body. Then the ache made my memories come back as quickly as the bullet had hit me in the chest. Celeste. A screeching voice brought me back to the present moment. You're part animal. Why can't you sniff the thing out? It's been 3 days. That rogue knew how to mask its scent within my territory. That's how he was able to get in and out undetected. Dad's gruff voice made me a tinge bit nervous, because what he said meant bad news. We can't trace him. That rogue is very crafty. Rogue. The man in the woods, who attempted to hurt my mate, made every cell in my body scorch. My fingers wanted to feel its canine jugular pulsating in my grasp as I squeezed the life out of him. He was going to pay for trying to hurt Celeste. For the past week, I've been sensing a strange disturbance while patrolling, and it had been him all this time. I feel like an idiot not finding him sooner. Maybe if I had, Celeste wouldn't have been placed in danger. I'm glad she was nowhere near that stray now. If only my body would comply with my desire to get off this stiff bed. You've done nothing. Celeste's mom's voice was loud enough to break glass when she screamed. In the back of the room, 2 women were weeping. One more exasperated than the other. She's gone again. I lost my baby again. Her exclamation had me holding my breath. What did she say? For my father's sake, I hope Celeste's mother was talking about her other children. Because if she was referring to Celeste, I can't take action without a plan. Our best chance is to wait for him to get better because he's our only chance of finding her. Dad yelled back. We will save her. Don't doubt my husband. He isn't alpha of this pack for nothing. Mom answered. My body felt like it was shaking. Not from the cold, but my wolf was pressing into my skull as if demanding I needed to get up. My senses analyzed the room. Because I couldn't move, I used my nose and ears to scan the perimeter of the house by mapping out the whole house in my mind. I can draw who is here and where they are. Everything felt the same except for one thing. Celeste was nowhere. My eyes forced themselves open, and the light of the room burned my vision. My bullet wound protested when I moved, making me groan, which cast everyone's attention my way. Grayson. My mom kneeled at my bedside, grasping my head into her hands. How are you feeling? Like crap. Where's Celeste? I growled. Everyone in the room went quiet. Their silence was enough for me to know the answer. Where the hell is she? I looked at each person one by one with menace. Celeste's mother faltered a little, but she reached back to hold Charlotte's hand to keep her feet planted where she stood. She's been kidnapped again. Celeste's mother muttered with hushed spite. It's your fault for bringing her into this. She glared at me. Averting her gaze, I looked at the bandages on my chest and cursed. In this state, I was useless, and Celeste could be miles away from my grasp. I had to think quickly and find her before that rogue could hide her from my trial. Celeste kidnapped? How could that be possible? She was safe the last time I was conscious. It felt only minutes ago that we were outside and wrapped in each other's embrace. Fate was being cruel, allowing me only a few minutes of bliss with her before she was stolen from me. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Tracy stood at the foot of my bed. I didn't have time for this. She was my mate's mother, but right now, she wasn't my concern. Lifting myself by the elbows, I got up and swung my legs off the edge of the bed. The pain rolled up and down from my head to toes. Before I knew it, I was merely inches from kissing the ground. Got you. Leo held me on both sides of my shoulder, lifting me like a baby. I wasn't very thankful for his help, but at least he saved me from more pain. The careful pressure he placed on my arms slightly squeezed my ribs together, causing the pain to shake my thoughts gradually. No matter how hard I tried to stomach the pain, my body was still not completely healed. He retracted his hands when he saw me wince. Shit, sorry, Gray. Why aren't I healed? I thought my wolf would have helped me get better faster. I said, assuming Dr. Odell was silently standing in the room where I couldn't see her. She was. The bullet that was lodged in your body was especially made to paralyze you. Once the projectile hit your body, the harmful particles within the bullet merged with your cells. Although it will not kill you, it has temporarily decreased your strength. You can't move until your body has completely healed itself. Dr. Odell grasped my shoulder. I shook her hand away. I'm not going to wait for this wound to heal before I save Celeste. Don't be an idiot, Grayson. Dad flicked my forehead with his index finger. You will only get yourself killed. That rogue wants you dead. Do you think I care? I shouted at him. If Celeste is gone, this whole taking was pointless. Our stupid family tradition would have been for nothing. I don't even understand why we still go by some rules our ancestors made. My blood was boiling at this point. I just said whatever came to my mind. Oh, ancestors, hear his cries. Everyone turned to the imploring voice. My mom faces palm herself and shakes her head. That woman, Mom, what are you doing? Tracy asked her mother. Gran was on her knees, her hands clasped together, staring at the sky. I've been praying all day and nothing good has happened yet. He mentioned ancestors, so I decided to add them into my prayers too. This was the most ridiculous time to be joking. I need to find Celeste. Without warning, a fist slammed into my stomach, forcing my knees to weaken and my body slumping downward. "Leo, you traitor." I hissed through the pain. "I'm sorry, man, but you can't go out there hurt. Besides, we already sent out scouts to search the area. You just woke up. Maybe waiting one more day to rest wouldn't hurt." Dad nodded in agreement. Celeste's mother, grandmother, and sister didn't look happy with the plan, and neither was I. Punching him in the nuts was my best way of revenge, but instead I elbowed the side of his legs. He almost tripped backwards, but he was able to save himself from the fall. Okay, I probably deserved that. He frowned, backing away from me to avoid another almost stumble. "Dad, if Mom were kidnapped, would you just stand aside and wait?" "No," that was his solid answer. "Then let me find Celeste." "You're injured. You can't take on that rogue by yourself. And he used to be a member of our pack not so long ago." My eyes shot up in surprise. "What do you mean?" He proceeded to tell me the details of our past. I listened intently, and he also informed me that the very rogue I wanted to choke to death was none other than Celeste's grandfather. By the time he finished, I was staring at the ground with wide eyes. "I can't believe it. We haven't accepted it either." Tracy sighed. "I'm not sure if my husband knew about his father. He never mentioned anything that related to werewolves. With all my heart, I want to believe that Nicholas was as innocent in all this. He would never hurt our children. I couldn't have not known about his father being a werewolf. It's impossible that he didn't, because he had kept his father close to him up to his death." Dad said. "Maybe Dad didn't know that Grandpa was a bad guy," Charlotte whispered, wary about interjecting into the conversation. "Don't call that man your grandfather." Tracy scolded her daughter. "That dog is not related to us," she hissed. Stunned by her mother's reproach, Charlotte nodded her head feverishly like a child who got reprimanded. "Glad that you are not on good terms with that rogue. Because once I have my claws on him, he will forever live a miserable life. When I find that crazy son of a dog, I'm going to make sure he is 6 feet under by the time Celeste is safe and back in my arms. You will have your chance, Grayson, but now is not the time." Dr. Odell motioned to me. "You can't tell me what I can or can't do. I'm your future alpha." I roared at her and she stopped moving. "Do not abuse your authority." Dad growled. "Please, you do it all the time when you get angry." I spat back. He ground his teeth and kept his mouth shut because he knew I was right. "Grayson, please just relax." Dr. Odell muttered softly. "No, you know what?" Tracy smirked. "I think I agree with you for once." She looked at me and nodded her head. "I'm not going to stand here either while my daughter could be God knows where with that crazy dog that used to live in my backyard." She looked at me. Her eyes were bloodshot red, and her complexion was of a person who hadn't slept a wink in days. "Heck, if you bring my daughter back and promise to make her happy, I approve of you being with her." My mom gasped. "Really?" Tracy nods. "I hope I don't regret this later." Gran had to cut in and throw in her thoughts. "Please tell me if you two ever have children, they won't look like balls of fur." "Technically, if they had sons, they'd look like balls of fur," Leo stated. I shot him a glare. "We procreate just the same as humans. Their children will be born human, and their sons will turn when they are around 16. Dad explained. Tracy's face twisted when Dad said the word procreate, and Mom slapped him across the shoulder. "Bennett." She scolded him. "Is this conversation an appropriate time to discuss?" I muttered. "Right, well." He cleared his throat. "I still will not allow you to leave." Dad blocked the door from me. Besides him, Dr. Odell was right next to him, supporting their cause. "Fine. Have it your way." I turned my head and carefully sat myself back on the bed. "What?" Tracy wanted to slap me silly. Her hands were already ready to take a swing. "You're going to give up just when I told you I'd agree to your relationship with my daughter?" "I'm not giving up. I'm going to follow the good doctor's orders and get better first." I smiled at Dr. Odell, and the wise older woman knew I was definitely up to something. She had taken care of me during all the sick moments of my life, and she could easily tell when I lied to get away with not taking my cough medicine. "Leo, you will be guarding him with Vincent." Dad also didn't trust me. "If you're not looking for my daughter, then I'm going to do it myself." Tracy pivoted towards the door. "Me too." Gran followed behind her, but when they opened the door, Robert was standing there with his back facing us. He looked over his shoulder. "Sorry, but I was ordered to watch you too." "This is absurd," Tracy muttered. "You're not going to stop me, Robert. Debbie will be staying here for a while to keep you company." He tried to smooth the situation. Tracy crossed her hands over her chest. "You think I forgave her for keeping this a secret from me? I'm not even sure whether to keep her as my friend. She lied to me all these years. It wasn't her fault. It's a pack rule." Robert defended his wife. Tracy sighed. "Stupid rules. I hope they burn. I'll escort the three of you back to your rooms. I want all of us to stay in the same room." Dad spoke up. "That can be arranged. It's safer to have all of you together. In case something else happens." That's what he meant to say. "Grayson, stay in this room." Dr. Odell warned me again. I rolled my eyes. Yeah. "Don't worry, Vincent and I will watch him," Leo said. "What a loyal boy. You deserve a treat." I mocked him, and that earned me a glare from both of them. Later that night, I asked both brothers to come into the room. And like always, they fell for the pillow under the blanket trick. When we were kids, I would do that to get back at them for trying to prank me while I was sleeping. Leo went in the room first, and when I didn't answer his reply, he hovered over the bed. I was silently under the bed, and when he was propped close enough to fall over the bed, I kicked his ankles and jumped over him. He struggled and gained an advantage because I was injured. He was almost able to flip me over and get an advantage, but I pressed hard enough on his pressure point and knocked him out cold. When I hopped over his body, my ribs stung again, but it wasn't as bad. My obsession to save Celeste was much more painful than the pain the wound inflicted. Before Leo lost complete consciousness, he was still able to spit out a curse word against me. He earned an A for effort. "Leo," Vincent barged into the room, eyes searching for his brother. When he saw Leo lying flat over my bed, he growled at me. "Grayson, I called you. Dad will arrive in less than a minute." "That's fine. I only need a second. Tell him I said I'll be back with my mate." Being a newly turned wolf, he was no match for me. I had him on the ground before he could take another breath, and as soon as I heard my dad's footsteps running across the hall with a group of people behind him, I was already out the window and running straight to the woods. My choice of escape route made me think of Celeste. My mate and I had the same ideas. We should make jumping out windows our thing. How ridiculous, but I couldn't stop myself from laughing. There he is. They were hot on my trail. Using my handy-dandy nose again, I sniffed out the most recent trail that had Celeste's scent. I was headed towards the maze. I was told never to leave the safety zone. Going through the maze was a violation of that rule. This once, I didn't care. I am going to get my mate back. "Celeste, please wait for me." I ran straight into the maze and didn't look back. Chapter 27, Grayson. The rogue's bile stench disappeared at the water's edge, washing all traces of where he could have fled. I stopped in my tracks to assess my plan, which was currently absent. Running out of the house without a strategy was a bad idea, but I couldn't stand still and do nothing. Holding on to what sanity I had left in me, I let out a loud, angry growl that resonated across the field. The birds resting above the trees hastily flew off their branches and avoided me. No one was safe when I was this angry. The more time I waste, Celeste could be miles away from my grasp. My knuckle-white fists shook as I thought about that insufferable rogue. Staring at the water rippling across the surface, I listed the possible places the rogue could have hidden Celeste. What were his objectives? Where would he go? To town, to Gran's house, to the forest to fetch a pail of water. Hell, I had no freaking idea. Falling backwards, my butt hit the ground, and I lifted my head in desperation. My fingers thrust into my hair and slid back under my jaw as I rested my elbows on my knees. The blood on my bandage was now dry and brown. I needed to change it, but that was not my primary concern. There were no qualms about finding Celeste. As soon as I had her, that worthless man was going to wish he had died the day he murdered someone from my pack. And was it ironic that someone as important as my grandfather was? Celeste's blood relative, her grandfather, killed my grandfather. It was so unrealistic. Grandfather of my mate, or not, that rogue was mine to do as I pleased for kidnapping what was lawfully mine. But where do I start looking for them? 1 second, I was happily kissing my mate, then I sensed something. I shifted and flew in front of Celeste to save her from the bullet. I thought I saved her, but when I woke up, everyone told me she had been stolen from me. The rogue's scent was lost. Then it hit me. All these years of reading numerous books from my father's library finally proved helpful at this moment. Like all mammals, we eventually perspire, and when that mutt does, I'll have his scent locked on. When I get to the other side of the waterfalls, I am going to let my nose guide me. Then my wolf would use our mating bond. Getting up, I brushed the dirt off my pants. Grayson. I looked over my shoulder. Dad strode my way with infuriated zest in his eyes. Next to him was Beta Robert, accompanied by his 2 maddening sons. Gray, you can't just jump the gun and act on your own. I'm your right-hand man. It's my job as your beta and best friend to help you. Leo shouted. He could have stopped that rogue from stealing my mate while I was unconscious, but that didn't happen. These men were useless. I would have done so much more than let Celeste be abducted. Leo didn't understand how it felt to have a mate. The amount of pain and worry I was experiencing at the moment could petrify a normal human to their knees. With my wolf expressing his emotions as well, I was a volcano ready to explode. Grayson, if you cross that maze, you will endanger this pack. Don't be selfish, son. If you wait, we can scout the men to chase after him. You can direct them to her through Mind Link. Just project your wolf's instincts into their subconscious and shut up. I snapped. I'm not going to order people to do my work. She's my mate, and how dare you say I've endangered the pack? My voice thundered so loud that Dad stepped back. Wasn't it you who told me that without her, we didn't have a future for this pack? Dad held his tongue. He knew I was right. Vincent and I will look for her, Grayson. Just stay here. Leo tried grasping my shoulder, but I wasn't in friendly terms right now. Stay here. Stay here. Does he know how impossible that was for me right now? I evaded his touch and snarled. Stop treating me like I'm delicate. I'm not a baby, nor am I a human. I know how to take care of myself. Oh yeah? Then how come you got hurt? Dad pointed at my bandage. If Celeste wasn't the target, I would have easily evaded the bullet. What I did was protect my mate. You would have done the same for Mom or Lexi. I yelled at him. Grayson, if you step outside the protection of the maze, every wolf, rogue, and power-seeking alpha out there will know exactly where we are located. There is no Eclipse to protect you. Remember, our bloodline can only go out once a year, when the Eclipse suppresses our command. Doesn't that make us cowards? I bit back. If we are that great, then how come we hide? As they absorbed what I said, I turned my back and ran towards the maze. There was no time to waste another minute. Whatever danger I might face outside, I can deal with it later. Damn it, Grayson, Dad muttered. Behind me, all 4 of them shifted and ran after me. I could hear their paws splashing into the water, and as the maze enveloped us in its darkness, our footsteps echoed together. Dad's bark bounced across the walls of the tight space. He was warning me to stop, but I smirked at such a ludicrous request. As I ran, the water from the stream splashed across my back. The bandages soaked it all in, and the crusty bloodstains started to blotch. Because I was used to patrolling the maze, I knew the inside framework like the squares of a chessboard. Within minutes, I could spot the large body of water that reflected the light from the outside, where the waterfall hid the maze exit. When my body slammed into the water, I shivered at the cold. I swam farther down and followed the light coming from the other side. When I was halfway, something grabbed my ankle and tried to pull me back. I looked over my shoulder and saw my dad. He had turned back into his human form. I shook my foot, hoping to get him to let go, but he kept a tight grasp. My mouth opened and oxygen escaped. I quickly ran out of air to breathe, and I struggled to swim. Next thing I knew, 2 people pulled me from under my arms and drew me out of the water. As soon as my lungs could grasp air, I coughed and threw up water. My body was dripping from head to toe. My hands and feet were dragging against the dirt. The ground softened between my fingers, and I clenched the mud. Now that we are on the other side, what do you want to do? Dad's feet were right next to my face. I looked up and met his annoyed glance. I doubt we can drag you back unless we knocked you out. I scowled at them, daring them even to touch me. Dad sighed. This was your idea, Grayson, and as it is your absurd plan, you're responsible for this mission, Alpha. For the first time, he was letting me call the shots. If it weren't for the circumstances, I would be astounded. Let me tend to your wound first. Leo helped me up. He always carried a small first aid pack in his cargo shorts if he wasn't on official town duty. The package was sealed in a plastic wrap so it wouldn't get wet. You can do it later. We need to. He grabbed the back of my neck and shoved me down. Let me help you, you stubborn wolf. As my second in command, he showed me very slight respect. I groaned and glared at Robert. Aren't you going to condemn him for insolent behavior? You're not the alpha yet. Robert chuckled. Our pack will die out with these two, I swear it. Dad mumbled to himself. To piss him off more, I said, well, we might as well end it with a bang. He sent me a look that would have sent an ordinary man to the ground. As Leo rebadged my wound, Dad evaluated our surroundings with his senses. There is no one in the forest except for the woodland creatures. I felt like I've been in these woods all my life, but in reality, I've only been through these woods once, and that was during the eclipse. It was where Vincent stood right now. Celeste first saw me in my wolf form and called me by that silly name, Fluffy. Do you sense her? Robert asked. I closed my eyes and listened, heard, and smelled for any signs. My nose caught one scent. West. There is a strong scent coming from that way. I think it's her. Do you smell the rogue? Dad asked. I shook my head. No, but time will tell. He will eventually start leaving tracks for us to follow. And it won't be long before another pack smells us out. Dad prompted. The more we stay outside like this, our presence emits across the area like a radar beam. Other packs will be curious about the unfamiliar authority and will flock here like fruit flies. Then we better hurry. Robert wrung his wet shirt and shook out the water from his hair. Dad, stop it. You're acting like a dog. Leo groaned. Vincent laughed and held out his hand to give his brother a high five. You two, this is no joking matter. Dad frowned at them, which sobered them up. Sorry, Alpha, Leo replied. Leo, Vincent, you two follow Grayson and guide him around. This may be our territory, but my son and I are not familiar with the town as you two. Robert and I will go to town and scout the wolves in our pack to help us with our search. The more people, the faster we can find that rat. I nodded. If you find him, let me know right away. And Grayson, if you find him first, do not do anything irrational, Dad warned me. I rolled my eyes. Whatever. I couldn't promise him that. We split up. Dad and Robert scoped the perimeter of the town to gather as many of the wolves in our pack as possible to help. Following my nose, we were led to a path that sparked my memory. It was like I had been here before. I had gone through these woods and felt the familiar slopes beneath my feet. Gray, I think we're going the wrong way, Leo muttered. Why? I said. This is taking us to Diana's house. Ah, shit. No wonder I felt like I remembered this place. I was here before when I took Celeste. This was where her grandmother lived, where she had stayed for the past couple of days before I stole her. I just led us into a dead end. It's okay, man. Let Vince and I search the place. We need a better idea of Celeste's scent so we can help you track her. The idea made my stomach twist. My wolf was growling at the thought of Leo and Vincent sniffing through Celeste's underwear. There's no need, I told them. Are you sure? We can. I stretched my arm out in front of him. I'm sure, I said a little too irritated, and Vincent pressed his lips together to show me he was going to shut up now. I've got an idea. Leo stopped in his tracks right when we were standing underneath the porch in the backyard. Why don't we take a visit to Marty? He smiled at me as if he had solved the greatest mystery of the universe. No, it's not the time to drink tea and crumpets, I growled. No, man. Marty comes from a long line of trackers. If you've ever lost something, he could find it easily. Even if it's been hundreds of years. Leo exclaimed. That last part isn't proven. Vincent pointed out. Whatever, but it would be no surprise if Marty could. I've only met this Marty person a few times, We haven't formally met, I said. Some wolves in our pack rarely visit inside the maze. Because over the years, wolf families have become intertwined with humans, and they choose to only perform minor errands for the pack. Like watchers, they observe in the shadows and report to higher officials, such as Leo and his family. However, Marty's family held an essential role in our pack. Whenever we needed something to be found, we called them. For years, we haven't needed their skills, but today would probably be their moment to demonstrate their talents. Vincent chuckled. Marty's kind of a mouthful. What do you mean by that? I asked. You can never get a word in with the guy, Leo commented. Let's just go to his shop and you'll know what I mean. My God, this man needs duct tape. Holy smokes. You're the next boss. I mean the boss junior. The prince of the packs. The next in line. The next head honcho. But you're not next in my line. Oh man, I forgot about these people. Let me cash out what they want to purchase, and I'm going to abide by your every command, your holiness. His customers looked at him strangely, while Leo and Vincent snickered behind my back. Can this guy really help us? I asked. Leo nodded his head. He found all this stuff, and he refurbished all of it. When people don't claim their lost items within the year, he sells them. He gets a lot of money from this business. Behind the counter, Marty yaps away at his last customer, complimenting her on her interesting feathered hat, and then offers her a discount on 2 of his women's hats in the back of the store. Buy one, get the second half off. I have a perfect hat that would go great with your striking shoes. He ushers her to the back of the store, and when they return, the woman is holding 3 hats, a trench coat, and a vintage jeweler box. See what I mean? Leo mutters behind me. He intimidates people to get them to buy more from his shop. Vincent picks up a glass figurine of a dolphin. Don't touch, Vince. If Marty sees you touching his things, you won't be able to leave the shop until you buy something. Leo warns his brother. Vince immediately puts the item back where he found it. So, what can I do for you, young prince? I must say, you are quite threatening coming to my shop with bandages. He points out the bindings peeking out from the inside of the jacket I wore. Leo had given me his police jacket before heading to town, saying walking around bare-chested with bandages would catch people's attention. A rogue has breached our territory, I responded with irritation. He took my mate. Marty's bushy brows arched in interest. Gasp. He covered his mouth with his hand and looked surprised. The taking occurred already? My, how the time flies. I missed it. I also missed your party, sorry about that. I run this shop for humans too. I can't just leave my shop unattended, you know? I think my parents went through, or I guess they did. I'll have to ask them if they took pictures. I'm sure you looked wonderful. And your women. That reminds me, so who's the lucky gal? Is she gorgeous? Of course she is. To be with you, you lucky dog. But wait. What did you say about the princess being missing? How dreadful. I raised my hand to stop his blabbing. This guy could talk forever. Leonardo and Vincent tell me you're the guy to ask for missing things? Marty's face sobered. Unfortunately, I can't find things on the run. But you're a tracker. Yes, but as you can see. He motioned with his hand. I only find objects. For heaven's sake. I glare at Leo and the idiot shrugs. Leo, can I talk to you privately? He hesitates. Sure. I grab him from the back of his head, which makes him cringe. We walk over to the corner of the store near a pile of grandfather clocks. I whisper, I thought you said he could help us. He can, or I thought he could. He gulps. What kind of renowned family line is this? You spoke so highly of them, and this is all they are lost and found items. Maybe there's some joke? I grumbled. No, their family records are in my dad's library. I've seen the track record. I look over my shoulder. Marty is accusing Vincent of touching his things, and now he is berating him for not buying the glass dolphin. It's him. He's spent so much time in this cooped-up store, he forgot what it's like to be a wolf. Do you know when was the last time he got out of this store? I think, never. I've never seen him outside of this shop. And there you have it. Staying inside all day accomplishes nothing. People need to have variety in their lives to be holistically healthy. We're taking him with us. Huh. Leo looked at me in disbelief. I walked back to where Vincent and Marty were arguing over a piece of glass. I growled behind Marty, and the short guy jumped at my voice. Me? What about me? My name's Marty, and you are coming with us, and you will prove that legendary nose of yours. I grabbed the back of his shirt. Leo, make sure his shop is securely locked. Vincent, flip that sign closed. Marty struggled in my grasp. This is madness. I've never closed my shop this early in my life. Not in my father's life, or my grandfather's, or his father, and so on. How dare you? A hard rumbled growl radiated from the core of my chest. How dare I what? I spat in his face. He visibly paled, and his eyes widened. Never mind. That was probably the shortest sentence he's ever said in his life. Chapter 27, Grayson. The rogue's bile stench disappeared at the water's edge, washing all traces of where he could have fled. I stopped in my tracks to assess my plan, which was currently absent. Running out of the house without a strategy was a bad idea, but I couldn't stand still and do nothing. Holding on to what sanity I had left in me, I let out a loud, angry growl that resonated across the field. The birds resting above the trees hastily flew off their branches and avoided me. No one was safe when I was this angry. The more time I waste, Celeste could be miles away from my grasp. My knuckle-white fists shook as I thought about that insufferable rogue. Staring at the water rippling across the surface, I listed the possible places the rogue could have hidden Celeste. What were his objectives? Where would he go? To town, to Gran's house, to the forest to fetch a pail of water. Hell, I had no freaking idea. Falling backwards, my butt hit the ground, and I lifted my head in desperation. My fingers thrust into my hair and slid back under my jaw as I rested my elbows on my knees. The blood on my bandage was now dry and brown. I needed to change it, but that was not my primary concern. There were no qualms about finding Celeste. As soon as I had her, that worthless man was going to wish he had died the day he murdered someone from my pack. And was it ironic that someone as important as my grandfather was? Celeste's blood relative, her grandfather, killed my grandfather. It was so unrealistic. Grandfather of my mate, or not, that rogue was mine to do as I pleased for kidnapping what was lawfully mine. But where do I start looking for them? 1 second, I was happily kissing my mate, then I sensed something. I shifted and flew in front of Celeste to save her from the bullet. I thought I saved her, but when I woke up, everyone told me she had been stolen from me. The rogue's scent was lost. Then it hit me. All these years of reading numerous books from my father's library finally proved helpful at this moment. Like all mammals, we eventually perspire, and when that mutt does, I'll have his scent locked on. When I get to the other side of the waterfalls, I am going to let my nose guide me. Then my wolf would use our mating bond. Getting up, I brushed the dirt off my pants. Grayson. I looked over my shoulder. Dad strode my way with infuriated zest in his eyes. Next to him was Beta Robert, accompanied by his 2 maddening sons. Gray, you can't just jump the gun and act on your own. I'm your right-hand man. It's my job as your beta and best friend to help you. Leo shouted. He could have stopped that rogue from stealing my mate while I was unconscious, but that didn't happen. These men were useless. I would have done so much more than let Celeste be abducted. Leo didn't understand how it felt to have a mate. The amount of pain and worry I was experiencing at the moment could petrify a normal human to their knees. With my wolf expressing his emotions as well, I was a volcano ready to explode. Grayson, if you cross that maze, you will endanger this pack. Don't be selfish, son. If you wait, we can scout the men to chase after him. You can direct them to her through Mind Link. Just project your wolf's instincts into their subconscious and shut up. I snapped. I'm not going to order people to do my work. She's my mate, and how dare you say I've endangered the pack? My voice thundered so loud that Dad stepped back. Wasn't it you who told me that without her, we didn't have a future for this pack? Dad held his tongue. He knew I was right. Vincent and I will look for her, Grayson. Just stay here. Leo tried grasping my shoulder, but I wasn't in friendly terms right now. Stay here. Stay here. Does he know how impossible that was for me right now? I evaded his touch and snarled. Stop treating me like I'm delicate. I'm not a baby, nor am I a human. I know how to take care of myself. Oh yeah? Then how come you got hurt? Dad pointed at my bandage. If Celeste wasn't the target, I would have easily evaded the bullet. What I did was protect my mate. You would have done the same for Mom or Alexi. I yelled at him. Grayson, if you step outside the protection of the maze, every wolf, rogue, and power-seeking alpha out there will know exactly where we are located. There is no Eclipse to protect you. Remember, our bloodline can only go out once a year, when the Eclipse suppresses our command. Doesn't that make us cowards? I bit back. If we are that great, then how come we hide? As they absorbed what I said, I turned my back and ran towards the maze. There was no time to waste another minute. Whatever danger I might face outside, I can deal with it later. Damn it, Grayson, Dad muttered. Behind me, all four of them shifted and ran after me. I could hear their paws splashing into the water, and as the maze enveloped us in its darkness, our footsteps echoed together. Dad's bark bounced across the walls of the tight space. He was warning me to stop, but I smirked at such a ludicrous request. As I ran, the water from the stream splashed across my back. The bandages soaked it all in, and the crusty bloodstains started to blotch. Because I was used to patrolling the maze, I knew the inside framework like the squares of a chessboard. Within minutes, I could spot the large body of water that reflected the light from the outside, where the waterfall hid the maze exit. When my body slammed into the water, I shivered at the cold. I swam farther down and followed the light coming from the other side. When I was halfway, something grabbed my ankle and tried to pull me back. I looked over my shoulder and saw my dad. He had turned back into his human form. I shook my foot, hoping to get him to let go, but he kept a tight grasp. My mouth opened and oxygen escaped. I quickly ran out of air to breathe, and I struggled to swim. Next thing I knew, two people pulled me from under my arms and drew me out of the water. As soon as my lungs could grasp air, I coughed and threw up water. My body was dripping from head to toe. My hands and feet were dragging against the dirt. The ground softened between my fingers, and I clenched the mud. Now that we are on the other side, what do you want to do? Dad's feet were right next to my face. I looked up and met his annoyed glance. I doubt we can drag you back unless we knocked you out. I scowled at them, daring them even to touch me. Dad sighed. This was your idea, Grayson, and as it is your absurd plan, you're responsible for this mission, Alpha. For the first time, he was letting me call the shots. If it weren't for the circumstances, I would be astounded. Let me tend to your wound first. Leo helped me up. He always carried a small first aid pack in his cargo shorts if he wasn't on official town duty. The package was sealed in a plastic wrap so it wouldn't get wet. You can do it later. We need to. He grabbed the back of my neck and shoved me down. Let me help you, you stubborn wolf. As my second in command, he showed me very slight respect. I groaned and glared at Robert. Aren't you going to condemn him for insolent behavior? You're not the alpha yet. Robert chuckled. Our pack will die out with these two, I swear it. Dad mumbled to himself. To piss him off more, I said, well, we might as well end it with a bang. He sent me a look that would have sent an ordinary man to the ground. As Leo rebadged my wound, Dad evaluated our surroundings with his senses. There is no one in the forest except for the woodland creatures. I felt like I've been in these woods all my life, but in reality, I've only been through these woods once, and that was during the eclipse. It was where Vincent stood right now. Celeste first saw me in my wolf form and called me by that silly name, Fluffy. Do you sense her? Robert asked. I closed my eyes and listened, heard, and smelled for any signs. My nose caught one scent. West. There is a strong scent coming from that way. I think it's her. Do you smell the rogue? Dad asked. I shook my head. No, but time will tell. He will eventually start leaving tracks for us to follow. And it won't be long before another pack smells us out. Dad prompted. The more we stay outside like this, our presence emits across the area like a radar beam. Other packs will be curious about the unfamiliar authority and will flock here like fruit flies. Then we better hurry. Robert wrung his wet shirt and shook out the water from his hair. Dad, stop it. You're acting like a dog. Leo groaned. Vincent laughed and held out his hand to give his brother a high five. You two, this is no joking matter. Dad frowned at them, which sobered them up. Sorry, Alpha, Leo replied. Leo, Vincent, you two follow Grayson and guide him around. This may be our territory, but my son and I are not familiar with the town as you two. Robert and I will go to town and scout the wolves in our pack to help us with our search. The more people, the faster we can find that rat. I nodded. If you find him, let me know right away. And Grayson, if you find him first, do not do anything irrational, Dad warned me. I rolled my eyes. Whatever. I couldn't promise him that. We split up. Dad and Robert scoped the perimeter of the town to gather as many of the wolves in our pack as possible to help. Following my nose, we were led to a path that sparked my memory. It was like I had been here before. I had gone through these woods and felt the familiar slopes beneath my feet. Gray, I think we're going the wrong way, Leo muttered. Why? I said. This is taking us to Diana's house. Ah, shit. No wonder I felt like I remembered this place. I was here before when I took Celeste. This was where her grandmother lived, where she had stayed for the past couple of days before I stole her. I just led us into a dead end. It's okay, man. Let Vince and I search the place. We need a better idea of Celeste's scent so we can help you track her. The idea made my stomach twist. My wolf was growling at the thought of Leo and Vincent sniffing through Celeste's underwear. There's no need, I told them. Are you sure? We can. I stretched my arm out in front of him. I'm sure, I said a little too irritated, and Vincent pressed his lips together to show me he was going to shut up now. I've got an idea. Leo stopped in his tracks right when we were standing underneath the porch in the backyard. Why don't we take a visit to Marty? He smiled at me as if he had solved the greatest mystery of the universe. No, it's not the time to drink tea and crumpets, I growled. No, man. Marty comes from a long line of trackers. If you've ever lost something, he could find it easily. Even if it's been hundreds of years. Leo exclaimed. That last part isn't proven. Vincent pointed out. Whatever, but it would be no surprise if Marty could. I've only met this Marty person a few times. We haven't formally met, I said. Some wolves in our pack rarely visit inside the maze. Because over the years, wolf families have become intertwined with humans, and they choose to only perform minor errands for the pack. Like watchers, they observe in the shadows and report to higher officials, such as Leo and his family. However, Marty's family held an essential role in our pack. Whenever we needed something to be found, we called them. For years, we haven't needed their skills, but today would probably be their moment to demonstrate their talents. Vincent chuckled. Marty's kind of a mouthful. What do you mean by that? I asked. You can never get a word in with the guy, Leo commented. Let's just go to his shop and you'll know what I mean. My God, this man needs duct tape. Holy smokes. You're the next boss. I mean the boss junior. The prince of the packs. The next in line. The next head honcho. But you're not next in my line. Oh man, I forgot about these people. Let me cash out what they want to purchase, and I'm going to abide by your every command, your holiness. His customers looked at him strangely, while Leo and Vincent snickered behind my back. Can this guy really help us? I asked. Leo nodded his head. He found all this stuff, and he refurbished all of it. When people don't claim their lost items within the year, he sells them. He gets a lot of money from this business. Behind the counter, Marty yaps away at his last customer, complimenting her on her interesting feathered hat, and then offers her a discount on 2 of his women's hats in the back of the store. Buy one, get the second half off. I have a perfect hat that would go great with your striking shoes. He ushers her to the back of the store, and when they return, the woman is holding 3 hats, a trench coat, and a vintage jewelry box. See what I mean? Leo mutters behind me. He intimidates people to get them to buy more from his shop. Vincent picks up a glass figurine of a dolphin. Don't touch, Vince. If Marty sees you touching his things, you won't be able to leave the shop until you buy something. Leo warns his brother. Vince immediately puts the item back where he found it. So, what can I do for you, young prince? I must say, you are quite threatening coming to my shop with bandages. He points out the bindings peeking out from the inside of the jacket I wore. Leo had given me his police jacket before heading to town, saying walking around bare-chested with bandages would catch people's attention. A rogue has breached our territory, I responded with irritation. He took my mate. Marty's bushy brows arched in interest. Gasp. He covered his mouth with his hand and looked surprised. The taking occurred already? My, how the time flies. I missed it. I also missed your party, sorry about that. I run this shop for humans too. I can't just leave my shop unattended, you know? I think my parents went through, or I guess they did. I'll have to ask them if they took pictures. I'm sure you looked wonderful. And your women. That reminds me, so who's the lucky gal? Is she gorgeous? Of course she is. To be with you, you lucky dog. But wait, what did you say about the princess being missing? How dreadful. I raised my hand to stop his blabbing. This guy could talk forever. Leonardo and Vincent tell me you're the guy to ask for missing things? Marty's face sobered. Unfortunately, I can't find things on the run. But you're a tracker. Yes, but as you can see. He motioned with his hand. I only find objects. For heaven's sake. I glare at Leo and the idiot shrugs. Leo, can I talk to you privately? He hesitates. Sure. I grab him from the back of his head, which makes him cringe. We walk over to the corner of the store near a pile of grandfather clocks. I whisper, I thought you said he could help us. He can, or I thought he could. He gulps. What kind of renowned family line is this? You spoke so highly of them, and this is all they are, lost and found items. Maybe there's some joke? I grumbled. No, their family records are in my dad's library. I've seen the track record. I look over my shoulder. Marty is accusing Vincent of touching his things, and now he is berating him for not buying the glass dolphin. It's him. He's spent so much time in this cooped-up store, he forgot what it's like to be a wolf. Do you know when was the last time he got out of this store? I think, never. I've never seen him outside of this shop. And there you have it. Staying inside all day accomplishes nothing. People need to have variety in their lives to be holistically healthy. We're taking him with us. Huh. Leo looked at me in disbelief. I walked back to where Vincent and Marty were arguing over a piece of glass. I growled behind Marty, and the short guy jumped at my voice. Me? What about me? My name's Marty, and you are coming with us, and you will prove that legendary nose of yours. I grabbed the back of his shirt. Leo, make sure his shop is securely locked. Vincent, flip that sign closed. Marty struggled in my grasp. This is madness. I've never closed my shop this early in my life. Not in my father's life, or my grandfather's, or his father, and so on. How dare you? A hard rumbled growl radiated from the core of my chest. How dare I what? I spat in his face. He visibly paled, and his eyes widened. Never mind. That was probably the shortest sentence he's ever said in his life. Chapter 29, Celeste, for God's sake, wake up. Someone yelled. His voice sounded familiar. I swear I knew who it was that was yelling at me, but my eyes refused to open. My chest felt like a mallet had punched it, and it hurt to breathe. My clothes were soaking wet, and my body was violently shivering. Wake up, the voice repeated. You're not dead, damn it, so don't act like you are. He sounded aggravated. If we don't find a good place to hide, we will both be dead. What was he talking about? From a distance, I could hear the sound of gunshots echoing in the distance. My subconscious thought maybe I was still dreaming, so I kept still. Assessing every inch of my body, I felt that everything was fine, nothing broken. I was still alive. I could still feel my fingers and toes, but they were numb from the cold. The last memory I had was drowning at the lake and thinking about Grayson. Grayson. The word just came out of my lips. I didn't realize I had said it out loud. Yes, finally, you're awake. The man sighed in relief. For a second, I thought I'd have to perform CPR on you, but I don't exactly know how to do that. The person hastily pulled me up by my wrists in a sitting position, and when he did, I felt every inch of pain in my lungs. I started coughing violently, and I could feel the remaining bits of water I swallowed from the lake earlier clogging my airway. Hey, are you okay? He asked while pulling my wrists to get me to stand up. I tried telling him to stop pulling on my arm, but I coughed again, spitting out the last bits of water from my throat. "We can't stay here, it's dangerous. Can you hear those gunshots? One of those bullets could send us to an early grave." My eyes finally opened, but it took a while for my vision to focus. Unfortunately, when it finally did, I wished I had kept my eyes closed. Why are you naked?" I screamed. I slapped his hands away from me, and I braced my body as far away from him as I could. Oh my god, this freak must be Bigfoot. Werewolves are real. Who would have thought Bigfoot was too? He had short curls of hair across his chest, but I didn't want to look anywhere south of there. Immediately, I covered my eyes and tried to get myself up on both feet to run from this man. He looked down and cursed. "I forgot my clothes." He muttered more to himself. I moved a few feet farther, but my back hit a bush and I squeaked, grabbing his attention. His brows arched. "Hey, do you think I'm going to hurt you? What am I supposed to think when a naked man forces me awake in the middle of the woods? My deranged grandfather also kidnapped me." I shuddered at the reminder. Where was Remington anyway? I bet he assumes I'm already dead. I never want to see that man again. "I'm not going to hurt you," he exclaims, putting both his palms up in surrender. "Wow, buddy." I cover my eyes. "Can you please hide that?" He realizes his state of undress again. "Shit, where did I leave my pants?" His comment made me shudder. Why was this man naked in the first place? I didn't trust him, and there was no way I was going to let him be less than 3 feet next to me. Listen, I know these woods like the back of my hand. Lie. I can get myself out of here and into safe hands without you. You are the one who saved me from drowning. He looked at me annoyed, but nodded his head. Yeah, I am grateful to you for saving my life. If there's any way I can repay you, I'll do it at some other time. We can exchange numbers and get in touch, yeah. It didn't look like he had a phone on him. Thank goodness, and I didn't have a phone on me. If I had one, it would have died in the lake anyway. My name is Marty. He yelled. I paused for a second to figure out where I had heard that name before. Marty from town. Marty of the long line of Martys. I come from a long line of tracking wolves, and I found you using my nose. He laughed like an idiot for a few seconds. I can't believe I found you and in a lake. It's usually impossible for wolves to track people when they've been in water, but I found you. He seemed proud of himself. He continued talking on, and eventually I recognized him. Marty, the shopkeeper. What a small world. The most random person ends up saving my life, naked. Wow, there. I stopped him from his ongoing rant. I remember you. You're a werewolf, right? How do you think I got naked? Right. We were looking for you, and who is we? I interject. Grayson, Leo, Grayson. I interject with him again, which looks like I pissed him off a little. Why does everyone always cut me off? He groans and tilts his head up in frustration. Again, I shield my eyes. Can you please contain that? He looks down again. Oops, sorry. He turns around, and I get a perfect view of his behind. I think I'm going to gag. We both hear another gunshot, but this time it's closer. What's going on? I ask him frantically. I'm not sure. I heard the shots at the same time I reached your scent. My wolf took over, and all I concentrated on was finding you because my alpha had ordered it. Didn't you say Grayson was with you? He nods. He was following me. So you mean he is there in front of the gunfire? The image of Grayson getting shot again makes every inch of my blood turn cold. We have to get him out of there. I scream. Without thought, I quickly get on my feet and head in the direction of the bullet noise. Are you crazy? People usually run and scream away from danger. He grabs my arm firmly so that I can't shake it off. Grayson is there. I have to be with him. I didn't need an excuse. I knew deep in my bones I had to be right next to him. He can take care of himself, Marty said. And how would you know that? I hissed. He's already hurt. How is he able to take care of himself? I challenged. He's my future alpha. He can manage. The sheer confidence in Marty's eyes made me speechless. It must be a pack thing. All wolves trusted the leadership of their alpha. They treated Bennett like their leader, and they looked up to Grayson because he would one day take up that position. Seeing this, I finally understand why Grayson is so devoted to his pack. These people depend on him to keep them at peace as a community and a family. Remembering how much Grayson has neglected his duties as the future alpha to spend more time with me shows how much he thinks I am important to him. Although he hasn't said it. He loves me, too, in his weird ways. A little flutter warmed my heart, and it made me so much more determined to be by his side right now. Marty, take me to him. He needs to know I'm alright. How can he think straight if he still thinks I'm in danger? Marty's expression looked like he was arguing with himself. Alright, but as soon as he sees you, we leave. Fine by me. This way, I can sense him that way. He pointed to the right, and without warning, he shifted into his wolf and ran. Stupid wolf didn't realize I can't catch up with him in his wolf speed. Marty! I yelled. I only have 2 feet here. He turns his large head back and doesn't watch where he's going. He ends up tripping and rolling like a pinwheel, crashing into a tree trunk. Marty, I scream and run to his side. He's lying on his back with all 4 legs up, panting. Are you okay? I ask. He whimpers and his large, brown eyes stare at me like a lost puppy. Oh boy, you're clumsy, huh? To my utter surprise, the big wolf starts crying, and I find myself wondering how to console him. So I started awkwardly petting his head. Hey, why are you crying? That makes him whimper louder. To me, he sounded like a hungry panda. Have you heard anywhere? I said with a kind, motherly voice. His reaction was to place his head on my thigh, which freaked me out because if he were in his man form right now, the scene would look inappropriate. Thank goodness Grayson couldn't see this. Come on, pull yourself together. What would your alpha think if he saw you like this? I said it, hoping it might brighten him up, and it did. His body stood up straight, and his nose lifted to the sky. He began sniffling. He looked at me with a different face. Follow me. That was what I thought he was implying. This time, he walked at a slower pace so I could keep up. As we continued walking, the sound of the gunshots subsided. I took a couple of steps closer to stand next to Marty when he stopped in his tracks at a clearing that led back to the lake. We were invisible behind the shadow of the trees. The lake was rather large, so that we couldn't see the full scope of the body of water. While I viewed the vast landscape, Marty disappeared behind a tree to shift. He came back with a broken tree branch, hiding his lower region. I forgot where I put my clothes, he said. Is this where Grayson is? I asked. I sense him in the area, but we are stopping here because it's a safe place for us to hide. I'm fairly new to this tracking thing, so I can't pinpoint his exact location, but he is here. But you found me, submerged underwater. I pointed out. You should be able to find him now. He shook his head. That was a miracle that I found you in time. My wolf took over that time and led me to you, but I don't know how to do it again. So don't ask me to try. Okay. So are we just going to wait here until Grayson shows up? Most likely. The gunshots are gone, but that doesn't mean we are safe. The sound of growls radiated across the lake. I turned my head and searched for any sign of a fluff of black fur. Was that Grayson? I asked Marty. No, that wasn't him. I know his tone by memory. I know that isn't him. Leo, maybe it's him. He shook his head again. It's not him or his brother. As a pack, we can recognize each other's tones even though we may not know each other more than as acquaintances. That growl wasn't anyone I recognized. Maybe it could be Remington. Marty, can you find things right? Yeah. He wasn't going to like what I was about to ask. Can you track down the location of the gun? Where the gun was, the shooter will be, and hopefully that would lead us to Grayson. Oh no. Are you crazy? Probably. I smirked because I couldn't believe myself either. Hell no, if something happened to you. The future alpha's mate. I would be on my way to death row. He shook his head vigorously so that I thought I could see his eyeballs shaking too. I'll have you know. Grayson threatened to kick me out of the pack if I didn't find you. That sounded a little extreme. However, the thought of Grayson losing his cool over me made me feel giddy. I missed him. For the past few weeks, we have never been this far apart for such a long time. His duties were usually no longer than 3 hours, and as soon as he was free, we would spend most of the day together. He always made sure to keep me company, ensuring I was never bored or uncomfortable. He said he would exile me from town. Grayson was kidding. I snorted. He would never lash out at a pack member. When I was with him, he was always so kind, except when Leo ticked him off. No, the man looked like he was going to throw me off a cliff. As Alpha, he was able to control his temper, but I could see how much he wanted to let his wolf loose. He was so upset over you being taken from him. I can't blame him, you're his mate. I wouldn't be surprised if he decided to lock you up after he sees you again. You have him tied to your little finger. He would destroy mountains for you if you asked him. His comment made my face flush. Was he really that upset? Marty took a long, hard breath and exhaled. If you can't see how much that boy has it hard for you, then you, my dear, are as thick-headed as an iron block. Coming from me, it means a lot. Speechless, I stared into space thinking about when I would be able to see Grayson again and tell him I'm okay. There was no need to worry or threaten pack members to leave town. I chuckled mentally. When I see him, I should tell him how much he sounds like his dad. He would frown at me for it. Marty turned his head off to the side and his brows pulled together in concentration. Marty, what is it? I asked. Shoo, I sensed something coming this way. I turned my head in the direction he was focusing on. Is it someone you recognize? It's a new scent, he said silently. Get behind me, he instructed. The seriousness of his tone made me feel uneasy. Should I hide? That would be a good idea. There was no way to hide. The trees may be, but they didn't provide very much coverage and the bushes were out of the question. They were too small. Besides, if the incomers were werewolves, they could easily sniff me out. Maybe I should jump into the water? No. You just recently almost drowned in there. Do you think I would risk you going back in there? I rolled my eyes. Will I live the rest of my life with overprotective males? I will have to get used to it. Hurry, I sense them coming closer. Unfortunately, I had slow reaction time. While unsuccessfully climbing up a tree, a man appeared out of nowhere, staring at me with his head tilted to the side, assessing my actions like an exhibit animal. His hands were locked behind his back, and he stood with his feet spread wide apart, very intimidatingly. He was rather tall, fair-skinned, and red-haired. His piercing blue eyes looked me up and down, then narrowed at the sight of Marty. Who are you? Marty placed himself between me and the strange man. The man lifted his chin and continued staring down at us. Who are you? Another voice asked. Behind the tall man, a much younger guy appeared. He looked to be about my age, maybe younger, but he was rather skinny, and everything from his snarky tone, waist-tucked t-shirt, and cleft chin screamed spoiled brat. He asked first. I shot back. The shorter boy glared at me. I wasn't talking to you, human. Marty tensed in front of me. That's not how you treat a lady. That's how you treat a human. The boy spat, and I swear I wanted to kick him, but there was no doubt the tall guy would stop me. Why are you in this territory? Marty asked. Beneath his tone, I could hear a small volume of his wolf coming out. I thought, this was a human-only territory. The boy scowled. It appears there are others like us. The taller man remained unmoved. He was like a statue. He too was wearing a tucked t-shirt under his pants, except he covered it up with a coat jacket. The two were too formal for a trip into the woods. You don't smell rogue, the boy commented. And you don't smell like a man. What is that perfume? Marty mocked. The boy's teeth clenched and suddenly his eyes dilated. Watch your mouth, old man. I'll have you know, I am a future alpha. My name is Gregory Tort. Listen, Tort, it's Tort. The boy fumed. Whatever, you're in my alpha's territory, so you better scurry out of here before he kicks you out himself. We had no knowledge of a claimed territory in these parts. I want to meet your alpha before I leave. This shocking news will be of interest to the other pack territories. My friend and I were patrolling our usual routes when we suddenly sensed something unusual in this direction. We decided to investigate. Oh shit. Wasn't Bennett always anal about something like this happening? This situation just had to get worse. My alpha is a rather busy person, Marty said. Aren't we all? Gregory rolled his eyes. I demand to see him. He stomped his feet. I'm the alpha of this territory. A loud, authoritative voice sounded from behind them. Bennett stood meters away with Robert and a group of men crowding behind them. Not more than 7, but their presence made the forest seem a little smaller. The air around us suddenly turned electric. "State your name," Gregory ordered. For a younger guy, he wasn't fazed by Bennett's monstrous glare. "Alpha Bennett and this territory are mine. You do not belong here." "Why have I only heard of you now?" Gregory probed. "You're not important enough to know who I am." The half-smile on Bennett's face meant he wanted to pick a fight. His pupils shifted to me, and what looked like relief washed through his features. "Celeste, thank God you are okay." Ignoring Gregory and the other guy, Bennett bypassed them and firmly wrapped his arms around me, making sure I wasn't hurt. "Where's Remington? How did you escape him? And why are you with Marty?" He asked another set of questions, but those 3 were the only things I grasped, because he said them so fast. "Remington tried drowning me in the lake. Marty saved me before I drowned." Bennett gave Marty a sincere gaze and grasped his shoulder. Thank you, Marty. I never doubted your abilities. I knew someday you would find your inner wolf and perform a brave act such as this. Your actions will not be left forgotten, I promise you. Your family will be so proud." Marty looked like he was about to burst into tears again. "Thank you, sir. It means a lot hearing you say that." Hello. I'm still standing here," Gregory yelled. Bennett snapped his head to the side to growl at the younger guy without letting me go. He kept his arm lazily around my shoulders as if afraid I would disappear again. "I don't have time to deal with you right now, kid. I have a pest problem and he's been causing trouble on my pack for almost 3.5 decades. Can you wait a little while before we talk?" Gregory snapped, and he leaned forward as if getting ready to lunge. Gregory, the tall man, finally spoke. "We can't cause trouble. Your father wouldn't like it." Gregory hissed and relaxed, standing with his arms crossed over his shoulders. "Fine." He sighed, then addressed Bennett. "If this problem of yours were to be solved, then would you answer all my questions?" "Maybe," Bennett responded. "Dillian and I will wait, but we will join you on your mission." "Whatever, just don't interfere," Bennett said. "Robert, assign some guards to watch over Celeste." Robert nodded and looked over his shoulder at 2 men. They immediately walked to my side. "Celeste, these 2 are Max and Levi. If you remember, a few weeks ago, they were newly shifted wolves. They just finished the first part of their training and are now under Robert's care as they graduate from pups to full-fledged pack wolves. Your brother will go through this training when he is ready." Oh, that was all I could say. Someone's stare was burning a hole in the back of my head. Gregory was now curious about me. "What are you looking at?" Bennett noticed this too. "Who is she?" Gregory rudely pointed at me. "She's none of your business. Aren't you supposed to keep your trap shut until we deal with our problem?" Gregory growled again, but was cut off by his friend's hand pushing him back. "We will just observe," Dillian said firmly. He reminded me of a robot the way he spoke. There was never an expression on his face, and I was curious to know if the man had feelings at all. "Marty, how did you end up looking for Celeste?" Bennett asked. "He and Robert's sons came to my shop and demanded that I help them look for her. We got separated during the gunfire, but I was able to find Celeste. Thank God for that, or I think I would have died," I commented for Marty's sake. He needed more praise. I couldn't thank the guy enough. Bennett should give him his town holiday or a Medal of Honor. "Good job, man. I never knew you had it in you." Robert clapped Marty hard behind his back, and Marty lost his grip on his bush, hiding his lower regions. Bennett shielded my eyes just in time, and I heard a crowd of collective groans. "Someone get him some pants." "Here, take this." I think 3 men said at the same time. "Alpha, what do we do next?" Someone Robert, I think, asked. When Bennett removed his hand from my eyes, Marty was sporting a pair of camouflage pants that were a little too big on him. "We are looking for my son. He may be injured, but he's stubborn. He thinks he can deal with that rogue by himself." I blame myself for raising him to be overly confident. My wife has always pestered me for it. Now I think she's right. After we find him, how are we going to deal with the rogue? What we will do is form a blockade around the perimeter of the lake. We need to make sure that Remington doesn't slip past our grasp ever again. Then we will take him down for good. He won't be able to hurt anyone in my family again. From there, we can figure the rest out." He eyed the two foreigners. All the men nodded in agreement. Bennett gave each of them a location around the lake to position. "Alpha Bennett, what can I do?" Marty said enthusiastically. For once, he looked eager to do something. Bennett grinned at him. "You're going to be using your nose again." The smile on Marty's face wavered. "Again? What's with the frown? You're a tracker, aren't you?" "Finding Grayson won't be so hard." Marty's face looked white as a sheet. He chuckled dryly. "Right. Marty and I heard gunshots." I emphasized the word gun to remind Marty of our earlier conversation. "Remington has a gun, and he must have fired it at Grayson again. I'm worried that Grayson might be hurt again." Marty's eyes widened in understanding. "Right. There was a gun." Bennett placed his hand over my shoulder blades and patted my back gently the way my father used to do. The familiar sensation almost made me want to cry. "Grayson is okay. I'm sure of it. My son is as solid as steel. He won't let anything bring him down. Not when he has finally found you. Cheer up. We can't have you frowning when that time comes. You need to give him the biggest smile when you see him." I nod, smiling. "Okay, I will. Then Grayson and I can start over. This time, I'll be the kind of girl who serves him." Chapter 30, Grayson. Remington emerged from the trees with his gun aimed directly at my head. His eyes looked furious, burning with the desire to defeat me. Such a weakling. "How can you be the next alpha if you can't even touch me?" He laughed, jumping from tree to tree with impressive agility. It was hard to believe this man was around Gran's age. He resembled my dad, but with more gray hair at the sides. I focused on coming up with a plan to catch him, but he moved too fast, and I couldn't keep track of him to predict his next move. It was clear that Remington had a deep understanding of the land. He had clearly planned this for a long time. He chuckled at my frustration. "You're out of my league, kid." He jumped again, flipping backward in midair and landing perfectly on another branch. It was as if he had planted those trees himself. I could sense Leo trailing us in his wolf form from my left side. He stayed hidden in the trees, but I was sure Remington sensed him too. Vincent flanked the other side of the lake where Remington was heading. We were hoping to corner him. The plan wasn't perfect, but it was the best we could come up with, just the three of us. Where's my dad when I need him? My paws hit the ground and I ran, zigzagging to avoid Remington's aim while hiding behind stumps. "What is this, pinball?" He laughed. "I feel like I'm playing with children." Just a few more yards, and he would be within our trap. I ignored his attempts to provoke me, focusing on running and dodging any bullets he fired. Eventually, his shooting stopped. He had little ammo left, but he didn't show it. Why are we continuing this pointless game of cat and mouse? Shouldn't you be looking for your precious mate? She could already be dead. He snickered. I tried to ignore him, though my anger was boiling. He was trying to cloud my focus. I thought it was pathetic that she kept screaming your name, and you never came. That did it. I threw all caution to the wind and pounced on him. Remington grinned, pleased with himself, before speeding up. He made a sharp right turn, heading in a different direction from where Vincent was waiting. Leo barked from behind, telling me he was falling behind. Remington was moving at a pace that almost matched an alpha's. I stayed right next to him, my eyes locked on his. We dodged trees like experts, jumping over bushes like hurdles. Remington laughed, enjoying himself. "You're a stubborn pup, aren't you? Just like my granddaughter." She fought until I tied her up and tossed her into the lake. She may be blood, but I wasn't going to risk my bloodline mixing with yours. I knew he was lying. This was just one of his attempts to provoke me. He smirked when he saw my face. "Don't believe me? Why do you think you can't sense her when she's so close?" Something twisted inside me, and I could taste blood in my mouth. Remington grinned, enjoying my reaction. "That's it. Show me what you've got." He laughed. "Gray." Leo's voice was cut off, but I didn't stop to look. I chased after Remington, losing all inhibitions. He continued running, and I didn't realize until it was too late that he had led me to a secluded area. When I stopped, I was out of breath. Usually, I didn't tire this quickly, but my body was still healing and pushing myself wasn't helping. Remington turned to face me. Let's battle man to man. Shift into your human form and fight me. I promise not to use any tricks. As if he could promise anything. This will give you a chance at defeating me. He pulled out the gun from his pocket, showing me how he removed the last 2 bullets. I watched them roll to the ground. Then he kicked the gun toward me. See, what is he up to? Grayson, don't. We shouldn't trust him. Leo came up from behind me. Remington eyed Leo. So, you're that good-for-nothing's grandson? His cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by a malicious frown. Your family line brought me down to dirt. He spat. Leo flinched. That was in the past. Move on, old man. If the previous alpha took your position, it's because he didn't think you were fit for it. A growl escaped Remington's lips. You wouldn't understand what I went through, so shut up. He shook with anger. I quickly looked at Leo, signaling him to be careful with his words. Remington could twist anything and make things worse. I began transforming into my human form. It hurt more than usual, especially with my shoulder still healing, but I could move it now. I put on the shorts I had tied around my leg earlier for some decency. Let's fight to the death, Remington said. Winner takes all. Grayson, Leo yelled in concern. You're not in condition to fight. Leo took a step toward me, but I raised my arm to stop him. I can handle this. He's mine to deal with, I said firmly. Remington's grin returned, and he warmed up. Tell me when you're ready. If I win, you sure you'll win? He laughed. When I win, I said with more confidence. I want you to tell me where Celeste is before I take you down. Fine by me. He shrugged. But if I win, your whole family dies with you. My fists clenched. I won't let that happen. You're going down today. He made the first move, and I didn't hesitate. In a battle, it's smart to let the enemy make the first move. That way, you can anticipate their next move. Remington ran toward me, hands ready. As soon as we were inches apart, his claws elongated, aiming for my eyes. I moved away just in time. I forgot to mention. My fingertips are coated with poison. In fact, he removed the fabric tied around his neck. I am the poison. I stared in shock as purple blotches appeared on his neck. What have you done to yourself? I asked, stunned. I made myself a living weapon. He snickered like it was a good thing. For years, I watched my plan unfold. I experimented with poisons to create the perfect alpha-killing concoction. I blended my DNA into the serum so I wouldn't be affected. But to prove it, I had to inject it into myself. Are you insane? You could have killed yourself. I told him. As you can see, I didn't. He smiled proudly. What are you trying to prove by killing me and my family? Revenge. To show everyone I'm not weak. I shouldn't have been stripped of the beta title. You're wrong. You weren't weak. My response surprised him. I see now why they took your title. Why? He asked. You're not mentally suited for such an honorable role. A beta is someone an alpha can trust. They must be kind, selfless, flexible, and accept all moral decisions of the pack. It wasn't just my grandfather who decided to strip you of your title. The pack made that choice together. That's why all of you should be wiped out. Remington roared. He jumped and aimed for my neck, trying to use the sunlight to blind me. Using my other senses, I dodged and came up behind him, hitting the base of his back with my elbow, sending him to the ground. He groaned as he fell and quickly got up, using his hands and knees. Lucky shot, but that won't kill me. Vincent finally appeared in my line of sight. No, this fight is mine. Stand down, I growled. Hesitant, Vincent nodded and stood next to Leo. Once I finish you, I'll make sure my grandson becomes alpha. I'll train him myself. Do you think he'll listen to you? He doesn't even know you. He won't trust a stranger, especially a crazy one like you. Remington snorted. I'll tell him you killed his family, and then I'll have full control over him. As a newly turned wolf, he'll be driven by rage, and I'll manipulate him. You'll turn him into another version of you. Exactly. He smiled. With no one to love, he'll turn to power to keep his sanity. I won't let you destroy that boy. I made my move, running to his left side. I noticed he was mostly right-handed, so I aimed for his weaker side to gain an advantage. Every strike weakened him a little. I made sure not to let him land any hits on me. I didn't want to risk his poison harming me. "Where did you hide Celeste?" I asked. "I told you she's dead." With all the rage inside me, I punched him hard on the side of his face. The sound of his jaw moving from the force of my punch thrilled my wolf. Remington screamed and checked his jaw to make sure it was still intact. His lip bled. "Finish him, Grayson." Leo cheered. I nodded. While Remington was distracted, I swung again, connecting with his rib. He stumbled, landing on his hands and knees. "You don't look so good, Rogue," I taunted. Remington glared at me. "Don't get too cocky, kid. I'm just getting started." He spat and got back on his feet. "I was just boosting your ego to make this more fun. You think you've defeated me? Not even close." Suddenly, he zipped past me, kicked behind my knees, and shoved me forward. I fell awkwardly, my arms scraping against the dirt. The sting spread as blood began to trickle from the wounds. "If he touches me with his poison, I'm done for." I saw his shadow looming over me. I rolled just in time to avoid his fist aimed at the back of my head. "Grayson!" Leo shouted. In an instant, Leo tackled Remington to the ground. Minutes later, Vincent, in wolf form, lunged at Remington, scratching his face with his claws. Overpowered, Remington crashed to the ground, shielding his face. 3 against 1, this isn't fair anymore, young alpha. To my horror, he pulled a small gun from his pocket. "Leo, Vincent." I struggled to move. The gun fired, and both my friends jerked in shock. Neither had realized he had pulled a weapon. Seconds felt like hours as I waited to see who was hit. "You deserve this," Remington sneered, looking at Leo. Leo's mouth fell open. I watched as my best friend looked down at Remington's gun, then at the wound in his stomach, bleeding heavily. "Leo!" Vincent cried. He rushed over, cradling Leo as his body slumped to the ground. "Oh God, no, 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 this can't be happening." He growled, then shifted into his wolf form and got into attack position. Remington pointed the gun again, right at Vincent's eyes. "Attack me and I'll shoot again." "Vincent, stop!" I yelled, desperate to prevent more damage. If it were anyone else, Leo would have been the first to provide aid. Unfortunately, the first aid responder was now the one hurt. We both had the same training, but I didn't have the supplies to help him. "Stay awake, Leo." I gripped his hand, pressing it firmly on the wound. Leo cried out in pain. "No, we have to stop the bleeding." I ordered him. "Press down on it." I tightened my grip. "No matter what you do, he's going to die," Remington mocked. "Shut up." Vincent exploded, swinging at Remington, but he dodged. Remington pointed the gun at Vincent again. "Mind yourself, boy, or next one dying is you." Vincent growled, but didn't fight back. "Vincent, look after Leo," I said. "Remington, you will pay for everything you've done." He smirked. "Cash or credit?" "Sadly, I have none of those at the moment, Rogue, remember." His twisted humor made me want to destroy him. Vincent didn't take his eyes off Remington as he sat next to Leo. "Leo, stay with me. Mom will kill me if you die." "Rogue, you've committed numerous crimes. According to pack law, you should be executed. Today is your last day on this earth." My bones shifted and, in the next half minute, I was in wolf form. "That's more like it," Remington said, shifting into his wolf. His wolf resembled Trent's, but with patches of gray fur. We collided, paws against each other's backs. Remington leapt at my neck, aiming for the area still healing from the earlier gunshot. He knew my weakness, and he aimed for it. Our snarls echoed as we battled. I was so focused on avoiding Remington's bites and poisonous claws that I didn't notice the familiar auras surrounding us. "Dad!" I heard Vincent shout. "Leonardo, what happened to you?" Robert's concerned voice reached me. The cavalry had arrived, though late. "Grayson, step down. I'll take over this fight." Dad's order rang in my ears. Every inch of me wanted to obey, but my alpha wolf, didn't want to listen. We were driven by a single goal: to destroy the man who had hurt my mate and nearly killed my best friend. "Grayson!" Dad yelled again. But my wolf and I didn't listen. Remington tackled me, and my back slammed against the ground. Pain surged through me, and for a moment, I couldn't breathe. "Grayson!" A soft voice called out, and the familiarity of it made my lungs work again. My leg muscles kicked in, and I threw Remington off me. He slid across the dirt. I searched desperately for the source of the voice. There she was, standing behind my dad. From this day on, she would be with me forever. I didn't care if holding her hand seemed absurd. She was alive. That's all that mattered. "Grayson," she cried, tears in her eyes. My body melted at the sight of her. I just wanted to touch her face, to make sure she was real. "Grayson, I'll take over this fight." Dad was standing right next to her. "You can't fight in your condition." I growled at him, telling him this was my fight and I was finishing it. Off to the side, I saw Robert, worried over his eldest son. Men from our pack helped carry him out of the battle. Despite his concern for his brother, Vincent stayed behind. He was determined to make sure I succeeded. His brother and father would be proud. "Grayson, please don't fight." Celeste's voice reached me. Her plea was far more effective than my dad's orders, but like all alphas, once we make up our minds, we see things through. Remington stirred and stood up. His eyes widened when he saw Celeste. He was surprised, like he had seen a ghost. He thought she was dead. I stood in front of him, growling, protecting her from his view. "You're not getting past me." He copied my stance and scraped his claws against the ground. "Let's end this." Chapter 31, Celeste, stop. The words screeched from my lips, but no matter how many times I tried desperately to plead with him, demand even, Grayson stood in his place and waited for Remington to make the next move. He was being cautious, making sure that his body was positioned to take on any attack Remington flung at him. "You're alive." Remington frowned at me, looking disappointed, and a chill crawled down my back. I staggered, feeling out of balance, and recalled the memory of drowning. Grayson snarled, snapping his sharp teeth at him, which made him grin even more. He knew I was here, but didn't stop to acknowledge me. Slowly angled his body in a way that I was out of Remington's focus. These two rivaling wolves weren't going to back down until one of them was ripped entirely out of this world and buried beneath the ground. Stop them. Desperately, I searched for anyone who could help. I came into eye contact with Bennett, who was hesitating to step in between his son and the crazy man who was intent on killing everyone. To my relief, Vincent wasn't unfazed at all and ran to Grayson's side in an attempt to aid him the best he could. Stubborn as he was, Grayson didn't appreciate the support and growled, signaling an incentive to back away. He shoved his nozzle to the side of Vincent's outer thigh, making Vincent stagger sideways. It sickened me more to think that deep down inside me, this lunatic and I shared the same DNA. "Let me help." Vincent clenched his teeth and growled at Grayson. Again, Grayson gave him a warning growl. "This is my fight alone." Of all the times in the world, his stubbornness had to win out now. I could kill him myself if he weren't trying to get himself killed at this moment. "Grayson, I'm alive." "I'm here." Please, I begged him for what exactly? To stop fighting. To come to my side and go home? Either of those options wouldn't solve our problem. It wouldn't stop Grayson from what he intended to do. The problem was staring at my mate with such killer intent. He had to do this. Grayson needs to rid the world of this man, or we could never have a future. The trauma afterwards would also follow. Had Grayson killed another man before? I stared at the man to whom I had opened my whole heart. His love, his kindness, his devotion to those he cared so deeply about. There was no doubt that he had ever seriously hurt a living creature in his life. The results after today will change him, and I fear for what we will have to go through together. But that's right. We would get through this together. I am his support, and starting right now, I am going to give him my love and encouragement. As much as I hated saying it, I did. "Grayson, end this," I said blankly, feeling stupid for saying this now when I had earlier told them to stop. I probably sounded crazy to Bennett and Vincent, whose eyes grew wide-eyed by my sudden declaration, but when Grayson turned his head slightly and gave me a quick nod, I knew I had said the right thing. Sweetie, I should have ended this years ago, Remington said. Grayson took that moment as a chance to attack his opponent's weak spot. He bit down on Remington's arm, and it made a grotesque crunching sound. Remington cursed through his teeth and swung his fist, punching Grayson in the head 3 times before he let go. Grayson fell to the ground but quickly got back on all paws. He didn't waste a second, lunging again. It bothered me that Remington chose to fight in his human form. He would be stronger in his wolf form, so why did he not transform? Both looked battered. I was pleased to see that Remington was out of breath. He isn't indestructible after all. Grayson lunged again. His head slammed into Remington's stomach. Remington grasped around his neck and pushed Grayson sideways, flipping him over to his back, but Grayson rolled quickly to his side and back on his 4 paws. Remington glanced at Vincent when he heard him growl at him. Their line was never supposed to be betas. My kin were supposed to stay as betas for this pack. Remington starts ranting. That beta of yours will be dead, and that brother of his will be next. I will destroy their bloodline. He laughs. Bennett snarls. No one ever said your blood, your kin, were the problem. You were the problem. You did this to yourself, and you are inflicting your anger on innocent people. Your grandchildren, your son, what kind of person would accept revenge that ruins the lives of his children? Sacrifices are necessary. And when my son betrayed me by marrying that wench, he became nothing to me. He left me. He abandoned me like everyone else. So I am forced to feel no emotion towards anyone. They all betray me. You betrayed yourself. Bennett glares at him. You are so far past hate, Remington. You are a monster consumed by treachery. Remington processes what Bennett just said and bursts into a fit of laughter. Maybe I am, but I've never been as happy as I am now. I finally have you and your family where I want you. He swings his fist, and it connects to the soft part of Grayson's stomach. Grayson yelps from the force of the blow, and his whole body is flung across the sky and collides into a tree. He falls to the ground and rolls to the side, yapping in pain. Grayson! I get on my feet to run towards him. As I run after him, something snatches me from behind, and a pair of large arms pull me back. How did you survive? I swear I left you for dead. Who saved you? Remington shouted in my ear. Panting, my chest hurt from overexerting my lungs. Let go. I underestimated you. He chuckled. Something sharp ran across the corner of my jaw. I looked down and noticed he had withdrawn a small blade. You and I are like 2 peas in a pod. I am nothing like you. I hissed. He pressed the blade firmer into my skin. I wasn't sure if it punctured, but it should hurt as much as how my nails were clawing at his arms to release me. On the contrary, you and I, my little granddaughter, are very hot-blooded, and whenever we get upset, nothing can soothe our temper. I get that from my mother. Don't make false assumptions. You were never a part of my life, so we are not family. That made him smirk. You have your father's eyes. Do you know that? He never talked back to me. Such a passive boy he was. Always doing my bidding when I needed him, like a lapdog. But when I stared into his eyes, I could see through his soul. He hated me, that boy. He never said it, but I felt his feelings when he looked at me. The more I stare at your eyes, the more they remind me of how ungrateful he was. I'm glad to be rid of him. Talking about my dad in that way made my blood boil. My dad never spoke of you. No wonder why. He was ashamed of you. Watch your tongue, or I will cut it out. Grayson struggled to get back up. He had fresh blood running down the side of his head and blood dripping onto the dirt. All I could do was watch helplessly. If only I had his strength. I wished to help him, but I couldn't do anything. I felt like a burden at this moment. What are you going to do now? I have her, and you can barely move. I can easily kill her with this blade. When I do, I might be nice and bury you both in the same hole so you can rot together. Grayson's wolf hunched down in defeat. No, I pleaded with him. Don't submit to him. I cried. With slim chances of winning, I knew we had lost. But it hurt to see Grayson this way. As I moved the blade pressing on my skin dug deeper into my flesh, and soon I saw small traces of blood dripping into my shirt. Grayson's body began shifting back to its human form, where it was more vulnerable. It had bruises that were red and angry. He had dried blood on areas of his skin. He looked battered and abused, but he did not look at all fatigued. "No, you can't give up," I cried. He lifted his head and looked at me with such seriousness. "Who said I am giving up? Not to you." "Never." My heart wept for him. "For us." "Celeste." Someone roared. We all turned to witness my little brother, red-eyed and half-naked, running our way. "Trent," I was shocked. "Let go of her, you sick bastard." Trent leapt up and swung his foot straight across Remington's face. The blade near my throat pressed on my skin, and when it dropped from Remington's grasp and onto the floor, I feared that I was decapitated. My hands immediately went to my neck to check the damage. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Trent fumed. He didn't expect to be hit over the head in that same instant. Grayson had turned back into a human right behind him and was glaring at him. "Reckless." That was all he uttered. "Why'd you hit me?" Trent hissed, rubbing the back of his head. My little brother looked different. He seemed taller than me and more muscular. He has abs now. For some reason, seeing my little brother with abs made me feel weary. Without a doubt, he will be more self-absorbed now that he has a fit body. "You could have killed your sister." Grayson yelled at him. He pointed at the blade near my feet. "That could have slit her throat, and if it had, you would be next in line." Trent rolled his eyes. "I know what I was doing." "She isn't hurt." He gestured at me to prove himself faithful. I removed my hands from my neck and stared at them. When I looked at my palms, there was a speck of blood. A scratch, really, but Grayson lost it. "You stupid pup. Who let you out? You weren't supposed to leave your confinement yet until you can control your wolf." Trent ducked when Grayson swung at him again. "Charlotte told me what was going on. She wanted me to help." Grayson groaned and glared at Vincent. "I'll deal with you and her after this is over. Enough of this childishness." Remington got on his feet, cradling the side of his face that was now beat up because Trent had kicked him pretty hard. It looked as though his nose was broken. "Trent." Grayson sent my brother a hard stare. "Leave this to me. You're not my mother." He snorted and charged at Remington. "Don't mess with my family," he says dramatically. Despite how courageous my brother wanted to be, I thought he was being an idiot. "Trent." I yelled at him, hoping he would stop. Of course, he wasn't going to listen. He never does. He throws a punch at Remington, but this time Remington is fully aware of his presence and quickly sidesteps him, sending Trent hurling to the ground. "Get your ass out of here, Trent. You aren't ready for a fight like this." Grayson leaps into the air mid-transformation. When he lands, he is in complete wolf form. He runs at full speed towards Trent's direction and bites into a part of Trent's jeans, dragging him away from Remington's reach. "Hey," Trent protested. Grayson dropped him by Vincent's feet, growled and bared his sharp teeth at him. "Don't interfere." Trent scowled. "Trent, please listen for once," I said calmly. Trent looked at me, then his eyes darted to the small wound on my neck where the blade had scratched me. Guilt melted into his features. He didn't say anything but nodded, obeying my plea. "It's for your good." Bennett finally spoke up. "Fighting against an old wolf like Remington will only end badly for you. Let Grayson take care of this. It's his fight." Trent frowned. "I want to help." "You're not the only one." Vincent huffed. "Grayson, it was a challenge to strike him on his weak spots because he moved like a ghost. It irked me that he could move so fast for his age. Plus, he was in his human form. How was he able to outdo me as a human? It was unbelievable ridiculous." "Give up yet?" Remington chuckled as if we were playing a game of cat and mouse. I growled in response. "You're all bark and no bite." Pathetic. His taunting was getting on my last nerve. I just wanted to tear him limb from limb and get it over with. "Grayson, concentrate." My dad yelled. I glanced at him from the corner of my eye and also noticed Celeste's worried expression. As much as I wanted to tell her everything would be fine, I wasn't going to allow Remington to break my defenses. He could easily kill me in one move if I didn't watch his movements. Remington snorted. "Look at you. protected within the confines of your luxurious house with servants to do your bidding. Your parents trained you since birth to be their replacement. You think your father is that powerful? That you're as great as he is? You're all so full of yourselves. I've been all over the world. I've been roaming the borders of other packs. Let me inform you. Alpha and Son, his eyes traveled between Bennett and Grayson. They are stronger. He laughed. His words faltered me a bit, I had to admit. Don't believe him, Grayson. He's trying to upset you. Dad yelled. I nodded, trying to maintain composure, and glared at Remington. Feeding off your father's words like a bear and honey. Remington mused. He's brainwashed you your entire life. He makes you think the whole world revolves around you, but it doesn't. Shut up. Vincent barked. Lies. Our Alpha is strong. He keeps us safe and trains us to be strong. Son, filter him out. You're weak. Pathetic. Incompetent. Spoiled little brat who is tied by a leash by his rich-ass parents. His words went through me. I assured myself that all he said were insults. However, deep inside, it hurt to realize that some of what he told was somewhat true. What was the world like outside the safety of my home? I was curious to know. The second my thoughts wandered, I didn't see him reach into his back pocket to pull out a second gun. Grayson! Celeste screamed. In slow motion, I saw Remington pull the trigger the exact moment I saw my dad's wolf leap straight at him to stop him from pulling the trigger. Vincent was a few seconds away from flying past me in an attempt to block my way, but from my calculation, he wasn't going to make it on time. The second bullet that lodged into my body hit me below my breastbone. The pain vibrated throughout my body like a ripple. My body recoiled on impact, and I fell to my side, howling. On instinct, my body began to morph back into human form. No, don't turn back. Fight it, Vincent yelled. If I turned back while the bullet was still lodged, it would be harder to remove with my muscles morphing. My eyes were blurred with tears as I fought through the pain. Vincent began pressing into my wound to stop the bleeding. It doesn't look like it went in too deep. I'm going to pull it out, okay? Did he know how to? That concerned me most. I heard growling and barking. From the corner of my eye, I see Dad fighting with Remington. He had his jaws sunk into the arm that carried the gun earlier. The weapon was now on the ground, which Trent decided was the best time to charge in and get it. Trent! Celeste screamed. He grabbed the gun and ran back to his sister. I'm going to pull it out now. He didn't even give me time to respond when he stuck 2 fingers into the hole in my body. If he weren't my pack member and my beta's younger brother, I wouldn't have stopped myself from biting off his arm. It freaking hurt like a beast. Got it. I snarled at him. Please hurry up and pull it out. When his fingers pinched it, it widened the wound and made it ache more. Almost, hold on, he said. Grayson, Celeste knelt next to Vincent, then caressed my head. Can we move him? She asked Vincent. After I pull this thing out. I nodded my head. No. I wasn't done with this fight. This bullet wound was nothing. It hurt, but I was still able to move. You're hurt, Celeste reminded me. I know that. I felt it when Vincent was able to pull the bullet out of my body. It's a regular bullet. You will heal pretty quickly. I looked at Celeste, assuring her that I was indeed okay. Let me fight with you. Trent was staring at me annoyingly. No, you won't. Celeste frowned at him. I'm not letting you fight. You're not my alpha. He retorted. I roll my eyes. Now he accepts having an alpha. You're not fighting, Vincent answered for me. Then he looked at me. I'm fighting with you. Mentally I sigh. These pups are going to be the death of me, literally. Remington viciously roars, and his voice echoes across the sky. We watch as Dad's massive form is thrown and then glides across the dirt, leaving a streak of dust swirling into the air. Dad stumbles on his feet and rolls backwards. He collides with Trent, and Trent gets pancaked into the ground. Trent moans, and Dad's weight crushes him. Slowly, I stand on 4 paws. With my wound, I wouldn't be as quick to attack him as I was before. Dad rolls off Trent, and the poor kid gasps as if his lungs were desperate for air. You weigh like a ton. He coughs. Dad ignores him and sways to my side. He nudges his nose on my head, asking me if I'm okay. I respond with a nod. Knowing I had no choice in the matter, my dad and I cautiously walked forward, both facing Remington for battle. 2 against 1, now that isn't fair at all. 3. Don't forget me. Trent began to strip off his shorts, but Celeste grabbed him by the loop of his pants and pulled him down. You're staying right here. I barked an order at Vincent. Watch them. He didn't look too pleased about being the guard dog once again. Looks like I'm out of weapons. Remington pulled out his pockets as if needing to show us. My dad gestured left, then right. You take that way. This was a hunting routine, but one that my dad and I tweaked a bit. Huh. You think you can catch me with that old trick? How foolish. He watched as Dad and I rounded him. Typically, in a regular hunting routine, wolves would charge in opposite directions to herd the prey into a trap and corner it. Dad inched 2 meters away from Remington. Paused at 5. Remington stared at us knowingly, already predicting our next move, but unfortunately for him, he overestimated his ability to read us like a book. Dad gave me the signal. Remington leapt, thinking we were going to strike on both angles. He didn't expect me to run up a slope and jump onto a tree branch. Dad ran underneath him, and I leapt from the branch and pounced. My front claws aimed directly at his face, but landed on his shoulders, scratching the surface of his skin. He screamed. As we fell, Dad jumped, and his teeth clamped onto his ankle, pulling him down faster with our combined weight. He grabbed the fur on my back, pulling me off him. His foot connected with my dad's stomach. When we slammed into the ground, all of us rolled in different directions. I landed on my front shoulder, making my bullet wound bleed more. I got up using my front paws and limped away, giving myself a safe distance from Remington. If I killed both of you, it would be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Bang. Using his hands, he formed a gun and pretended to shoot my head, then my dad's. Dad charged at him one more time, ramming him into a tree. He wheezed as the air from his lungs was squeezed out, and just when I thought we had finally broken his amused attitude, the man started laughing hysterically. What the heck is wrong with him? Trent commented. I stride over to where they were, shifted back to my human form, and shoved my elbow at his throat, making him choke. What's so funny? I growled. This. He lifted his leg. I thought he was attempting to kick us in the gut. Instead, he reached for his boot and pulled out a small knife. He swung his hand, and the tip of its blade cut across my dad's face. Alpha. Dad. Vincent and I cried at the same time. Dad yelped in pain, his face dripping with blood. I turned back to Remington and punched him directly in the face. I swear I heard a bone crack when his face was pushed in when I did it. I removed my fist, and 2 of his front teeth fell out of his mouth. That hurt, he said. He bounced off the tree and swung the blade again, attempting to slash it across my chest. I backed away every time he came a little closer. Don't be a coward. Stay still, he yelled. I ducked when he aimed for my face. I tripped him with my foot, and he came down backwards. Behind him, Dad ran and struck his claws across the side of his head. Claw marks gashed from his eyebrows to the corner of his nose. All of us were battered and bleeding. You will pay for that. At last, we finally pushed his last nerve. He threw his fist back with no purpose whatsoever. He threw a punch in the air. What's wrong, rogue? Is your old age finally catching up to you? I said. His eyes narrowed. Shut your trap. Wrapping his arms around me, he pushed me to the ground. His fingers crept onto my neck and tightened there. His nails dug into my skin. His grip squeezed my trachea, blocking my air. Dad jumped on top of him and bit into the space between his neck. His head thrashed, trying to get Remington to let go. Pressure built against my head, and I felt like my brain was going to explode from the lack of oxygen. My head turned slightly just as my eyes rolled up. I could see Vincent and Trent transform into their wolves and charge my way to give aid. Suddenly, bang, the sound of a gunshot. Chapter 32, Grayson, what was going on? Temporarily, I lost consciousness due to a lack of oxygen flowing through my brain. Aimlessly, I looked at the sky and noticed that there were no clouds. I looked at the sun and cringed at the harsh light on my pupils. My eyes blinked once. 2 times. Strong, yet thin fingers wrapped around my throat with unimaginable force. My vision alternated between dark and light. Get off him, you sadist. The pressure around my throat slid away, and as soon as it did, my lungs gasped for air like it depended on it. I heard a rhythmic pounding in my ears, in sync with the beat of my heart. Gran, what are you doing here? I heard Celeste shout. Gran? That was one person I hope to never be on the receiving end of. Her vicious personality is something I hope never to encounter. I lifted my head and saw the unmistakable woman grab Remington by the ankle of his foot across the dirt. On the back of his chest was evidence of a gunshot wound. Dad moved aside as if Cleopatra, the Queen of Egypt herself, had rained down from her throne to initiate the punishment herself. Remington's face expressed emotions of surprise and annoyance. Then he was dragged across for another 3 feet before letting out a roar of rage. You will pay for this, old woman. He flailed every time he scraped across the dirt. As I came to, I felt awestruck by Gran's fearlessness. Who can a human woman stand up to an old wolf like Remington? She spat at him. Spat. At him. I don't waste good money on dirty, cheap things like you. All who were watching the incredible scene unfold gasped in unison when Gran produced her cane and rammed it like a sword over Remington's stomach. Of course, it didn't go through him, but the force was powerful enough to make him gag. Wow. Trent's mouth gaped. A growl emanated from deep within Remington. You, shut up. Gran hit him across the face with her cane this time. Keep. Hit. Your. Hit. Dirty mouth. Hit. Shut. Think you can hit my family while I'm still alive? I don't think so. Both ends of his face were red and blue by the time she finished that sentence. It took 5 seconds to lift her foot and 1 to stomp it down his nuts. Remington screamed so loudly that by the end of it, his voice gave way and cracked. I'm sending you to an early grave, you bang. Remington dropped back and fell like a statue. His thigh began to bleed. What the bullet came out of nowhere. Before you fire, you've got to let me know. Gran shouted at no one in particular. If I had let you know, I would have given away my location. I groaned as I tried to get back on my feet. I rubbed my neck, trying to soothe the soreness. Mom, Celeste and Trent said at the same time. Celeste's mother appeared from the shadows with a pistol, aiming high. It isn't safe for you two to be here, Vincent said. Celeste's mom glared at him. Same goes for you, kid. Your mother turned as pale as a sheet when she saw the condition of your brother. Vincent visibly gulped. And you, she narrowed her eyes at me. Cover yourself up. Do you have any morals? Running around naked in front of my daughter, you pig. As if Celeste just noticed her face reddened, she covered her eyes with the palms of her hands. Boy, I think you're fine. Gran looked at me and winked. Oh God. I cringed and forced myself to transform back to my wolf. My body snapped painfully then, as usual, due to my injuries. Dad walks near me and allows me to lean on his body. Mom, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be here. It's dangerous. Celeste asked. Her mother glared at her. You honestly think I would stay home when 2 of my children are running around with maniacs? She says, clutching her gun tighter. She thinks we're crazy. Has she even looked in a mirror? I think she's the most over-hysterical person I've come to know. I can't believe you have that. Celeste pointed at the gun her mother was holding. Gran chuckled. Don't you kids know? Your mother is a dead shot. She has impeccable aim. Taught from the very best. Mom, what else have you been keeping from us? Trent said. Remington started moving, and when Gran noticed, she raised her cane and slammed it down again. However, this time, Remington was not unprepared. He caught Gran's cane and grasped it. He held on so tight his knuckles whitened. I heard a snap, then the cane broke in half suddenly. Surprised, Gran staggered back. I'm done playing. He mumbled. How is he still able to get up after 2 shots? Celeste's mother pulled the trigger again, but nothing came out. It was empty. Dad jumped and tried to pin Remington down again, but was slammed back with one full swing. "I'm not going to waste my time anymore," Remington mumbled. "Take in your last breaths, because it will be your last." Trent growled, shifted into his wolf, and stood defensively between his mother and sister. Vincent, too, got up and stood defensively next to Gran. Now we had 3 people to look after. Great. Oh my God. Tracy gasped as she saw her son shift for the first time. Her face was contorted in horror. "If your father weren't dead, I would have killed him for keeping this secret from me. I'm not standing here and watching." Gran complained at Vincent, who wasn't letting her move a foot closer. She planted her palm on his face. "Move." But he didn't. Thank goodness. "I hate you." Remington pointed a finger at Tracy. "The feelings are mutual," Tracy responded. "That's good to hear." He leapt towards the direction of Celeste's mother. "Mom, get out of the way," Celeste yelled. Trent remained with his mother as an infant. Both were directly in Remington's line of fire. I knew that both of them would get badly hurt if Remington were to lay a single hand or paw on them. I moved as fast as I could and placed myself between them. Celeste's mom gasped as my body completely shadowed hers, stopping the man from pulverizing her and her son. Using my strength, I dug my claws into Remington's front and catapulted him to the right, away from Celeste and her family. "Strike him." Gran cheered as if watching a tournament. "This is serious." Tracy yelled at her. "I'm just encouraging him," Gran retorted. "Not helping," Tracy said, and I couldn't agree with her more. Remington slowly got to his feet. "Hit me again." "I dare you." I charged at him. He moved his left and elbowed me between my shoulder blades. This was the second time I felt my lungs hurt. I grunted at the force, but remained conscious. My feet pounded on the dirt as I repeatedly shifted my weight to dodge each of his blows. "I can't keep up with them," I heard Celeste say. "They're moving so fast." When Remington bent backwards to avoid my claws, Dad took that moment to jump and slam over him. His head bounced as it hit the ground. At first, I thought we had him. "It takes 2 alphas to fight me." "How amusing," he hissed. He still had the nerve to taunt us. He saw an opening. His eyes stared toward Celeste. No. He was going after her again. Trent was in front of her, so Remington had to get past him first, but it would be easy for him with Trent's lack of training. It was then that Remington shifted into his wolf. It took only half a second, and he was in complete wolf form. He was faster in this form, I noticed. Trent jumped to attack him, but was easily tossed aside like a rag doll. He howled in pain when he slammed into a bush. "Tent!" Tracy screamed. She saw that Remington was heading toward Celeste and moved next to her. "How dare you touch my children?" Remington choked as if laughing. I ran after him. "I have to protect her." Vincent headbutted into his side. Remington was not fazed at all. He growled and pummeled Vincent to the ground, unconscious. His teeth were merely inches from his throat. Gran did the craziest thing and threw a rock at the old wolf. "Over here, you giant mutt." Remington swung his giant head at her, but didn't bother. His main goal was to reach Celeste, because knowing me, he knew that hurting her was my greatest weakness. Tracy fumbled with her gun. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a spare bullet. It was silver. Remington caught sight of it and reacted immediately by biting her arm. He missed, however, and bumped his muzzle into Tracy's wrist. The silver bullet dropped from her grasp and rolled to the ground. Celeste screamed when Remington's giant wolf form covered her mother's body. She kicked him, trying desperately to remove his crushing weight off her. Tracy started yelling in agony. I bit into his tail and swung him with all my might. He moved only a few feet, but it was enough to get him off her. Mom, are you okay?" Celeste cried. "Tracy." Gran tried to run to her daughter's side, but she wasn't as fast as she hoped and nearly tripped. Dad circled behind Remington. I barked at him to not move so close. Remington had many tricks up his sleeve. We had to be careful. Remington kicked his back feet and rolled to a standing position. He bared his teeth at me and I returned the favor. We were eye to eye now. His face was traced with dry blood. There were more scars visible on his skin. His entire body was covered in scars. He looked like a rabid animal. He took a few steps towards me, and I backed away. Dad moved forward, and when he did, Remington looked over his shoulder at him. I took that chance to stare at him. I sank my teeth into his face. It didn't taste that great. My back legs stepped on top of his stomach, and we spiraled downhill. I don't know how we got so far, but we were downgrading. We bounced against trees like ping-pong balls. When we stopped moving, we were next to a small stream. Water from that stream was flowing left, and particles were flying onto my face, making us slightly wet. Remington thrashed his head, making me wobble. But I still had my jaws tightly situated into his skull. His back leg punched me in the side of my rib. I heard thrashing by the trees and thought it was someone from my group. Then out of nowhere, a human hunting group consisting of 3 people were staring at us in awe. Wolves. One of them yelled. This couldn't get any worse. Celeste, wolves. The man with the fishing hat exclaimed. I don't recall ever seeing them in town before, but it was clear what they were here for. Their rifles were strapped to their shoulders, but at least none of them had them pointed at Grayson. For now. Oh, good golly. Those wolves. The shortest of the 3 whistled. Wolves. The other man agreed with a nod. He had a thick green wool jacket on and blue jeans. Either they were so shocked that they had lost for words, or they couldn't express their thoughts enough. The 3 strange men just stood there as Grayson and Remington were on each other like battling beasts, snarling and ripping each other apart. Do you 3 know other words besides wolves? You sound like fools. Gran grumbled while struggling to crawl down the steep hill. Diana. 2 of the men said in unison. They knew Gran. The man with the fishing hat clasped the nose of his rifle, and I stiffened. Was he going to use it? Don't you dare point that gun at me, Ricky. I will tell your mama about you driving your father's truck into my mailbox last June, and you'll be sorry. Gran pointed her finger at him. It was an accident and I fixed it. The grown man whined. Meanwhile, Grayson was at an advantage as he had Remington slammed against a tree. The 3 men looked at the large beasts and quivered at the sight of their strength. What are you doing in these dark parts of the woods, Diana? Ricky asked. What do you think? Was Gran's sassy remark. I want to find my missing granddaughter. She gestured to me. Oh, one of them said. She doesn't look lost. The plaid guy mumbled. Gran rolled her eyes. Well, it looks like I found her, she said sarcastically. But along the way, we got stuck in the middle of this. She motions to 2 wolves fighting. At that moment, Bennett appears in his wolf form and joins the mass of wrestling fur. Want us to shoot them? Ricky eagerly takes out his gun. No, I shriek. Don't worry, girl. We have a hunting permit. He assures me, but that isn't what I'm concerned about. I told you not to point that gun, Ricky. Gran scolds him. You said not at you. He complains. Same thing. Gran retorts. To my relief, he lowers his gun. These animals are on my property, and you aren't allowed to hunt on my property without me knowing. I can fine you boys for this. The men's eyes widened more than they had when they saw Grayson and Remington. Something told me Gran was lying, but these guys were foolish enough to believe her. Alpha Grayson. It looks like Vincent was conscious again, naked, just like the first day he was born. That's my new gardener. He's a nudist. Don't mind him. Go home. Gran told them. As crazy as this town is, the men nodded and believed her without protest. Vincent heard and looked at her in disbelief. He then remembered his state of undress and ran back into the bush. That was one image I hoped to erase from my head. Isn't that Debbie's boy? I swear I heard a curse coming from the bush, but it must have been my imagination. Gran frowned at them and waved her hands. You boys better be running along before I call the sheriff for your trespassing. Yes, ma'am, they said, turning around. It was then that Remington used his giant head to toss Grayson off his feet. The 3 men grew engrossed with the scene and stopped moving. I told you to leave, Gran ordered. But what are you going to do with these wolves? We can't leave you with these wild animals. Yes, you can. I put one foot in front of the other and stop when I reach the side of the road. Simple. Bennett slammed Remington on his side, removing him from Grayson. We can each take a shot at these wolves. If you're concerned about the price of the belt, you can have it. We just ask that you tell the town we shot them. We haven't had a decent shot in months. We've only shot poultry, but they don't earn us much. No, you will not shoot them. I screamed angrily. I will not allow you to harm them. Are you a vegetarian, girl? The short one asks. What does that have to do with anything? Enough from you three. Get off my property, or I'll make you work my land for a year. Gran places her hands on her hips. The three stare in the direction that Vincent disappeared to and audibly gulp. We're leaving, Ricky says. But let us escort you back home. It's a gentlemanlike thing to do. That's what my mama says. Oh, for the love of, we're fine. No, you ain't. The short one says. I recall you being missing. We saw your face all over town. Sheriff Leo put them up himself. The whole town's been looking for you. I recall what was said to me before. The pack that lives in town makes it appear as though the officials are working hard to find the missing girls, but they don't try because they know exactly where they are being held. As the years pass and the girl isn't found, the humans give up the search. Leo must have put those signs up himself. I can picture him smirking as he did it, knowing where I was the whole time. You have been missing for months. We found you. The plaid one says all excitedly. Now wait a minute, Weston. Gran steps in between. I found my granddaughter. So no one is the hero here except me. But you got lost. You got stuck in the middle of this dog pile with your bear but harder, and we found you. The Weston fellow continues to argue. That's right, we saved you. Ricky is impressed with what they just concluded. Remington snarls and charges one more at Grayson. I was already starting to grow tired of this fight due to the lack of progress. Grayson moves away, but Remington continues at his bulldozing pace. His eyes narrow, and too late, we notice him charging straight at me. Celeste, move out of the way. Vincent yells at the same time Grayson barks and runs to save me. One of the men next to me, I think Weston, starts screaming and fumbling with his phone. Ricky was the first to take position, but when he aimed and triggered the rifle, it didn't go off. He forgot to turn off the safety. Ah, crap. He exclaims. You useless twerps. Gran says. Remington's lips turn up as he smiles. Was it even possible for a wolf to smile? Well, it was possible. It was a knee-jerk reaction when I reached into my pocket and dug out the silver bullet that I had picked up from the floor when Mom dropped it. Having no gun, I didn't know what to do with it. If you're going to shoot something, get that brown one. I yelled to the three men. Grayson and his father were black wolves, and Remington was a brown wolf with patches of graying fur. Their reaction time was relatively slow because all three couldn't hold their guns like their lives depended on it. I moved just in time. Remington almost took a chunk of my arm off. Dear God, that dog is vicious. Ricky exclaimed. I have never seen one that huge before or ever. That's what he said, Gran muttered under her breath. Give me that. She grabbed his rifle. Gran, do you know how to use that thing? I've lived here since my mother gave birth to me. Children here are taught to hunt to provide food for their families. I think I can use this contraption. Diana, that's not safe for, you can call me an old lady, and the next time you blink, there will be a hole through you. Ricky stepped back. Let's get your mother's gun. You can't use that silver on this. It won't work. Your wolf's mother said that the only way to kill a werewolf like that behemoth is with that type of bullet. It was weird that she called Grayson my wolf, but she was right about the bullet. It would only work with the gun my mom brought with her. I want you to run, Celeste. Run as fast as your little legs can handle. I've got your back, she said. I nodded and started running towards the direction of my mom. Hopefully, she still had the gun with her. Behind me, I hear Gran shouting orders at the three men to cover her as her shield. The more I ran, the more I realized how unfit I was. The forest surface wasn't smooth and level. I had to hike up a few steps to reach the clearing where Mom and Trent were. I've got your back, too. I hear Vincent coming up behind me. When I turn my head, he shifts at the exact moment, and his wolf shadows behind me. The three guys were too preoccupied with Gran yelling at them to notice what just happened behind their backs. When I reach Mom and Trent, I see that Mom is still barely unconscious thanks to Remington's body slamming her to the ground. Trent was cautiously tending to her. "Celeste, where is he?" Trent growled. "Calm down. You can't do anything hasty." I told him. "I think Mom broke a rib." He told me worriedly. "Don't move her," I told him, and he nodded. "Where is Mom's gun?" I watched his eyes scanning the ground as he searched for it. We both see it 2 feet away from Mom's open hand. She probably dropped it when Remington slammed into her, and it skidded across the ground. Trent grabbed it and handed it to me. "What are you going to do?" he asked, concerned. I took the silver bullet from my pocket and showed it to him. When he saw it, he cringed. "URG." He reacted. "Why the heck is that making me feel sick?" He only had to look at it to feel revolted by it. "I guess silver is a werewolf's kryptonite. Silver bullets kill a werewolf," I explained to him. "Then get that away from me. I'm going to load this gun with it and use it to kill him." "You sound sadistic." "Awesome." He looks at me with admiration. I punched his shoulder. "This is serious." "Really?" Ever since I grew a tail, I find it hard to take things seriously. Vincent makes a weird noise, which I'm guessing is him telling me to hurry up. "Stay with Mom," I tell him. "I will." I head back to Grayson, praying that he is still in one piece. The gun is in my grasp with the bullet inside. I have no prior knowledge on how to use a weapon, but I'm hoping I don't screw up the only chance we had. "Celeste, drop and roll." I hear Gran shout. Without hesitating, I do exactly that. Without closing my eyes, I see Remington's huge body leap over me. Something brushes my side, and my fingers run over a thick pelt of warm fur. Grayson shows up next to me, using his body to support me up. A sudden feeling of relief fills me, and for a few seconds, I allow myself to melt into his warmth. "I'm glad you are okay," I whisper in his ear. He doesn't respond, but I know he is listening. His body is covered in dirt and minor scratches. His body is radiating heat due to the amount of physical movement he has been exerting fighting Remington. "I have the silver bullet," I tell him. His head tilts sideways to look at him, and I stare into his bright yellow eyes. He has a worried expression on his face. "I will be careful with it," I tell him. What's with people thinking I am incompetent to defend my own? That bothers me. Bang. Bang. Something fires and fits the ground near Grayson's feet and bounces off the dirt, making a small whirl of dust. "You idiots!" Gran shouts. She hits Weston across the head and does the same to the shorter guy, whose name I do not yet know. "You shoot my granddaughter, and I will have you hang by the nuts." Grayson growls at them in warning, then turns his attention to Remington. To our disbelief, Remington starts shifting into his human form. His fur starts to withdraw into his skin. I look at the three men and notice that they are still watching. "Grayson, the humans." I tell him. What the heck was Remington thinking? Quick on his feet, Grayson pounces at Remington, pulls him by the neck to the shadows beneath the trees. "What was that?" Ricky says, confused. "What was what?" "I didn't see anything." Gran says rather innocently. "But who is going to believe an elderly lady?" "I swear that wolf was changing shape for a moment," Weston says. "His legs were growing longer." The nameless man says, "You boys are crazy. I didn't see anything." I hear a yelp and I run after Grayson. Vincent is a step behind me. When the three men tried to follow, Vincent turned around and growled, making them pause. Two of the men who still had their guns pointed their rifles at Vincent, who didn't shrink back in fear. "Shoot that dog, and I'm not afraid to shoot your rears," Gran told them. "Diana, what's going on with you? You're threatening us over this wolf. That wolf is domestic, and it belongs to Debbie. If you hurt her, you will face the wrath of her and the chief of police. Leo has a particular bond with that wolf, almost like a brother." Leaving Gran and Vincent to deal with the three men, I continue my way to Grayson. When I find him, he is in his human form, choking Remington to the ground. His arm is wrapped around Remington's neck and pulling it backwards to cut off his air. Grayson is lying on top of him with his back to me. I'm in direct sight of Grayson's backside. My face flushes with that fact. Shot, Celeste. He instructs me. What if I shoot you? You won't. Just aim and fire. I hesitate as I turn off the safety. My hands are shaking. I don't think I can do this. You can do this. He assures me, but I'm sure he's just saying that so I don't doubt myself. Too late for that. Remington grunts and uses his whole body strength to roll both of them sideways. The tables are turned when Grayson is pinned to the ground and Remington is on top of him. I shudder when I think I saw something. And cover my eyes to prevent seeing that something again. I don't even know where the gun was aimed when my fingers jerked and reacted to the moment my other hand covered my eyes. Bang! The silver bullet was fired. But to whom? Chapter 33, Grayson. It happened instantly, but the seconds stretched into minutes as I watched Celeste close her eyes. Her finger pushed the trigger, and the bullet disappeared between me and Remington. I told her to shoot, but I didn't expect her to aim accurately. With nothing left to lose, I prayed that luck would be on our side and the bullet would hit the right mark. Remington roared and arched above me. At the same time, Celeste screamed in shock at Remington's state of undress. I shoved him off me, and he rolled sideways, landing on the ground. You nearly caused serious injury. Remington hissed between his teeth, wincing in pain as he clutched his leg. Where did he come from? I look over my shoulder and see Gran followed by the 3 humans. They were looking at me with astonished faces, and I held back a reaction that would have startled them. I stiffened at the sight of them. This was the first time I had seen humans in daylight without an eclipse. He just arrived here, Gran explained. He's the cardiologist I hired from out of state to monitor my health. First, it was a gardener. Next, she made up a cardiologist. What else does this old lady have up her sleeve? Celeste hesitantly walked up to me. Relief washed over her features. She wrapped her arms around my neck and cried. I didn't kill you. Thank God. With one hand, I held her around the waist and rested my head on the curve of her shoulder. I'm fine. We're just fine. She was in my arms, safe and whole. Why are they all undressed? Do all men you employ work like that? One of the humans asked Gran, who shrugged her shoulders, unfazed by the awkward situation. Another question, where did those wolves go? The shorter human asked. Would you believe me if I said the wolves around here like to surprise people by tearing their clothes off? Gran muttered. They didn't believe her. What is going on? Before you get those answers, can someone please lend him some clothes? Gran asked them. The guy in plaid unbuttons his shirt. Thankfully, he had another shirt beneath it, but the cloth had a strong human odor when he handed it to me. Since it was relatively short, I tied the sleeves around my stomach to cover myself. Nice back view, Gran commented. Gran, Celeste said, moving behind me to prevent anyone from catching a glimpse. It was still too early for us to relax. Remington remained alive, and although he had been shot with a silver bullet, he was writhing on the ground in pain. We have to deal with him, Gran says, looking at me. She was so deeply immersed in her imagination that the situation was starting to sound far-fetched. You're joking, right? One of the humans asked, looking incredulously at the old lady. You're not seriously thinking of killing him, are you? Gran looks over her shoulder and faces the men with seriousness. It's for the good of the people, Ricky. With a quick move, she snatched the rifle from the hands of one of the humans. The 3 men looked alarmed. You're out of your mind if you think we're going to just stand here and let you kill someone, one of them said. I groan. Someone, please, knock them out. They were a distraction I couldn't deal with right now. I want to knock out Gran too, but her family might not appreciate that. My pleasure. Vincent came up from behind them and pressed his fingers into a pressure point behind 2 of the guys' necks. Both men fell to the ground. The one that was still conscious started yelling in panic. Get away, he yelled. Oh, for the love of, Gran kicks him in the leg and he immediately faints. Vincent looks at me and Celeste with what appears to be concern and moves slowly away from her, keeping a protective stance. That was completely unnecessary, I tell her. Too late. She cautiously walks towards Remington with the rifle in hand. Remington remained twisted in pain from the silver gunshot wound. Grandpa presses the rifle into his injured leg. So you're the one who's been tormenting my family for years. I may not have liked your son for taking my daughter away from me, but she made my baby happy. The type of happiness I couldn't give her as her mother. She jabbed the rifle into Remington's wound again, and he cried out in pain. Now you dare mess with my grandbabies? She turned the rifle around, ready to fire. You won't get away with this. Wait, I stop her. We need to find out what else he's done during his years in hiding. We need to know all his secrets before we end this. Kill me, you're not getting anything from me. Remington spat. You heard him. Gran pulled the trigger, and it fired into his other leg. The pain must have been unbearable because he went unconscious. Celeste. Trent, in his wolf form, carried his mother on his back. Mom. Celeste ran to her mother along with Gran. Tracy. Gran inspected her daughter. I can't believe you. I can't believe all this. She gestured to the air. Who knew you were as reckless as I? You fall in love with a werewolf, Vincent, and I said in unison. Whatever, you have hybrid kids with him. Your daughter ends up becoming the legendary beast's bride. Your lover's killer psychopathic father tries to kill you and the kids. This is going to be a new part of the legend. I can't wait to tell my great-grandchildren. She stared off at me and Celeste as if the future were already set. I wish. Celeste's face flushed at what her grandmother was implying. She's too young to have children, Tracy muttered, glaring at me as if daring me to break that rule. What are you going to do with him? Celeste asked me. Her strength was what was holding me up, right? I leaned on her, finally being able to relax. My bride was at my side willingly, with her family beside her. It looks like we both got what we wanted. My dad will handle him. We'll lock him up and get some answers from him. I told them. Vincent, have the pack doctor give the humans a mild dose of hallucinogens. Just enough to make them believe they were lost in the forest and imagined everything from hunger. As a nurse, I completely do not agree with that idea, Tracy muttered. It's either that, or they'll spread rumors about me employing strange practices in my house. Gran smirked. Trent's wolf groaned and turned his large head to his mother, as if saying, Don't ruin our good name. Grayson, do we have to go back to the pack house? Can't we live in the town like all the other wolves in your pack? Vincent and Leo can live outside the sanctuary. Can we? Celeste asked me. She looked at her family, hopeful. I knew why she was asking. She didn't want to be separated from them. When we returned to the house, she wouldn't be able to leave or see anyone outside unless they came to visit her. Imagining her caged inside and forced to remain in the house with me made me feel like the type of monster that the legend portrays. I didn't want to sadden her. I'll talk to my father, I said. Vincent looked at me shocked. But Grayson, none of our alphas have lived outside the protection line. Don't you think it's time for us not to hide anymore? What kind of alpha hides? I don't understand why my ancestors made that rule, but from here on out, we need to make changes. I told him. What gives you that authority, son? Dad appeared from behind us with a scowl on his face. As a future alpha, I would like to see this change happen. I faced my father. You have to discuss this with the pack. Many of our elders would not approve. They are very traditional, conservative. Changes are made to better the pack. If we stay as we are, others will surpass us. Who knows, they could have already. Dad narrowed his eyes at me and glanced at everyone listening. We will talk about this later. Right now, we need to get the wounded back to the house for care. He looked at Remington on the floor. As for him, be careful in handling him. We need to get him locked up. Use whatever methods you need to get answers from him. Vincent nodded with the command. How's my brother? Restless. He's severely injured, but is stable. Relief washed over all our faces. Let's get out of here before other humans find us, I told them. 2 days later, Celeste and I were resting in my bedroom. I had bandages all over my body that I nearly looked like a mummy. Go to sleep, Grayson. Celeste scolded me. I couldn't sit still. My wolf was still feeling defensive. After over a week of action, my adrenaline was still high. Celeste's fingers twirled the small strand of hair dangling over my forehead around her finger. I grabbed her finger and placed the back of her hand to my cheek, loving how her hand warmed my skin. I want you to stay with me forever, I tell her. She chuckles. You think I have another choice? I tug her hand, making her fall a little closer to my face. You always have a choice. I can't live without you. Wherever you go, I will follow you. Her gaze softens. I don't think I can live without you either. She leans down, staring at my lips. Finally, she intends to kiss me. Both my wolf and I are jumping for joy and then... Grayson! 2 brats charge into my room. Liam and Caleb split in different directions and leapt into my bed, making my body jump up and down. I haven't seen these 2 in days, and I sure haven't missed them. Gray, gray, gray. You're not dead. They sing happily. As they bounce around, my wounds ache. Boys, boys, get off the bed. Celeste scolds them. Your brother is hurt. The 2 brats jump off and then run to tackle my girl to the ground. Celeste, you're back. Liam grins. You're back. Caleb repeats. What did Mom feed you? I ask them. They were so full of energy, it was abnormal. We kept asking Charlotte for candy, Liam said with a mischievous grin. I groan. Looks like I have to reinforce the house rules now that we have no visitors. Rule number 1. Don't give the twins sweets. There was a knock at the door. You're awake. Leo came limping in. Glad to see you with all your limbs. Why is everyone deciding to visit me now? I complain. Celeste giggles and leans down to whisper in my ear. Don't worry, we have all eternity. I smile at her. Leo clears his throat. Your mom wanted me to tell you that she's planning your wedding. It's highly overdue, her words exactly. Both Celeste and I groan. Can all that wait until we've recovered from the past few days? Talk to your parents. They want you 2 to be married by the end of this week. My mom won't agree to that, Celeste says. She did. Leo surprised us. What? Celeste says, flabbergasted. Alpha Bennett convinced her. According to him, a couple that sleeps in the same room. Don't even finish that, I tell him. Leo smirks. I'm just relaying a message. We haven't done anything. Celeste says. Her face was red as a tomato. Rules are rules, just warning you 2. Leo raises his hands in defense. I hate your rules, Celeste mutters. Grayson, Remington was taken care of this morning, Leo informs me. We all grow silent at that. Did they get any information from him? Not much, but before he took his last breath, he said, he lives. Whatever that means, we're trying to find out. He lives. Even in death, he still has us running in circles. A/N. Please, please, please send me some predictions. I need some inspiration. You are GG. Who knew writing after 1.5 years would be so hard? Never take a break and leave a story unfinished. I should have just finished writing this while it was still fresh in my mind. Anyway. Hopefully the ending isn't too disappointing. This was one of my best stories, and it ended on a disappointing note, I think. I'm honestly just done with it. I'm ready to move on. Epilogue. I never thought about getting married. I never pictured myself as a bride wearing a white princess dress, standing before the altar with hundreds of people watching. So when Grayson told me our wedding would be a small private ceremony in his backyard, I didn't freak out like my mom and Charlotte did. You married a dog, Charlotte seethed between clenched teeth. As your sister and maid of honor, I can't let this happen. The backyard. Who would want their wedding surrounded by giant trees? There's no scenery, no magic, no romance. Sighing, I grabbed both her shoulders and looked her directly in the eyes to stop her talking. Charlotte, it's not your wedding. She looked at me with irritation and groaned. It's yours, I know. But if you won't do anything to make it special, then I will. I shook her, hoping she would listen. Charlotte, it is special. I'm marrying the man I love. That's special enough for me. Besides, isn't marrying a werewolf unique enough? No one else can say they married the future alpha. She pressed her lips together as if trying to hold back what she wanted to say. Leave it alone. Grayson said he would take care of everything, I told her. He won't even let me see his arrangements. Grayson has people guarding the back doors. Have you seen their backyard? I nodded my head. Yeah, it's a rather large space considering that's where some of his packmen train. It's practically the size of a basketball court. Perfect for a small wedding. Is he going to put decorations up at least? I shrugged. Not sure. I told you already, I don't have any details. It was like her eyes were going to budge out of their sockets. Your wedding dress. Did you get to pick it out? Huh. You know what? I haven't even picked one yet. I chuckled. It was kind of hard to go to the mall when you're not permitted to leave the territory. That was something I still needed to get used to. I wasn't particularly fond of the idea that I would be trapped here for the rest of my life. Are you insane? You're getting married in 3 days and you don't have a dress yet. She was pulling the roots of her hair. The more Charlotte yelled, the more she reminded me of our mother. I'm sure Grayson has that planned out too. You're going to let a man handle your wardrobe? She yelled at me. Charlotte, please. Stop screaming. Calm down. Her hands fisted. I'm going to talk to Grayson right now. She pivoted and slammed the door on her way out. Charlotte. I ran after her. She headed up the stairs to Grayson's study and walked in on him having a meeting. Bennett sat on the edge of the table, looking over his shoulder at Grayson, who was sitting on his office chair. Vincent had his arms crossed over his chest as he leaned on the wall. When he saw Charlotte storm in, he immediately straightened and prepared himself for her wrath. Leo was there also, still bandaged, but now able to walk around without pain. He stood next to Grayson with his hands over his hips, brows pulled together in concentration. When he saw Charlotte, he glared over at his little brother as if saying, "Deal with her." "Can we help you?" Grayson addressed Charlotte. She marched closer to his desk and slammed her palm on the surface of the wood. Bennett didn't want to be near her line of fire. "Looks like we're down here. I'll see you all later." He mock saluted his son. When he saw me, his face brightened with a warm grin. "Celeste." He leaned down and pressed his lips to my temple. It was a fatherly gesture he would often give to Lexi and now to me. "Dad." I blushed at the nickname he wanted me to call him. His grin widened to a large smile, then he patted my back before exiting the room. "We need to talk," Charlotte said to Grayson. "So it seems." Grayson clasped his hands together and rested his elbows on the table. He looked over her shoulder at me with a questioning look. "What's this about?" Vincent hovered next to her. "Charlotte, now is not, don't butt in." She snapped at him, and Vincent muted in command. He was still trying to earn her good graces after he accidentally marked her. Leo rolled his eyes at him, but remained silent. "I want details about the wedding. I want my sister to have an amazing wedding. She deserves the best." "And I agree," Grayson interjected. Charlotte continued to ramble. "There have to be flowers, fairy lights, a 4-tier cake. She needs a veil, a bouquet. Do you have rings?" Grayson lifted his hand. "Charlotte, stop." He turned his head to Leo. The two had some mental communication, as evidenced by Leo nodding his head and going to retrieve something from the bookshelf. Leo placed a binder on the table between Charlotte and Grayson. Charlotte watched silently as Grayson turned the binder and opened the cover. With a gasp, Charlotte flipped through the pages. Right when I took a step to see what they were looking at, Vincent blocked my view with his broad back. "What is that?" I asked myself. When I was finally able to stand close enough to see the binder, Charlotte flipped it shut like a Venus flytrap catching its prey. She turned around with a satisfied look on her face. She snuck her arm around mine and began to pull me along with her. "You're right, he's got it covered. Let's go." If what Charlotte saw in that binder was able to placate her grievances, then Grayson must have had something interesting planned. It was my turn to be curious. Shimming out of her grip, I looked at my husband-to-be. "Mind sharing a little bit of those details with me?" A wicked smile formed on his face. "Testing me. Teasing me. Not a chance. Not even one small detail? You will find out in 3 days," he said, and Charlotte, the little traitor, ushered me out of his office. "You are going to love it," she assured me. "I know I did," she squealed. For the next 3 days until the wedding, she continued to giggle every time she passed me as if she held a dirty little secret that only she knew. That night, 2 nights before the wedding, Gran was the only one who returned to her house because, according to her, she couldn't stand the nightly howling. The rest of my small family moved into Grayson's home and had their living quarters in the guest wing. Grayson and I weren't permitted to share a room, at Mother's request, and, like a true gentleman, he complied with my mom's wishes without complaint, much to my astonishment. I thought maybe he would put up a fight. Staring at the bedroom ceiling, I wondered whether Grayson was awake in his room. No matter what I tried, I couldn't fall asleep. Charlotte slept like the dead next to me on our queen-size bed. She was offered a room to herself, but she refused to leave my side. Mom slept in the room next door, but Trent was placed in a different section of the house because he was still a new wolf being monitored. He seemed to be doing better at controlling his strength and temper. Just the other day, Charlotte and he had a meaningless argument about groceries. Mom, Charlotte, and Leo were going to take a trip back to town to help restock the food inventory. Mom wanted to join Leo and the other pack members for the excursion because she wanted to pay for our family's portion of the bill personally. Bennett had told her that necessary purchases for the pack, such as food and medical supplies, were paid for by a private savings account, and she didn't need to pay with her cash. Mom refused to accept the free accommodations. My mind was working like clockwork. My thoughts wouldn't stop, and I wasn't going to sleep anytime soon. Slowly, I got up and tiptoed out of the room. The only light in the hallway was coming from 2 windows. As I walked across the hardwood floors, I brushed my fingers across the wall. It smelled like the forest in this house. Each room had a distinct smell. Grayson's room smelled like frosted trees, mint leaf, and cedar wood. The guest room that I shared with Charlotte smelled of vanilla and jasmine, thanks to Charlotte's lotions. Part of her smell had rubbed off on me. I missed Grayson's room. It felt comfortable, and over the past few weeks, it had started to feel like home. With no destination to go, I wandered around the house just listening to the darkness. I was as quiet as a mouse. Smiling to myself, I pretended to be a stealthy wolf walking across the forest searching for her prey. What was it like to be a wolf, I wondered. Wolves had a fantastic sense of smell and hearing. Did that mean if someone were awake right now, they would hear me if I passed by their room? I wonder if Grayson was awake. Where was his room again? This house is too big. While thinking about whether I should walk by Grayson's room, I tiptoed downstairs. I decided to go to the kitchen to get a glass of water. I didn't bother turning on the light because I was afraid that someone would wake up and see me walking around the kitchen. I got a glass from the cabinet and headed to the fridge to get the pitcher. Suddenly, out of nowhere, my thigh brushed against something silky. I almost dropped the glass in my hand. The crash would have surely woken the whole house up. Then something that felt like a feather duster lightly hit the back of both my thighs. My left palm covered my mouth before I yelped. I turn around and slowly walk backward. My back collides with the wall, and I have nowhere else to go. Then, to my horror, something or someone licks my knee. My teeth ground together as I stop myself from screaming. Grayson, that better be you. I hiss between my teeth. 1, 2. 2 glowing dots. Like fireflies. Deja vu's massive canine body rubbed against my skin, and I was pressed against the wall. Grayson, this is uncomfortable. I tried to nudge him away with my arm. I heard what sounded like a wolf's chuckle. He put some space between us, then a few seconds later, I felt him hovering over me in his full height, human, and asked as innocently as a newborn baby. Please tell me you aren't walking around your house in your underwear. Grayson smirked. Give me a second. I tossed my clothes somewhere on the floor. It was a good thing, but it was too dark to see anything. You know, I heard you walking through the halls. I groaned mentally. Everyone with super canine hearing could probably hear me too. What were you doing? I should ask you that. I walked inch by inch, worried I'd collide with him in the dark. I couldn't sleep. He said. Same. What's on your mind? He asked. What's on your mind? I asked back. I asked first. He said cockily. A lot of things. Mostly what awaits us after we get married. Grayson didn't say anything. He was probably processing what I just said. Celeste, he says softly. He grabs both my wrists, and I'm surprised that he was able to see me. Then I remembered he had night vision abilities. His hands slide higher until his palms spread across my back. I'm pressed closer to him. My lips are pressed into his collarbone. He's wearing a cotton t-shirt that smells like laundry detergent, but he also has his own smell on him. I'm a little anxious, I tell him. He starts to sway us back and forth. The movements lull me into closing my eyes and hugging him back. I understand how you feel, he says. You do? Of course. He hugs me tighter, and his lips brush the side of my temple. I turn my head to rest my cheek on his chest. I don't know what's going to happen, and I'm scared about what's going to happen to us. His fingers start playing with strands of my hair. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of everything. I'll be very gentle, and I assure you that you're going to experience no pain at all. Wait, what? What are you talking about? I push him away, and the embrace breaks. He hesitates. You meant the wedding night, right? My face heats up, and my heart pounds harder. Oh my God. I don't know whether I should be embarrassed or shocked. I was talking about all this, Grayson. You become alpha, and I'll be by your side. What Remington said, how my family is adjusting to our new life in this small town, there are a lot of things making my head spin. That is the last thing on my mind. Although he had mentioned it, it was now at the top of my list of thoughts. Oh, awkward silence. If we had our wedding night here, wouldn't everyone hear us? Why did I ask that? My face gets hotter, and I feel like I'm sweating through my clothes. They probably heard you say that now, he whispered, though it was no point in doing so. Someone kill me. On the bright side, my sister and mom couldn't hear. But then Trent. I hope to God he still sleeps like a log. He would torment me if he heard this. Let's have this discussion another time, Grayson said. You know I have feelings for you. My voice was soft when I said it, but I knew he could hear. You mean I love you. You've said it before. Don't sugarcoat it. Once again, he has me wrapped in his arms, and I melt into his embrace. I try again. I love you, Grayson. And when I thought I would never see you again, I felt so crushed. When Remington said he wanted to kill you, I felt so angry. I never thought I could care for someone other than my family so deeply that it shocked me. He touched my cheek, and his thumb rubbed back and forth on my cheekbone. When I took you that night, I intended to steal a bride. I never expected to feel such a pull towards you. It was like my wolf knew exactly where to go once you were within his line of scent. He pressed his nose into my hair. You smelled so amazing. I felt drunk on you, and I didn't even know you. When I climbed into your room, I teased you a bit. I recalled him brushing his wet nose on my leg. I believe he licked me, just like what he did earlier. I smacked him playfully. I can't believe you licked me. I laughed. He leaned down and kissed my cheek before the tip of his tongue poked my skin. Grayson, I squealed, making him laugh. When I recoiled to avoid his second kiss, my hips pressed closer to his, and our legs tangled together. I never thought one woman could wrap me so tightly around her little finger. He muttered, I would do anything for you, Celeste. I'm at your mercy, wifey. His words melted my heart. I wasn't accustomed to such affection, but with Grayson, it was something I was learning to love. My stomach tickles when he tells me how much he cherishes me. I feel like I don't want to be separated from this man. I'm not your wife yet, I point out. A few days doesn't make a difference. You're mine. His lips press into mine. The kiss was complex and demanding, probing and encouraging at the same time. Grayson took control, moving my arms around his neck before placing one hand around my back and the other cradling my head. I didn't know if I was breathing or not. My head started spinning. Breathe, Celeste, he said between our kisses. I grunted in response. Then finally he stopped and rested our foreheads together. Both of us were panting. You need to practice. I'll be an awesome teacher, he joked. I jabbed him with my finger on the stomach, which was as hard as stone. Shut up. You didn't say it back yet. What? The 3 words. Please and thank you? Very funny, but that's 4. I giggled, and he added another quick, chaste kiss on my lips. I love you, Grayson, I said. That's 4. I pointed out. So, what are the 3 words you're looking for? He smirked. How about, Grayson, marry me? Aren't we already? I asked him. We sure are, but what? He was going off on a tangent, and I didn't know where he was going with this. I want you to ask me to marry you. I looked at him like he was crazy, and I was sure he could see the look on my face. He laughed at my expression. Traditionally, the man asks the woman to marry him, but I took you against your will. You kidnapped me. I corrected him. I took you with good intentions. I rolled my eyes. What intention would that be? To make you fall in love with me? He whispered near my ear, and it tickled my cheek. To make you learn to love a man like me, despite my flaws. To show you that you have a strong spirit. Despite any tough situation, you always pull through. You're a fighter, Celeste, and only I am the guy capable of being yours truly. He sounded like some Romeo wannabe. You were so corny. I groaned, half embarrassed by his antics. Okay, fine, you're right. I'll stop, but in all seriousness, please marry me without feeling like it's an obligation to wed me. We both know that we are being forced into this in 3 days. As much as I love you, I don't want you to feel uncomfortable committing to spend all eternity with me. A wedding is too soon, I say, and he waits for me to continue. However, I know with all certainty that I never want to leave your side. It's better to get the wedding over with. I know I'm going to want to be with you. I can't even sleep without you nearby. He hugs me again. Glad I'm not the only one. If you want me to say it, Grayson, will you marry me? It was so odd saying it. He laughs. That's 5 words. But my answer is yes. He lowers his lips to mine again, and we savor each other. Hands roaming, legs intertwined, and bodies pressed so tightly together that we looked like we were molded together. Looks like you're mine for the taking. I smile against his lips. The beast stole his bride, and she gave him her heart forever.